Chapter 1. Pay up. No one can save your mom if we delay any longer. The attending doctor said manically to the haggard man in front of him. Can you give me 2 more days of grace? Yi Chen begged, his eyes red as if he had been punched. The attending doctor seemed a bit intolerant inside. Last 2 days. If you can't come up with enough money for the surgery, then you'll be collecting your mom's body. After coming out of the hospital, Yi Chen walked helplessly to the seat in front of the hospital and looked up at the sky. But after a while, he suddenly clutched his head and cried out, "Men don't shed tears." Just before the sad time, his mother became seriously ill, and over the past 5 years, he has approached countless relatives and friends to borrow money, witnessing the process from relatives and friends to enemies, in order to save his mother. 3 years ago he was even willing to go to the door to be a tool for the rushing of the wedding, but God is not open to his eyes. Even if he is so miserable, he still did not give him a way to live. $200,000 for the surgery. $200,000. Who else could he borrow from? The pretty face of that absolutely beautiful woman suddenly flashed in his mind, and he took out his cell phone with a trembling hand. The phone connected after 2 beeps. "Borrowing money from me again." A clear and cold woman's voice came out from the phone, as if she had anticipated what Yi Chen was going to do. "Xiao Ye, don't call me Hyatt." Just as Yi Chen started, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the woman. "Yi Chen, you can be really good 3 years without a little bit of interest. Before and after I borrowed almost 200,000 to you, and now you want. You really think I ATM?" She's Yi Chen's wife, Han Yu. "Mom now, have to have an operation right away. Can't be delayed any longer. The last 200,000, I will definitely pay you back." Yi Chen hissed and begged, "I don't have any money." Han Yu raised her eyebrows. "Do you know your status?" Of course Yi Chen knew that he was the identity of the punching tool man, and moreover, he knew that he already owed Han Yu a lot of money. However, he really did not have any way out, and if he could not raise any more money, he would have to let his mother, who had worked so hard to raise him for 20 years, die. "Xiao Ye, please, talk to our parents again," Yi Chen begged. "Speak for yourself." The phone was hung up mercilessly. Yi Chen's hand trembled as tears welled up in his eyes. Taking out the wrinkled, ungainly pack of large front doors from his cheap jacket pocket, he drew one and lit it, taking a hard drag on the cigarette. Suddenly, there was a ding on his cell phone, followed by a bank card message. $50,000 came in. He clicked on it, and the transferor was Han Yu. This woman with a nice mouth and a tofu heart still gave Yi Chen all her savings. Yi Chen's tears, once again indisputably flowed down. 50,000 have, but there is still a difference of 150,000. Outgoing call again, this time to his father-in-law. The phone was picked up again. "Hello?" A mid-range male voice came out of the phone. The father-in-law, Han Tianhe, hadn't saved Yi Chen's phone number at all. "Dad, I'm Yi Chen," Yi Chen said carefully. The man there frowned. "What's the call for?" "Dad, can you lend me $150,000? My mom needs surgery for her illness." Borrowing money again. "I don't have money to lend you, so let your sick old mom go to hell." The mean female voice, exploding in Yi Chen's ears, was his mother-in-law, Xiao Cheng. "Mom, this is the last time," Yi Chen assured. Off. "There's no money to lend you," Xiao Cheng cursed and said. "In the middle of the day, my father-in-law spoke. This money, it's not that you can't borrow it, but there's one requirement." Yi Chen's heart tightened. "Dad, you say, divorce our family? Yeah. Yi Chen was like being devoured by lightning, and his eyes went black. 3 years ago, when Han Yu was gravely ill and weak, he came to the door as the Han family's punching bag. After he joined the family, miraculously, Han Yu's illness actually got better, but after he got well, his father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't think highly of him and disliked him for being unproductive, so they had the idea of letting him get out of the Han family. Think about it, there's still time. After saying these words, father-in-law hung up the phone decisively. At this time, the sky was raining, and Yi Chen stood up and walked out of the park with 2 godless eyes. Suddenly, a black Mercedes, rampaging through the rain, came at him, and by the time he realized it, he was already in the air. Blood spurted from his chest and met the rain as he landed heavily on the ground, slapping up a splash. "Are we going to die?" Yi Chen opened his eyes, and at this moment, he suddenly felt that he was surprisingly much more relaxed, as if he had put down 1,000 pounds of weight. The Mercedes didn't pay any attention to him and drove straight out of his sight. Hit and run. It's still a ruthless world. He thought this before he passed out. Suddenly, the black amulet passed down from the family on Yi Chen's chest, intersected with Yi Chen's blood, which spread all over it, staining the unknown spell marks on it red. A greenish glow came out of the amulet and dug into his bumper-scratched chest. "Art thou the offspring of this honored one? The body of the green spirit? I didn't realize that generations apart, Thou, whose bloodline is supposed to be thin, had to have such a divine body. Wonderful, wonderful. This my difficult to cultivate inheritance, coupled with this body. It seems that thou art the man of destiny. The rise of the Yi clan depends on you. Take it. Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes with difficulty. There was still that heavy rain and lightning in front of him, and he reacted to the fact that it was only a few seconds between now and when he was knocked off his feet. The blood on his chest was still there, but, with his clothes in tatters, the surface of his body was surprisingly free of any injuries. And, moreover, it didn't hurt all over. Yi Chen suspiciously stood up from the ground. Holy, it's okay to get hit by a car? This guy is so fierce. Yi Chen ignored the comments of the surrounding crowd and left the scene with quick steps. Chapter 2 Green Jade Needle. Jogged all the way home, and when I got back, I opened the door only to realize that no one was home at all. He went to the bathroom, and after removing his clothes, he made sure of himself once again, that there were no longer any wounds on his body, and the amulet on his chest had, bizarrely, disappeared. Is that really true? Yi Chen frowned, closing his eyes and pondering. His mind suddenly churned. Deep within his consciousness, a greenish light brightened. His consciousness gathered towards that greenish light, and with great difficulty, he groped for it. The green light disappeared, and countless strange words, like an enlightenment to his brain, obviously never seen those words, but the meaning of those words, he was able to translate all of them. Yin and Yang, the way of heaven and earth, the program of all things, the parents of all changes, the origin of birth and death, the house of God, the treatment of disease must be sought in this. Yi Chen drew back a breath of cool air. All of this happening had left him a little out of his mind. After carefully cognizing the Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra, he sat cross-legged on the ground according to the cultivation method within the Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra, sinking his chi into his dantian and slowly sensing the thin spiritual chi in the heavens and earth. After 10 minutes, finally, he felt the thin aura around him that was different from the air. Then, according to the Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra, he began to cultivate, drawing chi into his body. The light aura lightly drilled into the body from the pores and gathered at the dantian, condensing into a cyclone. Yi Chen, who had been cultivating obliviously for 2 hours according to the Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra, suddenly felt the sound of a mirror breaking coming from within his body. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and a green aura shot out from them. According to the Tianqing 9 Sun Sutra, cultivators, divided into 5 stages. Each stage is divided into 3 layers, that is, before, during and after. The first glimpse of the heavenly spirit, but to the blue underworld, the form and the spirit correspond, the way of nature, the transformation of the spirit and the ascension. He was now considered the first glimpse of the pre-heavenly spirit stage, already stepping onto the path of a cultivator. Yi Chen's face flushed. He, himself, had the ability to save his mother with his own hands, thinking of the various techniques within the scriptures, of raising the dead to flesh and bones, of palming life and death and destroying the wheel of reincarnation. He couldn't wait to get up, put on his clothes and head for the hospital. The rain has stopped and the sun is shining again. Next to him on the bus, an old woman with gray hair was clutching a bundle in her arms. Yi Chen, who had just stepped into cultivation, glanced at it, and suddenly sensed the unusual green-colored aura, which was a stream, and a life-related aura. He asked curiously, "Old man, at the risk of asking, what is inside this bundle in your hand?" The old woman's expression tensed, and she clutched the bag as hard as she could. Yi Chen cried and laughed. He was so like a bad guy. Touched his nose. He said in a soft tone, "Old man, unnecessarily so afraid of me. This is a big day. I dare to rob you on the spot, not?" The old lady was silent, seemingly thinking about whether what Yi Chen said was credible or not, and only after a long time did she narrate. "Inside the bag is the family heirloom of our family. Our old man passed away, and we don't have the money to bury him, so I have to sell this for money." Yi Chen's face took on a different color. "Sorry." The old lady seemed to sense that Yi Chen was not a bad person, and opened the package, a green wooden box. When opened, it was a yellow step, and then the rolled cloth was opened. It was 9 green needles. That breath of life suddenly thickened. Yi Chen, who had practiced the Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra, was very sensitive to the scent of life. This set of needles must not be mundane. He asked, "How much is it going to sell for?" The old lady hesitated and held out 3 fingers. 3,000. Yi Chen froze and frowned. This needle, in his opinion, was worth much more than the old lady quoted. Perhaps the old lady didn't even know the special nature of the needle. No, not only the old lady. Basically anyone who hadn't stepped into the immortal cultivation world, didn't know the special nature of this needle. "I can see it." The old lady looked out the window. It was still far from where she was going. She nodded and the box was handed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen picked it up, and only when he got it in his hand did he realize that the green-colored needle had no weight at all. he honestly said. Basically no one can use the needle. The only way to use this needle is for him to match the spiritual chi in his body. Otherwise, it will have the same efficacy as ordinary needles. Not to mention that it is also fragile. The old lady sighed. Alas, has looked for 4 or 5 Chinese medicine museums. They do not want this material said to be fragile, simply cannot be used. Originally thought of 5,000, and then given down to 3,000, and then look at it, it's worth 10,000. I'll buy it. Feeling the spirituality of the green needle, Yi-Chen said without hesitation, 3,000 is good. 3,000 is good, the old lady said. Yi-Chen smiled and did not say anything. After getting off the car, the old lady followed him to the bank to get money. He took out the 50,000 that Han Yu had transferred to him, took 10,000 in cash out of it, gave it to the old lady, and took the needle. Of course, the old lady is dead set against Yi-Chen spending so much money. It is Yi-Chen hard stuffed into the old lady's pocket, and then ran away. The old lady couldn't catch up and had to give up. He received 10,000 and secretly thanked Yi-Chen, a kind man, for rescuing him. Running to the entrance of the hospital, Yi-Chen was surprised that after running for several kilometers, his body did not feel a trace of fatigue. Instead, he was refreshed and did not even gasp for air. He once again marveled at the power of the heavenly green 9 sun scripture. Pulling the set of needles out of his arms, he took a closer look, and that's when he saw that there was a word on each of the transparent green needles. That's their name. If he wasn't a cultivator, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to tell it all. Look closely at the words on the pin. Yi-Chen smacked his lips, inserted it into the cloth, put it back into the box, and quickly walked outside of his mother's hospital room. Yi-Chen suddenly saw a woman at the side of her mother's bed inside the hospital room that was open to a crack. The backdrop is beautiful. Seems to be like an earthly fairy in general. Not to see the front face, are called people's hearts rise up not to blaspheme the sense of holiness. This background, over the past 3 years, he has seen countless times. Han Yu, this woman, I can't believe she came to the hospital without working. Chapter 3, You're crazy. Yi-Chen pushed the door in, and Han Yu turned around. Her face looked like a peach blossom. She was looking at the world. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and she was wearing a professional outfit. This long, dark, stunningly beautiful woman was his wife whom he had not shared a room with in 3 years of marriage. How so? Han Yu asked with tangled eyebrows and an icy face. Yi-Chen naturally understood what Han Yu had to say. I looked for my parents to borrow. They asked me to agree to a condition before borrowing the money. I didn't agree to it, and I wasn't going to agree to it either. Han Yu didn't ask what the conditions were. She just asked indifferently, what are you going to do? I don't have a penny left. Don't think about dragging me down. Yi-Chen smiled easily at this moment. I have a solution. No need for surgery. With that, he picked up the set of needles and set them out. In the next moment, Han Yu's face changed. Her pretty face gloomy as if it was about to rain. Are you going to do it yourself? Yi-Chen nodded. Xiaoye, listen to me. Han Yu directly cursed. You're ing nuts. Yi-Chen hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. Don't tell me you took the $50,000 I gave you, bought these needles, and then you came and experimented on your mom? Han Yu was furious and red in the face, stepping on her high heels and leaving angrily, and when she passed Yi-Chen, she also vigorously pushed him to stagger. Hyatt, Yi-Chen still wanted to explain, but Han Yu had already walked away. LOL. We'll explain when we get mom cured. Walked over to my mother's window and saw her plugged into oxygen, breathing weakly. He hadn't even taken a pulse, and in his mind, surprisingly, the cause of his mother's illness had formed. In modern terms, it is a congenital heart disease with lesions in 3 branches of the coronary arteries. Then, in his mind, there were hundreds of individual methods of how to heal. Every single one of them was eradication. Spiritual chi controlled the needles and stabbed into each major point, performing the heavenly green 9 yang needle technique within the heavenly green 9 yang meridian. Yi-Chen began to invoke his spiritual chi to activate the rich anger on the needles for healing. After half an hour had passed, Yi-Chen was sweating profusely as he withdrew the green needles, and the moment he had just withdrawn the green needles, his mother Su Ling woke up. Son, Yi-Chen had just collected the needles, when he met his mother's eyes, and couldn't help it, his eyes reddened, and he shouted with a trembling vocal line, Mom! Then, going up, he clasped his mother's hand tightly. Son, Mom feels a lot more comfortable in her body. Was the surgery a success? She asked carefully. How much did it cost? The mother, who was just under 50 but had a head of gray hair, asked in fear. She was afraid that for the rest of her son's life, the only way left to go was to pay off his debts. Yi-Chen, red and swollen eyes, voice hoarse but happy, did not spend money. The hospital supported. Really? Really? Yi-Chen nodded. I'll get Dr. Wang over here, ask him face to face. Yi-Chen quickly stepped out. When he reached the outside of the hospital room, he leaned against the wall. sobbing with silent laughter. Finally, everything is back on track. At this time, Dr. Wang came over and saw Yichen squatting on the ground. A trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes, but he still spoke. Didn't borrow any money, did you? Only then did Yichen raise his head. The smile on his face hadn't faded yet. My mom is better. Dr. Wang froze, looked into the ward, and saw Su Ling, who had been lying down for several years, actually had the strength to straighten up. He was about to go in. Lack was pulled by Yichen's hand. Dr. Wang, tell my mom that it's your hospital's new policy that cured her without spending any money. Dr. Wang nodded doubtfully, went into the room, first took the pulse, and then arranged for a series of tests such as filming, and finally determined that the patient, who had been bedridden for more than 3 years, was well. It's a miracle in the history of medicine. When Su Ling asked about the medical costs, Dr. Wang still said according to Yichen's words, and when he said it, Su Ling was greatly relieved, and the stone in her heart fell to the ground. Let her stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. The hospitalization fee is not much. It seems to add up to 30,000 before and after. Is there? Dr. Wang asked. Yichen nodded. With the money given by Han Yu, there was still 40,000 left, just enough to pay. After Yichen went downstairs to pay the hospitalization fee and informed his mother that she would have to be observed for a few more days before she could be discharged, he left the hospital first, and he still wanted to explain to Han Yu. Taking the bus back again, he found that in front of his community building, there was an extra black BMW. He looked at the license plate and recognized it as his father-in-law's. Quickly walking back up the stairs, there was a fight going on in the house that could be heard through the security door. I moved out to live here because I don't want to listen to you guys. Marrying Ji Lingchen? You guys don't know what kind of person he is. So yeah, that's all rumors outside. Mr. Ji, I've met with your father. He's a good person, handsome, and his family is rich. He's been chasing you for more than 2 years, and he's devoted to you. Why can't you think of staying with that loser? The voice of his mother-in-law, Xiao Chang, who was now bitterly persuading. I think your mom is right. That punk is looking for us to borrow money again today. I told your mom that he only borrowed it after he divorced you. Look what he's become without any talent. Father-in-law Han Tian has snorted coldly. I'm already married, so will you guys stop worrying about me? Han Yu replied impatiently. He's a dirtbag. Can he compare to the other Ji Gonzi? Yichen gritted his teeth and pushed open the door of the room that wasn't closed tightly. Chapter 4: The $1 Million Contract. Dad. Mom. Yichen called out. The house was quiet at this point. Mother-in-law looked at him with a cold smile. Why did you come back if you weren't at the hospital taking care of your sick mom? Han Yu cried out with a displeased face. Mom, don't be so excessive. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Mother-in-law is still mean. What are you doing back here? Borrowing money? What I said on the phone before is still valid. Divorce, give you $150,000. We don't want the money we borrowed from you before. Just clear it up. How about it? Father-in-law also looked at Yichen at this time, waiting for him to answer. Han Yu sat silently on the sofa, not looking at anyone, not knowing what she was thinking about. I'm not getting a divorce, and I'll pay off what I owe. Father-in-law raised his thick eyebrows. What are you going to pay back? You can't pay it back even if you sell all your kidneys and corneas. Mother-in-law laughed coldly. Do you really consider yourself a character? How much money have you signed up for? Yichen took out a small black notebook from the pocket of his top jacket, flipped through a few pages, and after a moment, replied, 900,000. Yo, you loser still remembers how much you owe? Mother-in-law hugged her chest and lay on her back on the sofa looking at him. Then tell me, how do you plan to pay it back? I'll pay it off in a month, Yichen said with certainty. Before, he would never have had this kind of confidence, but he was different now. He possessed the heavenly green 9-Sun Sutra. Just the medical arts chapter recorded on it could benefit him endlessly to become a divine doctor. He could hopefully pay off the money in a month even if he went out to cure the sick. Yes, 1 month, $900,000. If it's not paid off, then divorce my daughter, father-in-law said. Right. Sign the contract. Don't deny it when the time comes. Mother-in-law stood up, looked around for a pen and paper, and when she found it, she swished and wrote down the contract and lined it up on the coffee table. This time, Han Yu didn't stop it. In her opinion, Yichen's delaying tactics had been recognized. In addition, she was disappointed in this braggart husband. Of the 3, none of them thought that Yichen could really earn $1 million a month. Without further ado, Yichen went over and signed his name on the humble contract. Just signing doesn't work. Press the seal, mother-in-law said meanly, taking out the red sponge for stamping, grabbing Yichen's hand and leaving a bright red fingerprint on the white paper. Han Yu took a careful look at Yichen, no joy or sorrow in her eyes, and she, too, signed and drew on the paper. The contract was finalized and both parties agreed to it. At this time, the mother-in-law's face loosened up a lot, and looked at Yi Chen and said, "People who brag die the fastest." After saying that they left, Hanyu didn't seem to want to be alone with Yi Chen and went back to her bedroom. No one may believe it when they say that the two of them have been sleeping in separate rooms for the past 3 years of their marriage. Yi Chen didn't explain and went back to his room, then unlocked the door. He was going to start cultivating. He realized that his aura wasn't enough at all, and when he treated his mother, he forced himself to lay down the needles, and if it wasn't for that obsession, he would have fainted a long time ago. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, he had to raise his cultivation level up as soon as possible. Crossing his legs and exhaling, Yi Chen once again entered what cultivators commonly called the meditative state. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that the sun was once again hanging in the east. He had actually unconsciously cultivated for more than 10 hours. Looking inside his body's chi cyclone, he was surprised to find that it had more than doubled in size. Yi Chen stood up his body and moved his muscles, twisting his body slightly, and his body suddenly erupted with crackling and popping sounds of bones bursting. Comfort! Yi Chen took a long breath of cloudy air, went out, and found that he was the only one left in the house again, and after sighing, he shuffled out the door and made a trip to the hospital first, once again taking care of his mother for the morning, before leaving the hospital again. As he cultivated, he realized that the aura in the small area was thin, and he thought that there was no place where the aura was more concentrated and focused, which could make the cultivation progress one step faster. When he thought of it, the first place where he thought the aura was thick was the largest park in L.A. That park, connected with the mountains in the suburbs, a good part of the range of which was off the beaten track. He's going to check it out. Taking the city bus, he arrived at the designated place, and after getting off the bus, Yi Chen quickly entered the park. Inside the large park, countless old men and women were playing Tai Chi with beautiful postures. Yi Chen naturally had no interest in looking at these things, and lifted his steps to the west side of the park, the entrance to the mountain, up the steps that went straight into the middle of the mountain. At the end, Yi Chen's footsteps did not stop, deviating from the right path. He recklessly operated the heavenly green 9-sun scripture within the chi practicing chapter of the Gong method, feeling the surrounding aura. It does get a lot thicker. This discovery made his heart soar. This aura was more than 3 times denser than the one at home. It could make his cultivation speed today 3 times faster. Yi Chen's footsteps became faster and faster, more and more distant from the right path, and as he walked, he finally came to a dead end, with a cliff in front of him, but it was here that the aura was even denser than before. 4 times, without hesitation, Yi Chen sat down cross-legged, the celestial green 9-sun sutra, drawing chi into the body. The surrounding rich aura is like a living thing, scrambling to drill in Yi Chen's body. Just a moment, the body of the Dantian at the cyclone than before, more robust many, no longer before that loose appearance. Half an hour later, a minuscule click sounded within Yi Chen's body. First glimpse of the middle stage of the heavenly spirit. It's not enough. Yi Chen closed his eyes forbiddingly, once again selling his efforts to attract more aura into his body, and the aura contained within his body gradually solidified. A little bit of time passed. I don't know how long I had been cultivating, but Yi Chen suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. Chapter 5, A Little Medical Knowledge. Yi Chen exited his meditative state, got up, and turned around. A ponytailed girl with a black jacket on top and jeans underneath appeared. She was the one who had accidentally stepped on a dry branch earlier. "What are you?" the girl asked, frowning her pretty eyebrows, her tone slightly surprised. Yi Chen looked up and down at the beauty. With his eye power, he could also see that this beauty, either rich or expensive, just the jacket on the body, probably has to be a few thousand. He vaguely remembered that Han Yu had wanted to buy one of the same model before, but it was too expensive to buy. "Yi Chen, why are you here?" the ponytailed girl asked again, her tone blazing. Yi Chen touched his nose. "Here, your family wrapped it up?" The girl froze. "That's not true. Little June, what's wrong?" An old man in a tang suit, leaning on his cane, walked out from the shadow of the trees. The moment Yi Chen saw the old man, his mind could not help but think, he has a dark wound in his body, obviously looked in good condition, but the anger is thin, like a candle flame flickering in the wind. Maybe the wind is a little bit stronger, can put it out. After cultivating the heavenly green 9-sun sutra, he was very sensitive to anger. "There's someone here," the ponytailed girl respectfully said to the old man. Her tone of voice was a far cry from what it was to Yi Chen back then. "No matter, meeting each other is fate." The old man waved his hand and smiled at Yi Chen again. Little brother was able to find his way here, compared to being a first-time entrant to the martial Dao. The girl froze, then looked at Yi Chen. Look at his weak appearance. He's not even close to someone who's new to martial arts. He's just on the wrong path, right? Yi Chen frowned slightly. He really is not the first to enter the martial arts. his own this realm, according to the Tianqing Nine Yang scripture, should be considered the first glimpse of the heavenly spirit, called differently? Old sir, dare I ask, what does it mean to be new to the martial arts? The old man in the tang suit froze and looked Yi Chen up and down. The girl sneered, look grandpa, I knew it, he doesn't even know what the meaning of martial arts is. The old man in the tang suit first hesitated and said, since he is not a martial artist, what is little brother here for? Breathe fresh air, Yi Chen said with certainty. Put. The ponytailed girl laughed out loud, her chest greatness trembled up and down, looking at Yi Chen almost red in the face. Don't look at him being married for 3 years, he's still a virgin. Yi Chen touched his nose in embarrassment, and the old man in the tang suit smiled helplessly. I was the one who looked away, and so be it, meeting is fate, and in the path of the martial arts, I will be able to enlighten you for a few points. Many thanks, sir. Yi Chen bowed slightly. After obtaining the heavenly green nine sun scripture, that series of bizarre events had already brought him into contact with the unknown other side of this world, and he didn't resist touching it a little deeper. The old man walked 2 steps, walked to the edge of the cliff, the person calf high and low on the green stone, sat down, and narrated, we in this world, there are patriarchal level characters, create their own techniques, and form their own school, and all these people, there is a collective name, the martial artist. The old man's voice lapsed, there are martial artists, you probably don't believe it. I believe it. Yi Chen directly nodded his head, putting it before, he might think that this was a psychopath making things up, but now, he would be able to believe it completely. After all, there had been the previous experience of the heavenly green nine sun scripture. The old man took a different look at Yi Chen and looked him up and down. You have good roots. Yi Chen smiled. The ponytailed girl pouted her lips and muttered, it's just average. It looks like she's in her 20s, and she's not even a beginner in martial arts. She was only 19 years old, and she was already in the middle stage of the beginner's martial Dao. What is your name? The old man asked curiously. Yi Chen slightly arched his hand. Yi Chen. The old man nodded, but then the ponytailed girl jumped up at once. I remember. You seem to be that whose son-in-law. Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. His reputation, it had spread so far. The old man frowned slightly, but didn't look down on Yi Chen just because of his status, but continued. Your roots are not bad. If you have the chance, someone might be willing to take you as a disciple. And when you enter the martial arts path, you'll know that the strongest man in the world is the one who honors the strongest man. Yi Chen arched his hand. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Regarding the fact that her grandfather had complimented Yi Chen twice in a row for having good roots and bones, the ponytailed girl was a little angry in her heart, and gave a cut, arrogantly glaring at him. The old man in the tang suit closed his eyes and breathed, saying, it's a pity. If I were a dozen years younger, I might be able to take you as my disciple, but now, I don't have long to live. The ponytailed girl frowned and walked behind the old man, rubbing his shoulders. What's grandpa talking about? You're fine. You can still live another 100 years. My body, I know myself. The old man smoothed his chest. Dare I ask you, sir, if you suffered a secret injury when you were young? Yi Chen asked. The old man froze. The girl froze. How did you know? The girl suddenly arched slightly in her posture, like a cheetah poised to strike, and the old man's eyes took on a more probing look. Yi Chen hastily waved his hand. Please don't misunderstand. I only know a little bit about medicine. The ponytailed girl frowned tightly. I haven't heard of the Han family's son-in-law, who also has medical skills. You have irregular periods, Yi Chen said directly. The girl's face suddenly flushed and she stormed straight up. One hand was about to grab Yi Chen, but in Yi Chen's eyes, the girl's speed slowed down dozens of times. He easily clasped the acupoints on the girl's wrist and gently pinched them, and immediately, the girl's body softened and collapsed into his arms. The old man in the tang suit's pupils shrunk. He didn't know how much his granddaughter weighed, beginning to enter the middle stage of martial arts. The average special forces soldier could not walk under her for more than a few moves, but this Yi Chen, but easily took her down. The old man squinted his eyes and saw a bit of a doorway. This kid really knew medicine. He saw Yi Chen holding his granddaughter's acupoints. You bastard. The girl's eyes were red in Yi Chen's arms. When had she ever suffered such an insult? Little June, don't be rude, grandpa, the girl called out accusingly. The old man looked at Yi Chen and smiled. I still looked away. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Hey, you bastard, don't let go of me yet. The girl struggled twice in Yi Chen's arms, and the touch of the sensitive part, at once, made Yi Chen a red face. At once he let go of his hand, and stepped back a few steps. The old man stood up and slightly straightened his face. Introduce myself once more. My surname is Chen Wuxiu, and that's my granddaughter, Chen Longjun. Yi Chen slightly arched his hand. Old Mr. Chen. Elder Chen nodded and asked, little brother, ye can tell my dark wounds. It's not simple compared to that. Yi Chen made up a little bit of nonsense. I am only slightly knowledgeable in the art of medicine. Pretend what big tail wolf. Understand. Do not understand. Do not understand. Chen Longjun obviously harbor a grudge against Yi Chen. Yi Chen could only offer an apologetic smile. The old man laughed. Little brother Yi, what do you think about this dark wound of mine? Yi Chen hesitated a little and replied, that dark wound injured the meridians. I believe that Elder Chen is no longer able to operate his aura. The meridians are blocked. It is difficult for the aura to operate smoothly, and once it does, it will surely be unbearably painful. Chen Lao's face changed, and Chen Longjun exclaimed, you can tell even this. Yi Chen slightly cupped his fists and said, Elder Chen, this injury of yours, I can cure it. When these words came out, Elder Chen and Longjun Chen opened their mouths wide in surprise, feeling shocked. Chapter 6, First time against a martial artist. After the shock, the two quickly returned to their normal state, and Chen Longjun rolled his eyes, seemingly scoffing at Yi Chen's statement just now. When Chen Buxiu saw his granddaughter in this state, he coughed and then laughed. Little brother, it is indeed unusual that you can tell my illness, but I know my own illness, having accumulated it for many years and having seen I don't know how many famous doctors and saints. A dull color appeared on Chen Buxiu's face. They're making every effort to root me out. At your age. He didn't finish his words, but instead gave Yi Chen a deep look. Yi Chen sniffed and rubbed his nose, thinking that it was also true that he was only 20 years old, and it would be out of his expectation if the old man believed him when he said so himself. The old man taught me a lesson. Yi Chen finished his to look around the sky. Has been a little bleak. Thinking about the mother at this time is still in the hospital. Also do not know whether there is no dinner. He arched his hand at Chen Buxiu. Old sir, it's getting late. The latecomer still has things to do so he'll leave first. Once again, I thank you for the grace of mentioning the old sir. Chen Buxiu nodded slightly. Yi Chen was turning around to leave, while Chen Longjun on the side looked at Yi Chen's back and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. What a wild paradox. Hair's not yet grown, and you know how to talk big. Chen Buxiu's ears were overly strong, and he frowned at the words as he whispered to Chen Longjun. A girl with such delusional words. What a shame. Chen Longjun was unhappy in his heart, but forced by the old man's majesty, he could only lower his head. But his mouth was still pouting in defiance. Yi Chen's footsteps as he left gave a slight lurch as he turned his head to look at the latter. Chen Buxiu let out a bitter smile at the sight. I'm sorry, little brother. This granddaughter of mine has been spoiled since she was a child and lacks discipline, so don't pay any attention to it. Yi Chen looked at Chen Buxiu and realized that although the latter was saying sorry, the expression on his face was not half apologetic. He laughed to himself. Also, his own and these two people's identities were worlds apart. In terms of family background, he might not even be as good as them by a long shot. Chen Buxiu's willingness to say no to himself already showed that he was quite educated. If it were ordinary, Yi Chen would not have made any more trouble and would have left with a sense of humor. But today, he didn't know what happened. But Chen Longjuan's words seemed to be like a sharp steel needle, directly piercing his heart. A familiar and unfamiliar feeling came over him. The pride he had already abandoned for years for his mother. He had been holding back for so many years, and now that he finally had the time to turn around, Yi Chen would definitely not allow anyone to trample on his self-esteem at will anymore. He smiled faintly. Harry or not, you've seen it? Why don't you try dash? Chen Longjuan's face flushed red as he sniffed angrily. You shameless little thief. You seek death. With that, he stepped out with one foot, and the whole person instantly disappeared in place, bringing a strong wind towards Yi Chen's direction. The speed was so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes simply could not capture it, and could only see the blades of grass on the ground around them being swept up with them. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. For an ordinary person, this kind of attack from Chen Longjun might be indefensible, but for him who had cultivated the heavenly green Nine Suns Sutra, her speed had been slowed down several times in his own eyes. It can be blocked. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and then he reached out and accurately grabbed directly on top of Chen Longjuan's fist that swept in like a swift wind. Chen Longjun and Chen Buxiu's eyes widened at the same time. Chen Buxiu's heart was a bit surprised. If the first time, Xiao Jun's attack was blocked because she wasn't serious, that was still understandable. However, this second time being seen to be blocked would definitely not be a fluke. This son, Chen Buxiu's eyes slowly stared up, and he himself did not know. In the bottom of his eyes at this time has risen for a long time not seen the light of hope. Perhaps, in his heart, he also wished to see this unnamed junior to be able to display a heavenly figure in front of him, so that his words of being able to diagnose and cure himself would have some credibility. Chen Longjuan's face turned a little red as her second attack was defended against, and just the next second she tried to perch closer. Yi Chen's entire body flew backwards. This caused the grandparents and grandson to freeze directly in place. With a muffled bang, Yi Chen directly hit the tree behind him, hit a solid, fell. That was called a 7, and immediately fell to the ground. When Chen Longjun saw Yi Chen's miserable appearance, his expression eased for a second, hiding the loss of color on his face, and said rather mockingly, "Humph, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you're just being insouciant." Chen Buxiu's heart was empty, somewhat disappointed, but the next second he came to his senses, and with a single movement, his entire body actually disappeared in place. Blinking again, he had already appeared by Yi Chen's side. He stretched out his withered wood-like but very strong palm and put a hand on Yi Chen's hand, then asked softly, "Little brother, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital?" Yi Chen vigorously shook his head that had been hit, grinned and drew a mouthful of cold air backwards, then waved his hand. "It's fine, don't bother." With that, he raised his eyes to stare at Chen Longjun. The latter looked at him with this look and raised his head condescendingly. "What? Not convinced? Again?" Yi Chen propped his hands on the ground and rolled over, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. "Come on." Seeing this, Chen Buxiu didn't say a word and directly came to Chen Longjun's face with a quick step, slapping the latter directly on the head. "Stinky girl, come what come? Don't apologize to little brother yet." "Grandpa, Chen Longjun was a bit indignant, but when he looked up and saw Chen Buxiu's torch-like eyes, he could only whisper, "I'm sorry." Louder, "I'm sorry, it was my mistake." Chen Buxiu turned to Yi Chen and slightly arched his hand. "Little brother, I'm sorry, this girl really lacks discipline. I'll teach her a good lesson afterward. I also hope you can forgive her this time. We'll pay the medical bills for your injuries as well, little brother." With that, he then took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was ready to refuse, but in the corner of his eye, he saw the number on the check, and instantly gulped, and after a second of hesitation, he reached out and took the check. "In that case, then the late generation will accept it." Afterwards, Yi Chen looked at Chen Longjun and said indifferently, "Ms. Chen has excellent martial arts skills. Next time I have the opportunity, one will definitely be in to receive instruction." After saying that, he glanced at Chen Buxiu again, pursed his lips, and finally fumbled around on his own body for half a day, eventually only pulling out a crumpled cigarette case. Looking at the strange eyes of Chen Longjun and Chen Buxiu, Yi Chen laughed dryly, then took out a pen from his pocket and wrote his contact information on the cigarette case and handed it to Chen Buxiu. Chapter 7 Change of Heart. "It is?" Chen Buxiu was slightly surprised to receive the cigarette case. His face couldn't hide the oddity. Yi Chen scratched his face in embarrassment. "Senior, don't mind, there's no other paper around." He then said with a straight face, "This is my contact information. Seniors also do not refuse. If seniors need, contact me, really cannot. You will be a dead horse." When Chen Longjun heard this, he immediately became annoyed again. "What are you babbling about? My grandfather is in good health." With that, her voice slowly trailed off. Yi Chen didn't make a sound either, bowing slightly to Chen Buxiu before quickly leaving the back mountain. "Grandpa, he's just a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Why are you so polite to him?" On one side, Chen Longjun exasperatedly looked at the latter's departing back and said. Chen Buxiu shook his head. "There's something magical about this young man, don't you?" "What?" Chen Buxiu sighed, took a deep look at the direction Yi Chen had left, and slipped the cigarette case in his hand into his pocket. "Forget it, it's nothing. No put." "Grandpa, you really put this crappy cigarette case away?" Chen Buxiu frowned. "Stop raving and start today's subject." Seeing the old man's face become majestic, Chen Longjun could only nod his head. "Yes, Grandpa." On one side, Yi Chen quickly approached towards the park from the path in the back of the mountain. While recalling the scene just now, he had already blocked Chen Longjun's attack. It was just the latter's punching power that he could completely block, but for some unknown reason, after the latter's own punching power disappeared, another force erupted from the shadows, and it was that force that shook him to the point that his entire body flew backwards. Is that the power of a martial artist? Yi Chen mused that his own heavenly green nine suns scripture might still be lacking in attacking power compared to the cultivation methods of martial artists. Thinking about this, Yi Chen was a little frustrated. The gunfu he had obtained with great difficulty had not yet demonstrated its power, and he had been thwarted. "No way, I can't be depressed. Today's loss might just be because I haven't found a way to truly utilize the heavenly green nine sun sutra. As long as I find it, that Chen Longjun, he shouldn't be my opponent." Thinking, he touched the check in his pocket. That is $10,000, although compared to 900,000 is just a drop in the bucket. But if this is placed in the previous $10,000, just get his hands on it. He did not even dare to think. A flash of fire flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Unlike in the past, the various things that had happened since he was hit by a car today had been very different from his previous life. This sudden change not only didn't make him confused, but instead made him from the depths of his heart, flooded with a touch of ambition and frivolity that belonged to his age. He's repressed it so hard, it's time to explode. Without stopping along the way, Yi Chen sped along the pathway of the park like a mad beast. The pedestrians on the roadside didn't even see Yi Chen's face. They felt a gust of wind hanging over them, and when they looked back, they could only see his back. What the hell is this guy up to? Come to the park to run track? Mom, yeah, it's a baby being born. Yi Chen, however, was unaware of the comments of the people behind him, and in his mind, he was constantly trying to figure out the cultivation method of the Heavenly Green Nine Suns Sutra. Reiki is a profound thing. Just the opening mention was already obscure and difficult to understand. And today's cultivation, in fact, comparing to what the entire Gong method required, he might not even have reached the threshold of cultivation. A first glimpse of the spirit of heaven. Heavenly spirit. He had already comprehended the heavenly spirit that the Heavenly Green Nine Suns scripture spoke of. It should be talking about the aura between heaven and earth, but was it really only that simple? Yi Chen felt that he seemed to have missed out on some key factors, and in the midst of this contemplation, there was a smell of soda coming from his nostrils. He froze, stopped in his tracks, and when he looked up, he actually found himself standing at the front door of the hospital. There was a difference of 10 kilometers between this hospital and the park, and even by subway, it was nearly an hour. He glanced at his cell phone. A little more than an hour. This speed, already comparable to getting on the subway, and he ran so far away, but actually only slightly gasping for breath. The Heavenly Green Nine Suns Sutra. It's truly marvelous. Just a first glimpse of it has given such a great boost to my physical quality. Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly. The kind of haze that he had felt when he was crushed by Chen Longjun before was completely dispersed, and he now truly believed that as long as he persevered, he would definitely be able to catch up with Chen Longjun within a short period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen walked into the hospital with his feet raised in high spirits. The cacophony that normally distracted him a bit actually didn't have the slightest effect on him now. Mother recovered from a serious illness. He also has the ability to get ahead. In addition to the pressure on the account of the top of the 900,000, he is no longer any worries. Imagining the wonderful life that might come afterward, Yi Chen's mood was so great that he directly hummed the popular song of the moment. A young man drinks from a horse, out of the dust and forgets the scholar, and the long way is also. Because of his mother's affairs, he did not have the leisure to listen to the song. This song is still a chance, in Han Yu's car to hear. That time he was quite envious of the lyrics written in the young heart, so he asked the name of the song. I can't imagine that fate has made a difference, and I've gone into a desperate situation, but I've actually made a turnaround. Yi Chen skillfully walked up to the third floor and came to his mother's hospital room, pushed the door in, looked towards his mother's bed, and directly froze. The bed that had been his own mother's was now empty, and to the side, there was another group of people preparing to get the patient admitted. He took 3 steps and yanked the fellow doctor with him. What about the patient who lives in this bed? Maybe Yi Chen's hand was too strong and scratched that doctor painfully. The latter's brows furrowed as he fiercely shook off Yi Chen's arm. Who are you? No loud noises in the ward. Don't you know the rules? When Yi Chen heard this, the veins on his brain exploded, and he yanked on that doctor's collar. What did I ask you? Where's the patient in this bed? Yi Chen was 1 meter 8.5 tall, and after being empowered by the Heavenly Green Nine Yang Sutra, his strength became strangely great, and he directly lifted that doctor up, with both his feet off the ground. That doctor's face turned red all of a sudden and glanced at the patients on the side, while the others were scared and shrank towards the back. A large circle was spread out directly around the two of them, and when that doctor saw this, he gulped and could only give in. The patient in this bed was moved to the outside corridor today. Corridor? Yi Chen's eyes were almost ready to spit fire. Why should I let my mom out? Chapter 8. This is the arrangement from above. I don't know. Don't give me a hard time. I just happened to bring someone here. Looking at Yi Chen's gloomy and terrifying face, that doctor's face was white, fearing that Yi Chen would directly throw him down from the upper floor if he got angry. Yi Chen was furious. How others insulted and denigrated him. He could actually not care about it. But, only his family, his mother, he absolutely did not allow anyone to bully. A manic anger rose, just when he was about to explode. A cool sensation appeared from within his dantian and rushed straight to his head. Almost within moments, Yi Chen calmed down. He let go of the doctor's collar at once. Joylessly, take me to your leadership. I'm going to ask why my mom was switched beds without any notice. That doctor rubbed his neck and looked at Yi Chen, then pulled out his legs and ran away, directly rushing out of the ward shouting, "Security guards, there's a family disturbance here. Come on." As soon as the words fell, several burly men in black with sunglasses rushed in, rushing towards Yi Chen, all holding throwing sticks in their hands. Yi Chen looked at this scene with cold eyes. His afterglow skimmed over the patients on the beds around him, and quite a few of them were screaming. A fight here could hurt the person next to you. This thought flashed by. The throwing stick had already smashed in front of his eyes. Yi Chen subconsciously raised his hand directly from the air to stop the throwing stick with a whistling wind directly. The throwing stick was held tightly in Yi Chen's hand, and no matter how much force the other party exerted, the stick did not move at all. Yi Chen violently raised his foot and kicked directly on top of the latter's chest, and the black-clothed man directly flew backwards, ruthlessly slamming on top of the door of the room. Only a loud bang could be heard. The glass on the ward door was actually shattered by the powerful force, and the man fell to the ground groaning, actually unable to get up. The other men in black froze. What kind of force was this? To actually kick a trained bodyguard so hard that he couldn't get up? Yi Chen casually threw the flinging stick from the black-clothed man's hand, then walked towards the outside of the house and said coldly, "Keep up and come outside." I don't know if it was because Yi Chen's thunderous strike just now had subdued them, but those men in black really just watched Yi Chen walk out. It was only when Yi Chen's footsteps gradually walked away that those people reacted and swung their throwing sticks to rush out. Ward of people were violently closed. Then, is to hear the outside tilly-clang a chaotic sound. Chairs were kicked over, people screaming, unceasingly. The grandmother in the next bed to Yi Chen's mother in the house side. "Little Tatsu he'll be fine." As soon as the words fell, the person on the side who looked like her son pulled her a bit and shook her head vigorously, and a hard color emerged on the woman's face, and then she shook her head inside, no longer speaking. However, after 2 or 3 minutes, the door of the room was opened once again, and right in front of everyone's eyes, Yi Chen slowly walked in, and there was actually not a single wound on his body, and he patted his hand, looking at the doctor again. "Take me to your leader." That doctor had already been scared out of his wits by Yi Chen. How could he not expect that so many bodyguards actually did not take Yi Chen down? Not to mention taking him down, even the injuries did not hurt Yi Chen. "Ah yes, sir, you follow me." After saying that, that doctor was trying to move, but he stumbled and almost fell, and was held up by Yi Chen. That doctor was held up, and his whole body shivered again, almost not sitting down. Yi Chen frowned. "You're sick?" The doctor shook his head in a huff, hammered his leg twice with his hand, and then stood up. It's okay, my legs are numb. Let's go." When he finished speaking, he revealed a fawning smile to Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at him coldly. "Don't play tricks, you can't play me." After saying that, he let go of that doctor, and that person ran out of the ward directly as if he was fleeing. Yi Chen followed closely, and before leaving, Yi Chen bowed to the entire room, and then he closed the door of the room again, leaving a room full of shocked and speechless masses. When did little Tatsu become so powerful? "Mom, will you stop talking nonsense? He's offended. You're not making things worse for yourself." The young man furrowed his brow in a rather worried frown as he looked in the direction of the door to the room. "Alas, little Tatsu is a good boy, and it's thanks to that you were away." When that old woman didn't finish her sentence, she was glared at by the young man, shaking her head repeatedly and looking in the direction of the room door with a hint of worry in her eyes. The doctor came to the corridor and saw a mess. All the bodyguards had collapsed on the floor, moaning non-stop, and he was so scared that he almost didn't fall to his knees. Yi Chen glared at him. "Any more wheedling and you're just like them." So frightened, the other party ran as fast as a rabbit, but no matter what, he couldn't shake off Yi Chen. "That, sir, is our director's office, and he does all the bed swapping, outside of an office." The doctor wanted to slip away when he finished speaking, but was pulled back by Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered. If it was in the past, he would definitely just walk in, but now it was different. He had cultivated the heavenly green nine-yang scripture. His 5 senses had already exceeded too much compared to normal people. Since he came to the door of this office is already found. This room inside the sound of breathing is surprisingly much. There are nearly 10 people. Thinking about the sudden attack just now, to be able to immediately after the sound is rushed out so many well-trained bodyguards. This is certainly someone arranged in advance. It seems that it should not be an accident that his own mother was switched beds either, but that someone had deliberately instructed him to do so. Is this going to be a problem for you? Yi Chen frowned. He was in this Jiang Feng. Although he had a bad reputation, he had not made any enemies, so there should not be anyone looking for his trouble. And what's this today? In his mind, the backs of his in-laws appeared. Could it be them? Then he shook his head again. So many years had passed. If his in-laws wanted to move his mother and son, they would have already done it. They wouldn't have done it until now. He had set a 1-month contract with them, and by then, if he couldn't finish it, he wouldn't even need to go through so much trouble. He would divorce Han Yu, and he wouldn't even need to make such a big deal about messing with himself. Who could that be? Yi Chen took a deep breath. A hint of killing intent flared up in his eyes. No matter who it was, but anyone who wanted to touch his mother, he would definitely make him pay. This was Yi Chen's bottom line. Inside the office, a handsome man in an aqua blue suit with platinum blonde hair sat on top of a chair, tapping his legs and smoking a cigar, and to one side of him stood the cowering chief of staff. What do you think, Yi Chen? Will he take the bait? The handsome man smiled slightly, which was quite eye-catching. Only the unconcealable inchi between his eyebrows ruined this beauty. Chapter 9, Humiliation. That office manager next to him wiped a handful of sweat from his head, then said with a smile, "As far as I know, that Yi Chen is extremely attached to his mother. If we transfer his mother to the corridor, he's bound to be furious and anxious, and at that time, your people will swarm around him, and he'll have to suffer a little bit of flesh and blood anyways." The handsome man sked his mouth a bit, his thin eyebrows slightly raised. What flesh and blood? I'm just letting him suffer a little lesson. Some people have to have self-knowledge. What doesn't belong to him, even if he's no longer a negative, in the end, it will still leave him. Yes, I'm stupid and said the wrong thing. Please be generous and don't take it to heart. Duke Ji. This handsome man was clearly the son of the Ji group, Ji Lingchen, who had recently been courting the Han family's Han Yu. This Ji Lingchen, with his outstanding appearance and quite capable in person, coupled with the background of a Zhangfeng giant like the Ji group, was extremely famous amongst the entire province and city. Many young and beautiful women were eager to be spotted by Ji Lingchen and soar to the heavens, enjoying a lifetime of inexhaustible glory and wealth. But Ji Lingchen, although born in the family, but is not the same as the same age of the son of a male, for the female sex has always been very restrained. Since he returned from studying in France, 5 years, there has been no rumors of what gossip. This also made his reputation rise higher and higher. And many people said that the Ji family's son was not only young and talented, but also not arrogant and domineering, and was a good young man. But unbeknownst to them, those who knew Ji Lingxuan knew that he was definitely not what the rumors said he was. Not being close to women, not because he was not interested, but because he had a quirky fetish for other people's wives instead of ordinary-looking women. Returning to Zhangfeng for so many years, he didn't know how many beautiful families he had destroyed, and all of those things, all of them had been suppressed by Ji's group with a thunderbolt, which is why there wasn't a single hint of leakage. Besides, Ji Lingchen's arrogant nature, coupled with his illustrious background, how many people with this kind of status are not arrogant and domineering? He has likewise done a number of heinous things for reasons that are all due to small, insignificant things that, in his own words, have spoiled his mood and soiled his eyes. However, all of this he did with extreme secrecy, leaving no trace at all that these events were related to himself. That was it. The entire Zhangfeng, except for those who were familiar with Ji Lingchen, were all kept in the dark, even if someone occasionally came forward to say that he is not good behavior. But the crowd is difficult to calm down. Coupled with their Ji family behind the force, the news simply cannot be spread for a long time, will be dissipated. But the person concerned was also covered with a jealous villain's title. After a long time, no one dared to stand up to Ji Lingchen anymore. From the look of the office director, one could tell that he was also as fearful as a tiger of this crown prince of Jiangfeng's ground. Ji Lingchen took a sip of tea, frowned, and as soon as he did, he poured all the tea from the cup onto the desk. Bright tea is all of a sudden is the desk of the documents to all wet. The office director to see the situation, his face changed dramatically, despite the hot tea, and hastily took all the documents up, and hastily shake dry. What kind of tea is this? The director looked at the documents that were already a wet mess. His face darkened, but he didn't dare to have an attack, and the next second he was compensating for the smile. This is my business trip to bring back the best rainy day dragon well. Usually do not drink much. This is also in order to treat the gentleman to take out. You see this? Ji Lingchen let out a cold laugh. Pre-rain dragon well? You bring me this kind of tea too? When he finished, he shook his head. Sure enough, plebeians are plebeians, with absolutely no taste for tea. Ha! What the gentleman said. The director's hands secretly couldn't help but tighten, but thinking of the old and young at home, he couldn't help but loosen it again. Jiren looked at his watch rather impatiently and knocked on the surface. What's going on? It's been almost half an hour. Why is there still no movement? How did you do it? The burly middle-aged man in black on one side bowed slightly and said, Then I'll go out and take a look, and if that brat manages to escape, I'll capture him and teach him a lesson before sending him to young master for a lesson. Jillian hummed. But Uncle Black, you have to hurry up. I don't have time to spend here. I have to attend the press conference of Tianji Hospital later. Yes. After saying that, the middle-aged man known as Uncle Black gave a wink to several other black-clad bodyguards inside the room, and all of them straightened up before walking towards the office exit. Just as the person in charge was about to open the door was actually opened from the outside, followed by a flash of silhouettes, and only a miserable scream could be heard. A person dressed as a doctor was the one who had fallen to the ground, directly crashing the vase on the desk into pieces. The office manager's face changed when he saw the doctor's looks, and he said sharply, Why you? Didn't I tell you to? Before the words fell, A young voice reached the ears of the crowd. I thought about who was looking for trouble from me, but it turned out to be that smelly dog from the Ji family. Ji Lingchen raised his eyes to the source of the sound, only to see that from behind the door of the room, Yi Chen slowly paced out. Yi Chen. Oh, you are interesting. Ji Lingchen glanced at the doctor who had been dropped and fainted rather disgustedly, then waved his hand at Yi Chen. Beat him until he's half dead, then drag him in front of me and make him kowtow to me to make amends. After saying that, he was pulling out his cell phone from his pocket and just played it openly and freely in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes were gloomy. My mom's bed. Did you transfer out? Ji Lingchen cocked his head and glanced at Yi Chen. Yes. You're sick? Ji Lingchen seemed a bit helpless. Yi Chen, I've told you many times about Hanyu. You're nothing but a tool man used to flush out the joy. Now that you've finished playing your role, you're a useless piece of trash. Why don't you be more conscious and disappear yourself? Not only do you have no self-awareness, but you've been relying on the Han family and using Han's money to treat your sick mother? You really don't know shame. A model of soft eating. Yi Chen's eyes were still cold. So it's about Hanyu. Ji Lingchen seemed to have remembered something and revealed a playful smile. For this matter today, if you go back and divorce Hanyu right away, then come over and kowtow 3 times in front of me, you'll be spared a beating of the skin. How's that? Ji Lingchen seemed to have a good plan, crossing his hands on his lap and tilting his head to look down at Yi Chen, like a picture of a superior person's posture. That shouldn't be too hard for a man with no shame like you. And anyway, I guess you've kowtowed to a lot of people over the years to cure that mom of yours, right? Chapter 10, Encountering a Martial Artist Again. Yi Chen's head was slightly lowered and his expression could not be seen. I'll kowtow to you and apologize? Right. I'm divorcing Hanyu? Exactly. Looking at Yi Chen and Ji Lingchen, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted a smug arc. As long as you kneel and kowtow to me, I can skim over all the things you've been putting in front of me today. Ho ho ho. Yi Chen suddenly laughed, his voice changing from small to loud, and eventually couldn't help but finish laughing at his waist. The smile at the corner of Ji Lingchen's mouth slowly solidified, and after a long time, he stared at Yi Chen with an expression of looking at an ant. Have you lost your mind? Yi Chen waved his hand. Mr. Ji, don't you think what you're saying is hilarious? I'm putting on airs in front of you? Yi Chen raised his head and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then took a deep breath. The fact that you helped move my mother's bed to the hallway for no reason is a matter to be set aside for now. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for hiring bodyguards to strike within a hospital room, with no regard for whether or not it will affect the rest of the other people in the room? Yi Chen pointed around. What is this place? Without waiting for the latter's reply, he continued. This is a hospital. It's a doctor's office. It's a place where people are saved. And you're doing this for this kind of thing? Where do you put the lives of your patients? Yi Chen pointed to the tea stains on the table that hadn't yet dried and the documents in the director's hands that were already soaked. Look at what you've done to yourself. The two of us, who's really loose? The smile on Ji Lingchen's face completely disappeared as he looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes and said indifferently. Looks like I was wrong. Yi Chen revealed an odd expression. Is Mr. Ji willing to admit his mistake? If so, I was wrong in that I shouldn't have wasted my words with plebeian griffins, delaying my time and dirtying my ears. Uncle Black, do it. Do it. After saying that, Uncle Black reached out and waved his hand, and the surrounding group of bodyguards all swarmed up and surrounded Yi Chen in the center. Yi Chen froze, then smiled. Looks like I overestimated you after all. Sorry. A chill surged among his eyes. Looks like you're a total scumbag. This wasn't the first time Ji Lingchen had targeted him. The latter had often humiliated him in front of Hanyu before, but he hadn't wanted to bother with the latter at all at the time because of his mother's affairs. More is not as good as less. Even his own mother's life is not a way to take care of his face, and what is it? Yi Chen's body flashed and took the initiative to attack, like a whirlwind, directly rushing into the middle of the encirclement. Ignorant and ridiculous. Uncle Black let out a cold laugh, then turned around and slightly arched his hand at Ji Lingchen. Please punish young master for letting him see blood. As soon as the words fell, a series of miserable screams came from behind. Only this sound, however, was not from Yi Chen's voice. He paused for a moment and turned away once more, the expression on his face frozen directly in place. Just now also surrounded Yi Chen in the middle of the imposing beaters. At this time actually fell to the east and west, all fell to the ground. Everyone actually have hung up the color, and in Yi Chen's hand. At this time, there were already several more flinging sticks that were specialized for their beaters. Yi Chen weighed the weight, then flung the throwing stick in his hand to the side, and the sound of crisp metal clashing made Uncle Black wake up from his shock. You, with this kind of limp wrist shrimp, you're still bringing it with you? Is it hard to believe that the life of the Ji family's son is so worthless? Ji Lingchen's eyes had rounded up at this time. Yi Chen had always been nothing more than an insubordinate, soft-eating commoner within his impression. In his imagination, at this time, Yi Chen should have been racked in front of him with a face full of blood and kowtowing to himself. But now, he had easily put down his own thugs. Uncle Black, what's going on here? How are your men doing their job? Ji Ling Chen's face was on fire. It felt as if he had been directly slapped in the face, causing the karmic fire in his heart to rise directly. Young master, this brat may be trickier than we thought. Uncle Black stared at Yi Chen, sizing him up carefully. He wasn't Ji Lingsuan, who didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight to be able to put down several of his own fighters in such a short period of time and with such ease. Yi Chen's strength must have already exceeded their expectations. Your Excellency, Uncle Black subconsciously changed his name. Is it hard to be a martial artist? The corner of Yi Chen's eyes jumped. Martial artist? This was the second time he had heard this term today. Could it be that this black-clothed middle-aged man in front of him was also a martial artist? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes actually flickered with a touch of fire. Before the match with Chen Longjun, he himself did not have any experience to prepare for it, so he suffered a big loss. And again, because of Chen Buxiu, there was no way to carefully cut through. If this person in front of him was really a martial artist, then one might be able to slightly peek into the world of some martial artists through him. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't say anything, Uncle Black didn't continue to pursue the matter, but instead slightly arched his hand at him. Black Peak, martial artist, please enlighten me. Your Excellency. Ji Ling Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief when he heard Black Striker's words. Uncle Black, are you not mistaken? The path of a martial artist is not within the reach of a commoner like him. Ji Ling Chen had a deep background and prominent status, so he naturally knew some of the secret stories of this world, and he had naturally heard about the martial artist for a long time. The Black Striker in front of him was the master that his father had spent a large sum of money to hire from a hidden family to teach him cultivation. But although he is quite talented in the business world and interpersonal communication above, but in the cultivation of martial arts above, always do not know, enough to practice half a year time, are not reached the realm of the beginning of the martial arts. He Feng said that he was a root and bone failure, and although he didn't want to believe it, in his heart, he had already acquiesced. Now that Yi Chen came out of nowhere, and Black Striker actually said that the latter was a martial artist, how could he accept it? He was the pride of heaven, the top of Jiang Feng's talents, but he was actually no match for a waste of a family member? Black Striker ignored Ji Ling Chen and just stared at Yi Chen. He is not a fool. Martial artists fighting. Attention cannot have a second to leave from the body of the other party. Otherwise, it is to leave themselves a fatal bane. Yi Chen took a deep breath and stared at the Black Striker. The heavenly green 9-yang meridian operating within his body, and a steep green light flashed in his eyes, passing in an instant. The feeling that this person gave him was similar to Chen Longjun, that inexplicable feeling of oppression. His strength should be similar to Chen Longjun. In this way, the exchange of hands would be of great benefit. As long as he fought with Black Striker, he would be able to clearly understand that the heavenly green 9 Sun Sutra that he practiced, compared to the martial arts. In the end, what are the subtle features? Yi Chen, I don't know what you're talking about when you say martial artist. Black Striker shook his head, but his eyes were dead set on him. I'll judge for myself if it's a martial artist or not. As soon as the words fell, Black Striker was bullying his way closer. His fist wind was bitter and cold, charging straight at Yi Chen's vitals. Chapter 11, Fighting Martial Artists. As Blackfinger moved, a stronger sense of oppression followed, and the meager aura in Yi Chen's body worked frantically, converging on top of his eyes, while Blackfinger's movements slowed down. He took a deep breath, probed his hand and directly grabbed the hand on top of the latter's wrist, and smoothly brought it back, actually dodging the blow. Everyone present, with the exception of Yi Chen, revealed expressions of astonishment. How is this possible? How could he have dodged Black Striker's attack? Ji Ling Chen stood up directly, the kind of titanic calmness that he had started with dissipating without a single bit of poise to speak of. He was aware of the strength of the Black Fronts. Even the retired Special Forces guards that his father had hired back from abroad were inferior. Couldn't it be that Ji Chen was even stronger than the Special Forces? As soon as this thought appeared, a chill ran through Ji Ling Chen's heart, and his eyes grew more and more morose as he looked at Yi Chen. This Yi Chen must not be capped. He had already made a grudge against him now, and if he wanted to still be able to stand firm in this Jiangfeng in the future, this Yi Chen was his number one obstacle. Uncle Black, kill him. I'll take all the consequences. The director's face went white with fear when she heard Ji Lingsuan's words. This, Mr. Ji, you, shut up, otherwise, I'll kill you too. That director's hand shivered. The documents in his hand all scattered on the ground at once. He squatted down in a hurry and cleaned up with his hands in a mess, his head sweating coldly. If someone died inside his office, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. And at that time, with Ji Ling Chen's character, it would be hard for him to escape death. Mr. Ji, this is a hospital. Making a move here will easily be discovered. Think twice. Ling Chen's eyes staring at Yi Chen slowly tightened their killing intent, then took a deep breath. You're right, but him, I can't let go today. Cripple him for me. Black Feng simply do not want Ling Sun to speak. The next attack is followed. Strong wind whistling, as waves like a wave after a wave. See straight let a person cannot breathe. However, this continuous attack didn't seem to be much of a threat to Yi Chen, as each of his strikes was accurately stopped on top of Black Striker's wrist. If the first time was luck, the one after that was real strength. This kind of kung fu that was able to directly grab the wrist was absolutely impossible if the opponent did not exceed their strength by a lot. The more Black Striker fought, the more cold sweat on his forehead, and the more his heart grew anxious. On the contrary, Yi Chen, apart from stopping Black Striker's attack, did not take the initiative to attack, and looked as if he was teasing Black Striker. When had Black Striker ever suffered such an insult? He bellowed, and his attack actually became more and more violent, and Yi Chen actually didn't notice the change of heart of the person in front of him at all. He was just completely immersed in the latter's offense. There's something missing. He's not the same as Chen Longjun. Throughout, he failed to find that inexplicable force from the latter's attack, the strange power that had left him deflated for a time, not knowing where it came from. Did you use your full strength? Yi Chen's unexplained words caused Black Striker's attack to freeze in midair for a moment. As He Feng looked at Yi Chen slightly furrowed brow, a feeling of shame strongly surged out of his heart. Kid, don't bully people too much, He Feng roared, and the wind of his fist changed abruptly. From the continuous waves of a moment ago, it directly changed into a rigid and incomparable, as if he wanted to crush everything in front of him. It wasn't that Black Striker was hiding his clumsiness, but rather that he hadn't fully practiced this move, and if he forced it to be used, there was a possibility that it would backfire. Feeling the power of this punch, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and instead of dodging, he directly raised his hand and ruthlessly clasped it on top of the latter's wrist. Seeing that Yi Chen was still trying to pull the same trick, Black Striker sneered, "Seek death." After saying that, his arm shook violently, and a strange and incomparable force appeared abruptly, directly like a bomb, shocking Yi Chen's entire body backward by several steps, and his entire arm was unconscious in an instant. That's it. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly glazed over as he looked at the latter's arm. After being strengthened by the heavenly green Nine Sun Sutra, his eyes were able to see the greenish aura brewing around his life form, and when Black Striker's punch appeared, the green glow on the arm he threw the punch with was even greater than before, even exceeding the luster of his entire body's aura. Is this that hidden ability of a martial artist? The entire person after Black Striker made this punch seemed to be deflated, almost falling softly to the ground. Fortunately, he raised his breath in time, which enabled him to stand steadily, panting violently, and when he saw the expression on Yi Chen's face, a wave of fear came over him, sending chills down his spine. Why is he smiling? In the face of the kind of attack he had just made, why was he still able to laugh? Could it be that this was nothing to him at all? Yi Chen probably didn't even know it himself, but he was so immersed in the changes in the aura above Black Striker's body that he actually revealed a smile. Who the hell are you? Black Striker was already facing a collapse, and Yi Chen turned a deaf ear to his words as he raised his head, his eyes flashing with burning battle intent. He was seen using his other arm to squeeze the arm that had just been shocked into unconsciousness. What's he going to do? That punch I just threw should have temporarily disabled his arm. Under Black Striker's shocked gaze, Yi Chen actually regained consciousness in that arm and flung it up and down. Again, Yi Chen picked his finger at Black Striker. He Feng's entire body was shivering a little. His division was the Water and Fire sect, although it was not a big martial arts clan, but in this current era of the end of martial arts, he himself was already considered a phoenix-like existence, and now, he was actually humiliated so much by a junior who looked so young, and it was as if his offense had no effect on him at all, which made him, whose self-esteem had once swelled, completely unable to accept it. Fresh blood directly surged upwards, his eyes reddened and he completely lost the highborn stance he had at the beginning. Kid, you're going to pay for this. Then punch after punch swept towards all the vitals of Yi Chen's body with an appalling sound. Good timing. In the face of Black Striker's attack, Yi Chen was still up to his old tricks, reaching out to clasp the latter's wrist, an act that made Black Striker feel that this was not an insult, but that the other party was not taking himself seriously at all. This feeling made his chest extremely stuffy. Time and time again, he was blocked. Originally, with such an attack, Yi Chen's arm would not be too much even if it was crippled, but the latter seemed to be fine. It was only a matter of gasping for breath, and his arm would be restored to its original state again. Is this kid a monster? The chill in Black Striker's heart gradually filled his entire body, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Aside from being out of shock, he had already overdrawn his entire strength, and now, he was down to just one punch. If he didn't have a way to finish Yi Chen with this punch, he would be defeated. Chapter 12, Humiliating People, People Humiliating People. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The stifled feeling had swelled to its limit as Black Striker looked at Yi Chen, who was still swimming with ease. Take my punch, and if you're still unharmed, I'm willing to bow to you in today's battle. Yi Chen sniffed and immediately made a please pose. Give instruction. Cold light flickered in Haifeng's eyes as he took several deep breaths to calm his paralyzed heart as well as the qi and blood that were constantly surging in his body. Because of the continuous overdraft of his body's strength, his current situation could be said to be a mess. With a slightly large limb movement, a feeling of vomiting blood would come up. If he hadn't been holding back, he was afraid that a mouthful of blood would have spewed out while he was fighting. Let it go. This is my last move. Haifeng's aura was steeply overpowering, and in an instant, he had appeared in front of Yi Chen, and his fist, which was like a hammer, smashed straight into Yi Chen's head with a ferocious wind. If this hit, Yi Chen would probably die as a death, and even if he was lucky not to die, I'm afraid that he could only be a fool for the rest of his life. Yi Chen could not see any joy or anger on his face. His brain quickly flashed through all the previous fights with Haifeng, and then the heavenly green 9-yang meridian operated within his body. Since Black Striker's aura would increase above the arm used as an attack when he attacked, then by the same token, he could do the same for himself. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The aura in his body surged wildly, converging towards the meridians on his arms. A feeling of abundant power made Yi Chen want to groan out. In the next second, the wind of the fist had arrived. Yi Chen raised his hand lightning fast, and in a flash, the two fists collided, and the sound of crisp bones breaking resounded in the room. A joyful color surged in Ji Lingchen's eyes. Great! The kid's hand is broken. That Black Striker also had a sardonic smile on his face. Fighting hard against me in the middle stage of beginning martial artist. Looking for. Before he could finish his words, his face suddenly twisted, and then his entire body collapsed and flew out at once, directly smashing on top of the desk inside the room. The entire table was actually directly smashed and broken from the center, and the crumbling wood shavings directly slapped Ji Lingchen's face, and in an instant, blood was spilled from the latter's cheeks. This. Ji Lingchen stared blankly at Black Striker who was holding his arm and kept moaning. His strongest henchman had just been defeated outright? On the contrary, Yi Chen, the latter only shook his arm, and although his face was a little pale, his body did not seem to have suffered any damage. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? Fear rose from Ji Lingchen's heart, wave after wave, gradually spreading throughout his body, cold sweat seeping out directly from above his forehead. Originally, his plan today should have been foolproof, but in the end, it was this result, and Ji Lingsuan couldn't figure it out even if he said anything. Yi Chen stood in place with a hint of excitement on his face, not realizing that the effect of his attempts to enchant his attacks with aura would actually be so obvious. That inexplicable power that martial artists carried with their attacks. Could it be the true qi that Chen Buxiu was talking about? In that case, wouldn't one's own aura be a notch higher than one's true qi? Not only can you give healing to your own injuries, but you can also cause so much damage to your opponents as well. His mouth grinned, calming the agitation in his heart for a moment, before he looked towards Ji Lingsuan, who was standing across from him, his face already very ugly. Ji Lingchen, I'm asking you for a statement on today's matter. You shouldn't have any problem with that, right? Yi Chen. Ji Lingchen stared at him viciously. You know my identity. If you make a move against me, our Ji family will never let you go. Yi Chen sneered. Spare me? I've been backing off you before, but didn't your Ji family still strike out at me? Ji Lingchen looked at the tough as Yi Chen, and a proverb suddenly flashed through his mind. Better to fight a fierce tiger than a mad bear. Now Yi Chen, because of his mother's things, has completely fallen into a kind of heavenly fear. Now he continues to be tough. The only one who will be in bad luck is himself. Ji Lingchen took a deep breath as his father's sage advice from days gone by appeared in his ears. A great man can bend and bend, and it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. So don't take advantage of the moment. It was my fault for what happened today. Yi Chen, I apologize. Ji Lingchen stared at Yi Chen, and after a long time, he uttered these words. Yi Chen was a bit surprised when he smiled at his words. I didn't expect that Ji Lingchen Ji Gongzi would actually apologize to me. The latter squeezed out an ugly smile at his words, but then Yi Chen's words caused his face to change abruptly. But it won't do to just apologize to me. Yi Chen, don't go too far. You're just a wasted son-in-law. Do you really take yourself seriously? Yi Chen didn't retort. It's true that I'm a ruined son-in-law, but at least I have the ability to defend myself, whereas you're, right now, in a worse position than I am. Ji Lingchen's teeth gritted. Then what are you going to do? I'll tell you, no matter what, I'm the Ji family's young proprietor. And if you do anything to me, there will be no place for you in the whole of Jiangfeng. That I certainly know. Yi Chen said and rubbed his palms together before slowly walking towards Ji Lingchen. You, what are you doing? Ji Lingchen was so shocked that he took 2 steps backward until his back was pressed against the wall and he realized that he had no way back before he said viciously, "You have to think clearly. If you make a move against me, the Han family will also be in bad luck." In a few steps, Yi Chen arrived in front of Ji Lingchen and looked down at him. "I'm not like you. I only strike out at people who are stronger than me. You don't have that qualification. So what are you going to do? Apologize to my mother and then pay for her emotional distress?" Yi Chen looked at him with a serious expression on his face that could not be doubted. "Apologize to your mother for stepping on a horse." Ji Lingchen's profanity reached his mouth and was directly disliked by Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen directly clasped his hand on Ji Lingchen's face. "If you're not willing to apologize, then please accept some flesh and blood today, Sir Ji." "Woohoo!" Ji Lingchen struggled frantically and slapped the latter's hand away, then gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I am." He closed his eyes, then took a few deep breaths, his tone slowing and leveling. "Okay, I get it. I'll apologize to your mother as far as the restitution fee goes. $50,000. 50,000? Jillian froze for a moment. "Why don't you go rob? I just changed your mom's bed, and you're asking me for $50,000? What? Mr. G is so rich and powerful that he can't even come up with $50,000? 50,000. Just 50,000. Looking at Yi Chen who was closing in on him, Ji Lingchen had to give in. If he didn't step back at this point, he could be sure that the next second, the teeth in his mouth wouldn't belong to him. Chapter 13, Motherhood and the Heart. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the hallway on the second floor of the hospital. In the distance, a middle-aged woman with graying temples was sitting on a bed by the corridor, looking around somewhat anxiously, her face full of sorrow. Seeing this, Yi Chen took 3 steps and came directly to the latter's side. "Mom!" Yi Chen's mother, Yi Xiaomei, stiffened, then looked at him, and her eyes immediately turned from worry to joy. "Tatsu, you're okay." Yi Xiaomei checked her son up and down with some urgency, until she realized that there was not a single injury on her son's body, which put her heart down. She took a long breath. "Great. A group of people dressed in black suddenly came this afternoon saying you owed money to someone to move the beds out, and I was worried they were coming after you." Yi Chen looked at the gray hair on his mother's temples. His heart was slightly sour. The mother in his memory has always been so intellectual and beautiful. Though not of overwhelming beauty, his mother had always been the most beautiful in his heart. However, even such a good person cannot resist the erosion of age and life, and has already aged. He crouched by his mother's legs. "It's okay, Mom, everything is resolved. Those people were liars this afternoon. And no, I've already found them to have the person in question come and apologize to you." Saying that, Yi Chen beckoned to Ji Lingchen on the other side. The latter was prepared to retreat, but just halfway back, he was spotted by Yi Chen and could only walk over with a stiff upper lip. "Where to?" It's fine. Ji Lingchen squeezed out an ugly smile, then came to Yi Xiaomei's side. "Auntie, what happened today was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry." Yi Xiaomei sized up Ji Lingxuan and nodded as she looked at his bright clothes, and his entire aura was different from ordinary people. "Since it's a misunderstanding, it's good that it's resolved, and I hope you won't make things difficult for my son." "This naturally won't be the case. It's already a blessing that Lord Yi won't make things difficult for me." Listening to Ji Lingchen's eerie words, Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the latter with a smirk, straightening the latter's body with cold air before turning his head back. "Mom, you can rest here for now. I have things to do with him. I'll come find you later." After saying that, he was getting up and ready to take Ji Lingchen away, but Yi Xiaomei reached out her hand and yanked him to a stop. She whispered to Yi Chen, "Little Tatsu, don't make things difficult for people when you can spare them." Yi Chen smiled and nodded. "Got it." After saying that, he left with Ji Lingchen without a trace of procrastination. Walking around the corner of the hallway, Yi Chen made sure his mother was out of sight. $50,000, cash or PayPal? Ji Lingchen looked at Yi Chen's unsalted face. A wave of anger burned in his heart. "Damn, this kid fools around. When I get my chance, you won't know how to die." But now that a man is an altar for a fish, he could only take a step back, and he gritted his teeth. PayPal. Yi Chen took it directly from his pocket, and the collection code on his cell phone had already been prepared. In the middle of the day, a crunching sound of change arriving came, and Yi Chen glanced at the balance of Alipay, $50,130. Together with the check in his pocket, he already had $60,000, and was one step closer to 900,000, so to speak. Ji Lingchen couldn't help but despise Yi Chen as he looked at him with a frown on his face. "That's all the money it takes to make you this happy? What a bumpkin." Yi Chen raised his head at his words and said with a leathery smile, "If Mr. G feels that he has given less, he can also give more. After all, I don't mind too much. My mom still needs some nutrients after her big illness." Ji Lingchen couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth. Why was his mouth so indebted? Yi Chen smiled. "You go," my mom said. "Let it be." let it be. I'll let you off the hook today for her sake. I'll let the other things go. But, his face instantly became incredibly cold, and a sense of oppression came over him, causing Ji Ling Chen to almost gasp for air. If you ever lay a hand on my mom again, I'll kill your whole family. Cut. Ji Ling Chen snorted. Yi Chen directly stepped forward and pressed him against the wall. The surrounding passers-by were casting curious gazes. The heavenly green Nine Sun Sutra was running wildly due to Yi Chen's emotional fluctuations, and his eyes actually glowed with a faint greenish luster. I'm not joking with you. If you really do it, the day I find out will be the day your Ji family is destroyed. Ji Ling Chen's words at the edge of his mouth were stifled by Yi Chen's gaze that seemed to be ready to devour him. Yi Chen let go of him as soon as he could. Scram! Don't let me see you in front of my mother. Ji Ling Chen gave him a vicious look, then turned around and ran away quickly, actually not letting out a single harsh word. Yi Chen snorted coldly, then re-entered the front of his mother's hospital bed. Mom, I talked to the doctor and he said we're ready to be discharged. Let's get the discharge paperwork done today. My mother's condition was clear to herself. The disease had cleared up, and now the only thing affecting her health was malnutrition caused by years of illness and exertion. Here, out of the hospital. Where do we stay? Yi Chen could see a hint of hesitation on his mother's face and then laughed. Of course we live by ourselves. What else? We live by ourselves? How expensive would that be? You've been treating me for so many years. You must have spent all your money long ago. Otherwise, let us go to Han. Yi Chen waved his hand. Mom, don't worry. He took out his cell phone and showed the balance of it to the latter. Your son still has some savings for so many years. It's not much, but it's enough for the two of us to live on. And when it's over, my son will make some more money, and then I'll buy a house for your retirement. Yi Xiaomei's eyes had a watery glint in them as she took Yi Chen's hand and patted it. It's good that you have this heart. Your mom and I don't have this life of enjoyment, so I'll just live some peaceful days. After I go out, that is, I can also go to work. So many years have been taken care of by Yaya. My heart is also too much. We can't always owe people. Yi Chen was sour in his heart, but squeezed out a smile. It's okay, Mom. Yeah, I will definitely not treat her badly. You're just getting well. Just rest first. That's the biggest help to me. Only if you rest well, I can work seriously. Yi Xiaomei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, by the way, Tatsu, what kind of work are you doing now? It's not still going around doing odd jobs, is it? Yi Chen scratched his face, thinking about what happened today, and stammered a little. It should be considered a doctor. What do you mean you're considered a doctor? Besides, since when do you know how to heal? I've never seen you learn. When Yi Chen wanted to speak, Yi Xiaomei pulled him back and said in a serious voice, Xiao Chen, I have taught you since you were a child to be honest. That hurtful and dirty money, we cannot earn. Chapter 14, The Three Legs. Many more allusions were made to the needles and medicinal illusions in the heavenly green Nine Sun Sutra, which completely disabused her of her misgivings. Chinese medicine is good. Chinese medicine is our root. Practicing medicine to cure the sick can also accumulate virtue. Good. Yi Chen nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. The two of them completed the discharge formalities. That Dr. Wang, who had been taking care of Yi Xiaomei for many years, saw that the latter was so energetic, and was a bit eager to speak, and it was only when the two were about to leave that the latter took a hold of Yi Chen and asked as he walked to a secluded place. Yi Chen, it might be a bit abrupt for me to ask you something, but I hope you don't mind. Yi Chen's heart was like a clear mirror, and he laughed frankly. You ask is, my mother for so many years. If not you have been taking care of us mother and son, we would have been swept away by the hospital. What is there to say? You just say it. This disease of your mother is not so easy to get well. Before I also give her a checkup, and did not find that the condition has improved, but this morning, she suddenly got well, without a single sign at all, and all her illnesses were completely eliminated, which, there is literally no precedent for this in the medical world. Yi Chen nodded. What do you want to say? Dr. Wang? Dr. Wang looked around and asked him in a lowered voice, did you have anything to do with your mother's sudden recovery? Looking at Dr. Wang's expression, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He could have found an excuse to play dumb and say that he didn't know anything right now. However, thinking of the agreement of $900,000 that he had signed with the Han family, if he used ordinary means he must not have the means to earn $900,000 within a month. You may need to use some special ways, and the first thing you need to do is to make a name for yourself and increase your popularity. What would you do if I said that I had something to do with this? Dr. Wang looked at him in disbelief. Does it really matter to you? Yi Chen nodded. It does have something to do with it, or my mother wouldn't have gotten better so quickly. Dr. Wang's face kept changing, one moment of joy and one moment of sorrow, and it was only after a full 2 or 3 minutes that he suddenly clenched his teeth and looked at him. In this case, you wait until you've made arrangements for your mother, then you can come back to the hospital. I have something very important for you. You must come over. Yi Chen revealed an astonished expression. Is there something you can't talk about now? Why do I have to make a trip afterward? Dr. Wang patted his shoulder heavily. Just trust me. What I'm going to tell you today is absolutely beneficial to you. Yi Chen revealed an odd expression. And looking at Yi Chen, who seemed to be somewhat hesitant, Dr. Wang immediately added, today you offended Ji Ling Chen in the hospital. You know what kind of background he has. What can you do if he goes behind your mother's back? If he touches my mom, I will not let him go. Yi Chen's entire aura was instantly gloomy, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Dr. Wang nodded. I know you're a dutiful child, and you're sure you'd do the same, but have you ever thought that that's all you'd be doing afterward? And that your mother would still be in danger? Or even injured? Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. What do you mean by that? Dr. Wang gave him a cryptic look. If you come over later today, you'll know what I mean. It's a deal. Be sure to come. With that, Dr. Wang glanced at his watch and thought for a moment. Look, it's 6:30. Can you be here by 8:30? Just 2 hours? Yeah, you'll just have 2 hours to settle your mom or. Dr. Wang touched his nose. What do you think about letting your mother stay in the hospital for one more night, and then tomorrow you can take her for a nice stroll? Yi Chen shook his head violently. No, what happened today has made me lose all trust in hospital security. Dr. Wang said in a hurry. What happened today will never happen again. As long as you can accomplish what I said afterward, I can guarantee that your mother will never have another accident so easily. Yi Chen's brows were thoroughly furrowed this time. Dr. Wang, what exactly do you mean by that? Dr. Wang seemed a bit helpless and looked around for a while, then sighed fiercely and said with a stomp of his foot, here's the thing, do you know what today is? What day? The opening of Tenji Hospital. Isn't this a hospital run by their Ji family? What does it have to do with me? And what does it have to do with you? Dr. Wang shook his head. You do not know the secret of this. This Tianji Hospital, in fact, is a financing hospital, does not belong to the municipal hospital but privately run, in which the Tianji Hospital only accounted for 50%. What about the other 50%? The other 50%. He looked around, then whispered, it's in our dean's hands. Yi Chen recalled the background about this hospital he was staying in. He was not actually staying in a city hospital, it was also a private one, called Jiankang Hospital. The name was plain, but the strength and background were not ordinary. This hospital is today the entire Jiangfeng City, one of the best 3 hospitals, and the municipal First People's Hospital, Jihua Hospital Chi-Min. In the first place, if it wasn't for the Han family's connections, his mother wouldn't have been able to live in the house at all, let alone pay any medical bills. So what does this have to do with my mother? And me? Dr. Wang seemed to be a bit angry at Yi Chen's slowness, and his voice was raised a few degrees. Have you not paid attention to the entire Jiangfeng situation for so many years, except for curing your mother? Yi Chen shook his head. Just getting my mother's medical bills together, I'm already exhausted. How can I have this free time? You're at least the son-in-law of the Han family. Maybe one day you'll even inherit the Han family's estate. Oh, the Han family's estate? Yi Chen smiled to himself. That never occurred to me. Dr. Wang, you didn't just say that just to blame me for dragging me here to talk so much? This Jihua Hospital, it's run by the Ji Group. After he finished speaking, he stared at Yi Chen with a look like you get it, while the latter still shook his head. This time Dr. Wang was directly anxious. Why are you so mute? Originally, we had 3 top hospitals in Jiangfeng, a triad, but now, once this Tianji hospital opens, this hospital will be the key to change the situation. Yi Chen heard this and finally was able to understand what the latter meant. He was actually not stupid, only because for too long he had been busy making money to pay it back and was not in the mood to think about anything else. Chapter 15. 3 hospitals, representing Jiangfeng. One is the power of Jiangfeng City, the other 2 are the Dean, and the Ji Group. That is to say, if anyone can take the real control of this Jihua Group, it is the same as saying, the lifeblood of the entire Jiangfeng City. This time, although it is said to be the opening ceremony of the Tenji Hospital, and the press conference was held to talk about some of the hospital's excellent equipment and favorable healthcare conditions, but in reality, Dr. Wang glanced at Yi Chen, who understood. It's a battlefield for the 3 powers to fight for fame and sovereignty? Exactly. Dr. Wang nodded rather appreciatively. So it seems like you're not too much of a woodchuck. To be correct, this press conference is to let the whole of Jiangfeng know that this hospital, in the end, who is the one with the most say in it. Therefore, on top of the opening ceremony, all the forces will surely utilize all their means to show their respective strengths in front of the reporters as a way to gain their position in the hearts of the general public. As long as one can demonstrate the mighty power of this force in a press conference, one can guide public opinion. and in this age of entertainment to death, people's words can be feared. As long as the support of the public is obtained, it is tantamount to grasping the opportunity of the entire battlefield, and all actions will become logical. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Even if your dean is going to get a say in the hospital, what does that have to do with me? Yi Chen pointed at the carpeted t-shirt he was wearing for no more than $12. I don't have any money or connections, and although I'm honorarily the son-in-law of the Han family, you should be able to tell from my usual situation that I don't really have any status in the Han family. This I certainly know. If we want to use family power, our dean has befriended a lot of young talents, and many of them are sons and daughters of famous families in Jiangfeng, so we will definitely go to them first. Yi Chen shook his head. If that's the case, then what else could you be looking for me for? Is it possible that you are asking me to make a fool of myself in order to raise your people's reputation? It wasn't as if Yi Chen hadn't done this before, and he had been the clown in other people's eyes quite a few times in order to get money for his mother's treatment. But now that his mother's illness had been cured and he had the heavenly green 9 suns scripture, this kind of thing Yi Chen categorically would not do again. Dr. Wang was a bit hateful. It's not hard to find young talents, but it's hard to find a ghost talent who can shake up this chaotic 3-bureau tripod situation for $1,000. Didn't I ask you if your mother's illness has anything to do with you or not? If it's really like what you said, that kind of stubborn disease is able to be cured. Maybe you can really take on this great responsibility and become the key to cracking this mess. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. He wasn't really sure about what Dr. Wang had said. After all, he had only just come into contact with the heavenly green 9 suns sutra, and it was only superficially. The mystery within the Gong method is obscure and difficult to understand. He only touched a little fur only. And now if he and from a young age have been exposed to those medical everyone to compete for what reputation? It must be very deep medical skills. Their own this little minuscule douching. Yi Chen was caught in a state of hesitation. And Dr. Wang seemed to see his concerns and said in a hurry, "Don't worry, it's not like we're asking you to pick a fight all by yourself. And to be honest, it's nothing more than a whim on my part to let you go right now. Think about it, Jiankang Hospital is so powerful, how can it have no one under it? I'm only looking for you because you're young, plus your reputation is spreading more widely. If you can have a handful of excellent medical skills, that would be the icing on the cake for our Jiankang Hospital. As long as you're there, you don't add to the chaos. You might not even get a chance to play." Dr. Wang had said so, and Yi Chen was also intent on doing so. If I go, will I be able to keep my mother safe? Of course, your mother's well-being will naturally be protected by Jiankang Hospital, but the prerequisite is that you must pass the dean's test. And if the dean can't see you, everything I said to you before is nothing more than words on paper. Dr. Wang stared at Yi Chen's eyes that were as deep as the night. So I'm asking you if you cured your mother's illness or not. Yi Chen took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. It's me. Dr. Wang shouts his approval. Good. Since you've admitted it, I'll believe you. You'll come with me now. After saying that he was going to turn around and walk towards the outside of the hospital, he just took 2 steps and Yi Chen dragged him back. And my mother? You said you'd set me up. Dr. Wang tapped his head. Harm, look at my brain. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. But in a moment's time, a team of 5 or 6 men in dark green uniforms walked in from outside the hospital. You guys, you are responsible for protecting Yi Xiaomei's safety. I'll place her in the VIP room on the 4th floor, and you guys have to make sure that you don't let any unrelated people get close to her. And once they do, all of them will be taken down without permission. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Dr. Wang waved his hand, and the group of people dispersed and disappeared into the surrounding crowd. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned as he looked in the direction that the group of uniformed men had left. All of this? Dr. Wang rubbed his hands together and laughed. It's the janitorial force of Jiankang Hospital. A doorman? A doorman can have that kind of discipline? It was only just a photo. The group of uniformed men from receiving the order to agreeing to the final dispersal, without the slightest bit of procrastination. At a glance, they were professionals who had received strict training. Moreover, on their bodies, the richness of the aura was also quite a bit stronger than ordinary people, indicating that each of them had gone through a long period of exercise, and the life aura within their bodies was overpowering. This kind of guy is a janitor? If Jiankang Hospital had this kind of money, why would they need him? Who would dare to go against Jiankang Hospital? Dr. Wang smiled. These people are all special forces soldiers retired from the front line, all hand-picked by the dean, lurking around the hospital, ready to step in and quell any disturbance. Yi Chen frowned at his words. At the first sign of movement, strike immediately? Right. Then I didn't see anyone come out to stop me from fighting with Jiling Chen's men that way this afternoon? Dr. Wan was choked by Yi Chen's words and was momentarily speechless, stammered for half a day then laughed dryly. Maybe they have something to put in the afternoon. Right, let's hurry up. A moment to miss the time. When the dean went to the press conference, you will not have the opportunity. Dr. Wang quickly changed the topic before pulling Yi Chen towards the hospital's gate outside and jogging. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was confused, and there was a vague feeling of discomfort in his heart. Chapter 16, Flat Smoke and Rain. On Jiangfeng Jinxiu Road, a silver sedan drove rapidly. Yi Chen leaned on top of the car seat's recliner and closed his eyes, calculating in his heart, thinking that he would have to meet the director of Jiankhan Hospital afterward and pass his test. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Do you know how Dean will test me? How am I supposed to know that? Everyone is tested differently, and the Dean will choose his own method of testing based on your profiles." Information? Yi Chen laughed bitterly in his heart. Where did he have any information? He counted up. Today was only the first day he started to learn medicine. Even if he really had information, on top of it, besides the debt he owed, it was estimated that there was only a blank sheet of paper left. He shook his head and calmed his mind. Anyway, soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth. If it really can't be done, the big deal is that he won't participate, with his own strength. As long as he continues to cultivate the heavenly green Nine Suns Sutra, his mother's safety shouldn't have to worry about it too much. Determined, Yi Chen's entire body was once again in the state of sitting. Anyway, the car is also to wait, so why not cultivate first? According to the meridian running cycle recorded in the Gong method, the aura flowed under the meridians on the surface of the body, inhaling the aura in the surrounding environment and turning it into a part of itself, constantly growing. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes when he felt the car slowly stop. At this time, the car had stopped outside an ancient villa. The whole villa was in Song Dynasty style, and the surrounding stylized modern and prosperous villas formed a conspicuous contrast. At first glance, there is a sense of great concealment. This is the abbot's residence, which we all call Han Yuan. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and Dr. Wang did not delay, quickly stepping forward to knock on the door. This villa was different from the others. It did not use a combination lock, and the door had that old-style animal mouth brass ring. Only two ethereal sounds of copper rings hitting the gate could be heard, and Yi Chen felt as if his heart was much calmer. Is this a function of one's own mind, or is there an ulterior motive in the design of this door ring? After a long time, the door opened and a woman wearing a light blue floral dress walked out. The woman's black hair like waterfalls, features as delicate as a skillful craftsman carved out of the general. Red lips make her whole person looks very sexy and mature. However, the indifference and contempt between the woman's brows was what spoiled this heart-stirring beauty and made her feel unapproachable. Looked at Dr. Wang. Wang Shui? Wang Shui smiled faintly, not caring too much about the woman's attitude. I'm here to see the dean. Please make way for Ms. Cho. Kunin glanced at Yi Chen and said coldly, "Who is this man?" "It's the person I brought. If it goes well, then he is the one who will go to the press conference with you, Ms. Cho, so that if you encounter each other's difficulties, you can take care of each other." That Kunin's willow brows frowned slightly at his words. Before came a Li Xuanji. That's also even. At least Li Xuanji in the whole Jiangfeng is also considered one of the young talents. Medical skills I also quite recognized. This time you look for, and what is it? Wang Shuyi gave a dry laugh. Yi Chen, I think you should have heard of it. Yi Chen? Kunin's voice raised a rare tone, and a hint of disgust had been brought to Yi Chen's eyes when he looked at him again. All my life, I hate men who eat soft food. Disgusting. Wang Shuyi wanted to speak and was tapped on the shoulder by Yi Chen, who looked at him and asked, "Who is this woman?" Wang Shuyi introduced Yi Chen. This is the daughter of the Chiu family, a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Jiangfeng, and among the younger generation in the medical field today, very few people can outshine them. A handful of needles makes it even more powerful than many old Chinese doctors. The exploration of acupuncture points as well as the strength of the technique is a unique insight. If you pass the dean's test this time, then you will go to the press conference with her. Yi Chen was pondering, and in the middle of the day, he went up and looked at Kunin faintly, taking the liberty of jumping to conclusions just by hearing rumors. It's because everyone is like you that this society is now entertained to death. You said you hated men who are soft eaters, and I agree. I hate those kinds of people too. But I just hope you yourself aren't the kind of soft eater you claim to be. The expression on Kunin's face froze for a moment at his words, and after a long while he actually laughed. Do you know what you're talking about? You don't know who I am? Yi Chen replied indifferently. I know, but there are people outside of people, and everything. Strength speaks. After saying that, he patted Wang Shuyi's shoulder and then took the lead towards the villa, and Wang Shuyi secretly gave Kuning a nod in his heart. This Kuning, relying on his strong background and being a genius, had always been high and mighty and had never given him a good face. Now that Yi Chen disliked him so much, it really hurt. Then Ms. Chiu, I'll leave first. Ha ha. Wang Shuyi compensated with a smile, nor did he care about the ugly-faced Kuning, and quickly followed Yi Chen. Kunin was shaking a little with anger, and it was only after a long time that he slowly calmed down. A waste is a waste. Only talking big words. I want to see how a waste like you can pass the dean's test. With a cold snort, she twisted her head and walked within the villa as well, closing the door. Inside the villa, just like outside, the style of Song Dynasty architecture was carried out, with ancient colors and porcelain vases and ink paintings of mountains and waters everywhere. The air was filled with incense and the faint aroma of mahogany, so that people could not help but relax their whole body. Just as the two of them walked in, an old man in a white robe came down the duplex staircase. The old man has a head of white hair, combed meticulously, although the face can be seen traces of the erosion of the years, but the whole person is very energetic, straight back, walking is also a tiger. Just as Yi Chen was sizing up the old man, Wang Shuyi on one side had already stepped forward and bowed slightly to the old man. Dean. That old man nodded slightly and raised his eyes to meet Yi Chen's gaze, and for just a moment, Yi Chen felt as if his heart and mind were shaken. He couldn't help but frown as the heavenly green 9-yang meridian in his body operated, and his aura eventually converged on top of his eyes. He instantly saw that the concentration of aura in this old man's body was actually no weaker than Chen Longjun and Black Fang, who had fought with him in the afternoon. This old man is also a martial artist? The old man looked Yi Chen up and down, then smiled and extended his hand to him. My humble self, Ping Smoky, the director of Jiankang Hospital. Yi Chen similarly extended his hand. Yi Chen, nameless, a junior only. The moment his hands were clasped, Yi Chen's face sank slightly, and he immediately raised his head to look at Ping Yanyu, only to see that the latter had no other expression on his face, still smiling faintly. That old thing. Yi Chen cursed in his heart. The huge force coming from above his palm made his hand bones seem to creak. Is this the test? Didn't you say it was a test of medical skills? Why are you fighting with me? Chapter 17. Although Yi Chen was confused, he was very clear that he needed this chance to excel. His own mother, his pact with the Han family, and his own future path. If he can't even pass this hurdle, everything will be knocked back to square one. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, and his aura frantically converged towards the top of his right palm that was being held. Kunin closed the door and came to the living room just in time to see Yi Chen and the dean shaking hands, and couldn't help but sneer. What a rash! Doesn't he know that the dean is also a very senior martial artist in addition to his medical skills? Watching Yi Chen hold on for half a day without spreading his hands, Kunin shook his head. Not only is he a rash, he's a fool. Get ready to take over his bones. As soon as the words fell, he heard the dean give an eep, and when the crowd looked, they only saw that Yi Chen had actually pulled his hand out with himself. Yi Chen shook off his hand and arched his hand at the dean. Dean's got quite a grip. Flat Smoky reacted. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a second. Did I hurt you? Yi Chen shook his head. This level can't hurt me yet. Ping Yanyu froze for a moment at his words, and after a long time, he actually laughed out loud, looking at the surrounding Kuning and Wang Shuyi, both of whom froze. How long has it been since I've seen Dean Little this happy? You are very interesting. Young in age, but not bad in strength. How about it? Are you interested in worshipping under me? What? Kunin and Wang Shuyi shouted in unison. Dean, you're just going to let him worship you directly? This? Wang Shuyi was a bit confused. Aren't you being a little too hasty and not even looking at it? Churning also reconsidered. Dean, think carefully. This kid hasn't even performed a single handful of medical skills. Maybe it's just someone brought over to fish in troubled waters. You must not be fooled. Wang Shuyi let out a sigh. Yi Chen was brought here by me. Are you saying that I purposely brought him here to abuse the situation? Just to covet that bit of welfare? Am I, Wang, that kind of person? Whether that's the case or not, certain people know in their hearts. A cough rang out, and the two people who were still arguing instantly stopped and looked at Ping Yanyu. You've all misunderstood. I just see that this young scion has good roots and bones, and I want him to follow me to learn martial arts. If you are taking on an apprentice, a medical legacy, how can you be so casual? In addition to talent and ability, character and personality all need to be considered. Ping Yanyu looked at Yi Chen. However, you're quite to my liking as a young man with a straight heart, and not like you're pretending to be forthright. Dean Ping is wrong. Ha ha ha, not a fallacious praise, just now that you were able to break free. I was not expecting it. How about it? Do you want to consider joining my door? Yi Chen slowly shook his head. In the martial arts path, I have no intention of worshipping anyone as my teacher, but if it's the medical path, I very much hope that the dean will be able to instruct me. Joke, what Yi Chen had learned wasn't even that of a martial artist. Finding a martial artist to be his teacher wouldn't serve the slightest purpose. Next to him, Kunin snorted. What an ignorance! Wang Shuyi also has a face with anxious color. If you can be the disciple of Dean Ping, even if the learning is not the medical path, but also can hang a disciple title, just this name alone, do not know then how much silver money is useful. Ping Yanyu did not expect Yi Chen to rebuff so dryly, and froze for a moment, then coughed. Since you don't want to, fine, let's pretend that we're not destined for each other. But in the path of healing, I can't just casually offer to take you on as a disciple like I did just now. A healer is also benevolent. Medicine is a medicine that saves people, and at the same time, it is also a poison that kills people. And if the user's character is not good, it is very likely that it will lead to a great disaster. Furthermore, character aside, if you want to join my disciple, you can't be weaker than the others in terms of your natural understanding of the medical arts. This sentence, at first glance, may not sound like much, but if you think about it carefully, you can feel the arrogance of the arrogance in it. It couldn't be weaker than the others, meaning that Ping Yanyu's own disciple must be the most talented in the entire Jiang Feng. Yi Chen nodded. Understood. But there is one more thing that the latecomer does not understand, and I wonder if it is convenient for the party to inquire about it? Ping Yanyu waved his hand and smiled, turning around and walking to the living room to sit down by the coffee table. Kunin saw this and immediately walked over and poured him a cup of hot tea. But there's no harm in saying it. This afternoon, Ji Lingchen went to Jiankang Hospital to seek provocation and switched my mother's bed without authorization. Wang Shuyi's face changed dramatically when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand at Yi Chen, who seemed to treat it as if he didn't see it. In the middle of the wards and corridors, I got into a confrontation with Jillian's bodyguard. Ping Yanyu's expression was very natural, nodding her head while listening, her mouth not forgetting to blow the tea leaves on the surface of the tea. Jiankang Hospital has fine gate guards. It's reasonable to say that it's impossible for them not to find out about such a big commotion in the hospital. But why? I haven't been able to see them until the end of the incident? Is this deliberate? Or is Jiankang Hospital afraid of offending the G group? Yi Chen, you're who? Wang Shuyi was instantly anxious and wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Ping Yanyu. You're right. What happened at the hospital today was indeed deliberate on my part. Why? Yi Chen's eyes slowly have a cold cohesion. If only his own actually does not matter. But this thing also involves his mother. Just because of some insignificant small things, he will not easily forgive Jiankang Hospital. Ever since your mother was admitted to the hospital, I have been following you all. And before that, your mother's illness was never cured. We've put a lot of thought into the treatment, and it's kind of a small breakthrough. But this morning, you merely saw your mother, and when the doctor came back, she was actually all better. Aside from some malnutrition, it's not at all obvious that she had a previous heart condition. Since that time, I've taken a keen interest in you, so I've been sending people to follow you. After that, Ji Lingchen came to the hospital and secretly inserted people, all of which I knew about, but I didn't stop him. Why? You as a hospital director, why don't you care if he wants to touch the patients in your hands? Ping Yanyu sighed and waved at Yi Chen. Just calm down, have a cup of tea and listen to me. Although I didn't directly step in to organize them, they are all surrounded by people with my presence, and in the event that the scene gets out of hand, the gatekeepers will be the first to take control of the whole place. So, absolutely nothing will happen to your mother. You can rest assured that I would never joke with a patient's life. Chapter 18 Tit for Tat. Yi Chen looked at Ping Yanyu. So, you're testing me on purpose? Just because I saw my mother once this morning and she was cured afterward? Enough. Flat Smokey smiled. A small reason to take an interest in someone is enough. Besides, you didn't fail to live up to my expectations of you. Didn't you easily crack the puzzle Ji Lingchen set for you? Yi Chen looked at Ping Yanyu and realized that although the old man in front of him was gentle in his speech, it was as if there was some kind of flooding beast hidden in his interior. You and Ji Lingxuan were already bound to cross paths because of the Han family, and what happened at the hospital today is merely bringing the conflict forward. Although I didn't stop them, you have to realize that it wasn't me who made a move on you. Yi Chen understood what he meant by that. Everything had a cause, and it was obvious that the Ji Lingchen Ji family was the source of the trouble for him. If you use your own strength to fight against the Ji family, even if you are a god of heaven, you will only be able to do it alone, and I'm afraid that you will be in trouble with your family, and I'm on the same side of the fence as you are on this point. If you are capable, you will help me fight for the voice of Tianji Hospital, while I, on the other hand, will help you maneuver with the Ji family to keep your family and friends safe. Ping Yanyu was always smiling, and even though the words he said were very heavy, they still didn't make him move a bit. This Dean, he's no ordinary man. Yi Chen no longer hesitated at that moment. In that case, let's give me a test. Before proving my strength, everything is empty talk, and I'm afraid that some people won't be able to hold back and want to kick me out if we keep talking like this, right? Yi Chen revealed a playful smile looking sideways at Kuning, who had a cold face with a hint of disgust between her eyebrows and paid no attention to Yi Chen's provocation. Okay, then come with me and I'll take you to meet some volunteers. No need. Ping Yanyu's footsteps as she turned to leave lurched as she looked at him with some surprise. So what are you going to do? Yi Chen revealed a confident smile. Dean Ping, sitting in the office all year round. You have more or less all the occupational diseases of doctors. Varicose veins of the lower limbs, lumbar strain. While there are no major problems, too many minor problems can still affect your normal life. Flat Smokey asked rhetorically. How do you know there's nothing seriously wrong with me? I don't even know if there's anything wrong with my own body or not. How do you know? I can see that. Joke. As soon as Yi Chen's voice fell, Xiao Ning on the side couldn't help but sneer and mock. You see it? From the time you entered the door to the time you finished talking to the dean, it was only 10 minutes before and after, not to mention the human eye. Even if it's a precision instrument, these 10 minutes may not be able to conclude that there's no major problem in a person. As a doctor, credibility is the most important thing. If you are credulous and talk nonsense for the sake of face, then you'd better get out of this circle before it's too late, so as not to delay other people's lives. In the face of Kunin's verbal criticism, Yi Chen merely shook his head. Then why did you say I was a soft touch right off the bat when you hadn't seen me before? Seeing is believing. You haven't even seen me with your own eyes and you're jumping to conclusions. So do you have any credibility? Kunin opened his mouth. It's not the same. Don't you steal the concept. Yi Chen simply sat directly on his butt on the sofa and crossed his legs. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go ahead and check it out. And if Dean Ping has any major ailments other than cervical and lumbar, I'll go back on that today and won't come back here. Kunin was all laughed out of breath. How can you say such things? Dean Ping himself is a doctor. He pays attention to his body in normal times, so naturally there won't be any major problems, except for some occupational diseases. What kind of persistent diseases can there be? I'd pull any guy off the road and he'd say the same thing you did. Yi Chen poured himself a cup of tea. Well, in that case, I'll do what you roadies can't. Saying that, Yi Chen drank the tea in his cup in one go, then smashed his mouth. Nice tea. Dean Ping chuckled. This is Yu Mao Feng brewed tea. There is a clear heart and eyesight. Refreshing effect. People are old. Drink tea also need to pay attention to it. Yi Chen stared into Dean Ping's eyes. When you said that you were going to get me a couple of volunteers, was that just so I could demonstrate my medical skills? Yeah, everyone specializes in different types of healing arts, and this test, too, should be done differently from person to person. So I'll get you a few different volunteers so I can see how good you really are at healing. Yi Chen waved his hand. No need to be so troublesome. I'll just tell you the bottom line. What I'm best at is acupuncture and massage. Other than that, my medical skills can be said to be still at the whiteboard. Put. Yi Chen looked somewhat impatiently at Kunin, who had laughed out loud on the side. Again and again and again. I didn't want to make a move on you before seeing that you're a woman, but if you keep provoking me like this, then don't blame me for not being polite. Kunin shook her head full of black hair like a waterfall. I'm just listening to you contradict yourself. What do you mean you're good at acupuncture and massage but have no knowledge of the rest? Acupuncture and massage is one of the fundamentals of Chinese medicine. Only by integrating the various knowledge of Chinese medicine and linking the corresponding diseases with the corresponding acupoints can it be effective. You don't know anything about the others, so how are you going to lay the needle? Is it difficult? Is it by your own guessing? Yi Chen was too lazy to argue with her this time. Verbal arguments were still the end of the line after all, and he immediately arched his hand slightly at Ping Yanyu. What the late generation says is all from the heart. Since Miss Kuning is so confused, it would be better to just one match. Yi Chen raised his chin towards Kunin, not hiding the color of provocation in his eyes. Ping Yanyu looked at Yi Chen, then at Kunin, then sighed. Young people are just energetic, but all of you are people who study Chinese medicine. It's reasonable for you to learn from each other. Fine, then you'll have a match. It just so happens that I'm also a little curious as to what exactly you're capable of. Yi Chen, that I can't even see through you until now. Yi Chen slightly smiled and did not say anything, but in his heart there is some helplessness, not to mention you. Even I myself cannot see through myself. As for volunteers, I think we'll dispense with that. Just me. Wang Shuyi heard the words originally a look of watching the expression. Suddenly is a moment black up. This, Dean, you're the important person for this press conference. At this juncture, if anything happens to you, then who's going to fight for the beam of our hospital? Ping Yanyu slapped the latter's hand away. I have my own plans for my own affairs, and this kind of victory or defeat in medical arts. Of course it is most practical to feel it personally. Otherwise how can I determine the result? Chapter 19 Needle Duel. That's still a little inappropriate. Dean, or let's, you say you again. Wang Shuyi froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. There's nothing wrong with me, why would I volunteer? Yi Chen laughed on the side. Dr. Wang, you have recently lost your spirit. Your vitality is low, and your face is green and white. Not serious, but, Yi Chen gave a you-know-what look, and Wang Shuyi laughed dryly before hastily taking a few steps back. This, both of you please, It's not that I don't believe in your medical skills. On the contrary, I believe in your medical skills too much. That's why I gave this such a good opportunity to my beloved dean. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the other end of the corridor, and after a long time, he brought some alcohol for cleaning, cotton cloths and so on. Both of you. Who's first? Kunin glanced at Yi Chen and waved his hand at him. You put it in first. I'm afraid that after I put the needle in, you'll put it in again and it won't work at all. Yi Chen didn't make a move. Ladies first. No matter how hard you try, I'm going to win this competition today. So whether I place the needle first or second doesn't mean anything to me. Ping Yin couldn't help but laugh at his words. It's true that you are young and vigorous. Well, Kunin, you'll be the first to lay your needles. Seeing that Ping Yin had said so, she could not refute at this point and could only nod her head in agreement. Kuning took a deep breath, then carefully washed his hands with the water Wang Shui served, and finally dried them with alcohol sterilization. Throughout the steps, Kunin did them very carefully, which impressed Yi Chen somewhat. Originally thought that this Kuning and those who have a little background in the family of the second generation is almost the same. Did not expect. First put aside the medical skills not to talk about. Just Kuning's this attitude. Let got Yi Chen some admiration. This devotion and seriousness is not feigned. The latter must have been carefully cleaned before each application of the needles. This is not only respect for the patient, but likewise, respect and trust in the method of Chinese acupuncture. After cleaning it, Kunin was the one who took out a wooden box with an ancient shape from his bag. The whole box is made of mahogany. The carving pattern on it is delicate and complicated. At a glance it is of great value. But Kunin didn't seem to scrutinize the patterns on it, instead stroking the lid of the box as if it were his own child, and finally took a deep breath and opened the lid directly. The box has a black silk backing with a neat row of milled needles arranged in order. Yi Chen has also seen the Chinese medicine doctor to the patient acupuncture, but most of the use of stainless steel needle. This needle has a high strength and toughness, compared to the silver needle used by the ancients. Not easy to break. Generalization is higher. However, Kunin still seems to be using silver needles. Is there anything special about that? As if he could see the doubt in Yi Chen's eyes, Wang Shui on the side lowered his voice and explained. Miss Qiu Ning, a renowned genius of the Jiangfeng family, has been nurtured by the family elders since she was a child, and has been exposed to the Qiu family's ancestral method of acupuncture and moxibustion from the time she learned to speak through her teeth. The silver needle she used is also the Qiu family's unique homemade. The degree of sturdiness aside, let's just say that this thermal conductivity is many times stronger than the stainless steel millimeters that are now worn on the market. The Qiu family has always been proud of themselves and looked down on Chinese medicine practitioners who use stainless steel millimeter needles. In their eyes, only those who are not good enough in their hands would choose that kind of tool that reeks of copper. Yi Chen smiled. It's rather confident, but the impact on the patient would be just as great if she were to slip up. But she's Kunin. After Wang Shui finished speaking, he saw Kuning's hand cross the wooden box like lightning, and then he drew out a silver needle, raised his hand without the slightest hesitation, and directly stabbed it on top of Ping Yinyu's neck, one after the other. The movements were all in one go, flowing like water, without a trace of stagnation at all. It was as if he was now watching not the application of needles, but enjoying a piano performance, except that it was godless. Take the needle, lay it down and twist it for luck. All the work is clean, without a trace of procrastination. Wang Shui cannot help but nod his head in praise. Worthy of being Jiang Feng's famous talented girl, this means of medical skill, not to mention among the younger generation. Even within the older generation, those who can be compared to her can be said to be few and far between. Yi Chen nodded slightly in affirmation, while his attention remained fixed on Kunin's movements. He sensed that the way Kunin laid down and twisted the needle did not seem to be quite the same as ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners. It seemed to be a special kind of needle technique. It was hard to believe that it was the same as the heavenly green nine suns needle technique, which was also a special kind of needle technique. As a silver needle was inserted into an acupuncture point, Ping Yinyu's face slowly soothed, and her entire body seemed to relax a lot. Wang Shui looked on in amazement. Unusual Chinese medicine practitioners under the needle. Twisting the needle lock after the needles need to be after 1 to 20 minutes to reflect the effect. But Ms. Qiu skillful. This is only under the needle less than 10 minutes of time. It is already in the body of the dean to see the effect. This Kuning is indeed a number one character, to be able to place needles so quickly and accurately. Unless one knows all the various acupuncture points of the human body like the back of their hand, one would definitely not be able to reach this realm. Hearing Yi Chen's compliment, Kuning also slowly withdrew his hand and couldn't help but provoke. Well, after seeing my stitches, do you still want to compete with me? Of course, it's not manly to lose without a fight, and since you've already shown your sword, it's only in keeping with the way of a gentleman that I have to give you a response. Gentleman? Kuning couldn't help but taunt. Pretend to put it on and put words in your mouth so full. We'll see how you end up later. Yi Chen smiled faintly before arriving in front of Ping Yanyu. He first pulled out the green-colored wooden box he bought from the old woman from his bag and handed it to Wang Shuyi at the side. I'm going to trouble Dr. Wang to help me sterilize it. Wang Shuyi nodded his head and took the wooden box at that moment. And the moment he entered his hand he eeped, and then glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Seeing that the latter didn't have any other expression, he also didn't say any words, opened the wooden box, opened the yellow rolled cloth inside, and saw the green-colored fine needles presented horizontally inside. What kind of material is this needle made of? Wang Shuyi asked curiously, while Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. Wang Shuyi could only look up to Ping Yanyu and Kuning on the side. When Kuning saw the green needle in the middle of the box she was also puzzled. She was born in a family, and since she was a child, she had used needles of all kinds of materials for practicing, yet she had never seen a needle of this material before. This, could it be jade? Chapter 20, Strange Streak. Kunin said with some consternation, needles made of jade? Can such needles be used to perform acupuncture? It's a joke. Jade is fragile and foreign-breaking, and its thermal conductivity is not as good as that of metal, so how can you perform downward needle twisting? In the face of Kunin's skepticism, Yi Chen only guffawed. There is nothing strange under this world. Could it be that Ms. Xiao is already sure that she has already seen all the acupuncture methods in this world? What you haven't seen is nonsense or unorthodox. Kunin's beautiful eyebrows went up. Your bull asterisk ting me. I didn't mean it like that. If you don't, shut up and watch. Yi Chen's face suddenly turned cold as he turned his head to Wang Shuyi. Dr. Wang, keep putting. Oh, good. Wang Shuyi collected the surprise in his heart and twisted a needle in his hand. Once the needle was in his hand, his face became more and more odd, and he couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, somewhat wanting to speak. Yi Chen, on the other hand, gave him a look of continuation, then walked over to the newly replaced water basin and meticulously cleaned his hands. Regardless of the skill of the person administering the needles, the preparation before administering the needles must be done in a seamless manner, which is a sign of respect for the patient and respect for Chinese medicine. Even if Yi Chen hadn't gone too deep into the medical path, he understood this. After a long time, Wang Shuyi sterilized all the needles and placed them on top of a brand new silk cloth and handed it to Yi Chen. Thanks, Dr. Wang. Yi Chen, what kind of needle is this? I've been practicing medicine for so many years, but I've never seen anyone use a needle made of this material before. No, is this thing really a needle? Yi Chen took the needle and laughed. Of course it's a needle. It's just a little rare. To use it, it must be used with a special needle technique. Only the needle without the technique. There is no way for the next person to utilize its wonderful use. After saying that, Yi Chen raised his hand and twisted the needle, only to see a flash of green light, and the tip of the green needle had already disappeared into one of Ping Yanyu's acupoints. Without waiting for Qiu Ning and Wang Shuyi to react, Yi Chen's second needle was already out. Recognizing the acupuncture point, laying down the needle, twisting the needle, and the movement did not have the slightest bit of stagnation. That speed was actually not the slightest bit slower than Kunin's. What can you do if you are fast? If you don't have the right acupoints, and if you don't twist the needle and have the right luck, you are just sticking the needle inside the person's body. Kunin coldly grunted, trying to find a reason to bash Yi Chen, but his voice was getting smaller and smaller. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene, insiders look at the doorway. It is because Kuning is the connoisseur of this needle application, so she did not continue to speak at this moment, because she was able to see that the latter's acupoints that were zapped were all precise and accurate, and the depths were also appropriate, and at a glance, the basics were extremely solid, a degree that even Kunin didn't dare to say that she was able to do it every single time, but Yi Chen did it. The distance of each needle into the acupuncture point is controlled very precisely. With the naked eye can hardly see any difference. This, Kunin's face finally faded from contempt and mockery, turning into a touch of gravity. This level was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Counting the entire Zheng Feng, those who could compare to Yi Chen's needle application precision were definitely within a handful. This kid, he really does have some skills. I've kind of looked away. Hearing Kuning's muttering, Wang Shuyi hemmed and hawed, secretly happy in his heart. Yi Chen was the one he had found to bring to the dean. In that case, this credit of his own, after all, did not run away. His hanging heart was finally put down. To be honest, before seeing Yi Chen pulled out the wooden box from the bag, when he took it, he was already shocked. That wooden box, ridiculously light, held in his hand as if it were nothing, and the green needles inside, almost weightless. If it wasn't for Yi Chen administering the needles in front of him, there was absolutely no way for him to imagine someone being able to perform acupuncture with something as rare as that. As the application of the needle proceeded, Kuning suddenly eeped, and Wang Shuyi on the side asked, "Ms. Church, is there a problem?" Quinnan frowned. His previous needle applications were all very accurate and the acupuncture points were not misrecognized. But why is he now stabbing points that have nothing to do with the dean's illness? Wang Shuyi did not have deep attainments in acupuncture, so he guessed after taking a look. Acupuncture points that play a supporting role? Perhaps? Chernin shook his head. Although my Chiu family can't be said to be the first acupuncture family in Birch Country, but the use of needles is also considered to have some reputation. The family's ancient medical texts are even more complex, and I grew up with my ears and eyes, reading countless scrolls, but I've never heard that the acupoints Yichen is now zapping can assist in treating varicose veins in the lower limbs and cervical spine problems. Wang Shuyi gulped. Maybe it's a unique secret method too. Yichen, he has something in mind and won't mess around. Qunnan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the contrary, since Yichen had entered the stage of administering the needles, he had placed all of his attention on the dean's body, and apart from administering the needles, there was no extra movement at all. Sweat slowly seeped out from his forehead. In Yichen's eyes, Ping Yenyu's physical body seemed to have been reduced to nothing. What was in his eyes was merely a humanoid mass of cyan-colored aura, and each of those acupuncture points seemed to be a little star in the middle of a starry sky. Relying on the strengthening of his body by the heavenly green nine suns meridian, he controlled the strength of the needles with precision. In his mind, the corresponding acupoints and techniques of placing needles among the heavenly green nine suns needle technique were vivid in his mind, constantly flashing. Under his hands, the green needles flew, and with every needle that fell, along with the tip of the green needle similarly piercing into Ping Yenyu's body, there was also the aura that Yichen had cultivated. With the gradual input of aura in his body, a wave of extreme fatigue surged through his heart, but compared to the feeling that made him faint when he was healing his mother, he was still able to accept this level. After about 10 minutes, Yichen took a long breath, then wiped the sweat from his head and smiled. Dean, how does it feel? Hearing Yichen ask the question, Xiao Ning and Wang Shuyi immediately became nervous, and the entire living room was silent, as if even a hair falling on the ground could be heard. Seeing that half a day after Yichen's question, Ping Yenyu did not respond, Wang Shuyi opened his mouth to ask again, Dean? As a result, Ping Yenyu was still lying there motionless. Wang Shuyi's face suddenly changed, and his eyes changed as he looked at Yichen, pulling a miserable face. It's over. Yichen, you've zapped the dean. Qunan slapped Wang Shuyi and pushed his whole body to stumble. Nonsense. Qunan took 2 steps forward and put his hand on top of Ping Yenyu's wrist, then probed the courtyard's nostrils again and sighed in relief. It's okay, Dean is asleep. Asleep? Wang Shuyi looked at the courtyard lying there. The body up and down really does not look like dead, which is a sigh of relief. Xiao Ning's face was a little complicated. The dean fell asleep. So, this needle duel. Who lost and who won? Who won and who lost? It was clear at a glance. Chapter 21, The Terrible Woman. After applying the needle himself, Dean Ping merely revealed a pleasant expression, while after Yichen applied the needle, the dean actually fell asleep directly. Qunan's face was a little complicated as he looked to the side at Yichen, who was packing up his things as if nothing had happened. Whistling on his lips, Wang Shuyi stepped forward to Yichen's side and looked him up and down with a very strange look. What? Do I have something on my face? Wang Shuyi shook his head. I didn't expect Yichen. No, Yi Gongzi, your acupuncture skill is actually so exquisite. Actually even Miss Chiu won. Saying that, he covered his mouth at once and looked back at Qunan, only to see the latter's face look odd. And in the middle of the day, Qunan walked over. If you're not as skilled as a man, a loss is a loss. After saying that, she bowed slightly to Yichen. The deep gully in front of her chest made Yichen dizzy for a while, and he only felt a surge of fire, which scared him so much that he didn't dare to look at it anymore, and hurriedly averted his eyes. I apologize for what happened before. It's my own eyes that are clumsy. You can't just listen to rumors when looking at people. I'll remember that in the future. Yichen coughed as he looked at Dean Ping who was sleeping on one side. No, it's okay. If you know what's wrong, you're a good boy. Qunan froze for a moment, and couldn't help but laugh when she raised her head and saw Yichen's slightly flushed face. I didn't expect Lord Yi to be so cute. Yichen's face burned as he listened to Qunan's teasing, and he couldn't help but say angrily, don't you get an inch? Just because I don't bother with you about what happened before doesn't mean I have a good temper, only that I have a gentlemanly demeanor. Yes. Xiao Ning's words were soft and gentle. That sounded as if she was coaxing a small child, making Yichen not only not feel coaxed, but instead, his face became even hotter. Qunan looked at Yichen with a look of embarrassment and laughed, then set his face straight and said in a serious manner, okay, no kidding. If you win against me today, it means that you'll be able to represent Jiankan Hospital to participate in the Tianji Hospital's press conference afterward. I'll tell you beforehand that my strength is not considered top-notch amongst Jiangfeng's group of geniuses. Yi Chen sniffed and organized his emotions for a moment before oddly saying, is a wizard like mess, Xiao not even considered top-notch? To be precise, I can only be considered middle of the road. Although my acupuncture skills are quite famous, in all other aspects, I'm not considered strong. If you want to show up on top of the press conference and take the right to speak in Jiangfeng City, only the art of acupuncture won't do. Yi Chen's face slowly became heavy. It looked like the task on his shoulders was really a bit heavy. Ken Hospital will send me, and the other person, presumably, will be you. The First Municipal People's Hospital, on the other hand, will be sending their famous genius from their institution, a high school graduate from the Provincial Medical University of Jiangzhou Province, Xiang Shan. This person studied under Jing Hongxuan, the director of the First Municipal People's Hospital, dual training in Chinese medicine. The amount of knowledge is excessive. The foundation is extremely solid. It is a difficult opponent. As for Jihua Hospital, if the intelligence is correct, the people they sent should be familiar to you. I'm familiar? Yi Chen frowned and asked, who is it? Ji Lingxiao, Ji Lingsuan's sister. Ji's has a sister? Yi Chen's words were practically shouted out, and Kunin frowned her pretty eyebrows. What are you so excited about? No, I just didn't expect that Ji Lingchen actually had a sister. I always thought that Ji Lingchen's kind of personality should be an only child. Kunin ruffled her hair, which was like black silk, and said faintly, you're actually right to think so. What do you mean? This Ji Lingxiao, although she's Ji Lingsuan's sister, she's actually an illegitimate daughter, born to Ji Feng and an unknown woman, so she doesn't have much of a name, and she's only hung up as a high official in the Ji group, private daughter. Ha! Yi Chen rolled his eyes, and thought, no wonder Ji Lingchen pulls that disgusting look. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The old man does not do good things. The son is not good either. Don't look at her as just an illegitimate daughter. But she has made an excellent name for the Ji clan in the medical world with her skillful medical skills. Rumor has it that Ji Feng seems to be preparing to include her in the genealogy. Give her a name from now on. Yi Chen scoffed at this. A tool of a family. If she didn't contribute to it, I'm afraid Ji Feng wouldn't even recognize her put. Xiao Ning seemed to have heard a hint of resentment in Yi Chen's words and was rather surprised. What? Do you and Ji Lingxiao know each other? Yi Chen shook his head. Don't recognize it. Never seen it before. Kunin had a puzzled look on his face, but didn't continue to ask questions. In short, Ji Lingxiao, this person should not be underestimated. She specializes in Western medicine, and is extremely good at the use of all kinds of precision instruments. This time at the press conference, she will be your formidable enemy. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. I'm just going to try. If it doesn't work, forget it. I don't have the ambition to make a name for myself in Jiangfeng City in one fell swoop. Moreover, aren't you still at Jiankang Hospital? I'm just an external editor. Kunin sniffed in exasperation. I've already lost to you. That's all I know how to do. The rest, I don't know anything else. And as I just said, I'm a blank slate, so don't count on me. You. Xiao Ning looked at Yi Chen with a roguish look on his face, and his heart was stifled for a while. How could there be someone like you? Looks like I wasn't wrong about you after all. You're a scoundrel. Whatever you say. Yi Chen in the side of the sofa a trip, hand subconsciously is inserted into the pocket, took out a packet of cigarettes as to want to light. The results of the cigarette just in the mouth, has not been lit. Is the feeling of an empty? Yi Chen froze for a moment and looked up to see a wave of annoyance from Kunin staring at him. What are you doing? Kunin threw the cigarette straight to the ground and stomped it flat. Aren't you a doctor yourself? Don't you know how harmful smoking is to your body? Yi Chen scratched his head somewhat impatiently. So many doctors, who know that smoking is bad for your health, and they still smoke? Really? Saying that, Yi Chen pulled out another one, but the result was that this time Kuning directly took his entire pack of cigarettes. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Chen really got a little angry. This crazy woman. What happened to smoking some cigarettes by herself? No smoking. At least not here. The dean's still here, and there's no ashtray. So where are you going to flick the ashes? Yi Chen a look around, found that there is really no popping soot place. Had to give up. Can only reach out and said, got it. I'm not smoking anymore. Give me back my cigarettes. I'll pay you back when I get out. You. I've got $8 a pack of cigarettes here. Hurry up and give them back to me. Kunin let out an incredulous laugh with an incomprehensible look. $8, right? I'll go out and double it for you later. Chapter 22, Weird Spaces. That's fine. $16, one less and I'll charge you with robbery. Kunin shook his head and turned around, walking to sit on the sofa furthest away from Yi Chen, who glared at him fiercely and cut, then sighed. Wang Shuyi came up at this time and lowered his voice to whisper, Mr. Yi, I have a feeling that Miss Chiu is interested in you. Yi Chen pushed him away with one hand. What does it mean not to mean? What's going on in your head? Dr. Wang. I didn't know you were this kind of person before. Wang Shui sat down beside Yi Chen and patted his thigh. Isn't this off-duty? Doctors, in front of patients naturally have to be careful, but when you stay by yourself, you just have to relax a little bit, or else keep tensing your nerves. Then who can stand it? Looking at Wang Shui's lazy appearance, Yi Chen felt that the good impression he had built up on him over the past 5 years had all collapsed at this moment. He didn't bother to continue ignoring Wang Shui and glanced at Wang Shui, who was still sleeping. Dean, how long before he wakes up? If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Wang Shui stopped him with one hand. How can we go back? There's still an hour left before the press conference. We have to get there. There's a press conference tonight? Right. Yi Chen's jaw dropped as he looked at Wang Shui with a look of a psychopath. A press conference will be held this evening. You now get me here. Yu Jiankang Hospital in the end is not reliable. Wang Shui explained to Yi Chen. Looking for you to come over today. Just want to have one more guarantee. In fact, Jiankang Hospital has already carried out a very strict selection before this, screening from among the layers of elites, and only finally selected Ms. Kuning. You, on the other hand, directly defeated Ms. Kunin as soon as you arrived, and that's why an exception was made for you to join as an external aide. Yi Chen only felt speechless about Jiankang Hospital's style, but since Wang Shui had already said so, it would be better for him to hurry up and return to his state now. The acupuncture he had performed on Ping Yanyu before had already cost him too much of his aura, and he hadn't had much savings to begin with as his cultivation time was still shallow. After such a use, the dantian was already empty. Yi Chen stroked his chin and glanced at Kuning, who was playing with his cell phone next to him, and then at Wang Shui, who was staring at him with a creepy look on the side that caused him to stare at himself with a creepy look. Is there a room I don't use? I need to rest. I'm a bit tired today. Even if I can rest for 10 minutes or so. Wang Shui sniffed with an expression of understanding. Anyway, Dean isn't awake, so why don't you go ahead and rest in the parlor for a while? But there's only the couch there too, and I'd like to let you sleep in the bed. But Dean isn't awake, so there's no way for me to take matters into my own hands. Yi Chen nodded. Having the couch is fine. In fact, he just wanted to find a place where he could cultivate in peace without being disturbed. Staying beside two people, one who looked himself up and down as if he were a monster, and the other a beautiful woman with excessive poise. Yi Chen said that there was no way to get into meditation. If he cultivated here, he might go off the deep end. Walking past Kunin, the faint scent carried between the latter's hair ran directly into his nostrils, as if there was an invisible hand ruffling his heart, causing him to shiver. Terrible woman. Yi Chen secretly recited I love Hanyu in his heart, then quickly walked into the room. Looking at Yi Chen's back, Kunin's pursed red lips rose slightly in a shallow arc that passed in an instant. Walking into the parlor, the first thing Yi Chen did was to directly unlock the door of the room. If he was interrupted while he was practicing, he didn't know what would happen. After doing all this, Yi Chen sat on top of the sofa with his knees crossed, his palms facing the sky, slowly sitting down, and in his heart, he silently recited the cultivation method of the heavenly green Nine Yang Sutra. Yin and Yang, the way of heaven and earth, the program of all things, the parents of all changes, the origin of life and death. As the mantra that was like a Sanskrit sound continued to swirl around in his mind, Yi Chen also entered a state of cultivation. Usually, Yi Chen could feel the aura hovering around him, and then he was running the heavenly green Nine Yang Sutra to absorb the aura. But this time, Yi Chen couldn't feel anything. The whole person was like falling into a deep black sea. I can't see anything in front of my eyes, and I can't hear anything in my ears. As if I were plunged deep into nothingness. Where is this? What's happening to me? Cold sweat came down on Yi Chen's forehead all of a sudden. He had never encountered such a situation before. However, he quickly calmed down. So many years of hard work, so that his mind has been very tough. In addition to his own family, there are few things can shake his heart. Yi Chen immediately began to judge his current situation. Could it be that he had practiced the wrong mantra? Or did he run the wrong meridians, causing himself to go off the deep end? After mulling over the mantra and the heart technique in his mind, he was sure that he hadn't made a mistake, and that was what he had done before. Yi Chen took a few deep breaths, forcing that fear of the unknown to dissipate temporarily. This situation was caused by his own cultivation of the heavenly green Nine Suns Sutra, and the only reason he could think of was that he had consumed too much aura today, causing his body to have problems. Healing his mother, then fighting with Chen Longjun, after which he fronted up to Black Striker in a hard fight, and then just now healing Ping Yenyu's body. His aura was overdrawn, and it was understandable that he would be in such a situation. The only way to get out of this situation is to keep practicing. Yi Chen thought for half a day and eventually only found out such a solution. He didn't hesitate, and at that moment, he continued to run the heavenly green Nine Yang Sutra. What made him feel relieved was that he was able to absorb aura, and as long as he was able to cultivate, that meant that his body was still sitting in the parlor. Only that his consciousness was trapped in this place. It was useless to think about it anymore. So Yi-Chen simply didn't think about anything and just greedily absorbed the aura around him. He didn't know how long it had been, but Yi-Chen felt that his eyes seemed to suddenly brighten up, and he opened his eyes to find that the originally pitch-black space around him was actually flooded with a faint layer of greenish-colored light at this time. In the depths of this light, there was a figure, and it was impossible to say whether the person's position was nearer or farther away from him or her, whether he or she was on his or her left or on his or her right. That eerie feeling, as if that person was not in the same dimension as himself. The next second, the voice of the person who had been in his car accident earlier appeared in his mind. The body of the green spirit, in spiritual sensitivity, siphons off all things, breaks the shackles, and is born in nirvana. Yi-Chen listened to the murmuring voice in his ears as if he was enlightened, and in the next second, the figure seemed to move. The entire space, instantly is covered by green light. In the depths of its space, steeply appeared a pair of green giant eyes. Chapter 23, The Celestial Green Nine Suns Needle Technique. Offense. A feeling of trembling filled Yi-Chen's heart, and standing before the giant eye, it was as if he was in front of a giant beast in the middle of the deep sea. It was an unspeakable terror that Yi-Chen had never encountered before in his life. As if he was scared from the depths of his soul of the owner of that huge eye. Fear came and went quickly. The giant eyes did not appear for a few seconds and then faded. The surrounding green light also slowly faded. The darkness once again coalesced around Yi-Chen. With that, Yi-Chen's consciousness was slowly confused, and at the moment he was about to pass out, a figure seemed to appear in the depths of space. What made him feel confused was that the silhouette made him feel somewhat familiar, but before he had the chance to recognize it carefully, the feeling of sleepiness swept over his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was still sitting cross-legged on top of the couch, and it was quiet outside the room, as if Dean Ping hadn't woken up yet. He let out a long breath and touched his forehead, which was already covered in cold sweat. Was it a dream? Yi-Chen was a bit scared, but when he carefully recalled, in his mind, the huge green-colored eyes were so real that it didn't feel as if it was like a dream. In the end, what is going on? Yi-Chen somewhat puzzled. Thinking is to close his eyes to feel the changes within the body. Feeling this way, Yi-Chen's entire body was startled. The aura in his body was full, and the aura that he had just consumed after he finished treating Ping Yanyu had completely recovered by now. Not only that, he realized that among his Dantian meridians, the aura that was originally like a thin stream of water had actually expanded a whole lot more than before. His body was also indescribably comfortable, and Yi-Chen even felt as if his 5 senses had been enhanced, and he was able to capture small sounds that he couldn't hear before. Yi-Chen opened his eyes and looked at his hands at a loss for words. I'm making a breakthrough? After carefully feeling the aura content in his body once more, Yi-Chen, although he couldn't believe it, could only admit that he had indeed made a breakthrough. He let out a bitter smile. He had only been cultivating for less than a day, but he had actually made a direct breakthrough. Was this heavenly green nine sun scripture so easy to cultivate? Yi-Chen reached out and touched the black pendant hanging above his neck. Could it have something to do with the green spirit's body from that person's mouth? Because of my special physique, it's easy for me to cultivate this heavenly green nine sun sutra? He couldn't get a clue even after thinking about it for half a day, so he could only shake his own head and expel the distracting thoughts. No matter what, he was now at the early stage of the first glimpse of the heavenly spirit, and before he had even crossed the threshold, he already had the ability to compete with a strong person who was at the middle stage of the first martial arts stage. Now that he had made a breakthrough, a mid-stage powerhouse must no longer be his opponent, and perhaps, he could even separate himself from a first-time late-stage martial artist. When he thought of this, Yi-Chen was a burst of excitement, but after the excitement, Yi-Chen took a few deep breaths. Now this is only a day's harvest, to not be treated as a waste as before. One must persist in cultivation and never get anxious. Having already tasted failure in being looked down upon, he didn't want to go through that life again. Yi-Chen knew in his heart that if it wasn't for the heavenly green nine sun scripture, he would still be in the middle of a difficult situation if he didn't have any connections, no background, and only relied on the Han family. Be sure to stick around. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and directly continued to cultivate the heavenly green nine sun sutra, and as his consciousness settled down again, Yi-Chen was surprised to find that, in his mind, in addition to the previous mantra of cultivating the heavenly green nine sun sutra, there was also an additional mantra recited by that mysterious voice in the middle of space. The body of the green spirit, in spiritual sensitivity, siphons off all things, breaks the shackles, and is born in nirvana. Yi-Chen read silently in his heart. As he recited the mantra, the aura around him seemed to be more active than before, and the speed at which he absorbed the aura came up much faster than before. Yi-Chen was overjoyed. Can it be that this is an upgraded version of the cultivation recipe? In the face of this unexpected harvest, Yi Chen's heart throbbed as he closed his eyes and continued to flip through the heavenly green nine sun scripture in his mind, searching for something different from what he had read before. After about an incense stick of time, Yi Chen's face suddenly revealed a joyful expression. There! Tianqing Nine Yang Needle Technique. Attack! In his mind, an ancient and simple restitution tome was suspended above his dantian. This was what he had just rummaged through from the Heavenly Green Nine Sun Sutra, something he had not discovered himself before. Judging from the name, this should be a martial arts secret book about how to attack with needles. After flipping through the contents of the book, Yi Chen was even more certain that this Heavenly Green Nine Sun scripture was not only capable of healing and saving people, but it could also be used as an attack. As described in the book, all of them use needle techniques, flinging thin needles as concealed weapons and attaching aura to them. Once the fine needles accurately hit the enemy's acupoints, they could cause various effects to the opponent. Dumb points, laughing points, numbing points, sleeping points. Various needlework contents related to acupuncture points were spread out, while Yi Chen was like a sponge, greedily absorbing all the knowledge mentioned in the book. He had now offended the Ji family, and although he had said as much as he really did at that time on Ji Lingchen's face, if the Ji family really wanted to move him without regard to their face, at that time, there was no way to stop it, even if it was the Han family. After all, when it comes to status and connections, no matter which point, the Han family is not comparable, which is why their own parents-in-law want Hanyu to divorce themselves and let Hanyu marry Ji Lingchen. Even if there were some rumors in the market, the economic value that Han Yuehua or Ji Lingchen's marriage brought was already enough to completely make up for those. Nowadays, in this society, only the strong had the right to speak, and Yi Chen really couldn't be clearer. At that moment, Yi Chen was rolling over and taking out the green-colored wooden box from his bag once again. He carefully spread out the roll of cloth and flattened it on top of the coffee table in front of him. After deliberating for a moment or two, Xiao Zhan picked the job needle. This needle from the first hand he felt very strange. There is a kind of strange affinity. Now that he wanted to cultivate the Heavenly Green Nine Yang needle technique, Yi Chen's first choice was the jobbing needle. Hold the green needle between the index and middle fingers and run the Tianqing Nine Yang meridian according to the method on top of the needle technique. The spiritual qi in his body was directly like a trickle of water pouring into the contact needles along the meridians above his fingers. Yi Chen's face was full of excitement. According to the acupuncture method, as long as the aura was injected, one's consciousness would be connected to the carrier that bore the aura. When the time comes, the fine needles will be used with arm's-length precision. And as a little bit of time passed, Yi Chen's frown became tighter and tighter, and his face actually slowly paled. Chapter 24, Giving Needles. In the end, Yi Chen only felt a wave of dizziness in front of his eyes, and he almost failed to hold the green needle in his hand. He wiped a thin bead of sweat from his forehead. What's going on here? Why is there no way to make a successful connection? Yi Chen carefully went through the cultivation method among his memories again, making sure that his method was not wrong. It's not the wrong way, so what the hell is going on? He felt that his aura surging into the green needles had the feeling of a clay cow entering the sea, and he could not get any response at all. He stared at the green needle in his hand for a long time, then put the jobbing needle back and turned his hand to pick up another one. This time, he took the I1/2 needle I1/2, rested for a while, and once again settled down. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen once again gasped violently as he placed the stiletto needle back on top of the cloth roll. He gritted his teeth and picked up the sharp needle again. The result was still the same. There was still no reaction within the infusion of one's own aura. What the hell is going on? Yi Chen didn't give up, trying one after another. All the green needles were unresponsive to his aura. To be precise, there was no way for his own aura to make them react. At this time, Yi Chen also realized the possibility of this situation occurring. Could it be that it was because his aura was just too weak? The aura, regardless of its purity or reserves, was completely unable to reach a level where it could resonate with these green needles, which was why there was no response at all. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately stood up and pushed open the door of his room, and he saw Wang Shui sitting at the kitchen table eating fruits. And when he saw Yi Chen come out, he hurriedly stood up and trotted over with a fruit plate. Mr. Yi, rested? Ah, what's this sweaty head of yours? Wang Shui looked at Yi Chen's t-shirt, which was already wet with sweat, and was stunned. Yi Chen didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him, and turned his head to look at the sofa, realizing that Ping Yanyu was still resting. Does this have a regular needle? A stainless steel needle or a silver needle will do. Wang Shui frowned, then glanced at Ping Yanyu. There are, but those are Dean's, and now that he's asleep, it seems a little rude if I get them for you now, without permission. Yi Chen sked, and then in the direction of the gate, he walked quickly, and Wang Shui tugged him back. No, where are you going, Mr. Yi? I'll get a set of silver needles. Now. Yes, I'm in a hurry. Wang Shuyi glanced at his watch. There's still an hour to go before the conference, and we're expected to leave later. And at this hour now, where are you going to go out and buy a needle to go ah? Besides, if you can't make it back in time, by then. When Yi-Chen heard this, his entire body immediately deflated, thinking that it was hard to not be able to only wait for this press conference to end before he could continue to go cultivate. However, the successive failures just now had made Yi-Chen's heart itchy, and if he was allowed to hold back from practicing the needle technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to concentrate on the competition at the press conference. At that moment, Kunin stood up from the sofa and walked over with her long and full legs. You want a needle? In a hurry? Yi-Chen looked at Kunin. It's true that there's some urgency, but the way things are going, maybe I'll just have to wait until after the press conference to get it. The eyes of Qiu Ning Miao's eyes flowed, as if she had made some decision. She backhanded and actually pulled out a handkerchief from her waist, and after unfolding it, it was actually a row of silver needles. Each silver needle has a very beautiful streamline, full and glossy, at first glance is carved out of the boutique, and those Chinese hospitals are not sold in the same class. Xiao Ning seemed to be a little reluctant to give up, but finally, with a clench of her silver teeth, she handed it to Yi-Chen. Since you need it urgently, you can have this silver needle. Yi-Chen was stumped in place. It's not good to put. Quinin frowned. A big man. Why are you so abrasive? Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back. I wouldn't have been able to give it to you. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and received the silver needle with both hands. Since Miss Kuning is willing to give generously, Yi-Chen will accept it. And in the future, if Miss Kuning has anything that she can use me for, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help out. Kunin rolled his eyes. Come on. I can't think of any part of me that needs your help. Are you rested? We're going to be leaving soon. You still have time to get ready. Yi-Chen didn't wait for the latter to finish his sentence and ran towards the parlor with the silver needle in his pocket. I'm not done talking. You. Answering her was the bumpy clatter of the parlor door being closed. Kunin raised her eyebrows in annoyance. Why is this person like this? It's just too impolite. Taking someone else's things and just running away without even finishing listening to the person. Wang Shuyi smiled meaningfully on the side. Miss Kunin's reaction today is somewhat different from before. What? Ms. Xiao has always been known as the iceberg beauty by the entire Zhengfeng city, and she has never had much expression on her face. But today in front of Mr. Yi, you have a lot of expression. Ha ha ha. Wang Shuyi has not yet laughed twice. Is to feel like a thorn in the back of the eyes? A look at Kuning. The latter's face is cold as if it is going to be frost general. If you say anything about today, I'll kill you. Wang Shuyi was so frightened that he nodded his head. Of course, I naturally won't say anything. Miss Chiu, please also rest assured, I'm the person with the tightest mouth. Kunin let out a cold snort and once again transformed into that iceberg look. Turning back to the sofa and sitting down to continue flipping through the unknown ancient text she had been reading earlier. Back in the room, Yi-Chen immediately put the cloth scroll on the table, and took out a silver needle from it to try to see if his idea was right or wrong. The silver needle had just gotten into his hands, and a faint fragrance was directly rushed into Yi-Chen's nostrils. Yi-Chen's face immediately surged with a strange color, looking at the silver needle in his hand with an odd expression. This needle, it can't be Kunin's personal belongings? Yi-Chen put the silver needle in front of his eyes to take a closer look, wanting to take a closer look, but the result was that he smelled an even stronger wave of body odor from Kuning's body. Yi-Chen's strengthened eyes made him realize at the very first moment that there was actually a small, faint character engraved on top of the silver needle. Ning. Feelings that this is really Kunin's personal belongings. Yi-Chen was a little embarrassed, and his hand that was pinching the silver needle suddenly didn't know where to put it, but now he is eager to know. Cannot care so much? The heart silently recited twice I love Hanyu after it is breathless, slowly into the meditation. After replacing the green needle with a silver needle, Yi-Chen clearly felt that as the aura in his body surged into the silver needle, the latter took on a slight change. Buzz. Chapter 25 Success. A little bit of green light gradually emerged on top of the silver needle, and gradually, the green light covered the whole silver needle completely, looking just like pinching a small fluorescent stick. A look of ecstasy immediately surged on Yi-Chen's face. He could feel that the connection between himself and the green needle in his hand had become stronger. He looked at an apple inside the fruit plate on the parlor table, looked for a point on it, and then according to the needle technique, he threw his hand and threw out the silver needle. Only a cyan trajectory was traced in the air, and then the entire silver needle was all gone into the apple. Yi-Chen didn't actually use any strength. The reason why the silver needle was able to disappear into the apple was entirely due to his own aura. He crouched down in front of the apple, only to see that there was only a tiny hole left in the surface of the apple, and the whole needle had sunk all the way into it. He reached out and easily broke the apple into two halves, only to see the silver needle accurately stabbed on top of the core. At this time, the green light on top of the silver needle had already dimmed, just like an ordinary silver needle. It's done? Yi Chen took advantage of the fact that the green light on it hadn't completely disappeared, and held his palm in a false grip. Green light surged in his palm, and his aura surged wildly. According to the description of the needle method, the most important and practical point of this heavenly green 9-yang scripture needle attack is that as long as the carrier used has a spiritual chi, as long as it does not dissipate, one can retrieve the needle without touching it. Practiced to the great completion, even without touching the hand, is able to let the needle back and forth in a moment to attack, just like the immortal novels and the sword art in general, only, they are not driving the sword, but the needle. It was also because of the small size of the needles that he was able to use this technique when his cultivation was not yet profound. If one wanted to manipulate a huge object like that sword or something like that, one didn't know how much aura one would have to spend. Yi Chen focused his attention and tried to feel the aura remaining on the silver needle, trying to pull it out from above the kernel. His eyes stared at the silver needles, and the heavenly green 9-yang meridian operated frantically, but the silver needles on top of the fruit kernel didn't move at all. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, and his eyes seemed as if they were about to stare out of blood. I don't believe that I don't have the means to pull you out today. His palms secretly exerted force, and a large amount of aura converged on them to echo the aura remaining on top of the silver needles. After about 2 seconds, Yi Chen clearly saw that the silver needle on top of that fruit core actually trembled, and with that, the entire apple actually moved. Great! When Yi Chen was excited, his attention was distracted for a moment, and that silver needle was again not reacting at all. And it was at this time that the aura on the silver needle completely dissipated, the green light dissipated, and the silver needle turned back into an ordinary silver needle that couldn't be any more ordinary. Yi Chen reached out and pulled out the silver needle, carefully wiping it clean with a cloth and putting it back within the handkerchief. He did not intend to give this needle technique a complete cultivation success in one go, and he was already satisfied with himself for being able to achieve such results today. But with joy in his heart, Yi Chen also thought of a problem. The silver needles that Xiao Ning had given himself, although good enough to be used as an acupuncture clinic, seemed to be a bit poor at accepting the aura of the heavenly green 9 suns meridian. The silver needle had only been out of his hand for less than a minute, but the aura on it had already completely dissipated. If one were to manipulate this silver needle to attack, what could one do with it in less than a minute? Yi Chen picked up half an apple and leaned into the middle of the sofa, thinking about the needlework, and his eyes couldn't help but rest on the green-colored wooden box he had bought from the old woman again. Although I don't have the means to resonate with this green needle, it seems that this green needle has a good compatibility with my aura. From the fact that he had just infused almost all of the aura within his dantian into it, he knew that this green needle was definitely not a mortal product. If one could construct a connection between oneself and the green needles, the effect would definitely be much better than the effect with ordinary silver needles. Thinking of this, Yi Chen was once again opening the wooden box, looking at the 9 green needles in it. He had just conducted a test on each of the silver needles, and the ones engraved with different fonts seemed to have a different amount of aura holding content for the green needles. Although he had no way to feed it, he was able to feel the concentration of aura within the green needles. It seemed that there was a hierarchy between these 9 green needles. Is it hard to compare? The more green needles, the more powerful they are? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen was amused by his own thoughts, and at this time, movement finally came from outside the room. Wang Shuyi's voice rings out. Mr. Yi, have you rested yet? We might have to get ready and head out. Got it. Yi Chen said that he was ready to put all the things away. In the cover of the wooden box, his eyes glanced at the side of the green needles, carefully thought for a moment. He still will be the right side of the most engraved with the big of the green needles to pull out. There's no way he can feed it in a short time now anyway, so he might as well try a gradual approach. Yi Chen remembered that in many novels, there were clips of spiritual chi warming spiritual weapons. Maybe this green needle of his was also spiritual chi. Since it was spiritual chi, there was definitely no way for him to refine it in a short period of time, as long as he kept warming this green needle with his own aura. Maybe, one day, he could achieve the effect he wanted. Yi Chen placed the green needle in his hand and played with it, then slowly walked out of the room, and raised his eyes to see that a group of people had all changed their clothes. Ping Yanyu wore a pale yellow tang suit, while Kunin had actually changed into a gown at this time. White lace was woven into high-class lace embellished on all parts of the black gown, and the faint pink skin hidden under the long black dress revealed an eye-opening charm. The gown and Kuning's temperament formed a great contrast, but this contrast didn't make people feel out of place. Instead, it made people's eyes unable to move away once they found her. Looking at Kuning, who was staring blankly at himself, the latter's brow wrinkled slightly and coughed, to which Yi Chen reacted, scratching his head in some embarrassment. It's true that people depend on their clothes. Miss Kunin is truly stunning when she dresses up. Kunin's eyebrows went up at his words. What do you mean? Are you saying I didn't look good before when I wasn't dressed up? Yi Chen thought for a moment, then hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 I was just complimenting you on how good you look now. That's all, nothing more. Kunin wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Ping Yinyu. Alright, Aining, don't tease Yi Chen. Yes, Dean. Originally still with a trace of aggressive momentum of Kuning a moment is soft down. See Yi Chen hard a sigh. Dean is really a character Even Kuning such a heavenly girl in front of him is like a sheep. Chapter 26, Clothes Make the Man. Yi Chen, you won the previous competition. I've had many acupuncture treatments before, but none of them were able to make me so comfortable that I didn't even realize when I fell asleep. My back now and my waist, and my legs that had been feeling weak before, have actually all been as good as new, all in one piece. Yi Chen, your needlework is truly exquisite. Yi Chen didn't pretend to be modest, he just smiled. Thanks for the compliment, Dean. Ping Yanyu looked at Yi Chen and nodded. Since you won, you will represent our Jiankang hospital and accompany Kunin to the press conference. Before Yi Chen could even open his mouth to say thank you, Ping Yanyu changed her tone. Although I don't want to pressure you, I'll say it ugly up front. At today's press conference, the other two hospitals will surely throw everything they have into the fight for Tianji Hospital's actual right to speak. I'm sure Kunin has already told you about the opponents you might meet, but I have to tell you, they're not the only ones who'll be coming out at the press conference. Those are all extremely powerful heavenly talents, and the hot streak at the beginning will definitely not allow them to be on. Yi Chen frowned. Do you mean that other hospitals will also look for a lot of foreign aid like us? Oh, you're right to say so. Like the First People's Hospital with its deep strength and heritage, and Ji Hua, they must have cultivated a large number of excellent talents. And this competition is likewise a collision between the best medical geniuses in Zhongfeng City. Flat Smoky gave him a deep look. If you want to excel and change your destiny, then this is an opportunity that you must seize. Yi Chen slowly clenched his fists as he listened to Ping Yanyu's words, thinking of all the humiliation he had suffered in the past, and the suffering his mother had endured because of her own incapacity. Thanks to Dean Ping for mentioning it. I will definitely do my best to win the top spot. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Young people should have the same kind of spirit. Kunin couldn't help but dislike it. Be careful of flashing your tongue when the wind is too strong. Don't think that all the geniuses in Zhongfeng City are made of clay. Yi Chen looked at the latter and just smiled, not returning the favor. The fact that Kuning had apologized to herself before, coupled with the fact that she had also given herself the silver needle that she had kept close to her body, had already caused the latter's image in Yi Chen's heart to completely change. Kuning is a good girl, only some worldly habits, high-minded and arrogant. Mouth is wrong. This kind of person, Yi Chen does not hate. Yi Chen stretched, then rubbed his face. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get going. As soon as these words came out, Kunin, as well as the dean and the others, all surveyed him with an odd look in their eyes. Yi Chen was somewhat embarrassed by the look and scratched his face awkwardly. Did I say something wrong? Kunin shook his head, seemingly speechless, while on the side, Ping Yinyu smiled. I'm quite impressed that Mr. Yi doesn't care about the world's eyes, but, after all, this time, you're not just representing yourself at the press conference, you're also the equivalent of the face of Jiankang Hospital, and dressing up, you can't be so casual. Once these words came out, Yi Chen then realized that he did seem to be a bit unbearable right now. Today's day started with being hit by a car in the morning, and although I changed my clothes, I didn't have time to shower, and I smelled damp from the rain. In the afternoon to treat his mother, and Chen Longjun and again sweating, back to the hospital and met Black Striker, beat all the dust and dirt. To be honest, right now, even calling Yi Chen a beggar wouldn't be too much to ask. Yi Chen blushed. This, indeed, is my poor consideration. I'll go back and change my clothes. Flat Smoky waved her hand. No, it's too late. Just take a shower here, and I've already prepared the clothes for you, so you can just change into them later. Yi Chen scratched his head. Then thank you, Dean Ping. Ping Yanyu nodded. Then Wang Shuyi came out from one side and led Yi Chen directly to the bathroom. About 20 minutes later, Yi Chen walked out of the bathroom wearing the clothes Ping Yanyu had prepared for him. Xiao Ning froze for a moment as he looked at the changed Yi Chen, his eyes flickering slightly, while Wang Shuyi went straight forward and praised him. Mr. Yi, when you wear this suit, you are really handsome and adorable. I'm sure that after tonight, Mr. Yi, your name will surely be crowned in Jiangfeng. Ping Yanyu prepared a suit for Yi Chen with white as the main color. The suit was straight, the fabric was expensive at first glance, and the coiled dragon pattern was embroidered on it with black and gold fine thread. At a glance, you can tell that it is completely handmade. The person who embroidered the picture is highly skilled, and the coiled dragon is exquisite and full of charm. Yi Chen's height of 1 meter 85. His figure was not bad in the first place, coupled with his handsome face, The whole person revealed a flavor of a noble gentleman. At first glance, those who didn't know would think it was a male son out of some family. Flat Smoky nodded in satisfaction. It's true that Buddha relies on his golden clothes, and people rely on their clothes, and with this change of clothes, Mr. Yi is truly magnificent. Yi Chen smiled. Dean fallacious, if it were not for your clothes, I guess I would not even be able to enter the door of the venue put. Looking at Yi Chen's self-deprecation without any care, Ping Yanyu laughed out loud. I like your nature. How about this? After this matter, no matter what the final result is, I, Jiankong Hospital, welcome you unconditionally. Wang Shui interjected at this time. Dean, if Yi Chen is a hit at the press conference, there might be a place for Yi Chen in this Tianji hospital. Flat Smoky sniffed and clapped her hands. That's true. I almost forgot. Yi Chen, after this matter is over, if you are willing to ally with Jiankong Hospital, then I will definitely use all my means to get you into the middle of Tianji Hospital and do my best to support you. Looking at Ping Yanyu's serious eyes, Yi Chen was somewhat helpless. Dean, we two have never met before. Why are you helping me so much? Flat Smoky laughed. A genius like you coming out of the world. That's a blessing for our Jiangfeng. Even for the sake of Jiangfeng's people's people, I should still support you. Yi Chen pursed his lips and smiled without speaking. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't buy it, Ping Yanyu sighed and pointed at him, shaking his head. You kid, you're just too shrewd. It seems that in the past 5 years, because of what happened to your mother, you've grown up too much compared to before. Yi Chen suddenly froze at his words. Dean was following me earlier? Flat Smoky laughed. Of course, otherwise why do you think Wang Shui would let you default on your medical bills for so long? Yi Chen had no way of understanding the current situation for a while. Why? The director of Jiankong Hospital? Why would he pay attention to such a nameless kid like me? A creepy feeling leisurely arose. Yi Chen felt that the situation in front of him seemed to be beyond his control. Chapter 27. What the hell is this about? Why are you focusing on me? Yi Chen's face darkened. Flat Smoky smiled faintly. This matter is much more complicated than you think. I can't explain it in a moment. I can tell you the reason for this, but the prerequisite is that you are able to succeed in joining Tianji Hospital. Are you threatening me? Ping Yanyu didn't seem to hear the unkindness in Yi Chen's words and still wore a smile. There are no good things that come out of thin air in this world, and no pies will fall from the sky, so consider this as my condition for supporting you. But I promise you that the reason I'm paying attention to you is that I have absolutely no ulterior motives for you, and that it will only be beneficial to you. Yi Chen stared at Ping Yanyu's eyes, and the latter also looked straight at him. The two of them just stared at each other, and after a long time, Yi Chen took a deep breath. I know, I'll do my best in this press conference, but if you give me an answer afterward that I'm not satisfied with, I won't continue to help you. Even if you give me more favorable conditions, I won't compromise. Since you've followed me, you should know my character and know that I'm not trying to be brave when I say this. Flat Smoky nodded her head, then said rather sighingly, Yi Chen, you've changed. Compared to before, it's the way you're living now that's more like a young man of your age. Yi Chen grinned at the corner of his mouth, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. Wang Shui glanced at Ping Yanyu at the side, and after receiving the latter's signal, he chased after him. Kunin stood by Ping Yanyu's side and looked at the latter. Dean, did you arrange today's events? It's hard to believe that you already knew that Yi Chen had this kind of strength. At those words, Ping Yanyu slowly shook her head. No, I originally thought that Yi Chen didn't even have a way to solve his mother's illness. If things really ended up that way, then I would be the one to step in and help him cure his mother. Why? Dean, what's your relationship with him? Flat Smoky smiled faintly. Old friends only. However, if Yi Chen really doesn't meet my expectations, then Jiankong Hospital will have nothing to do with him from now on. After saying that, Ping Yanyu gently patted Kunin's shoulder. Alright, tonight is bound to be a bitter battle. Instead of caring about Yi Chen's business, think about yourself. Don't forget that compared to Yi Chen, you need this opportunity just as much. I know. Kunin's expression was a bit obscure. Wang Shui chased out and found Yi Chen standing in the middle of the courtyard. Looking at the ink-like sky, he walked over to the latter. Mr. Yi, you shouldn't blame the dean. He must have his reasons for doing that. As long as you obtain a spot to enter Tianji Hospital today, all your problems will be solved. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. His hand subconsciously went towards his pocket, only to realize that he had changed his clothes. Wang Shui sighed, then fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and pulled one out and handed it to Yi Chen. The latter froze for a moment and took it. Wang Shui lit it up and then said, although smoking is bad for your health, what's a couple of cigarettes in an adult world with so many upsets? Thanks. Yi Chen took a drag from the cigarette and closed his eyes, only to slowly open them after a long time. Actually, I don't really like smoking. The smoke makes my mouth bitter, but sometimes I have to numb myself with cigarettes. Do you understand what it's like to have no control over your own life? To have your whole life in disarray? To have holes dug out of you everywhere? Yi Chen turned his head to Wang Shui, who lit one for himself as well. I know. Yi Chen smiled. I've had enough of living like that, and now, with great difficulty, my fate has taken a turn for the better. So I'm definitely not going to put my choices in someone else's hands again. No one, has the power to decide what I'm going to do. Wang Shui nodded. I understand. I've seen where you've been the last few years. Yi Chen shook his head and took a drag on his cigarette before putting it out. Forget it, there's nothing more to say. Since the dean has made things clear, I'll be able to get an answer as soon as I enter the Tianji hospital. Yi Chen knew in his heart that he didn't just agree to attend the press conference because he wanted to know the reason why Ping Yanyu was concerned about him. While that was one of the reasons, the more important point was that one needed to save up $900,000 in a month, even though one had now made $60,000. But these are not enough. If you want to make money every day and reach the goal of 900,000, you have to be famous in Jiangfeng. Only by making his reputation known would people come to him for treatment. Otherwise, even if he was good at medicine, the situation would only be the same as before with Chen Buxiu, who didn't take himself seriously at all. It was for himself, and likewise, for Han Yu, for his own dignity. The Han family looked down on themselves, treating themselves as a liability and a tool, and they were going to show them that they were blind. He, Yi Chen, was not only not a waste, but also a submerged dragon. He wanted to let the entire Jiangfeng city know that the person Han Yu had married was not a gigolo who only ate soft rice, but a good man who was worth relying on. This was to repay Han Yu for the kindness he had shown himself over the years, and likewise, for his own dignity. After a long time, Ping Yanyu and Kuning walked out. Come on, it's time, we're going to the venue, and on the way, I'll talk to you some more about what's involved in this press conference. Yi Chen nodded, looking as usual, sweeping away the disheveledness of a moment ago, as if nothing had happened before. Wang Shui on the side looked at Yi Chen, whose complexion changed so quickly. The heart only felt a little sour. What kind of life is it that can sharpen a person's mind to such an extent? The crowd got into the car and sped off in the direction of the venue. This press conference, said to be a press conference, is actually organized in the form of a dinner party, and the whole banquet is divided into two stages. The first stage is a banquet where the entire Jiangfeng high society figures exchange pleasantries and talk business with each other. It's not much fun, and I'm sure you're not interested either. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. Get to the point. The second stage is a demonstration of abilities in the form of a performance, where the top geniuses from all the major clans and hospitals in Jiangfeng City will perform according to their abilities. Although there are no specific judges, but among the entire venue, there are all the medical experts in the entire Jiangfeng. Their eyes are venomous, and they are definitely much more objective than the specially sought-after judges. So as soon as the demonstration is conducted, the doctor's means will be known at a glance as to whether they are better or worse. Chapter 28 Riverview House. Rather simple and crude. Flat Smokey grinned. Competitions between young people are too complicated to be interesting. But this display is more than that. By the time their respective demonstrations are over, everyone present is able to choose any of the contestants who just came up to the stage to demonstrate their medical skills for a medical sparring session. In any form. If the demonstration of your abilities at the beginning was just to let everyone in the room know about you, then this cutting phase is to build momentum. This is also the main event of the entire evening. In the end, who will be able to enter the Tianji hospital to become a mainstay? This cutting will be an important judging material. Yi Chen slightly raised his hand to interrupt Ping Yanyu's words. So, who decides who ends up being the mainstay? That would be, of course, the shareholders of Tenji Hospital and the major directors of the hospital who have already decided. Yi Chen stroked his chin. According to you, then it's likely that Ji Feng has come to vet me? Dean, you've paid attention to me, so you should know that I have a grudge against the Ji family. Flat Smokey didn't have much of a reaction to this. You don't need to worry about that. The shareholders of Tianji Hospital aren't the only ones unique to their Ji family. After saying that, he gave Yi Chen a reassuring look. And when the latter heard Ping Yanyu say that, he also shrugged his shoulders and shrunk his body into the top of the reclining chair without comment. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't speak anymore, Ping Yanyu continued. Next, I am the one who intends to talk to you about the order in which our players from Jiankang performed at this dinner. Yi Chen froze for a moment at his words. Order of performance? What does that mean? Does it mean that I have to go up and perform too? Ping Yanyu also froze when she heard Yi Chen's reply. Didn't I already tell you that if you want to make a name for yourself and show off at the press conference, how can you let people know about you if you don't participate in the display? That's something I'll figure out for myself when the time comes, mainly because I don't have anything to show for it. And even if I wanted to participate, I don't have any skills that I could show off. By then, not only will there be no way to present yourself when you get on stage, you might even be reduced to being someone else's sidekick. As soon as Wang Shuyi heard Yi Chen say this, he was anxious and immediately said, Mr. Yi, you're being too modest. Just the kind of needlework and posture you used when you were competing with Miss Kooning just now. If you put it on display, you'll definitely be able to amaze the 4 seats with your skills and overwhelm the crowd. You're obviously strong. But don't be presumptuous. Yi Chen's mouth opened. For a moment he didn't know what to say. It would be better to say that he really couldn't put it. After all, he won over Kooning. It would seem a bit deliberately modest, but instead it would cause others to be disgusted. But if he agreed, thinking that afterward he would have to fiddle with the needles he had learned for less than a day in front of all the big names in the medical field in Jiangfeng City. To be honest, Yi Chen was really a bit ashamed of himself. That's, still, a bit wrong put. I don't have much confidence in myself. Kunin suddenly spoke up at this time. Well, I know your strength best. With the needle technique you used when you competed with me, in the entire Jiangfeng City, at least no one within the people I know can beat you. So just rest assured, even if your display is not as good as it should be by then, with the Dean's connections, there will still be a lot of people to give you props by then, so you don't have to worry at all about what will happen when the whole room is silent. Yi Chen explained with a bitter smile on his face. That's not why I'm. For a while, Yi Chen really had a mouthful to say. I am said for half a day, and finally sighed and clenched his teeth. Okay, I'll go out on a limb then. Flat Smokey laughed. That's right, if you're young and not wild, you'll be more despondent in your old age. The car drove all the way along the river boulevard and drove directly to the most prestigious Riverview building in the entire Jiangfeng City. This Riverview building, located in the Yangtze River, the scenery is excellent. In the upstairs view, can be a large part of the Yangtze River flowing through the city of Jiangfeng Riverview. Magnificent exception. Not only that, the other side of the river is the bustling city center of Jiangfeng City. Night observation is able to see like a star-dotted Jiangfeng City scenery. It is a rare 7-star hotel in the entire Jiangzhou province. Only this Riverview building could be worthy of the opening press conference of Tianji Hospital. After all, the opening of Tianji Hospital would change the pattern of the entire Jiangfeng City medical profession. The night was as dark as ink, and Yi Chen saw through the window of the car a building with a chic shape, just like the pavilions that had been repeatedly praised by the literati in the ancient literature. With just a glance, Yi Chen felt the prosperity and grandeur of this Riverview building. To his surprise, the car as about hundreds of meters away from the Riverview building was stopped. They only saw a swarm of reporters like a tidal wave, instantly surrounding the car, with flashbulbs blinking at the crash inside the car, and the voices of those reporters were so loud that they went right through the very soundproofed glass. May I ask Dean Ping if there is anything you would like to say about today's opening press conference? Dean Ping, how certain are you about taking over the actual voice of Tianji Hospital? Is it convenient to disclose that? May I ask who Jiankan Hospital is going to send this time to compete with the geniuses of the Municipal First People's Hospital and Jihua Hospital? As the noises continued, Dean Ping revealed a bitter smile and shook his head at Yi Chen. I can't help it. That's what happens when people get famous. They never get to have any time off. So I hope you'll bear with me. Yi Chen, in addition to some numbness in the ears, other than that did not feel anything. These reporters so crazy to shoot their own. When the time comes for their own reputation in Jiangfeng City also has the benefit. The siege of reporters only lasted less than 2 minutes. Soon, the surrounding people were dispersed. A group of men in black uniforms stood on both sides of the road, directly stopping all those reporters. Wang Shuyi nodded at them, then slowly drove the car into the confines of the Riverview building. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the men in uniform. He could feel that the life aura in all of those people was very full, far stronger than ordinary people by several times. Although it was not as good as Jun Chen Longjun and Black Striker, it had definitely stepped into the stage of entering a martial artist. What are these people? Yi Chen was a bit curious, and Wang Shuyi gave a harm when he heard it. These are all reporters who heard that the dean is coming, so they want to get first-hand information from him. This person is famous, is annoying. Really, even driving a car, there are people with flashbulbs. They're not afraid of being hit by me. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. I mean the men in black. Chapter 29, Terrible Underpinnings. You mean the men in black? Wang Shuyi glanced at them. Those are the security people from Riverview House. Security personnel? Getting martial artists as security personnel? Yi Chen heard a burst of shock. This Jiangjing building in the end, what is the background? Actually can have such a big battle. This is still only in the periphery to watch the door. That is, there is already a martial artist security. Are they all mid or late stage martial artists inside that Riverview building? Flat Smokey on the side said with a smile. Jiangjing building is the largest fully equipped hotel in the entire Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng City welcomes foreign guests or major events are held here. The requirements for security will naturally be stricter. The car slowly drove to the downstairs of the Riverview. Looking around, a colorful sports car, luxury car, very luxurious. A lot of scantily clad beauties as well as gentlemen kept getting down from their cars and exchanging pleasantries with the people around them. Is this the upper-class socializing of Jiangfeng? Ping Yenyu's car had just driven to the front door of the Riverview building, when a porter rushed non-stop to open the door for the crowd. Dean Ping, I'll go park your car. Hard work. After saying that, Wang Shuyi went forward and handed the car keys to the latter. In passing, he took out a few red tickets from his pocket and stuffed them directly into his pocket. Yi Chen looked a little emotional. If he had come to work as a doorman at Jiangjing building before, the tips alone would probably catch up to his 1 month's salary. The crowd walked towards the door, and as soon as they entered the hall, Yi Chen was stunned by the scenery in front of him. Carved corridors and painted walls, gold and blue. Although luxurious and rich but with no loss of taste, every part of the hotel lobby reveals a sense of design. It really deserved to be the only 7-star hotel in Jiangfeng. Yi Chen couldn't help but smash his mouth. Ping Yanyu turned her head to look at Yi Chen as well as Kunin. I still have things to go and get busy. You two youngsters go ahead and play. And remember to look for me at the front after the banquet starts. Chernin nodded. Got it. Ping Yanyu nodded to the two of them, and then he and Wang Shuyi walked towards a group of people not far away. Yi Chen looked over there a bit out of his mind, and Kunin stood next to him and said faintly, "See, that middle-aged man with a back-combed hair and wearing a light blue suit is Ji Lingchen's father, Ji Feng, and the man in his 40s or 50s on the side wearing a black Zhengshan suit is the mayor of our city, Zheng Fanyu. These are probably the few most powerful people in the entire Jiangfeng city." Yi Chen looked for a few moments and felt a bit bored, so he stretched his back, and a waitress walked up to the two of them. Saying that, he extended the tray in his hand to the two of them, and Yi Chen glanced at Kuning on the side, who sighed when she saw his bewildered face. Okay, thanks. After saying that, he took 2 glasses of red wine from the tray and handed one to Yi Chen. Everything within the venue is free, and as for tips and whatnot, you can give them if you want, and no one will dare to blame you if you don't. After all, those who can enter here are not ordinary people. Yi Chen took the red wine and took a sip, his eyes twinkling. Riverview House is really rich and generous. This red wine, just by smelling it you know the price is not expensive. Chernin seemed a little disdainful. Riverview Mansion has a tremendous background and deep financial resources, and by organizing this kind of banquet, they will definitely leave no stone unturned to show off their strength. After all, this is likewise a great opportunity to advertise themselves. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and came to the table with his wine glass, took a few pieces of cake and sat directly on his but on the chair next to him and ate. Kunin looked at Yi Chen somewhat speechlessly. What's the occasion? You just eat here? Yi Chen lowered his head to eat the cake, not even raising his head. So what's the point? I don't know anyone here except you. Is it hard for you to ask me to make friends? No, then you should do the socializing that should be done. At least, you're here to represent Jiankan Hospital. Yi Chen tapped his plate with his fork, then pointed at her. What about you? Why don't you go? Kunin froze for a moment, then blushed a bit subtly. I don't like these occasions. Yi Chen guffawed and patted the chair next to him. In that case, why don't you sit here with me and eat the cake too? It's pretty good. Kunin revealed a bitter smile. I really don't know if you're faking it, or if you're just this nonsensical in the first place. However, she didn't care and walked over to sit down next to Yi Chen. This kind of behavior was slightly surprising to Yi Chen. I didn't think you'd actually sit over here. I thought you wouldn't sit with me for fear of your own face. Kunin took a cake indifferently. It doesn't matter. Today's main event is the competition in the back. The front is just a place for those upper-class people to communicate. It's boring. Might as well sit here and eat cake. Yi Chen laughed out loud. I didn't realize you were quite so genuine. Kunin flipped him a glance, and the two of them just stopped talking and ate the cake, neither knowing what they were thinking. In the distance, a few flamboyantly dressed gentlemen looked in the direction of Yi Chen and Kuning, and one of them said with some displeasure, "Who is that kid? Why haven't I seen him before? How could he get so close to Kunin? That's right, doesn't he know that Miss Kunin is our brother Lu's fiancé? Shall I go teach him a lesson?" On the side, a gray-haired young man wearing a purple-gray suit glanced faintly at the direction where Kunin and Yi Chen were sitting, pursed his lips slightly, and smiled faintly. Never mind, it's time for Annan to have her own socialization, and I'm not that petty. Liu Shu's slightly narrowed eyes couldn't tell what he was really thinking. Suddenly, one of the people who had just spoken eeped. Wait, why does that guy look kind of familiar? Liu Shu looked over again, and when he fixed his eyes on it, he too froze for a moment. What an acquaintance! Isn't this that punk son-in-law of the Han family? Why is Kuning sitting with him? This man's reputation in Jiangfeng isn't too good. He's known as a soft-eating gigolo. Sister Kunin sitting with him might get gossiped about. Liu Shu frowned. Strange, how did Kunin know him? Brother Liu, I think we'd better go and take care of it. Don't let Sister Kunin be fooled by that kid. Liu Shu glanced at the man who had spoken. Annan is so smart. How could she be deceived? I'm just saying, but you have a point. After all, Yi Chen's reputation is too bad. Kuning will be a member of my Lu family in the future. So naturally, I can't let her get too close to this kind of wayward waste, lest there are rumors spreading out and creating some unnecessary trouble for her. Chapter 30 Trouble at the Door. Yi Chen ate the cake while his other hand was placed in his own pocket, his fingers holding the green needle and constantly warming it with his spiritual energy. He believed that as long as he kept inputting his spiritual chi into the green needles, it wouldn't take much time for him to be able to freely manipulate the green needles just like what was written on the needle technique. Just as Yi Chen was focusing all of his attention on the green needles in his pocket, Kunin on the side suddenly tugged at him, waking him up directly from his immersion. Yi Chen frowned. What's wrong? Kunin's face had a somewhat unsightly expression on it, and he lowered his head. Get out of here. You're in trouble. Yi Chen froze for a moment. Trouble? What do you mean? As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen's ears were lightly twitching. He heard the footsteps of 2 or 3 people right in the not too far distance. It was obvious that the other party was rushing towards him. Yi Chen raised his head and looked over, only to see 3 young males staring at him with unkind faces. These are Lu Shu's friends. Uncle Willow? Is that an elder in your family? Yi Chen didn't understand what Kunin meant, and Kunin, a little anxious, tugged on his arm again. Kunin was dumbfounded by the exasperation. It's not my uncle. His name is Lu Shu. He is my fiancé. It's probably because he saw you with me, so he deliberately tried to find trouble with you. You go first, I'll go and help you stop them. Today you are here as Jiankang Hospital. If you are beaten by them, Jiankang Hospital will fall head over heels for them in terms of face. Yi Chen stroked his chin. But I haven't finished my cake yet. Why don't you wait for me to finish my cake? You, Kunin blared at Yi Chen, and by this time, those 3 had already walked in front of them. Kunin sighed and stood up directly. Zhang Yan, what are you guys doing here? Harm, Sister Kuning, look at what you're saying. When we see your sister-in-law, we have to come over and say hello. Quinin frowned. Don't call people names. Lu Shu and I aren't married. It's almost time. We're already engaged. It's only a matter of time before we get married. Don't you think so? Right. So it's not too much to ask for a sister-in-law. Otherwise Brother Lu, he'll definitely blame us. Kunin had a cold face. Then you can go back now that you've said hello. After saying that, she was dragging Yi Chen, who was still sitting on the side watching the show, to turn around to leave, only to be stopped by Zhang Yan. If sister-in-law has something to do, she can just leave. But Zhang Yan pointed at Yi Chen who was sitting there eating a cake. He's staying. Willow has something for him. Kunin's face changed at his words. Do you know who he is? You stop him? Zhang Yan and the other 2 looked at each other and laughed. Of course I know. Isn't this our Jiang Feng's most famous gigolo? Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, although we haven't met him, we've heard of his great name for a long time. After saying that, the 3 of them laughed again with some abandon. Xiao Ning only felt a fire burning directly in her heart. Vegetative as she was, she felt that these few people were talking a bit too much. She wanted to give Yi Chen a defense, but the result was pulled by Yi Chen. The latter placed the cake in his hand on the table, took a sip of red wine, and then stood up. Your master wants to see me? Why don't you let him come himself? Zhang Yan was still laughing, heard the faces frozen. After a long time very unkindly said, do you realize what you're talking about? Yi Chen lifted his steps and walked in front of him, looking down at him and laughing. If you want to chat with someone, you have to come here in person. Such simple reasoning. Your master can't be unaware of it, can he? Or does he have some kind of disability that prevents him from walking on his own? Kid, are you looking for death? Yi Chen smiled contemptuously. I would like to seek death, but the problem is, what can you do to me with just you crooked bastards? Zhang Yan was also exasperated and laughed out loud. Yi Chen, I've heard before that you're a person who eats soft food but knows what's good for you, but when we met today, I realized that I might have misheard you before. You're not only a softie who relies on women, but your brain isn't very good at all. Yi Chen shrugged. So what do you want? If you're only going to be chewing your tongue here at ABA, then you'd better hurry up and get the hell out of here and don't delay my little master from eating. When he finished speaking, he just stared into Zhang Yan's eyes, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Okay, you kid has guts. Follow us out if you can. Out? Yi Chen pointed to the door. Go outside? That's right, this is the Riverview building. You can't make a move or you're breaking the rules, but going out is fine. Mister, you just said it so righteously, so I'm sure he won't refuse it, right? Otherwise, this face hit is. Then let's go. Yi Chen stretched his back and lifted his feet towards the gate beyond first. Zhang Yan hadn't even finished his words and his mouth was still open. He thought that this kid would be scared and then he would take the opportunity to humiliate him, but he didn't expect him to actually go straight out. This kid must be brain dead. A man on one side sneered. It's fine, since he's so sensible, Let's get our hands on him and teach him a good lesson. Let him know that in Zhengfeng, he, Yi Chen, is nothing but an ass. Calling out to our brother Lu? Foolish. Xiaoning hadn't seen Yi Chen make a move and directly stopped him. Yi Chen, don't go. They follow Lu Shu. They are all practiced. If you go out alone, you will definitely be humiliated by them. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I've got it covered. After saying that, he was striding past the latter's side, leaving Kunin standing on the spot and stomping his feet in anger. Why are you so disobedient? Yi Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped and turned back to look at her. Kuning thought that he had changed his mind and said in a hurry, a great man can bend and bend. If you endure this moment, when you wait for the competition afterward, you'll be able to trample them all under your feet. There's no need to show off at this time. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, not knowing if he had listened to her. Will Dean Ping cover for me if I cripple them? What? Kunin seemed to somewhat disbelieve his ears, while the three people on the other side couldn't help but snort at the words. Is this kid out of his mind? Him? Cripple us? Laugh me to death. Forget it, after all, it's just a soft food, so just let him fantasize about it. Zhang Yan spread his hands. Don't worry about it, Yi Chen, I'll put my words here today. Even if you beat us to death, our family will definitely not look for trouble from you. So it's just between us today? That's right. Yi Chen suddenly spread a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. In that case, I'm relieved. Let's go. Chapter 31, Fighting in Front of the Door. Looking at Yi Chen and Zhang Yan as the three of them walked directly towards the gate, Xiaoning's face changed as he turned around and ran directly towards Ping Yanyu, who was not far away and was responding to a call. A few people directly walked out against the flow of people outside the front door of the Riverview building. On the way, there were constantly people greeting Zhang Yan and the others, and only Yi Chen was left alone to be hung out to dry with no one taking care of him. Zhang Yan laughed and responded one by one, and from time to time, he even looked at Yi Chen on the side with a look of contempt, as if he was showing off something, but Yi Chen completely ignored them. It wasn't until he walked outside the front door of the Riverview building that Yi Chen stopped and turned around to look at Zhang Yan. How do you want to come? Looking at Yi Chen with a salty look, Zhang Yan couldn't help but sneer. Being tough at the end of one's life, pretending needs strength too. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. Together or one by one? Zhang Yan was somewhat speechless. Are you out of your mind? Another man on the side said impatiently. Brother Yan, there's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Teach him a lesson. In a moment, if we make Brother Lu wait anxiously, he'll definitely feel that we're not doing a good job. Zhang Yan nodded. Got it. He turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, don't blame us either. If you want to blame us, blame yourself for not having a ratio and not knowing how to avoid suspicion. Is Sister Kuning someone that a punk like you can get close to? He sneered with a look of contempt. Why come to mess with our brother Lu's woman when you're supposed to be fine with that blind chick from the Han family when you've got the Han family on your side? A man on the side laughed. Maybe this kid thinks that the Han family can't afford him and wants to find a few more spares? Ha ha ha, eating soft rice is really eating out of the heart. What did you just say? Yi Chen's head was slightly lowered, unable to see his expression. Zhang Yan pulled out his ears. I say, you should just go home and mingle with an unorthodox family like the Han family. You shouldn't mess with. Before Zhang Yan could finish his words, Yi Chen's fist suddenly smashed above his nose. Fresh blood suddenly spurted out of the latter's nasal cavity like a spring. Ah! Zhang Yan's entire body was knocked to the ground by a punch. Yi Chen did not have a single expression on his face, and there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. The Han family is not for trash like you to judge. Keep your mouth shut or I'll knock your teeth out with my next punch. Zhang Yan covered his own nose, wiping his hands full of blood as he cursed profusely. Yi Chen, you bastard, how dare you hit me? What are you guys still stagnating on the side for? Hurry up and beat him to death for me. After saying that, the two men on the side were swinging their fists directly towards Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen sneered. His body slightly dodged and directly went through the middle of the two people's attack. His hand stretched out and directly clasped the necks of the two people, and with one hand, he lifted both of them up. The huge force in his hand directly caused the two men's faces to instantly suffocate in red, their legs struggling frantically underneath. With this kind of strength, you guys are worthy of teaching me a lesson? As soon as Yi Chen threw the two men out, he directly pressed on Zhang Yan's body, and all three of them were lying on the ground, looking very wretched. Zhang Yan became furious and pushed the two people on top of him away. Damn, two losers, can't even beat two softies. After saying that, he stood up and punched directly towards Yi Chen's nose. You punched me in the face, pay me for it. Bang! Almost in a flash, Zhang Yan felt that there was no way for his fist to advance an inch, and when he fixed his eyes on it, Yi Chen stretched out a hand and actually stopped his fist directly. Kid, don't be too wild. The veins on Zhang Yan's neck exploded, but no matter how he exerted his strength, His own fist was unable to advance an inch, and that feeling actually gave him the feeling of a mayfly shaking a tree. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let go. Yi Chen smiled faintly at his words. His hand obediently brought back. Zhang Yana did not stand firm. Directly by Yi Chen's strength to bring the whole person towards the front fell a big horse slump. The surrounding people had already noticed the strange movements over here, and were all standing on the side to watch the fun. Now that he saw Zhang Yan's wretched appearance, a burst of laughter erupted around him. 3 guys fighting, one actually got beat up like this. Laughed my ass off. Still laughing. The one lying down seems to be Zhang Yan, rumored to be Lu Shu's beloved. Ha? Lu Shu? What's this kid's origin? How dare he even beat up Lu Shu's people? Just as the people around them were talking, a man on the side suddenly exclaimed, I remember. Isn't this that soft-eating loser flunky from the Han family? Has he eaten his bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare he make a move on Lu Shu? Does the Han family not want to hang around in Zhangfeng anymore? This. Hearing the surrounding comments, Zhang Yan's face turned red for a while and black for a while. At this time, Zhang Yan's bodyguards finally arrived, and a few people directly went forward to help Zhang Yan up. Young master, what's going on? Zhang Yan wiped a handful of blood from his face and stared viciously at Yi Chen. Beat him to death. It's on me. Those few bodyguards looked at each other while aggressively walking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen also laughed disdainfully when he saw this. Is this intended to be a wheel battle? But if you ask me, you guys are still not enough. Get at least 10 more people. Kid, kowtow and apologize to our young master. Or else I'm afraid you won't be able to attend today's party at the Riverview building. Did I talk to you? Yi Chen didn't buy that bodyguard captain's words at all. With a look of indifference. You asked for it. The captain of the bodyguard directly copied out a throwing stick from his waist, and smashed his head towards Yi Chen's head. That strong wind whistled. The surrounding people could not help but cry out in shock. If this stick hit, Yi Chen was estimated to be smashed into a concussion even if he did not die. Yi Chen sighed. It's no fun. Saying that, he actually gripped that flinging stick with one hand, and the powerful force seemed to have smashed into the inside of the cotton, and had no effect at all. That's it? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at the bodyguard captain, while that captain was gritting his teeth and trying to pull out the flinging stick, but nay how hard he exerted. At most, he could only make Yi Chen's arm shake slightly, and there was actually no way to pull the stick out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! That captain yelled, and the 2 or 3 bodyguards behind him instantly understood, pulling out their throwing sticks and smashing them towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. That's what makes it fun. Saying that, his wrist exerted force and actually directly ripped the throwing stick from the captain's hand, then violently raised his leg and kicked directly above the latter's chest. That bodyguard captain was just like a leather ball, being kicked and directly flew backwards, rolling a few times on the ground, half of the time not even getting up. Chapter 32, The Arrival of the Han Family. Yi Chen whistled in his hand, directly smashed on top of another person's wrist. The pain of the latter directly screamed out, and then that person was Yi Chen received a foot, also fell out. When the other 2 men saw how powerful Yi Chen was, their hearts fluttered and they immediately greeted their bodyguards in a loud voice for them to come forward to help. For a while, Yi Chen was surrounded by 6 or 7 strong men, and compared to the burly physiques of those bodyguards, Yi Chen just looked too thin. Outside the Riverview building, Han Yu's father, Han Donglu, drove his car and brought Han Yu to the venue as well. Before parking the car, Han Donglu saw 3 layers of people outside the lobby of the Jiangjing building, and was a little curious. What's going on here? What's going on up ahead? Han Yu inclined her head to look over, but there were just too many people to see inside, so she told her father to stop the car and then beckoned for the porter. What's going on up ahead and why are there so many people? Saying that, Han Yu took out 2 red tickets from his wallet and handed them to the porter. The porter smiled and took the money. Miss Han doesn't know. There's a fight going on up ahead. Fighting? Han Yu shook her head breathlessly. Which dude is it that doesn't want to die? This is in the Riverview building. They are fighting like this. Doesn't the Riverview building care? The porter glanced around, then lowered his voice. Harm. It's that kid who offended the Lu family's son. All the security personnel at the entrance of this Riverview building have been transferred by him. It seems to be the Lu family's son who wants to teach that person a good lesson. Han Yu was secretly disgusted in her heart when she heard such arrogant and domineering behavior from Lu Shu, but her face was devoid of any expression as she asked curiously, who are they going to fight? After asking the question, Han Yu looked toward the crowd, wanting to see the situation inside through the cracks, but the result was that she didn't get an answer, and couldn't help but frown at the porter. What? You don't know? The porter shook his head. No, this person Ms. Han should be familiar with. I'm familiar? On the side, Han Donglu smiled. Our Han family has also been considered to have squeezed into the ranks of Jiangfeng City's upper-class families in the past 2 years, and the gentlemen who can come here are either rich or noble. so it's normal for you to recognize them. Maybe you've seen them at that banquet. Han Yu frowned. She seldom participated in the activities of those children of the family. In addition to going shopping with some ladies, she simply did not participate in these interactions and socializing, and she should not have known such an ungrateful person. Who is it? Yes. The porter stammered a bit, causing Han Yu to be a bit displeased. Stall what? Speak directly. What? Afraid I'll find out? The porter saw that Han Yu seemed to be a bit angry. How dare he hide it again? These ladies of the world are not something that a small porter like him can offend. Speaking up in a hurry. It's your husband, M.S. Han Yi Chen. What? A flash of shock sprang up on Han Yu's face, practically shouting out the name, and she seemed to somewhat disbelieve her ears. You said, it's Yi Chen? That's right. Han Donglu frowned. It can't be, can it? A place like the Riverview building isn't something he can just casually come in, and today is the opening ceremony of the Tianji hospital, so he definitely won't be able to get in if he doesn't have an invitation. Han Yu was vaguely uneasy in her heart and said to Han Donglu at the side, Dad, go in first, I'll see what's going on. Han Donglu was a bit surprised, but touched his chin and glanced at the time on his watch. There's still a while before the agreed meeting time with the Ji family. I'll also go and see whose brat is so unaware of the rules. If it's the child of an acquaintance, I might be able to take care of him or her. After saying that, Han Donglu asked the porter to drive the car, and himself and Han Yu walked towards the front of the crowd. As a result, when they just arrived near the crowd, the people around them all changed their faces slightly when they saw the Han family father and daughter duo, then silently made way. Some people are still talking in the dark. The Han family is here. Heavens, is it really possible that the Han family made Yi Chen move? What is the Han family trying to do? I don't think so. Yi Chen doesn't have any status at all in the Han family. I heard that Chairman Han is already trying to find a way to get Han Yu and Yi Chen divorced so that he can be with the young master of the Ji family. Ah, seriously? Ji's? Yeah. Yo, that Han family is probably going to soar in the future. We need to get in touch more often. Listening to the voices around them, the father and daughter glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of bad luck in the other's eyes. Han Donglu pushed through the crowd, and saw Yi Chen dodging right and left among several strong men, and from time to time, his hand was a muffled sound, and then one of the bodyguards collapsed on the ground, without any reaction. Yi Chen, it's really him. Han Yu covered her mouth in surprise. Why is he here? Han Donglu's face was extremely ugly, and when he turned his eyes to see Zhang Yan and the other two on the side whose faces were covered in blood, his face was even more horribly gloomy. Does this Yi Chen know that he can't save up $900,000 within a month? And now he's purposely pulling a stunt like this to try and get back at our Han family. Han Donglu's face seemed to be as black as a piece of coal. What a white knight! Han Yu stood to the side with complicated eyes. Although Yi Chen gave him a completely different feeling from usual today, she still hadn't expected that Yi Chen would actually fight in front of Zhang Jinglu. When did he get so good? On top of that, Han Yu saw that Yi Chen, like a god of war, was not losing ground even in the midst of a crowd of people surrounding him, and there was a bit of light flickering in his eyes as well. Looking at the latter's mouth with a hint of a swimming arc, Han Yu's heart was seized up for some reason. Han Donglu glanced at the growing number of onlookers around him, and the expression on his face became increasingly ugly. No, if we keep this up, things will definitely fall on our Han family's head by then. We can't let him fight any longer. Han Donglu directly squeezed to the forefront of the crowd and said angrily, Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen froze for a moment when he heard Han Donglu's voice, then he turned his head to look over, and a smile actually appeared on his face. Father-in-law, what brings you here? Han Donglu cursed angrily. Do you know what this place is? What are you mad about? Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. Things happen for a reason, and I can't help it. They're deliberately looking for things to do to me, so I can't just stay honest and get beaten up. Seeing that Yi Chen was talking to Han Donglu, a trace of ferocity flashed across the face of Zhang Yan, who had been staying to the side, and directly copied the throwing stick from the bodyguard at the side before sneaking up. Yi Chen, you step on the horse and die for me. When Zhang Yan touched Yi Chen's back, he suddenly roared, and then the club in his hand with a strong wind directly toward the back of Yi Chen's head was smashed down. This time, the blow was extremely black, and it looked like it was made with deadly force. Han Yu on one side screamed out in fear. Yi Chen, watch your back. Chapter 33, Sneak Attack. Yi Chen heard Han Yu's exclamation of surprise and smiled faintly. He was now different from the past, having cultivated the heavenly green nine suns scripture. Both his hearing and reaction were unknown how many times happier than ordinary people. Zhang Yan secretly touched his back, and additional footsteps how he could not hear. Yi Chen slightly sideways. That throwing stick is directly from his front. Rubbing the bridge of his nose is to fall short. Zhang Yan's face changed drastically. How could he not expect that his sneak attack this time would actually fail to succeed? Yi Chen stretched out his hand in a lightning-like manner and directly stuck his throat, lifting him up with one hand. Zhang Yan, you guys were the ones who wanted to fight, and now you're the ones who can't fight yourselves and are looking for bodyguards. So what? Now that you see that the bodyguards are useless, you're thinking of sneak attacks? Yi Chen revealed a look of contempt. You are so not a man. Zhang Yan was stuck in his throat, his face was suffocated red, and he could not say anything. He could only struggle one after another, using his hands to keep hammering Yi Chen's arms. But Zhang Yan was not as strong as Yi Chen, and now that he was being lifted in mid-air, and even more so without a borrowing point, the whole person was just like a chicken, looking very funny. As Yi Chen's hand slowly tightened, Zhang Yan increasingly felt breathless, and the throwing stick in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging crunch. He only felt his brain filling up with blood, his entire body convulsing, and he was about to roll his eyes. But Yi Chen still had an indifferent face. The people around them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw it. This Yi Chen seems a bit ruthless. Holy, that look in his eyes. It's kind of creepy. All of these words were heard by Han Donglu in his ears. His face turned a little green. He just couldn't look at it anymore and yelled at Yi Chen. You're still not letting go. How long are you going to make a scene? When Yi Chen heard his father-in-law speak, he also skimmed his lips, and then directly let go of his hand. And Zhang Yan sat on his butt on the ground, and the whole person actually fell and bounced a little bit, which was very comical. The people watching beside them couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yan listened to the jeering in his ears, but he didn't have the heart to care about that anymore. And the whole person covered his throat and coughed violently. Mr. Zhang, are you alright? Do you want me to help you? Yi Chen smiled and squatted in front of Zhang Yan, extending his hand to him, and after Zhang Yan saw Yi Chen's action, because of what had just happened, he had already appeared in his heart, and was scared to shrink straight back. It was not until he had kept a distance of 3 or 4 steps from Yi Chen that he lumbered up from the ground, and the bodyguards beside him were also back at this time, gathering in front of Zhang Yan, staring at Yi Chen as if he was an enemy. Yi Chen only felt a pang of boredom, but at this time, Han Donglu was the one who pushed through the crowd and came directly to Zhang Yan's side, looking at him with an apologetic face. Mr. Yan, I'm sorry, today's matter is Yi Chen's fault, but I swear, I absolutely know nothing about today's matter. It's all Yi Chen's own fault. Mr. Yin, you still please. Han Donglu looked at Zhang Yan's face covered in blood, and those last two see-it-alls were never able to be said. When Zhang Yan saw that Han Donglu had arrived, his bottom line was a few points higher, and he looked at Han Donglu viciously. Uncle Han, I was doing an errand for the Lu family today, and as a result, Yi Chen not only didn't know better, but he even beat me up like this. I will definitely tell the Lu family about today's matter in its entirety. Just you wait. The moment Han Donglu heard the Lu family, his face immediately changed. Lu family position in the entire city of Jiangfeng is very special. The Lu family is not a medical family. They are basically the whole family for the government. Jiangfeng City, above the officialdom, there are half of the river is the Lu family's clan or guests. It could be said that in a sense, the Lu family was the most prominent family in the entire Jiangfeng City, and even the Ji family didn't dare to easily mess with it. When Zhang Yin said this, Han Donglu's face turned green. Hey, Mr. Yen, look, your father and I are also close friends, so just take a step back from today's matter, and afterward, I will definitely pay a visit to compensate you for today's loss. Zhang Yan was even more furious when he heard that, compensating for his loss today? Not only had he, Zhang Yan, been madly beaten up today, Yi Chen had also made him so humiliated in front of so many famous families in Jiangfeng. After today, there was no telling what kind of scandals about him would spread throughout Jiangfeng. As he thought about it, his face became more and more ugly, and his eyes staring at Yi Chen became more and more resentful. But then, he suddenly thought of something, and that resentment on his face slowly disappeared as he cleared his throat and said in a pretentious manner, today's matter, to say the least, in fact, is not big. Men, fighting and sparring is normal. Losing is losing. Even if you are beaten with a face of blood, skill is not as good as others, but also cannot blame others. Zhang Yan purposely said this sentence very loudly so that all the people around him could hear it, and Zhang Yan's two friends instantly chimed in. Worthy of being young Zhang, this kind of temperament is really hard for ordinary people to match. Young Zhang is truly a role model for my generation. Some of the people around them nodded as they listened. I can't imagine that this Zhang Yan is quite responsible. It seems that he's not as bad as he looks. Yi Chen stared coldly at Zhang Yan, sneering in his heart. What generosity! If this is his character, if today's matter can be settled like this, he hanged himself on the spot. As expected, Zhang Yan wiped the blood on his face with his hand, and seemed to think he was very dashing and quite the warrior. But in fact, he just touched the nosebleed everywhere and looked even more wretched. But then, Yi Chen's outbursts are really not measured. Look at us, although we move with Yi Chen, but we didn't hurt him at all. It's not because we're not his opponents. It's because, Zhang Yan stared at Yi Chen and said, because we know the limits. We know that we can't just mess around in front of the main gate of the Riverview mansion. But Yi Chen, he's not. He pointed to his face and then to the bodyguard in front of him. Look at what he put us through. It's simply outrageous, completely failing to appreciate our good intentions. Instead, it has intensified. Bearing in mind that we have benevolence and etiquette in mind, he has painfully attacked us. It's really hateful and revolting. After saying that, his several bodyguards were immediately covering their arms and clutching their stomachs, looking like they had been beaten very miserably. The people around them all rolled their eyes when they heard this. They weren't fools either. What Zhang Yan had just said was obviously a believable statement. The reason why they didn't injure Yi Chen was purely because they weren't the latter's opponent at all. Otherwise, it would have been Yi Chen who was now on the ground with a face full of blood. Although everyone was understanding this, but no one spoke. Now refuting Zhang Yan's words would be the same as questioning the Lu family. Who would be so thoughtful? Chapter 34 Light Words. Yi Chen sniffed and sneered. I say, Mr. Zhang Yan, your ability to make believe is not weak. Your mouth is quite a bit more powerful than your body. It's just that you're so shameless. Does your family know about it? When Zhang Yan heard Yi Chen's sarcasm, he gritted his teeth in hatred, but he didn't dare to talk back. He felt that this Yi Chen was not a normal person at all, and his behavior and mannerisms were not predictable at all. If he were to say a word to provoke him again, and then make a move on himself, he would really have no face at all by then. But fortunately, Han Donglu was right in front of him. If he couldn't talk about Yi Chen, he still couldn't talk about the Han family? Zhang Yan turned to Han Donglu, his face unkind. Uncle Han, this son-in-law of your family is stubborn and unruly. He doesn't know how to behave, and he doesn't know how to be courteous. So today's matter, I think that's it. Your Han family will wait. Yi Chen frowned at his words. This Zhang Yan was really a scumbag, actually threatening him with the Han family? He then wanted to open his mouth to continue refuting Zhang Yan. I said Mr. Speech, you. Before he could finish his words, he was angrily rebuked by Han Donglu. Shut up, Yi Chen. Haven't you made enough of a scene today? Give me an honest stand. Yi Chen frowned, but seeing so many people at the side, he was considered the son-in-law of the Han family in name only. He glanced at Han Yu and realized that the latter was also looking at herself, and when she saw herself looking over, she immediately turned her head away. But it was still evident that the expression on her face wasn't very good. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. Forget it, for the sake of Han Yu. He still endured it, so he honestly stood still and didn't open his mouth to speak. Seeing that Yi Chen was soft, Han Donglu's heart was slightly relieved. He was actually really a little afraid that Yi Chen would not give himself face. Then at that time, his Han family's face would be considered to be lost. Han Donglu's heart was messed up like a mess, but his face hardened and squeezed out a smile. Xiao Yan Gengzi ah, you see this matter today. Zhang Yan was secretly happy when he realized that Yi Chen actually listened to Han Donglu, but on his face, he put on a bashful look. Speaking of which, our Zhang family is quite famous in the education sector of Jiangfeng City, and as the only son of the Zhang family, I naturally have to follow the Zhang family's discipline and rules, so I won't make things difficult for uncle and the Han family. The surrounding people listen to the heart cannot help but curse this Zhang Yan is really a hypocrite. Just now in the heat of anger also said that the Han family must pay the price, and now turned to say that will not be difficult for the Han family. The discerning I can see at a glance which statement in this is true. So what? It's actually pretty easy to fix things today. Zhang Yan coughed, then pointed a finger at Yi Chen. I just need to have him bow and apologize to me, and I'll let this matter go. Uncle Han, this isn't too much to ask, is it? Zhang Yan was pleasant on the surface, but in his heart, he had already gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people right now, he would have made sure that Yi Chen knelt on the ground and cowed out to himself for a dozen times and called himself a grandfather. Even then, he wouldn't have spared the latter. Han Donglu hurriedly nodded at his words. Of course it's not excessive. Yi Chen beat you up like this, it's only right to apologize. With that, he turned his head and said to Yi Chen with a serious face, come over here and apologize to Lord Xiaoyan, and let this matter go. Yi Chen was stunned, seemingly somewhat unable to understand what was going on in Han Donglu's head. He himself had beaten Zhang Yan to that state, and although he hadn't known him before, judging from his behavior today, the latter definitely wouldn't be the kind of person who was generous. Even if he apologized to him now, he would definitely go back to find his own trouble afterwards. Apologizing now could be said to be completely meaningless, and it would also cause the Han family to lose face in front of the Zhang family, and in front of all the famous families in the entire Jiangfeng city. This point also occurred to Han Yu, who walked quickly to Han Donglu's front, then pulled him toward the back and lowered her voice. Dad, letting Yi Chen apologize now, where do we put our Han family's face? And bowing, this bow, we will be completely unable to raise our heads in front of the Jiangfeng City family. Han Donglu said angrily. What do you know? If Yi-chen doesn't apologize, our Han family will have to offend the Lu family and the Zhang family. Now that you and Ji Lingchun aren't married, if you offend the Lu family first, there will be changes to both of your marriages at that time. Han Donglu's voice was lowered. I'm doing this for you. A little face is all. Your father I can afford to lose. With that, he then said to Yi-chen once again, I told you to apologize. Didn't you hear me? A chill ran through Yi-chen's heart. What Han Donglu had just said was clear to him with his current ear power. This Han Donglu only cared about their Han family's interests, his own face, and didn't even consider the party his thoughts. Father-in-law, you didn't understand the beginning and the end of this matter. There are some things that if it's not my fault, I will never bow my head. Yi-chen glanced at Han Yu somewhat apologetically, then said aloud, folks, maybe you didn't see the whole thing in its entirety, so I'm just going to rehash it with you here. Saying that, Yi-chen walked over towards Zhang Yan, who saw Yi-chen walking over and took several steps back in fear. Hey, Yi-chen, what are you doing? I'm telling you, this is in public. Those few bodyguards were directly trying to stop Yi-chen, but as a result, they were twisted over by the latter's several positions, and a few of them didn't even touch the corners of Yi-chen's clothes. Yi-chen directly grabbed Zhang Yan's wrist. I said, Mr. Yan, I only want to tell you all about how the two of us met. I think, otherwise, if you don't know the reason for the beginning and end of the matter, isn't it going to create a misunderstanding? In this way, I think Mr. Yan's heart must also be somewhat uneven. Zhang Yan was grabbed by his wrist and didn't dare to move. He only had to draw the corners of his mouth. And when Yi-chen saw that he didn't react, he said, I was in the Riverview building earlier, sitting in my seat eating, not provoking anyone at all. But then Duke Yan suddenly came over and told me that I had offended a male member of their family. I thought to myself, isn't Mr. Zhang the only son of the Zhang family? I hadn't even seen him before. How could I have offended him? Only to realize afterward that it was the Lu family's son, who saw me sitting with Miss Kuning and was indignant. So he had him come to me to argue. There's more to this. Oh my god, this time things have really gone big. And it actually did involve the Lu family. This Yi-chen is really a master who isn't afraid of anything. This kind of thing was actually said outright in front of so many people. Chapter 35, War of Words. As soon as Yi-chen's words left his mouth, the surroundings exploded at once, and Zhang Yan's face was unsightly to the extreme. But he didn't dare to retort when he was grabbed by Yi-chen, so he could only shut up and listen. The corner of Yi-chen's eyes glanced at Han Yu on the side, and found that the latter's face had actually darkened, even more unsightly than just now, and at that moment, he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, so he coughed and then immediately continued. But there's actually a misunderstanding in between. Miss Kuning and I don't have anything to do with each other. It can even be said that we just met today, and the reason why we're sitting together is nothing more than a coincidence. Yi-chen didn't say anything about the relationship between her and Dean Ping and himself. At this time, the clearer he and Kuning set aside, the less jealous Han Yu would be. As a result, just because of this, I was somehow approached, and Mr. Yan then planned to teach me a lesson. This is simply an unmitigated disaster. I just ate a piece of cake. How come I was put in such a big hat? Saying that, Yi-chen shook his head somewhat helplessly. Guys, would you all be pissed off if this kind of thing happened to you? I just arrived and haven't even finished my quick cake, and I'm being let out and told to beat me up? That's too nonsensical. The people around them burst into laughter after hearing this, and many of them were up in arms. That's a good point. If it were me, I'd definitely hit someone too. In that case, Zhang Yan went too far, indiscriminately pulling people out like that. As Zhang Yan heard the surrounding comments becoming more and more unfavorable to himself, he wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, but before he could open his mouth, a sharp pain came from his wrist. He drew in a breath of cool air and turned his head to look at Yi-chen, realizing that the latter was looking at himself with a leathery smile. What's wrong, Mr. Yan? Do you have something to say? No, this is all just a misunderstanding, but I can understand the feelings of Prince Zhang Yan and his friends. After all, it's normal that one's good brother's woman would feel uncomfortable sitting with someone else, so I'm going to have a good talk with them. But nah, Mr. Zhang Yan made a direct move and didn't give me a chance to speak. And once this fight started, the fire got bigger and bigger, and in the end, it came to this. You see, this is really, alas. Yi-chen had a look of great pity. Mr. Zhang Yan is young and talented. He has a reputation as a genius amongst the young people of Jiangfeng City, and his family is even more prestigious with a bookish family, so it's logical that he shouldn't be so impulsive. When I thought about it later, I thought that Mr. Zhang Yan should be homely and kind-hearted, so he couldn't stand to see such villainous behavior as digging up a wall, and that's why he made a move on me. But I'd like to say that all of this is really just a misunderstanding. Zhang Yan opened his mouth and looked at Yi Chen with a bizarre look. The latter pursed his lips at him, and he was so angry that he only felt a fluttering in his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This Yi Chen was just too cunning, holding himself up in front of so many people. What could he say now? Zhang Yan squeezed out a smile. Mr. Yi is right. I was indeed very angry at that time, because I can't stand to see someone doing that kind of despicable and disgusting act of hooking up with someone else's fiancé. So when I saw Mr. Yi Chen and Ms. Kuning laughing and joking, my heart was filled with righteous indignation, and I misunderstood you for a moment. Please forgive me. Talking and laughing? Things are getting more and more interesting. Can it be that this Yi Chen is really related to Miss Kuning? No, isn't this Yi Chen already married? He and Miss Han have been together for years. Harm, you are unaware of this. Yi Chen and Miss Han have nothing to do with each other at all. The two of them have the name of husband and wife, but there is no reality of husband and wife. I heard that Han Yu won't even let Yi Chen touch her. Oh, that's no wonder. Miss Kuning is a famous beauty in Zhangfeng. Yi Chen couldn't hold on when he saw her, and it's understandable that he went up to hit on her, but that's young Lu's fiancé after all. For a while, Zhang Yan's words brought the wind to his side again, and many people began to point their fingers at Yi Chen, slamming him for being a scummy guy who was digging up other people's corners. Some of the men were even looking at him with a look of hostility. Yi Chen didn't care about the opinions of these people. He only cared about what Han Yu thought. But when he turned his head to look, Han Yu didn't have a trace of expression on her face, indifferent as a block of ice. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen knew that he had already pissed her off, and the latter was already on the verge of exploding. He hastened to continue. Mr. Zhang Yan might have misunderstood. I would like to ask everyone, what is Miss Kuning's personality? When Yi Chen's sentence was spoken, the crowd was all stunned, and then a man shouted, what else is there to say? Our Zhangfeng city is famous for its iceberg beauty. Her reputation is spreading far and wide. Yi Chen clapped his hands together. That's right, since it's an iceberg beauty, then anyone who knows Miss Kuning should know her character. I've only met her on the first day today, so how could she be talking and laughing with me? Is that reasonable? Yi Chen's words seemed to be like a big bell, directly knocking the crowd awake. That's a good point. I've known Miss Kuning for a long time too, and I've never seen her smile at me. Che, that's because the other Miss Kuning can't see you. So she smiled at you? For a while, the crowd had begun to question Zhang Yan's words again. Yi Chen sighed in relief and turned his head to look at Han Yu, only to see that the latter's face was still as if it had frozen over. Not a single expression could be seen. Yi Chen secretly screamed in his heart and gave her a mouthful. I'm innocent. This is a misunderstanding. As a result, Han Yu completely ignored him. The two of them each had their own words, and the entire surrounding area was a mess, with everyone saying their own words, and Han Donglu stood to the side, looking at the scene in front of him with a grimace on his face. This is a big deal. Just as he was thinking about how he could get things to wrap up, suddenly a low man's voice came from the distance. Move over, everyone. The crowd was jolted at the words and subconsciously made way, only to see a middle-aged man in fancy clothes slowly pacing. The man was 5'8", with his hands behind his back, long hair, and a face as clear as a woman's that didn't match his voice at all. However, even with this kind of face, he was giving off a feeling of unruffled authority. It's Jiang Zitsong, the chairman of Jiangjing Building. Mr. Jiang is here. This is a big deal. Jiang Zikount walked slowly to the front of Yi Chen and the others. Seeing Zhang Yan's face covered in blood, he was slightly surprised and turned his head to look at Yi Chen. It is? Yi Chen smiled. It was just a misunderstanding that has been resolved. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yan pulled his wrist out of Yi Chen's hand, rubbing it as he retreated behind Zhang Zicheng. Mr. Jiang, this matter is not a misunderstanding. This Yi Chen committed a murder in public outside the front door of the Jiangjing Building. He didn't even have Jiangjing Building in his sights. Oh, Jiang Zitsong looked at Yi Chen, narrowed his slender eyes, and smiled. Is that so? Mr. Yi? Chapter 36, The Rightful Owner Appears. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Zikount and hurriedly explained that, Mr. Jiang, today's matter is definitely not what you think. Kid, I'm just an ordinary person with no name. How could I? And why would I purposely make trouble in front of the front door of the Riverview Building? Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. I'm not a madman. How would I find trouble for myself and my own family? But anyone who has heard of the name of Zhang Jinglu is clear in their hearts what will happen if they offend Zhang Jinglu. Even if you give me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to deliberately provoke awe. Yi Chen's words were very objective, and the people around him nodded their heads when they heard them, so it was evident that if one were to say that Yi Chen was intentionally looking for trouble, this would not be believed by anyone at all. So what was this if not tired of living? Not only that, Yi Chen's words were very polite. Not only did he once again bring up the strong background of Jiangjing Building in front of many people, so words with cudgels. Anyone is no way to find a reason to refute the reason, but also did not target Yi Chen. These words, "Are Yi Chen has long been in the wake of the mess?" Jiang Zi counted for the appearance before he did not. Jiang Zichen nodded slightly after hearing Yi Chen's explanation. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but the reasoning is really this. Jiang Zicheng glanced at Zhang Yan on the side. It seems that this is indeed a misunderstanding. When Han Yu heard Jiang Zichen's words, her heart was slightly relieved. Finally she didn't blame it on Yi Chen's head. Otherwise today, Yi Chen would really be in some trouble. Zhang Jinglu and their Han family. It could be said that one was a first-class family and one was a third-class family. If Jiang Zicong really wanted to punish Yi Chen, their Han family didn't have a single thing to do. Zhang Yan's face changed when he heard Jiang Zichen's words, and he wanted to say something at this time. Just at this time, a commotion suddenly came from the periphery. The crowd all looked towards the direction of the commotion, only to see that the crowd suddenly dispersed a path, and a gray-haired youth slowly walked towards Yi Chen and the others, and behind him was a middle-aged man in a deacon's uniform. The two of them were one in front of the other, and Lu Shu's body was radiating an air of superiority, very oppressive. Just a glance is able to let the average person ashamed of themselves, found themselves and the latter status above the difference. This feeling is in Yi Chen body completely cannot feel. It's Lu Shu, the main man is here. Han Yu's face, which had just loosened up after seeing Lu Shu, suddenly darkened again. This Lu Shu had never appeared, and now that Jiang Zichen had just spoken out, he appeared, and he must be up to no good. Lu Shu looked at Zhang Yan, whose face was covered in blood, and frowned slightly. Who did this to you? Zhang Yan immediately ran to the latter's side, a touch of embarrassment on his face. It's Yi Chen. I'm sorry Lu Shao. Lu Shu waved his hand, and the latter immediately just shut his mouth. Lu Shu looked up at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, after beating my men to this state, do you have something to say? Yi Chen touched his nose and smiled. Say what? This matter was originally started by Zhang Yan. Since he came to look for trouble, he should be mentally prepared to be taught a lesson. Lu Shu smiled slightly. Lord Yi might be mistaken. I'm not asking for your opinion. He looked at Yi Chen with a slight gaze, apologized to him. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. This friend, aren't you a bit too bossy? You should be clear about the origin of this matter, and you're still asking me to apologize? With a single word from Yi Chen, the entire outside of the Zhongjing building's gate directly became silent. Oh my god, he's actually talking to Ryushu like that? It's over. This Yi Chen doesn't have the slightest bit of ratio at all. With the status and position of the Han family, he's definitely going to be in bad luck today. Lu Shu slowly shook his head, a touch of impatience welling up on his face. Sure enough, there's just nothing to say to the plebes. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked to Jiang Zicheng's side. Uncle Jiang, Xiao Shu, what exactly is going on with today's matter? I just listened to Zhang Yan's words, and it seems like it was a misunderstanding. Ryushu smiled. What misunderstanding or not? How it was before doesn't matter now. Lu Shu looked at Yi Chen in the middle of the field. He just made me feel very uncomfortable. Just because of this, I have to educate him. It's good for young people to be young and vigorous, but being too flamboyant and not being able to differentiate between status gaps is ultimately the way to get into trouble. I'm teaching him a lesson today so that in the future he can remember not to just mess with those he can't afford to mess with. Zhang Zicong smiled at his words. You still say that? You're good at everything, but your temper is just too stubborn. Lu Shu bowed his head slightly. What Uncle Jiang said. Han Yu and Han Donglo's faces were becoming increasingly ugly, and anyone with eyes could see that the relationship between this Jiang Zichen and Lu Shu was obviously not ordinary. The former was already planning to ignore this and let Lu Shu act. This Yi Chen is too unlucky. It just so happened that Lu Shu came out at this time, and things were on the verge of being resolved. What can't be solved? Lu Shu must have counted on it, coming out right at this time and stepping on Yi Chen with the highest stance. Ugh, nothing to see today. Alright, this is your young people's business. I won't ask. How about after that? You take it easy yourself. After all, today is the opening ceremony of Tianji Hospital opening. Don't make too much of a mess. Jiang Zicheng glanced at his watch. Your father and I had some unfinished business, so we went in first, didn't you? I'll go with Uncle Jiang. Lu Shu smiled faintly, as if she had already put the matter of Yi Chen behind her. All sorts of looks, from the time Lu Shu had stepped in to now when he was chatting with Jiang Zichen, it could be discovered that he didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all. Completely belittling, he just didn't put Yi Chen and himself on the same level when talking. Jiang Zicong took a deep look at Yi Chen, then directly turned his head towards the hall inside the Zhongjing building, while Lu Shu stood still and said to the deacon behind him, Al, cripple him and send him to the hospital. I don't want to see his face today at the opening night party. Yes, young master. After saying that, Lu Shu didn't even look at him, lifted his foot and followed Jiang Zichen. Seemingly thinking of something, Lu Shu turned back to Yi Chen with a smile. Right, look at the time. The reporter seems to be coming in a while. You're lucky. After today, the whole Jiangfeng city you are famous. Yi Chen coldly stared at Lu Shu. No matter how happy-go-lucky he was, there was no way he could laugh anymore at Lu Shu's performance just now. Lu Shu, today, do you think it's going to go the way you want it to? When Lu Shu heard Yi Chen's reply, he couldn't help but laugh, his voice filled with disdain, and without answering, he turned around and prepared to leave. The deacon, on the other hand, stepped forward to block Yi Chen's line of sight, looking at him with eyes filled with indifference. Chapter 37, Battle Martial Master. With just a look, an unprecedented feeling of danger instantly filled Yi Chen's entire body. Yi Chen felt that the goosebumps all over his body were up, and a stream of cool air escaped from his pores. This man, I am no match. Yi Chen's face instantly became ugly. He had previously thought that with his own skill, ordinary people were no match at all. Even if they were martial artists, he still had the power to fight, but now it seemed that he was still too optimistic. Al watched Yi Chen's expression change and said indifferently, "It's true that you're right. Mid-martial artist. Is this your bottom line?" Yi Chen's eye pupils shrunk. Mid-martial artist? Was he able to tell his own strength? Al took off his vest and threw it to the side, and immediately a man came out of the crowd to take the clothes. No wonder you were able to deal with so many bodyguards by yourself. With the strength of a mid-martial artist, even if you doubled the number of early martial artists, you wouldn't be a match for them. Yi Chen swallowed a mouthful of water and forced himself to calm down. How do you know I'm a mid-martial artist? Are you that sure? Al actually laughed a little. A brat who doesn't know anything. Although Yi Chen was not a martial artist, with his current level of blowing peaking at the early stage of heavenly spirit, he was indeed about the same as someone in the middle stage of a martial artist in terms of strength. This Al could see his own strength in a single glance, and his true level was definitely much higher than his own. This is trouble. A cold sweat slowly broke out on Yi Chen's head, and his eyes couldn't help but start glancing around. The difference in segments between martial artists was a chasm. Yi Chen had already deeply experienced this today, so he knew that he definitely did not have the slightest chance of winning against the middle-aged man in front of him. What to do? Is it to run? Can we run away? I can run away. What about the Han family? Will Lu Shu let them go? Yi Chen looked at Han Yu in the distance. At least save Han Yu. Definitely don't let her be bullied. While Yi Chen was brainstorming, Al suddenly spoke. Don't look. You won't be able to run away. Even if you can, the Han family's people won't be able to run away. With your strength, it's absolutely impossible for you to escape from my hands with a single person. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and actually squeezed out a smile. Oh, how do you know unless you try? Stupid. Al's bones instantly made a series of crunching sounds all over his body, and then he took a ready stance. In the future, don't appear in front of my young master again, or else, next time, it won't just be as simple as being crippled. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and then Al had already appeared in front of him. Yi Chen's teeth clenched, and the heavenly green Nine Suns meridian operated crazily, as the aura surged into the meridians in his eyes. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Al, only to see that a residual shadow was instantly slashing towards his head. Yi Chen hastily raised his hand to block, and in the next second, a huge force came directly from him, and Yi Chen's entire body directly flew backwards, directly scraping the ground and falling 2 or 3 times in a row before stabilizing himself. Yi Chen! Han Yu anxiously called out, and directly ran in his direction. Stay back! Yi Chen directly stunned the latter with a low drink. A flash of surprise passed through Al's eyes. It actually blocked it? Yi Chen gasped for air violently. His chest was suffocating, and his heart was beating frantically, as if it was about to pop out of his throat, and the arm that he had just used to block the attack had been completely shaken out of consciousness by now. He stumbled to his feet and squeezed out a smile at Han Yu to the side. I'm fine, go ahead. Han Yu looked at Yi Chen's slightly sagging arm, bit her lips with some intolerance, and turned her head to look at Lu Shu, who was leaving in the distance, with a hint of fortitude flashing through her eyes. She took a deep breath, and then she chased after her in the direction of Lu Shu, and when Han Donglu saw this, he was so frightened that he rushed forward to tug on her arm. Han Yu, what are you doing? Han Yu shook off Han Donglu's arm. I'm going to beg Lu Shu to spare Yi Chen. Han Donglu lowered his voice and growled. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what status the Lu family has? To go up and beg for forgiveness now is to push my Yi family into the fire pit. Han Yu bit her lip. I know, but, Han Yu glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen has helped me so much. He saved my life. I can't just watch him get crippled. Han Donglu was infuriated by Han Yu. He's nothing more than a rushing tool. Han Yu, have you really lost your head? Now is the time to clear the air with him. As long as you divorce Yi Chen and marry Ji Lingxuan when the time comes, there will be a day when our Han family can be amongst the ranks of the Lu family. Hanyu looked at her father with some disappointment. Dad. Han Donglu glared directly at her. Today's incident, Yi Chen has already caused our Han family to lose too many people. Our Han family has also done enough for him. Your old man, I don't even want to lose my face to beg for mercy with Zhang Yan's milquetoast brat. What more do you want? Han Donglu's hands were trembling a little. Do you want your father to die in front of you to be satisfied? Dad, don't say that. I didn't mean it. Hanyu looked at her father's face that seemed to have aged 10 years at once. On one side, the man who had saved her life and with whom she had shared the name of husband and wife for 5 years. And on the other, her father. How the hell do you go about it yourself now? A look of pain surged across Hanyu's face, just as she continued to struggle in her mind. There is not a single trace of regret for what I, Yi Chen, did today. I am not at fault for anything. I have a clear conscience for everything. I won't bow down to the Zhang and Lu families either. Even if I die here, I will also defend my dignity. Although Yi Chen's voice was a little weak, it was very firm and low, and the heartfelt thoughts in it were heard in such a way that the hearts of the people around him trembled. This Yi Chen is really a man. What a man! It seems like the rumors that he's a soft-eating gigolo seem to be a bit off. And a little white boy? Your family's little white boy was able to take on so many bodyguards and still not lose. And you still have the guts to beat the Zhang family's son's face full of blood, and to fight directly with Lu Shu in a hard way? Indeed. Al smiled. That's true of you. Yi Chen took 2 deep breaths and smiled. What do you know about the nature of my little master? As he spoke, Yi Chen's unconscious arm was finally recovering a bit, or at least able to be controlled. Just now, when he said those words, although he had his own heartfelt words in them, but more importantly, he was still trying to stall for time. Yi Chen slowly raised his hands, once again assuming a defensive stance. Chapter 38 Green Spirit Body Control. The surprise in Al's eyes intensified when he saw Yi Chen raise his arm up again. Carrying me for a bit, and your hands aren't actually wasted? Yi Chen sneered. You want to waste my hand in one go? Aren't you a bit too confident? Al raised an eyebrow. Looks like I was mistaken. You're not just a mid-martial artist. You should have late-stage strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to block that hit I made just now. But alas, Al's aura steeply became extremely stern. I'm a martial master. There's a world of difference between me and a martial artist. No matter how much you struggle today, it's absolutely impossible for you to escape from under me. Yi Chen paid no attention to Al. From the moment he sensed the aura on the latter's body, he knew that he was probably going to be in a bad way today. He turned his head to Hanyu on the side and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Isn't it just to maim me? As long as your young master spares the Han family, crippling is fine. It's a bit of a bear. Alright, no more nonsense with you. I'm running out of patience. Al looked at the time, then moved in a single movement, and when he looked again, there was nothing but raised smoke and dust left in its place. So fast, Yi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body leapt towards the back, retreating rapidly, but Al's speed was unknown how much faster than his own, and almost after 1 or 2 breaths, he had already been caught up. Asterisk. Looking at the fist that was constantly enlarging in front of his eyes, a touch of despair welled up in Yi Chen's heart. Could it be that he would be crippled just like that today? It was so hard to get an opportunity to become stronger. If he lost today just like that, how would he face that senior who gave him the gongfu? He has been repressed for so many years, being used and disliked like a dog. It is hard to believe that he is going to be crippled if he can't even have a day with a head on his shoulders. An extremely strong anger and unwillingness surged out from Yi Chen's heart, occupying his entire body and mind. He's not willing. He's not happy about it. Where did he go wrong when he gave himself up to be a cow, ridiculed and scorned, just to save his mother? Why did he have to suffer such injustice? He, Yi Chen, asked himself that he had never done those things that harmed the heavens and the earth, and even when he was the poorest of the poor, he had never harmed anyone or done anything illegal. He's been at peace with himself all his life, and now he's still being stepped on? Being crippled in front of his wife, and only for a reason that made him laugh? The pupils of Yi Chen's eyes were instantly filled with red blood, and it was as if his brain had stopped functioning at this point. If there was anything Yi Chen wanted to do most at this time, it was to die with the man in front of him. This way, at least before he died, at least he had dignity. Yi Chen's hand couldn't help but move. The speed at which the heavenly green 9 suns meridian was operating had reached its limit, and it was as if Yi Chen's ears could already hear the roaring sound of the aura frantically running through his body. The strange voice that had appeared once before reappeared. The heavenly green 9 Yang Sutra is the most gentle and at the same time the most domineering technique in the heavens and earth. And since you have the awareness of indulging in death without fear, I'll give you a hand. After the words fell, Yi Chen felt that he had lost the right to control his body all of a sudden. And it was as if his entire soul had entered within his body all of a sudden. But the eyes are able to see all kinds of things in front of them. That feeling, like being ghosts, nightmares in general. No way to speak, no way to move. Before Yi Chen had time to be dominated by fear, he felt that his body was light, and the whole person actually took a direct leap in the air to rise up and flip a heel. It was this time that Al's punch directly landed in the air, and at the same time that Yi Chen landed, he stomped his foot out, instantly stepping on top of Al's back. With the force of his legs, Al was kicked forward and stumbled, while Yi Chen used that counter-thrust to finally land lightly on the place where Al had just stood. Holy, what's this? Lightness? No. Did he just fly? Didn't he? Did he fly? After a short period of silence, the surrounding cries of surprise erupted at once, and Han Yu and Han Donglu stared blankly at Yi Chen in the distance. This kid, when did he get so good at fighting? Han Donglu frowned. Never seen him fight. Ha, is it hard to believe that he's always known martial arts? Han Yu was relieved when she saw that Yi Chen had dodged the attack and even counterattacked, but at the same time, she also felt that the Yi Chen in front of her was suddenly a bit strange. Was this the same wasted man who had saddled himself with 5 years of being at one's beck and call, beating and scolding? Al suddenly turned to look at Yi Chen with an incredulous expression. How did you dodge it? His words were suddenly blocked in his mouth as he saw that a faint cyan-colored light was emanating from Yi Chen's pupils at that moment. What the hell? Al reached out and rubbed his eyes, then looked at the place where Yi Chen had just stood, and suddenly realized that the person had already disappeared. A sense of crisis instantly filled Al's entire body, and in the next second his entire body folded forward, and a whip kick just grazed past his head. Al slapped his backhand directly towards Yi Chen's stomach, but was dodged by the latter's slight stoop. Yi Chen then pulled away from him again. Being dodged by a martial artist who dodged 2 attacks one after another, and the other party actually dared to fight back. Al only felt as if he had been spat on in the face in disgust. Kid, you brought this on yourself. Al suddenly let out a loud cry, and his entire speed once again rose by a notch as he rushed towards Yi Chen. A gruff human voice came from within his head. It's over. It will completely piss him off. It's not easy to hide now, or your physical quality is too poor. If you can cultivate the heavenly green Nine Yang Sutra for a month, just this kind of waste can be put down casually. Yi Chen was anxious in his heart. So what happens now? I still have to be crippled? The man took a deep breath and seemed to smile. Don't forget, you are a green spirit body, which is a divine body. This kind of ordinary person, even if their strength is a few notches higher than yours, it's not like they don't have a fighting chance. The man was suddenly magnificent and spirited. Just take a good look at the true attack method of the Heavenly Green Nine Sun Sutra. With that, Yi Chen actually directly rushed towards Al. Seeing this, Yi Chen secretly cried in his heart. Senior, are you trying to get me killed? If I fight him hard, I will definitely die for sure. Oh, just wait and see. In a flash of lightning, Al had appeared in front of him, faster and with more force than before. Yi Chen not only did not dodge, but instead smashed his fist up. The other hand towards the front of the Al is thrown out. The speed of the speed as if like the appearance of a shadow. Click. Chapter 39, The Sire's Possession. Only heard a bone-breaking sound that made people's goosebumps instantly rise up. Above the ground, where the two men exchanged blows, there was actually smoke and dust diffusion. After one touch, both of them flew backwards towards the back, and Yi Chen's entire body was like a broken sack, directly tumbling out, rolling 2 or 3 times on the ground before coming to a stop. The people around them all gasped out in shock. Oh my god, Yi Chen's arm! As the people around them exclaimed in shock, everyone's eyes rested on Yi Chen's body, only to see that the arm he had just used to fight Al hard had actually hung helplessly at his side at this point, obviously broken. The fist was red and swollen, but on the contrary, on Yi Chen's face, apart from the blood at the corner of his mouth, he actually didn't have a trace of any other expression, as if it wasn't his arm that was broken. Yi Chen. When Han Yu saw Yi Chen's appearance, her heart was anxious, and she wanted to rush up, but before she could move, she was directly pulled by Han Donglu. What are you doing? Han Yu looked at Yi Chen eagerly. Can't you see? Yi Chen's arm is broken. We have to rush him to the hospital now, or else he'll really be crippled. Han Donglu looked like he hated it. Why are you still being so stubborn? If his arm is broken, so be it. You and he are getting a divorce anyway. As long as the divorce is finalized, he has nothing to do with our Han family. Han Yu broke away from Han Donglu's hand. When did I ever want to divorce him? $900,000 a month is impossible for him to save. The divorce between you two has become settled, and it was drawn by his own hand. What do you expect a man to do when he can't even accurately judge his own abilities? I'm not divorcing him. Han Yu looked at Yi Chen, who was standing in place, slightly hanging his head. I shared my suffering with him for so many 5 years. If it wasn't for him at the time, I wouldn't have been cured. And now that he's in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? If you do this, how will the entire Jiangfeng people view our Han family? The veins on Han Donglu's head exploded, and only a crunching sound could be heard as Han Donglu slapped Han Yu directly in the face. What do you know? As long as you have status? Who would dare say anything? As long as you marry Ji Lingchen, our Han family will definitely soar in the future. You hit me? Han Yu covered her face with an incredulous expression. A flash of obscurity appeared on Han Donglu's face as he took 2 deep breaths. Yeah. It's not that, father, I won't let you choose your own happiness. It's just that. Yi Chen, he's nothing. The door is not right. Even if you're with him, you won't be happy. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turning back is the shore. While nothing has happened between you and him yet, and things still have a chance to turn around, don't make things difficult for father anymore. After saying that, Han Donglu didn't wait for the latter to reply, and directly waved his hand. 2 bodyguards came forward from behind, one on the left and one on the right, to directly hold Han Yu. Send the young lady home. She's not feeling well today. She won't be attending the opening ceremony today. I don't. Han Yu struggled desperately, but naturally, her strength was limited, and there was never any way to break free from the 2 men's hands. Her entire body was being taken off in a rack towards the parking lot location while Han Donglu squeezed out an ugly smile and addressed the crowd around him. I'm sorry, everyone, for letting you all see the joke, but there's something that you may not know. This Yi Chen is already going to divorce our family. Han Yu, because of the complicated procedures and the fact that the Han family has been quite busy lately, I didn't inform you all. Divorce? The Han family will break their tails to survive. Listening to the surrounding chatter, the corners of Han Donglu's mouth twitched, but he still managed to keep a smile on his face. On one side, Han Yu looked at Yi Chen with a look of despair, and realized that the latter looked up at himself, only that there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. That look, as if looking at a stranger. With just this glance, Han Yu felt her heart go cold, and the strength to struggle instantly disappeared, directly being taken away from the sight of the crowd. The reason Yi Chen had that look in his eyes was because the one controlling his body right now was not himself. The senior and Han Yu did not know each other at all, so naturally he would look at Han Yu with unfamiliar eyes, and it was this glance that caused Yi Chen to have a lot more trouble afterward. But of course, all of this was an afterthought. Seeing Han Yu leave, Han Donglu let out a sigh of relief and refocused his attention on the 2 people in the arena, only to see blood slowly dripping down Yi Chen's arm. Looking somewhat miserable, Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his other arm that was able to move and grinned. Blood filled the air between his teeth, and instead he gave a somewhat oozing smile that looked a little crazy. Senior, with this move of yours, I have absolutely no chance of victory today. Yi Chen secretly screamed in his heart. He was not in control of his body right now, so he could not feel the pain of the flesh, but when he saw his right arm, which was somewhat twisted and deformed, he was able to imagine what kind of serious injury it was. Ignorant child, what do you know? Senpai sneered. You are practicing the heavenly green 9 Sun Sutra, or the green spirit body that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. This kind of injury, as long as you do a little bit of work yourself afterwards, it will be healed. Yi Chen looked towards L, who slowly revealed his form amongst the smoke and dust. On the contrary, he is the one who won today's match. When the heartfelt voice of the senior fell in his ears, there were cries of shock once again coming from the surroundings. Wait, what's going on with that deacon? A commotion came. Some people directly screamed out, and Jiang Ziqian and Lu Shu, who had already almost walked into the hall, turned around to look over at the words, only to see, Al stood in place motionless. From his 7 orifices or with blood slowly seeping out, looking very horrible, and the crowd was not discovering that on Al's neck, at this time, there was actually a tiny and incomparably small green-colored millimeter needle inserted, and at this time, it was emitting a faint glow. It is! Yi Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. Senpai smiled rather smugly. To win a fight you had no chance of winning at the cost of 1 hand. Do you think it was worth it? What's going on with him? Yi Chen's heart was filled with questions. Just now the clashing fists, although it seemed loud and powerful, but in fact Yi Chen knew that the strength above his own fists actually did not have the ability to cause any decent damage to the latter. Not to mention the fact that the latter was now actually standing in place with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, without any reaction. The sparring was merely a front. I took advantage of the effort of sparring just now to stab that green spirit needle into his body, sealing his meridians with the heavenly green 9 yang meridian aura. At this moment, because of the obstruction of blood flow, the situation within his body becomes much worse than you. Chapter 40 Victory. As the words fell, Yi Chen dragged his body, which was already close to its limit, slowly towards the owl in front of him. Senior, what are you doing? You'll be attacked. Completely ignoring Yi Chen's prompting, the senior staggered to Al's front, and to Yi Chen's surprise, the latter actually didn't move at all. Yi Chen smiled, then stretched out his intact right arm and directly pushed the latter's shoulder. Only a dull thud could be heard, and Al fell straight to the ground, his entire body suddenly unconscious. Here, How did the deacon fall? No way. Yi Chen actually won? Holy, that's awesome. Jiang Zi calculator and Lu Shu's faces were surging with a touch of incredulity. Al's strength they both knew. Early stage of martial master. With his strength, now that Zhang Feng was known, there were only a few people who could win against him, and all of these people are either in high positions of power, or else they are rich and famous. Now Al was actually defeated by a young kid who looked like he was less than 25? Looking at Al, who was lying motionless on the ground, Yi Chen was also shocked in his heart and could not help but admire him. Senior is truly formidable. This kind of experience in battle is really smacking one's lips. Listening to Yi Chen's compliments, the senior seemed a little disdainful. That's it? This person put in my time. Even a fart does not count. You also do not think that he is powerful. You now did not even how to cultivate the heavenly green 9 Sun Sutra. So the strength is not comparable to him. But wait until the future. Once you have cultivated this kind of martial arts master, you alone is able to fight 100. Yi Chen subconsciously wanted to touch his face, but realized that he couldn't control his body, so he could only give up. 100. It's really a bit exaggerated, isn't it? How can one person fight 100? The senior grunted, and then in the middle of his voice surged in a touch of exhaustion. Today I have consumed too much power. I guess I have to sleep for a period of time. During this period of my sleep, you must practice diligently. Remember not to be negligent. I see, senpai, but who exactly are you? Was the person I saw in that world before you? My name is Venerable Green Spirit. You can just call me Green Spirit. Senior or something really sounds a bit old. He muttered something in the back, but because the berth was so small, Yi Chen didn't hear it. And what's this world? That world? What the hell are you talking about? Yi Chen was just about to explain, when Sheng Ling was the first to speak. I'm tired. You're on your own for what comes next, so be prepared. What? Yi Chen just wanted to ask, but the result was that he felt that he had regained control of his body, and in an instant, an unspeakable sharp pain came, and Yi Chen's legs went limp, and he almost directly fell to his knees on the ground. A layer of fine beads of sweat directly climbed over his forehead, and his back was also wet with sweat. This kind of pain seemed to be comparable only to the last car accident. Yi Chen felt as if his arm had been run over by a sedan from above. And while Yi Chen and Xingling were interacting with their souls, Lu Shu had already run to Al's side, and one look at him showed that the breeziness and scorn that had been on his face before had dissipated. He turned his head to look at Yi Chen, and his words were filled with a murderous aura. What's wrong with him? What did you do? Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart when he saw Lu Shu return and thought of the way he had scorned him just now. I didn't do anything. Maybe he lost to me because he wasn't as skilled? I thought how powerful it was. It turned out to be just a one-move second of goods. The Lu family just gave you this one loser as a personal guard. It's not too much to take you seriously, right? What's wrong with you? Talking to Ryushu like that? Doesn't he want to live? A passerby had a look of trepidation on his face, as if it was himself who was talking to Lu Shu like this. His friend next to him scoffed. You think everyone is like you? Other people's Yi Chen is a real man. Damn, what a relief. With a cold face, Lu Shu slowly stood up, staring at Yi Chen with a frighteningly indifferent look. Yi Chen, you've completely pissed me off today. Yi Chen looked indifferent. Young Master Lu said this. Obviously you came to mess with me first. How come it turned into me messing with you again? I am aggrieved. Lu Shu sniffed and actually laughed suddenly. Yi Chen, do you think that after winning against Al, you can face me without fear? Yi Chen non-committal shrugged. Lu Shu faintly laughed. You are really too naive. Although I don't know how you won Al, but look at you now, completely already strong. At this time, if there are other opponents, how can you resist? Saying that, he glanced at Jiang Zicount on the side. Uncle Jiang, Yi Chen committed a murder in public. I hope he can be severely punished. Jiang Zicong sniffed and glanced at Yi Chen, then turned his head to look at Han Donglu. Master Han, what do you think? Now that Han Yu was gone, no one would refute anything Han Donglu said, so at that moment he said in a hurry, this kid is soon to be divorced from Han Yu. Lu Xiao may not need to consider my thoughts and feelings. Anyway, he counts for nothing in the Han family. From now on, Yi Chen and the Han family no longer have any relations. In that case, I'm relieved. Jiang Zicong faintly smiled, and then with a wave of his hand, a group of men in uniform drilled out from the surrounding crowd, directly squeezing the crowd of onlookers to disperse. It's Riverview House security. Yi Chen saw the uniforms worn by the people who came. His face immediately changed, and then he saw the people who kept coming out, and after counting them, he found that there were actually a dozen people. Every one of them was a martial artist's strength, and his face became very ugly. What's going on? I haven't come into contact with a single martial artist before, and I've only just practiced the Heavenly Green 9 Sun Sutra, and these martial artists are just like Chinese cabbages? Are they everywhere? Looking at the security personnel that were constantly gathering towards him, Yi Chen's heart was a little chilled. It seemed that after struggling for so long, he had to be planted here after all. Thinking of his mother, who had only just been discharged from the hospital today, a thought appeared in Yi Chen's heart as to whether he should not have come over. If he hadn't come to the opening ceremony with Wang Shui, wouldn't he have ended up in this situation? This thought only appeared for a moment before Yi Chen put it behind him. People have their own destiny, destined by heaven. The choice to come to the opening ceremony was his own decision. He was for himself. And now, although the result is much worse than what he wanted, at least, he did not go against his own heart. He's definitely not afraid of things when they come to him. Yi Chen took a deep breath, and his entire body relaxed at once, looking at Lu Shu, and the previous hesitation and fear in his eyes had all disappeared. Chapter 41, The Big Boys Come Out. Your temperament is nothing more than that. It won't amount to much. The high profile amongst Yi Chen's words caused Lu Shu to sneer. Ignorant and fearless. Lu Shu turned around. Do it. Hurry up. The opening ceremony will start in a while. I don't have that kind of time to keep delaying here. He glanced at his watch, then sighed. It's really bad luck today. How did I run into this kind of unenlightened person at this venue? After Lu Shu's order was given, all the people surrounded towards Yi Chen, and they all drew their throwing sticks from their waists. Yi Chen didn't struggle. He just stood straight in place, looking quite a bit sad. Go! A group of security personnel roared in anger, and the throwing stick in their hands split their heads and smashed towards Yi Chen's body. Just when the throwing stick was about to fall on Yi Chen's body, suddenly, a roar came from the distance. Stop it all. Most of the security guards trembled at that voice's roar, and the movements in their hands froze in mid-air for a moment. However, there were still two people who could not stop in time, and saw that the throwing stick was smashing towards Yi Chen. Crap! The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then a figure scurried to Yi Chen's body in a split second, and that person swung his hands, yanked the belts of the two security guards, and threw them vigorously towards the back, only to see that those two were directly thrown flying out. Yi Chen looked at the man in front of him with some shock. It was a man he had never seen before, with a slab of hair and a scar on his face, looking very fierce. And what surprised him the most was that the man was actually wearing the Birch Country's military uniform, and the gold flowers above his shoulders let him know that this man must have an extremely high status in the military. Little brother, are you okay? Yi Chen froze for a long time before nodding with some stuttering. Oh, it's fine, The man nodded. My name is Langrun. Little brother, I saw the fight just now. Not only are your hands superior, but your guts are also far beyond normal. Langrun's ferocious face suddenly smiled, and the scar on his face twisted like a large centipede, giving up an arm in exchange for winning the battle. Not bad, worthy of being a good son of my Birch Kingdom. A man. He slapped Yi Chen's broken arm with his hand. A sharp pain came. Yi Chen directly drew a mouthful of cool air in pain. His face was all twisted up by the expression. Langrun had an embarrassed look on his face when he saw this and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm too thick-skinned. I'm sorry. Yi Chen barely managed to squeeze out a smile and asked somewhat feebly. This General Lang? Do we know each other? Why did you save me? Langrun sniffed and guffawed. It's not that I'm going to save you. The person who saved you hasn't come out yet. Who is it? Langrun turned his head to look at the lobby of the Riverview building. You'll find out soon enough. Only to see the commotion of the crowd continue. In the middle of the Riverview building, several figures walked out from it in front and behind. A crowd of onlookers all called out when they saw the visitor. Executive. As soon as Lu Shu saw the visitor, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yi Chen, surprised in his heart. But it was just a wasted son-in-law of the Han family. An unknown kid. How could he startle the executive? Lu Shu took a few steps forward to the front of the visitor and bent down slightly. Executive, why are you out? It's windy outside at night. Don't get wind chill. We still count on you in Jiangfeng. Xiao Hai chuckled and touched his somewhat graying hair. Isn't this just to see what's going on outside? Xiao Lua, what's all the commotion about? I just saw all the blood seen in the fight. Lu Shu was just about to open his mouth to explain when two more people came out from behind Xiao Hai, one being Ping Qiuyu and the other, Nin. There are just some misunderstandings between the juniors. Today's matter, Lu Xiao or forget about it? Lu Shu's mouth opened, but his heart was extremely shocked. Could it be that Xiao Hai and Ping Yanyu were out to protect this Yi Chen? Lu Shu was puzzled in his heart, so he spoke out to ask, Dean Ping, this Yi Chen has a nasty character and has been beating up on my men, so I didn't make any big mistake by stepping in to teach them a lesson. Did I? Ping Yanyu snorted coldly. All right, young Lu, we're all clear on how this is going to go, aren't we? Miss Cho? Nin nodded slowly. Lu Shu, I didn't expect you to be so careful. Yi Chen and I are nothing more than ordinary friends, and just because of what he sat beside me, you're going to treat him like this? Are you still not a man? The corners of Liu Shu's mouth twitched slightly. But he was after all extremely deep in the city and did not put his annoyance on his face, instead looking to Chowie. In that case, Dean Ping is here to plead for Yi Chen. So is Executive Chow? Chow Hai laughed and didn't retort, but simply said, young people, make a mess is not impossible, but pay attention to the scale. Xiao Lu, you have always been smart and have a degree. Today's things to do but some over. Hearing Chow Hai's words, Lu Shu understood that Chow Hai was clearly trying to bail Yi Chen out. He pursed his lips, then laughed. Since both of you have said so, it's true that I went a bit overboard with today's matter, but it can't be helped. As soon as it involves Cunan's matter, there's really no way for me to keep my sanity like I usually do. Lu Shu revealed a warm smile and looked at Cunan with love in the middle of his eyes. Cunan, forgive me, I'll be careful in the future. Xiao Ning looked at as if as a change of face in general. The body temperament is steeply changed. Lu Shu, just feel a burst of nausea, cannot help but choke too. If you really feel sorry, how about going and apologizing to Yi Chen? Lu Shu smiled faintly, directly ignoring Cunan and looking towards Jiang Ziqian at the side. Mr. Jiang, let's call it a day. Let's have all the security personnel stand down. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Oh, it doesn't bother me. After all, your father and I are close friends. It's only right to help out a little. Chow Hai was suddenly surprised. Isn't this elder brother Jiang? Really? Look at my eyes. I didn't recognize you. Jiang Zicheng waved his hand. Hey, I feel honored that your old man recognizes me now. For a while, a few giants of Jiangfeng City stood at the entrance of Jiangjing building and chatted with the people underneath. What the hell is going on here? How did so many bigwigs come out all of a sudden? And they're all the top forces in Jiangfeng. Today is the opening ceremony of Tianji Hospital. It's normal for them to come put. After all, Executive Chow wants to check the level of the hospital. And Dean Ping is one of the partners of Tianji Hospital. It's really that simple? Then why didn't they stay in the hall and come out to save Yi Chen? Yeah, a young man in a black tuxedo said curiously. If that was really all there was to it, then it would have been fine for them all to stay inside the hall. There was absolutely no need for them to come out. And Executive Chow actually had General Lung save Yi Chen. Chapter 42, Saving the Day. Perhaps? Is it because you don't want to see blood before the opening ceremony? Unlucky? That's a good reason? At this time, suddenly a man said, you guys, it's not possible that they're all here for Yi Chen, right? Ha! Everyone around them laughed and waved their hands. For Yi Chen? How can that be? Yi Chen has no fame at all. The only thing people know about him is that he eats soft food. How could Dean Ping and the executive care about this kind of person? But, didn't Cunan say just now that she and Yi Chen are friends? Don't you know Kuning's character? Surprisingly condescending. To become ordinary friends with her is already remarkable. If Yi Chen is really a soft eater, then how could he befriend Kuning? You have a point. For a while, there was a lot of talk, and when Yi Chen saw Dean Ping come out, his clenched teeth were suddenly loosened, and a feeling of dizziness arose, and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Luckily, Lang Ren was close enough to hold him up with a hand. Peng Yanyu looked at Yi Chen, looked at his powerless sagging arms, sighed slightly, then said to the executive, Managing Director, have someone send Yi Chen to Jiankan Hospital? He's definitely not in a position to participate even after suffering such a serious injury today. Hey, Chow Hai looked sad. Really? I was planning to meet what you call your first genius of Jiankang. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Shu with some displeasure and then said, Send Mr. Yi to the hospital. Wait. Yi Chen suddenly raised his other hand, and with this move, everyone was looking at him. I'm not going to the hospital, I'm going on to the opening. This, Chow Hai was a bit stunned and glanced at Ping Yanyu at the side, who frowned. Xiao Yi, you're so heavily injured, go back and rest. There's no point in staying here anymore. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm perfectly fine, I don't need to go to the hospital. And you say you're fine, your arms have been. Yi Chen smiled faintly and held his left arm with his intact right arm, only to hear a click. The surrounding people couldn't help but frown as they watched Yi Chen's action, and Ping Yanyu on the side also changed her face. Yi Chen, what are you? Yi Chen slowly raised his left arm, which was already broken, and shook it slightly. Okay. The people around them all sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched. This, holy, that's fierce? The broken arm was fixed in one go. Does Yi Chen still have medical skills? Flat Smoky laughed at once. You kid, do you have to get all fancy? If your arm is broken, go to the hospital and get it checked out properly. In case it leaves any disease roots, it will have an impact on your future life as well as your work. Yi Chen scratched his face. Got it, Dean. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup after the opening ceremony. Chow Hai glanced at Yi Chen and smiled at Ping Yanyu. What a heroic young man. It seems that you still have a poisonous vision. Old Ping, to be able to attach your own arm so crisply, there are not many young people within the youth nowadays. Flat Smoky waved her hand. Junior likes to show off only. It's nothing, to see the ability, or wait until the opening ceremony to see the real thing? You're asking too much. Young people are meant to be complimented. With that, Xiao Hai stepped forward and extended his hand to Yi Chen. Xiao Yi I am a close friend to your Dean Ping. In the future, you can come to me for anything. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely do it for you. Yi Chen hastily extended his hand and bowed slightly. Thanks, executive. Xiao Hai nodded in satisfaction when he saw Yi Chen's humble appearance. Don't call the executive. It seems a bit rusty. With the relationship between you and I and old Ping, it wouldn't be too much for you to call him uncle. This. Yi Chen glanced at Ping Yanyu, who also had a smile on her face, but there was a glint in her eyes. He is not a stupid person. And then he realized that this executive Chao must be a joint relationship with Dean Ping. At that moment, he called out respectfully, Uncle. Good. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Hai cheerfully pushed a pair of gold-rimmed glasses above the bridge of his nose. Old Ping, this junior of yours is very pleasing to the eye. Although he is extremely talented and a bit flamboyant, he has a sense of propriety. Rare. Well, just don't praise him. It won't be good if he drifts off later and does something bad then. Ha! Yi Chen stood in front of the two men obediently, watching the other man as he spoke one sentence at a time. The people next to him saw it and talked about it. This Yi Chen and Dean Ping and Executive Chao seem to have a good relationship? No way. Is it possible that the Han family is still connected to them? If that's the case, the Han family would be in deep. Maybe after this opening ceremony, if Yi Chen can get into Tianji Hospital, then the Han family will soar. Yeah, it's time to get on good terms with the Han family. At this time, a few other people next to him suddenly said, but only today Han Donglu said that their Han family wants Han Yu and Yi Chen to divorce. What kind of path is this? No way. Such a capable son-in-law. They don't even want the Han family? Who knows? Maybe the Han family has a better option. Che, who doesn't know? Isn't it just Ji Lingchen? Although his ability is not bad, but after all, their family is only friendly with the Lu family, and is considered to be the Lu family's subordinate family. Don't look at the market this time. The relationship between Tianji Hospital and the Ji family seems to be very close, but the discerning know that this time, the ones who are really engaged in a contest are Jiankang Hospital, the executive, and the Lu family, and they, the Ji family, are just topping the list. It can't be put that way. After all, Ji Lingxiao's ability is also very strong, no worse than Yi Chen. The discussion of the people around them reached Han Donglu's ears, and the latter's face was somewhat incredulous. He had knowledge of Yi Chen's usual affairs, as there was someone who specialized in gathering the latter's intelligence for him. All along, Yi Chen had been mediocre, even very miserable. How did he suddenly know so many bigwigs in Zhengfeng City? Suddenly, Han Donglu's heart had some regrets. Hadn't he been a bit hasty when he just said in front of so many people that he would let Han Yu divorce him? But then, he was relieved that compared to Ji Lingchen, Yi Chen was still slightly inferior and was nothing. It's definitely cost-effective for Han Yu to divorce him and marry Ji Lingxuan. Thinking of this, Han Donglu's face looked slightly better, only that he didn't dare to drink to Yi Chen like he did just now. He just glared at him, and then he was walking towards the hall. Zhang Zicheng glanced at his watch and then laughed. The opening ceremony is about to start, so everyone get in there. There's a few more processes to go through in a few minutes. Chapter 43, Making a Beam. The crowd nodded, and while chatting, they were getting up and getting ready to go back. Yi Chen walked at the very back. Beside him, Kuning's face was a bit bad. Half a day without speaking. Yi Chen was a bit surprised to see this. What did I do to piss you off? Why the strained face? Xiaoning looked at the dust on Yi Chen's body as well as the bloodstains on the corner of his clothes, bit his lip, and then whispered, I'm sorry for putting you through this unearned disaster. It's my fault. Hearing Kunin's words full of apologies, Yi Chen froze for a moment, then smiled. I didn't realize that an iceberg beauty's heart is actually so soft, that she would actually feel guilty. Kunin froze for a moment listening to Yi Chen's joke, and his face froze for a moment as Yi Chen laughed. It's fine. This matter doesn't blame you. This matter is all because of Lu Shu. I can distinguish between black and white and right and wrong. Naturally I won't take it out on you. Kunin was a bit annoyed. I didn't mean that. I'm really apologizing to you, and I'm not afraid. Yi Chen nodded. I know, even though the contact was short. I know you're not that kind of person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have apologized to me for misunderstanding me before. Yi Chen looked at Lu Shu's back in front of him, and a faint hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Only, all these wounds I've suffered today, one day, I will return them. After saying that, Yi Chen suddenly became a bit careless again, narrowing his eyes and looking at Kunin derisively. You wouldn't be afraid your fiancé would get hurt and make a move on me too, would you? Kunin rolled his eyes. Who cares? After she finished speaking, she mused slightly before whispering in Yi Chen's ear. The Lu family is powerful. and although it's a bit unpleasant to say so, I advise you to stop looking for trouble from him. If it wasn't at the entrance of the Riverview building today, I guess you would have ended up in a much worse situation than you are now. Lu Shu didn't take out his own reserves. If you go back to him afterward, when you do, he's sure not going to hold back. Yi Chen pointed to the arm that he had just picked up. Do you think he stayed his hand today? Saying that, Yi Chen suddenly smiled, raised his right arm and said, it seems to have left me with a hand, so I have him to thank for that. Xiaoning's sandalwood mouth was slightly open, somewhat unable to keep up with Yi Chen's change of thought, and only reacted after a long time, unable to resist shaking her head speechlessly. You're in the mood for snide remarks at this hour? Well, you should relax when it's time to relax. Let's go inside too. I'm a bit hungry. The cake I ate just now was all consumed by me in such a short while. Do you realize what you're here for today? The dean didn't ask you to come. Hey no. Yi Chen and Kuning walked on the last side of the crowd, chatting with each other, while Lu Shu walked in front, a touch of coldness surfacing between her eyebrows. A guest who came to participate in the opening ceremony happened to pass in front of Lu Shu. Originally the latter wanted to say hello, but seeing Lu Shu's eyes, the words that came to his mouth actually swallowed directly back. Lu Shu's eyes were filled with indifference, and a thick killing intent, as if he wanted to choose people to devour them, and he was surrounded by a terrifying and dangerous aura that no one should get close to him. Yi Chen, I will definitely pay for this. Lu Shu was an extremely possessive person, and right now Yi Chen was chatting so hotly with his fiancée right in front of him. Most of all, Kuning had always been indifferent to him, and he had always thought that the latter was this character before. But now, it was so many words to Yi Chen, which made his pride even more frustrated. All sorts of things. Yi Chen even injured his personal guard. How could he endure this? The crowd walked into the hall and found that many guests were already in their seats. Seeing the crowd come in, they all cast their eyes over. When they saw Yi Chen, they all revealed very strange expressions. Isn't this the soft eater from the Han family? How come the Han family actually brought him along? It can't be that you're eating soft food all the way to Riverview House. Kunin said coldly when he heard these murmurs. It seems that your reputation is really bad. You may not be able to get rid of this reputation of being a soft eater for a while. Oh, it's fine. If you can't get rid of it, you can't get rid of it. Soft food is good. Eating it helps digestion. Not easy to get gastroenteritis. Looking at Yi Chen with a breezy look, he seemed to not take these people's words seriously at all. You're thinking ahead. Yi Chen's eyes looked around and realized that everyone sitting at a table seemed to know each other, and there were simply no extra empty seats left. Just when he was a little embarrassed about where to sit, suddenly, he saw that there was an empty seat next to Han Donglu, and at the same table with him, there was actually Ji Lingsuan. Yi Chen smiled, then lifted his foot and walked over. Han Donglu naturally saw Yi Chen walking towards the side, with a somewhat unnatural expression on his face. Father-in-law, shall I sit here? Han Donglu glanced at Ping Yanyu and Chao Hai, who were not far behind him, and the words of sarcasm that had habitually reached his lips were actually swallowed back in a raw manner. Ahem, you can sit if you want. As a result, on one side Ji Lingchen stretched out and directly knocked over the chair next to him, and the waiter on the side immediately came up to help the chair. Ji Lingchen said indifferently, no need to hold it up, just remove it, no one's sitting on it anyway. After saying that, he looked at Yi Chen rather provocatively. Yi Chen, this kind of occasion today is not something you should come to. Now go back and save yourself the embarrassment of being here. Ji Lingchen swung his hands in front of him with a careless expression, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Yi Chen didn't care and just said to the waiter, leave the chair, I have more to sit on. Go about your business. The waiter glanced at Yi Chen, and then at Ji Lingchen, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do, and stood in place holding onto his chair. Seeing that she didn't respond, Ji Lingchen said with some impatience, what? How many times do I have to say it? 2 guests. The waitress was about to cry out. She was just an ordinary person. These 2 in front of her were the sons and daughters of Jiangfeng City's families. Which one she couldn't afford to offend? Why don't you move? Ji Lingchen's voice took on some threatening flavor, and the waitress couldn't help but tremble at the words. Yi Chen was a bit unable to look away and then waved his hand. Forget it, I won't sit here with Mr. Ji. I'm afraid I won't be interested in eating by then. The waiter sniffed like an amnesty, bowed gratefully to Yi Chen, and then fled as if he was carrying a chair and left. Ji Lingchen saw the waiter leave and sneered. Yi Chen, are you planning to stand during the opening ceremony today? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Who said I have to sit here? Jillian frowned a bit. What? Chapter 44 Luxury Goods. Yi Chen revealed a mysterious smile, and then he turned around and walked towards the location closest to the opening ceremony stage in the distance. Is he out of his mind? Where is this going to go? Han Donglu was beside him with some desire to speak, a somewhat bitter expression on his face. Only Yi Chen came directly to Ping Yanyu's as well as Chao Hai's table and sat down next to Kunin. Dean Ping? Executive Chow? Ji Lingchen's eyes were glazed over, especially when he saw that Ping Yanyu actually didn't drive Yi Chen away, but instead was talking and laughing with him. What's going on here? Ji Lingchen looked like he couldn't understand and glanced at Han Donglu on the side. Uncle, Yi Chen and Dean Ping still have executive acquaintances? Han Donglu shook his head with a bitter smile. I also just learned today, just now when you were inside the hall. Yi Chen and Lu Shu had a fight outside. The two of them went straight for it, and even Chief Jiang was involved. Then how come Yi Chen is acting like nothing happened? I know brother Lu's temper, but anyone he wants to teach a lesson to definitely doesn't end well. Han Donglu sighed. The executive and the Dean of Peace stepped in, and the two of them directly bailed him out. And not only that, even Kunin seems to be acquainted with him. How is this possible? How did he, Yi Chen, get involved with them? And he was able to get them to step in and help him? Who knows? Ji Lingchen looked at Han Donglu. Uncle, our two families will soon be joined in marriage. You can't hide anything from me. The expression on Han Donglu's face was very subtle. I really don't know. Just yesterday I received news from Yi Chen that he couldn't even afford to pay for his mother's hospitalization, and as a result, his mother was discharged from the hospital today. Jiren's brow was furrowed tightly. He knew all of this, but Yi Chen's entire feeling right now was already completely different from the kind of obsequiousness he had before. Especially his stance made Ji Lingchen feel that the latter was a completely different person. This Yi Chen must be cleaned up, or else he will definitely become a variable in the future. Ji Lingchen looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting down in the distance, and there was the same fierce light flashing in his eyes. Kunin glanced at Ji Lingsuan's table in the distance, then said indifferently, You've already offended half of the big families in this Jiangfeng. I really don't know how you did it. Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Do you think I did something? Kunin thought for a moment, then shook his head. Yi Chen sighed. I merely changed my previous pattern of behavior, and trouble ensued as a result. It seems that it's safer to be a waste. So you're going to go back to being a punk? Kunin looked at Yi Chen seriously, and the latter was somewhat surprised. What? Why do you ask? Kunin didn't say anything and just looked at him, and Yi Chen thought for a moment and glanced at his hands. Forget it, the waste has been a waste for long enough. Now since the opportunity is right in front of me, I definitely have to grab it. Otherwise, who can guarantee that after that, I won't fall into the dilemma again? Kunin let out an "oh," then turned his head back, and Yi Chen skimmed his mouth. No sound after the question. That's how you talk to people. The corner of Kunin's mouth curled up unnoticeably for a moment, and after a long time, she said in a voice that only she could hear, Maybe, in the future, you'll become the center of the entire Jiangfeng. What? Yi Chen pulled out his ears. It's okay. Kunin coughed, then he immediately sat upright, looking at the stage without looking away. Chao Hai looked at Yi Chen and asked with some surprise, Old Ping, it's hard to believe that you already knew about what happened outside today? As soon as these words were uttered, both Yi Chen and Kuning were stunned, then directly focused their eyes on Ping Yanyu's body. The latter sniffed and did not change his expression much. He just took a sip of tea and then smiled faintly. How would I know? I'm not a fortune teller. And Lu Shu's sudden outburst today, targeting Yi Chen, was all impromptu, so how could I arrange it? Yi Chen's face changed slightly after hearing Ping Yanyu's reply. Thinking of what the latter had said to himself earlier at the Ping family mansion, it's hard to believe that he really arranged what happened today. If it was Lu Shu who had laid hands on himself, as long as he knew the latter's character and arranged for himself and Kunin to sit and chat together, then Lu Shu was the one who would definitely find himself in trouble. When the time comes, with his own personality, things are bound to get out of hand. Thinking about it that way, it seemed like it was really possible for Flat Smoky to arrange these things. Yi Chen did not move on the surface, but in his heart, he was already suspicious. Seeing that Yi Chen did not speak, Ping Yanyu shook her head somewhat helplessly. What? You still really suspect it was me? Then tell me, how can I arrange for Lu Shu to lay his hands on you? He and I are in competition. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled. It's nothing, I didn't suspect the dean. You're overly concerned. Today's incident was purely an accident. If this was arranged by the dean, then how did he end up coming with Uncle Chow to help me out? Ping Yanyu smiled meaningfully at his words, then was silent, and Chao Hai, seeing this, hastily changed the subject. By the way, I heard that you defeated that deacon beside Lu Shu, but is it true? Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. What defeating? It's just a matter of luck, trading injuries for injuries, and happening to win. Chao Hai sked. It's good for a young man to be humble, but since you were able to trade wounds with Al at his hands, even if your true strength isn't as good as his, it certainly isn't that far off. Chao Hai rubbed his chin at the thought. As I recall, it seems that the only person in Jiangfeng City who could rival Al and fight against each other before was Zhang Yujin of the Dusty Martial Arts School. He can be considered one of the most top experts in Jiangfeng. Now that you've won against Al, in terms of strength, It can be said that you can already be on par with him. After this, I'm sure that a big dry reputation is an inevitable thing. Yi Chen smiled, but in his heart, he was somewhat concerned. Dusty Martial Arts School? Chen's Martial Hall. Could it be that it was run by Chen Buxiu? Yi Chen pursed his lips and put what had happened before behind him. All of his attention was now focused on the two old men in front of him. Although on the surface, the two seemed to have an amicable relationship, sitting at this table, one could always feel a whiff of disharmony. It seems that the two people are not like on the surface of the relationship, so after that kind of harmony, it is difficult to be all pretend? Chao Hai's remark just now seemed careless, but in reality, if Yi Chen had believed the latter's words, he might have taken his anger out on Ping Yanyu. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. It seemed that between this executive and the flat dean, it wasn't as good a relationship as they had said themselves. Sure enough, no matter what industry it is, once the battle for money and power is involved, the thing called friendship becomes a luxury. Thinking about it, Yi Chen felt a bit pathetic, but none of that had anything to do with him. All he wanted to do now was to show off at this opening. Then, begins his road to flopping. Chapter 45 Official Opening. After that, there was no one at the table to mention what had happened before, and Ping Yanyu began to make small talk with Chao Hai about which tea house had the most authentic tea, which park had the best view for a morning jog, and which walking street had the most pretty girls. Yi Chen was staggered by what he heard on the side. These two people don't look young. How come when they talk about women, they are so energetic? He glanced at Kunin on the side and found that the latter was looking down at her cell phone, seemingly sending another message to someone. No one chatted with him, and Yi Chen was too lazy to bother with Wang Shuyi, so he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. As the heavenly green Nine Yang Sutra operated within his body, the surrounding aura began to converge towards Yi Chen's side. He had consumed too much aura today, and although he had broken through to the early stage of the primordial peak heavenly spirit in the afternoon, that was still completely insufficient. Basically, every time he gave a treatment or fought, he would be drained. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When will this day of having to revive after one fight come to an end? After reaching the early stage, Yi Chen clearly felt that the speed of his absorption of aura was much faster than before, and it seemed that he had become more sensitive to the aura in the space around him. The aura entered his body and didn't directly go into his dantian, but instead turned and surged directly into his left arm. Although he pretended to be fine in front of people, he knew his own physical condition, and it was a poor mess. It was a hard fight with Al, and it shook his arm right off, and he was messed up inside. At that time, if it was not forced by the situation, Yi Chen would definitely spit out two blood out. This is an internal injury. There is no way to recover in a short period of time. If you let in an ordinary person's body, this kind of injury, it is estimated that you have to go to the hospital to stay for half a year. But Yi Chen was different. The most subtle point of the aura of the heavenly green Nine Sun scripture was that no matter what kind of wound it was, the aura was able to warm it up and subsequently allow it to recover. Based on this ability, Yi Chen could say that he was now able to heal himself from even the heaviest of injuries unless his limbs were directly chopped off, only that it would take some time. I don't know how long it took, but it grew quiet in my ears and the whispers died down. Yi Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Ping Yanyu looking at himself with a very inexplicable look. After the latter noticed that he had been discovered, he just smiled slightly and then said, "The opening ceremony will begin soon. At that time, you and Kunin will go on stage together. The introduction words I have already given to the host. At that time, you just need to stand on the stage and go through the motions." Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. His mouth was slightly open. "I'm going on stage too? Of course, after all, you're representing our Jin Kan hospital, and you'll be participating in the competition afterward, so it's only natural that you'll have to walk in front of everyone." Flat Smoky was still looking bashful. "Don't worry, going on stage is definitely not a bad thing for you. Right now the entire Jiang Feng treats you as a soft-eating waste. If you want to completely throw this title away, this is an opportunity that you can't miss today." Yi Chen touched his nose. "I don't think it's a big deal to be treated like a soft touch." Flat Smoky smiled at his words. "I know how you feel, but I'm telling you, in this society nowadays, one person is not enough for you to be able to live a fast and comfortable life. Although pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger can allow you to stand on the cheap above some small things, however, many things, in the end, are still a loss, so think about it yourself. Does this Ping Yanyu know how to read minds? How come he can guess whatever he's thinking?" Yi Chen wanted to argue, and at this time, the lights of the entire venue dimmed all of a sudden, and the spotlights came on, a beam of all of them focusing on top of the stage in front of him. Handsome and beautiful MCs in flashy dresses slowly came up from behind the curtain with professional smiles on their faces. "Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to the opening of Tenji Hospital today." As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud applause from the stage. The two masters of ceremonies wore smiles, and after a long time, they used their hands to press down, and then the applause slowly stopped. As we all know, Tianji Hospital has gathered the most powerful medical staff in the entire Jiangfeng city, as well as the top medical equipment. All of this, thanks to the sponsorship of the joint venture of several other hospitals and also the company family. They are always mindful of the people of Jiangfeng City. In order to make people no longer suffer from injuries and illnesses, donated a large sum of capital materials. Next, let me welcome the largest contributors this time. Several major shareholders of Tenji Hospital. The female MC raised her hand to the table next to Yi Chen and the others and introduced them. The director of Jihua Hospital, Ji Feng. The Lu family, Mr. Lu Weinian Lu. As the words fell, a middle-aged man who looked 7 times similar to Ji Lingxuan slowly stood up with an unsmiling face, slightly bending down to the crowd behind him. On his side, a man in a black suit with a meticulous greasy hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses looked very civilized, but the smile that curled up at the corners of his mouth gave a bad feeling of a civilized scum. Pretty cool, huh? Yi Chen pointed at the man in the suit on the side. That man is Lu Shu's old man? That's right. The Lu family's Lu Weinian is the genius of the previous generation of the Lu family. His talent on top of business is very terrifying, and his heart and means are all superior. Yi Chen couldn't help but smash his mouth. It looks quite svelte. I really can't understand how he managed to give birth to a son like Ryoshu. Kunin sneered. Don't let his facade fool you. He has a nickname in the business world. Do you know what it is? What? Kunin looked at Yi Chen. Demons. But any business he handles, he basically takes it on the most favorable terms for himself. But anyone who goes against him goes bankrupt more than 80% of the time. Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. That good? Not many risks. How did the Lu family become a business giant in Jiangfeng City? Applause rang out as the two took their seats, and the MC immediately turned around again, towards Yi Chen and the other's side. When Yi Chen saw the MC looking over, he also closed his mouth and waited for the latter to introduce them. Managing Director of Jiangfeng City and Director of the Municipal First People's Hospital, Managing Director Chao Hai Chao, President of Jiankong Hospital, President Ping Yanyu Ping. The two little old men, Chao Hai and Ping Smoky Rain, stood up after changing from their somewhat immodest appearance atop the wine table just a few moments ago. With a kind eyebrow, he looked very amiable and elder-like. Yi Chen looked on the side and grinned, secretly saying that these old guys knew how to do superficial work. The applause was persistent and deafening, and many people stood up with a look of excitement that could be described as giving face. Chapter 46. The male MC nodded in satisfaction and pressed his hand. The three shareholders have made tremendous contributions to the financing, planning, and construction of Tianji Hospital, and for this reason, they have sacrificed their own time off, their own families, and their own careers. They are honorable and I feel proud to have been born in the same era as them. How many days and nights have they been insisting on fighting on the front line for Tianji Hospital? A year has passed and their dedication has finally come to fruition. Tianji Hospital will officially cut the ribbon tomorrow and start business that morning. The words were met with a full house of cheers and a slight smile from the MC. Next, the reporters can ask questions. As the words fell, reporters from various newspapers raised their hands to ask questions, and the scene was very lively for a while. Yi Chen propped his face with his arm, watching rather boredly as Tianji's hospital executives said those beautiful words that had been prepared long ago, and couldn't help but yawn. This kind of socializing is really no fun, Yi Chen said with some grumbling. On the side, Kunin looked down at his cell phone and smiled slightly. These are all processes that must be followed. There are some things that can't be done with strength alone, but must also make a name for themselves. Otherwise the public won't know the bottom line of Tianji Hospital. Chapter 46, Strange Realities. Kunin looked into Yi Chen's eyes. Let me ask you, would you be willing to put your family's lives in the hands of an unprotected hospital? Yi Chen thought about it and shook his head. Since it's about healing and saving lives, the higher the reputation, the better, for sure. So the opening ceremony is still very necessary. Yi Chen took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Tot. Xiao Ning was a little stunned as he glanced at Yi Chen's proper and serious face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his originally indifferent face actually flooded with a hint of spirituality. What? That's what you've been taught? Does anyone else teach these things? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not like you kids of the world. I'm a blank slate, and without the Han family, I wouldn't have even been able to get my mother into Jiankong Hospital. As Yi Chen said this, a self-deprecating smile spread across the corners of his mouth, but it passed in an instant as he stretched. So, I still have a lot to learn, and a lot of the things that you've grown up with are actually very foreign to me, like this present response. Kunin stared at Yi Chen with unblinking eyes, causing Yi Chen to be a little frightened. What did I say that was wrong? Chernin shook his head. Nothing, it's just that I think you're a strange person. It's not weird, It's probably just that it's been too long since you've had a normal person around. Quinnan shrugged non-committally. I'm not saying this to put you down. I just think that you're more real than a lot of the people around me. Can truthfulness be considered a compliment? Yi Chen snorted. When will it be over? I'm sore all over and I want to go back and get a good night's sleep now. Qunan's face stared slightly at his words, and his expression dimmed again. I'm sorry about today. If it wasn't for me you wouldn't have. Yi Chen hurriedly waved his hand at his words. Come on, there's no need to say these words. If you really feel sorry for me, I'm a vulgar person. Just take it as you owe me a favor, and when the time comes for me to ask for your help, just don't refuse. Kuning froze for a moment, and then snorted and actually laughed out. And that moment of flavor, looking at Yi Chen's heart thumped and froze directly. You, this person, are really interesting. I know, this favor is considered to be something I owe you. Next time you have something to find me, as long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely help you out. Yi Chen touched his nose. And what if we borrow money? Ha? Qunan was somewhat unable to keep up with the latter's brain circuits. Borrow money? How much? Yi Chen coughed, then somewhat embarrassedly extended an 80,000? Qunan nodded. Yes, I'll transfer it directly to your bank card. Yi Chen smiled somewhat awkwardly. 800,000. Qunan's sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and her entire body was stunned. $800,000? What are you doing spending so much money? Yi Chen smashed his mouth. There's an emergency. 800,000 then, is not a small amount. I may have to ask the elders of the family. After all, my own savings are not that much. Yi Chen looked at Kuning with a serious expression and knew that the latter really took it seriously, so he hurriedly waved his hand. I'm kidding, I wasn't going to ask you for money. What about you? Don't you need money? With your current relationship with the Han family, it's probably impossible to ask the Han family to borrow money, and Han you probably won't have so much money. Yi Chen smiled. It's only $800,000. It's not a lot. If you work a little harder you can still earn it in a month. Ha? Chonin had a confused look on his face. What did you just say? $800,000? A month? Yi Chen nodded. Are you going to rob a bank? The moment Qunan's words left his mouth they directly froze Yi Chen, and it was only after a long time that he laughed out. I didn't think you'd be able to joke about it, except that it's not a very funny joke. Chernin shook his head. You're alone. $800,000 a month? If you don't rob a bank I really can't imagine how you'd make that kind of money. Yi Chen heart full of concern. 800,000 he said less. To be precise, he has to earn 85 million himself to be able to pay back the debt he owes the Han family. Just watch. $800,000. I'll earn it. Quinnan sighed. It's best for a man to have a clear perception of his own strength. Even if you do make it into Tianji Hospital, you'll only be able to get $10,000 or $20,000 a month at most. Why do you women like to say such things? I obviously have a clear idea of myself, and $800,000 is not very difficult for me. Yi Chen's words caused Qunan to directly roll her eyes, and when she wanted to say something, the MC on the stage spoke. Well, that concludes today's question time, so please take your seats. The MC looked at the crowd and said, next up is the part you've all been looking forward to the most, the talent selection for Tianji Hospital. Although Tianji Hospital has assembled a large group of strong and veteran doctors, a hospital that wants to become better and better needs a constant infusion of fresh blood, in order that Tianji Hospital can get better and better, and at the same time, change the current dull atmosphere in the medical world, give young people a competitive environment, and use this to strengthen the upward mobility of the new generation of young doctors. Jihua Hospital, the Municipal First People's Hospital, and Jiankang Hospital have unanimously decided to organize a talent selection. Among this selection, only those who ultimately win the championship and the first runner-up will be qualified to take up positions in the Tianji Hospital as resident physicians, while the others will only be able to travel to the Tianji Hospital periodically for business exchanges. Chapter 47 Contestants. This model, which was decided upon by the three major deans after several meetings were conducted, is the fairest and at the same time the most beneficial to Tianji Hospital and the entire medical community. There was applause and the MC smiled and nodded. Next, let's welcome the protagonists of this selection, the young geniuses from the major hospitals in Zhongfeng City who have been recommended. As the words of the MC on the stage fell, Kuning next to Yi Chen slowly stood up, and at the same time, some of the faces that Yi Chen had not seen before on the several tables next to him also stood up at the same time. Xiaoning took a deep breath, and the waves on her chest rose and fell violently for a moment. Then she was ready to go on stage, and when she turned her eyes, she realized that Yi Chen was still sitting on the chair as if nothing had happened. What are you doing? Going away? Yi Chen froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Ping Yanyu. Shall I go up now? Flat Smoky nodded. That's natural. You are the representative of our Jiankang Hospital. When will you go on if not now? Yi Chen lowered his voice. But I'm not a doctor at Jiankang Hospital. Will someone make an issue out of this when the time comes? If that happens, I won't be able to get down when the time comes. Flat Smokey gave him a reassuring look. I've got you. Just go up there in peace. No one will give you a hard time. Yi Chen waited in his heart, then clenched his teeth. Anyway, it's already here. If we don't go up now, we'll have beaten ourselves up before for nothing. Okay, last question. Is there anything I should be aware of when I go on stage? Should I speak? Flat Smokey thought for a moment, then laughed. You introduce yourself, go through the motions, and the rest, you just play it out on the spot. Whatever you want to say as long as you don't say anything treasonous. Yi Chen was still about to ask what questions might be asked, when Xiao Ning on the side opened his mouth and urged, come on, all the others are going up. Yi Chen sighed helplessly, then turned to follow Kunin towards the stage while looking at the few young men on the stage. He pointed at a very naive-looking youth, who was big and thick, wearing a black suit, looking just like the bodyguard that Yi Chen had beaten up earlier. Who's that guy? Kunin looked over in the direction of his finger and whispered, that man is Executive Chow Hai's man, the medical genius of the city's first people's hospital. As I told you before, he's Xiang Shan? I remember you said that his master was Jing Hongchuan, the director of the First People's Hospital. But what did the MC say just now that the director of the First People's Hospital was Executive Chow Hai? Chernin explained. Jing Hongchuan is now the director of the Municipal First People's Hospital. He was personally promoted by the executive. The reason why I say that Executive Chow is the director of the First People's Hospital is because later on, when he became the executive of Jiangfeng City, in order to be able to do a better job, he temporarily resigned from his position as the director of the First People's Hospital. Still, that's why the First Municipal People's Hospital represents the power of Executive Chow. As he spoke, the entire venue was startled into a fluctuation, and many people were shouting in low voices from below. Following the crowd's line of sight, Yi Chen saw a woman wearing a black lace gown. The woman had a head of black hair like a waterfall, her eyes were water-shedding, and Kuning's temperament was completely different. Just a glance, that person was giving off a feeling of warmth and agreeableness. The behavior is very decent, a look of a lady of the house. That person is Ji Lingxiao. Kunin slightly skimmed his lips. Although she is a member of the Ji family, she has a completely different character from the Ji family's father and son, kind and generous, eager to help others, and has a high status in Jiangfeng City. Many sons of the world are madly pursuing her, treating her as their dream girl. Yi Chen smiled. Rather, it really doesn't have the same gloomy feeling that the Ji family has. Kunin glanced at him and said with a splash of cold water, but you don't have to think about it. Although she is different from the Ji family, but after all, she is considered to be the daughter of the Ji family. With your relationship with the Ji family, it's probably hard to pull in a relationship with her. After all, she is very precious to Ji Lingchen. If it wasn't for her, maybe Ji Lingchen wouldn't have been able to raise a flamboyant and domineering character, so it's a spoiled brother fiend. Yi Chen shrugged snidely. I'm not interested in her, and no matter what, Han Yu and I are in love with each other and would never do anything to wrong her. Kunin shook his head somewhat breathlessly. Just now, when you were outside, your father-in-law said in front of so many people that you and Han Yu no longer have anything to do with each other, and will soon be divorced. Are you saying that now so you're going to let him punch himself in the face? Yi Chen looked indifferent. The matter between Han Yu and I is not something the Han family can decide, and what I have decided, I won't easily let anyone else get in the way of it. Within 5 years, the Han family intermittently lent him $900,000, and it was this $900,000 that allowed Yi Chen's mother to survive until now. It could be said that the Han family had done themselves a great favor by allowing his mother to survive, so he didn't want to tear his face off with the Han family if he didn't have to. He sighed. Let's talk about these things afterward. Let's focus all our attention on the opening ceremony today. With that, the two of them came to the center of the stage. Standing on the stage, Yi Chen realized that the hall was much bigger than he thought, and looking up, the stage was filled with people. Jiangfeng City's famous families, reporters from major media outlets, and the bosses of many enterprises. At a glance, it looked densely packed. Yi Chen's appearance caused the hall, which had already slowly fallen silent, to stir once again. How is he? How did he get on stage? Isn't there a mistake somewhere? Yi Chen is just a soft eater. Where does he know medicine? Discordant voices began to fill the arena, and the corners of Ji Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise as he listened to the chatter in his ears. Even if you've got your hands on Ping Yanyu, what can you do? Without power and background, you're nothing. Enjoy the feeling of being humiliated in front of the entire Jiangfeng city. On the contrary, on Lu Shu's side, the latter's reaction was very calm, just sitting in front of the wine table, looking at Yi Chen on the stage who seemed to be thinking about something. On the side, Jiang Zi calculated a sip of tea and faintly laughed. Although I don't know why Ping Yanyu would allow him to go on stage, but this is after all the Jiang Jing building, the Jiang family's territory. and I naturally won't let go of what happened just now so easily. With that, he looked over at Lu Shu. Wise nephew. Lu Shu was accosted and smiled faintly. Uncle Zhang's means of all are so ruthless, so that it can properly kill Yi Chen and Ping Yan use sharpness. Two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ziqian's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Yi Chen, who didn't have much of a reaction on the stage, and his heart was quite pleased. Chapter 48. Although it looked like Zhang Zicount was gentle and elegant, as if he didn't have any heartfelt tactics, those who were familiar with him would call him that. Smiling tiger, black-hearted wolf. What Zhang Zicheng was best at was plotting tactics, which was directly related to his mind's eye being too small. But Uncle Jiang, if you make such a mess at Riverview House, will anyone suspect that you're the one who's making trouble out of it? Listening to Lu Shu's concern, Zhang Ziqian smiled faintly. Even if they suspect that I did it, what can they do? They don't have any evidence. Besides, even if I look for Yi Chen's trouble in front of them, this is the Riverview building. What can they do with me? What can they dare to do with me? Lu Shu bowed with both hands. Worthy of being Uncle Jiang, I'm still too tender. I have to learn more from Uncle Jiang in the future. Xian nephew, don't worry. Since it's something your father handed over to me, I'll definitely do a good job of it. And definitely won't let the quota to gain access to the opposite side of Tianji Hospital fall on Jiankong and the Municipal First People's Hospital. Lu Shu smiled and lowered his head, but the expression on his face slowly disappeared. The strength of his means was no worse than Zhang Zicheng. He knew that since Zhang Zicong dared to do so, he definitely had his certainty, and saying those words was just to brag about the latter. What's wrong with achieving his goal and wrapping up the quota under his own door with nothing more than a few compliments? Listening to the questioning voices of the crowd under the stage, Xiaoning's face also became a little unsightly. She turned her head to look at Yi Chen and found that the latter had a breezy look on his face, and didn't seem to be in any hurry at all. Why do you still look like you're dying? Can't you say something to save the day? Can't you hear what you're being yelled at yourself? Yi Chen guffawed. These scolds are all TOs. No matter what you say when the time comes, they will never stop easily. So instead of being bitter, you can't pretend that you can't hear them. He grinned a mouthful of white teeth. After all, the eyes of the masses are learned and bright. It's useless to say more now. Since today is a test of medical skills, let's see the real thing under our hands. Kunin couldn't help but shake his head. That's a big heart of yours, but there's something you need to know. While it may be nothing to yourself, you don't just represent yourself now. You represent Jiankong Hospital. Kunin's words caused Yi Chen to be somewhat stunned. What they say may not have much effect on you, but with so many media outlets on the scene, every time one of them underneath says a bad word about you, when the time comes, Jiankong Hospital will have to wipe your ass one more time. So, they definitely can't be allowed to keep cursing like that. Yi Chen stroked his chin, then nodded. Okay, I got it. What do you know? What is it you know? What are you going to do? Yi Chen made a silent expression, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. There's a saying I don't know if you've ever heard of. As the saying goes, evil has its own way. I've never been a good person and I don't have the so-called gentleman's heart, so it's time for me to perform next. Kunin immediately became anxious after hearing this. Yi Chen, don't mess around. This is the opening ceremony that will be broadcasted live in the entire Jiangfeng city. If you keep messing around at the main entrance like you did before, when the time comes, it's the reputation of Jiankong Hospital that will be lost. Yi Chen nodded and gave her a reassuring look. I'll take care of myself. Saying that, Yi Chen stood on the stage and actually slowly closed his eyes. Kuning looked at Yi Chen's appearance from the side and revealed an odd expression. What are you doing? Yi Chen ignored her, instead focusing on the hall in front of him, with the heavenly green Nine Suns Sutra running in his body. Slowly, the sounds around him became more and more obvious and clear. The voices that he had previously ignored were appearing within his ears. Not him. Neither is he. While Yi Chen was searching with his eyes closed, the few people on the stage also noticed Yi Chen's movements. Xiang Shan gave the same strange look. This dude was scolded so badly by the stage and actually looked indifferent. Is he giving up on himself? Ji Lingxiao stared at Yi Chen, and after looking at him for a long time, there was no expression on his face. He just averted his eyes. In her eyes, Yi Chen was nothing more than a clown. Although she didn't know why Yi Chen had appeared here, but all that had nothing to do with her. All she had to do today was to win in this competition with the first place and then join Tianji Hospital. After a long time, Yi Chen took a long breath, then opened his eyes and his hand went directly towards his waist. What do you want? Kunin was the first to notice Yi Chen's abnormality, and the latter only gave her a faint smile. Problem solving. As the words fell, Yi Chen's hand was seen pulling it out from his waist, making a slight movement, and then a tiny millimeter of light was flung out, so fast that apart from Kuning, no one in the entire arena noticed it. After that, Yi Chen's hand was flung twice more, and likewise, followed by 2 millimeters of light were flung out. What are you doing? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. and at the same time, the agitation on the stage slowly quieted down. Soon, the entire tirade of abuse for Yi-chan under the stage completely disappeared. Kunin had an incredulous look on his face. How the hell did you do that? Yi-chan made a shushing gesture. Then one hand poked out from underneath his body, only to see that Yi-chan's hand was actually holding a silver needle. Before Chiu Ning could take a closer look, he realized that the silver needle was actually the one he had given to Yi-chan earlier. Combined with Yi-chan's actions just now, she instantly understood what the latter had done. But what could a mere few silver needles do? Silver needles are nothing more than tools used for acupuncture, and they don't pose much of a threat to people at all, unless they're stabbed directly into someone's acupoints in front of them. But now Yi-chan is standing on the stage. The distance from the nearest table is a few meters away. So what role can such a small silver needle play? How the hell did you do that? Acupuncture and moxibustion together can not only cure diseases, but also shut some people up. And I used some of my tricks. Kunin's face changed slightly and wanted to speak, but Yi-chan then spoke. Don't worry, even though I used your silver needle, it definitely won't implicate you. Today's matter was originally someone who saw the wind at the back and intentionally made trouble for me, while Jiang Jinglu, as the landlord, did not act, even if something really happened. It is also Jiang Jinglu's back. It has nothing to do with the two of you and me. Kunin glanced at the crowd that had quieted down on the stage, shook his head, and stopped talking, while off stage, where Kunin couldn't see, a few people had blown up. Chapter 49. Ji Lingxiao. A man in a black suit covered his throat with his hand. His face was extremely ugly, and he left his seat in a hurry. And at the same time, on top of the wine tables in several places around, there were likewise people leaving. After those few people left the hall, they directly gathered together, and without exception, everyone had a silver needle inserted above their throats. Although it was useless to feel any pain, no matter how hard they exerted themselves, there was no way they could make a single sound, as if they had become mute. Zhang Ziqian sat in his chair, glanced at the quiet crowd behind him, and couldn't help but frown. Ryushu on the side lowered his voice. Mr. Jiang, did something happen? Zhang Ziqian shook his head. He had clearly arranged for quite a few people to create chaos and trouble after Yi-chan took the stage. What he wanted was for Yi-chan to roll straight off the stage, not the current result. Obviously, something had gone wrong in the middle. Soon, a woman with the appearance of a secretary walked to Zhang Ziqian's side, whispered a few words in his ear, and then took out something from her pocket and quietly slipped it to Zhang Ziqian. The latter's face wasn't very pretty as he waved his hand for her to leave before turning his head and whispering to Lu Shu. It seems that our Lord Yi is not a lord to be messed with. With that, he was handing that thing to Lu Shu under the table. The latter took a look and realized that the object was actually a silver needle. And, not just any silver needle. It actually had the small character of Ning engraved on it. This is Kunin's silver needle. The people I arranged all had one of these pins inserted in their necks, and now they have all lost their voices. There is no way to find out what is going on for the time being, but it seems that today's plan can only come to an end. Lu Shu didn't hear Zhang Ziqian's later words at all, but instead stared dead on at the silver needle. He knew that it was very important to Kunin, and it could be said that this was Kunin's personal belongings. How exactly did this thing appear in Yi-chan's hands? For a moment, a huge wave of overturning directly rose in Lu Shu's heart. A feeling of being betrayed surged to his heart, and he stared at Yi-chen on the stage with an extremely resentful look. The latter also smiled faintly at this moment and turned his head to look at Lu Shu, his mouth moving slightly as if he was saying something. Lu Shu angry face iron blue, before the kind of light-hearted appearance completely disappeared. Fists clenched dead. He knew what Yi-chen meant by what he had just said. Like my gift to you? Yi-chen, I'll make you pay. Seeing that the stage was finally quiet, those two MCs also breathed a sigh of relief before opening their mouths to save the day. It seems that Mr. Ye's reputation within the entire Jiangfeng city is still very loud, only that his debut has caused such a big storm. Yes, after all, they are all geniuses of the young faction, and there are no ordinary people who can stand above this stage. The other people on the stage were all holding a sparse applause, and then the MC quickly changed the subject. I'm sure that everyone is extremely familiar with the several people on the stage, so I won't introduce them to you too much. Let's just hit the nail on the head. This handsome man standing beside me is known as the young generation, a handful of unique insights in the dual practice of Chinese and Western medicine. The city's first people's hospital to the good, Dr. Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan gave a warm smile, but with his physique, he still looked a bit unkind. Yi-chen snickered in a low voice. This Xiang Shan doesn't look good at all. No wonder his family gave him this name. Quinin rolled his eyes. Don't underestimate him. His strength can definitely rank among the top 3 in the entire Jiangfeng city. He is the champion seed of this selection. Dr. Xiang, is there anything you want to say about this selection? Or rather, How much confidence do you have in yourself? The MC raised the microphone to Xiang Shan's mouth. The latter grinned and said in an earn, "This selection, whether or not I can be chosen to enter the Tianji hospital is not important to me. I simply came here so that I can compete with the geniuses of Jiangfeng City. For me, cutting is the best tonic to get better at medicine. Ha ha ha, worthy of being one of the most famous young geniuses of the time, really motivated. It seems that if you want to reach such a level as Dr. Xiang, you definitely can't do it without having a strong fighting heart as strong as his put. I'm impressed." After thanking Xiang Shan, another MC walked up to Ji Lingyao, and this one, I'm sure you're all very familiar with. The beautiful MC had not yet begun her introduction, and the entire stage was abuzz with excitement. Many of the frenzied males were on their feet. Ling Xiao. On the contrary, Ji Lingxiao, in the face of this kind of scene, only smiled faintly, and then very standardly saluted the audience on the stage. The breath of a great lady was so strong that there was another howl of wolf from the stage. It seems that not only is Miss Ji Lingxiao's strength superior, even her personality charm is so strong. To be able to make the young talents of Jiangfeng City chase after her so much is something that can't be done with just appearances. The MC smiled and looked at Ji Lingxiao. So Miss Lingxiao, is there anything you want to say about this selection? Ji Lingxiao smiled warmly. This selection is to be able to allow the people of Jiangfeng City to enjoy better medical services. So I hope that the people selected this time will be the strongest among us. Only in this way can the people of Jiangfeng City be reassured. Well said, Ling Xiao. Oh, that's so touching. It's true that Ling Xiao is a fairy. Not only is our Miss Ling Xiao's medical skills superb, her looks are sweet and touching, and her heart is so kind. It's really a blessing for us to have such a genius in Jiangfeng City. Before the words left his mouth, Ji Lingxiao followed up with another sentence. Therefore, I hope that for this selection, Yi Chen can be stripped of his qualifications. The smile on the MC's face hadn't dissipated yet. It was frozen on it. After Ji Lingxiao's words were uttered, the entire room became deathly quiet, and Lu Shu off stage couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before staring at Yi Chen with an expression of watching a show. Let's see how you're going to end this now? Ji Lingxiao looked towards Yi Chen, a warm smile still on her face. Sir Yi, don't misunderstand. I'm not deliberately targeting you. It's just that, I feel that given Sir Ye's resume and also experience, you're not enough to participate in this event right now. Spirit Heaven is concerned with the overall situation as well as the lives of the people and the people's people. So please forgive me if I've rushed you. Mr. Yi. Ji Lingxiao had skimmed off his own responsibility in a few words, and Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. This woman looked like a harmless person, but in reality, she was probably the toughest opponent she had encountered so far. Chapter 50, Counter-Admiral. Yi Chen turned his head to look at the stage and realized that everyone was staring at him. He knew that there was no way back for him at this time. He had to react now. Otherwise, even if he had a thick skin, there was no way for him to continue to stay here for the selection. Miss Lingxiao said it well. Everything is about the safety of the people. Indeed, if my medical skills aren't up to par, attending this kind of event, in case I'm chosen, it's the people of Jiangfeng City who will suffer. Ji Lingxiao smiled faintly. It would be best if Mr. Yi could understand, so I hope that Mr. Yi can take the initiative to withdraw. This is not to deny your ability, but I feel that Mr. Yi still needs to sharpen his skills again. Yi Chen laughed out loud. Miss Lingxiao, that's a bit condescending. As soon as these words were uttered, many of Ji Lingxiao's ardent fans under the stage were furious and jumped to their feet. Yi Chen, what kind of a thing are you? How dare you scold our goddess of the spirit sky? Get off! I don't even have eyes for you. You're just a soft touch. Don't soil today's opening ceremony. The sweat on the MC's head was coming down in a rush to save the day. Hold your horses, everyone. The smile on Ji Lingxiao's face faded a fraction. What does Mr. Yi mean by that? Yi Chen walked to the front of the stage with his hands behind his back, completely unconcerned about the sounds of abuse from the stage. Since this is an event for the medical community in Jiangfeng City today, it's naturally not a child's play, and the reason why I'm standing here means that I have the qualifications to stand here. Yi Chen turned his head to stare into Ji Lingxiao's eyes. May I ask, by questioning my entry, is Ms. Lingxiao doubting the vision of the several major shareholders who are presiding over this opening ceremony? Could it be that they would really let someone who can't do anything but eat soft food on the stage to ruin such an event? Still, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Miss Lingxiao thinks that I'm a tool that they specifically found and used to set off geniuses like you? The smile on Ji Lingxiao's face completely disappeared. Facing such an aggressive Yi Chen, even she had no way to smile. Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean to question the several shareholders. Since you have no intention of questioning the shareholders, then why did you speak out and tell me to withdraw myself from the competition? I also came here after being recommended, So if I don't have enough strength, is it hard for me to come and humiliate myself? Ji Lingxiao shook his head. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Yi has a special hobby? Yi Chen laughed out loud. Ms. Lingxiao tells a good handful of jokes. Have you ever considered becoming a stand-up comedian? Ji Lingxiao's face directly went cold, staring at Yi Chen without speaking. The latter also put away the smile on his face at this time. If Ms. Lingxiao has nothing else to say, then I suggest that the opening ceremony continue, so as not to delay the precious time of everyone here. After saying that, he was turning around and preparing to return to his original position. As if he had remembered something, he suddenly turned around to look at Ji Lingxiao and said in a serious tone, I almost forgot. I have a message for Ms. Lingxiao. As the saying goes, if you don't know, I don't blame you for what happened today. After saying that, grinning, he walked over to Qunan's side. This time, the stage completely exploded. Many young gentlemen are to rush to the stage. If not a security guard to stop, directly is to rush to the stage to beat Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're nothing. How dare you talk to Lingxiao like that? Asterisk 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 you. If I don't beat the out of you today, and then beat you with your, I'll take your name. Yi Chen stood still and whistled, with an emboldened look and an extremely arrogant demeanor. Xiang Shan looked at Yi Chen and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Interesting kid. This kind of boldness has impressed me. Today's competition, it's always a bit interesting. It was hard to get the scene under control, and the MC was on the verge of tears as he stood on the stage looking down at the pairs of reddened eyes. Hosted so many years, this is the first time to encounter such an out-of-control scene. If the ordinary evening party also even so, in favor of this opening ceremony or for the entire province of Zhengzhou, by then, if anything goes wrong at the opening ceremony, all the major media in the entire Zhengzhou province will know about it. The MC had thought that hosting this gala might be a chance to make a name for himself, but now it seems that when the gala is over, he might have to leave Zhengzhou province to find other job opportunities. Alright, everyone, don't get excited. Between young geniuses, there will always be sparks colliding, and it's precisely under the impetus of such sparks that our medical world will continue to progress. What about just now? Consider this as the declaration of the match between all the geniuses before the competition. Next, we have one more to introduce. With that, the MC came to Qunan's side, and just as he was about to speak, the latter took over the microphone. Zhang Feng, Xiao Ning of the Qiu family, this selection, I'm only going to fight as Yi Chen's replacement, so I won't be participating in the selection battle later. The words fell, and the room fell silent once more. The MC's head now a blank. Today is the biggest challenge she's faced in her career. Why are the contestants coming up? Except Xiang Shan, not following the normal routine. How can she pick it up? The MC opened her mouth. Half a day was unable to say a word. Qunan said faintly to her, Miss Master of Ceremonies, the battle of the medical world speaks with strength. The selection should start as soon as possible. Okay. The MC nodded mechanically. At this point she had already given up thinking. Now in this situation, no matter how hard she tried, she was probably beyond redemption. Then next, is the long-awaited competition between the top geniuses of Zhengfeng City, the Tianji Hospital selection. Wait! Yi Chen suddenly raised his hand, and the MC instantly and directly collapsed, his face going out of control. Do you have anything else to say? Mr. Yi, I haven't introduced myself. Yi Chen pointed at himself in a serious manner, and the MC almost turned her back as she let out a bitter laugh. Prince Yi has such a great reputation. There is no one within the entire venue who doesn't recognize you. Do you still need an introduction? Yi Chen said seriously. Of course, it's the process after all, and I don't want to specialize. The MC took a deep breath to calm the stuffy congestion in his heart, then squeezed out a smile. If that's the case, then please ask Mr. Yi to speak. The crowd under the stage, which had all been under control, once again stirred up, cursing and spitting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a load of. Shut the up and get it started. I don't have time to waste on you. Looking at the tirade of abuse from the stage, Yi Chen actually nodded his head, seemingly satisfied with the reaction. Seeing Yi Chen in this state, Xiao Hai couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Old Ping, this little genius you're looking for seems to be a bit out of the ordinary. Ha! Chapter 51 Selection Patterns. Flat Smoky let out a bitter laugh. What's not ordinary, but it's just a matter of youthful exuberance. Look at him. In a few words, he almost offended the entire young generation of Zhengfeng City. What's wrong with that? Geniuses are always lonely. Didn't the two of us make many enemies when we were young? Flat Smoky waved her hand and looked at the stage. At this time, Yi Chen had already walked to the side of the MC and directly took the microphone from the latter's hand. For everyone's recognition of me, I would like to express my gratitude. My first time on stage, in front of all of you in Zhengfeng City debut is such a strong reaction. Honestly, I did not expect. Really want to say something, that is, thank you for your attention to me. Holy, do you want to be ashamed? When did we ever pay attention to you? I'm so convinced. How could there be such a person? For a while, the tirades from below resounded once again, and Yi Chen looked indifferent. That was the effect he wanted. Well, thank you all for your support. And while I'm here, I have a few more things to say. Yi Chen cleared his throat. My name is Yi Chen, and I am the son-in-law of the Han family, at least for now. So, this time, when I participate in the selection, I'm not only representing myself in Jiankhan Hospital, but at the same time, I'm also representing the Han family. As the words fell, Han Donglu's face just changed. What was this Yi Chen doing? Why did he move the Han family out at this time? Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate against himself? He turned his head to look at Ji Lingchen, only to see that the latter's face was also ugly. Yi Chen's relationship with Han Yu has always been a hurdle in his heart, and if he didn't have his eye on Han Yu, he categorically couldn't have looked for a woman who was already married to someone else. Now that Ji Chen had brought this matter back to the surface, for the sake of his own and the Ji family's even face, it was absolutely impossible for him to marry Han Yu in a short period of time. Han Donglu, who was on the side, saw Ji Lingchen's face change and hurriedly explained, Xian nephew, Yi Chen's behavior today, I am absolutely unaware of it. You see what I said today outside the Riverview building is already enough to show my Han family's sincerity. It's absolutely impossible to do this kind of thing of lifting up a stone and stoning your own feet. Ji Lingchen slowed down for a long time before forcing a smile. It's fine, uncle. I naturally knew that you wouldn't do that, and I'll settle this score on Yi Chen's head. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly. Now everything is in their own plan. Today Han Donglu said in front of so many people will soon want Han Yu in his own divorce. If he does not make some means, may not be a month, Han Donglu will be forced to Han Yu. He didn't want to see such a scene, and that was why he said that just now. Now it seemed that his purpose had been achieved, and with Ji Lingchen's temperament, it was definitely impossible for him to rush to organize a wedding with Han Yu after this. Perhaps you don't know that before I joined the Han family, I actually studied under a medical school, and although I can't say that my medical skills are that superior, I believe that they are definitely much better than most of the people here. Cut. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you really know medicine, why don't you go and make money by treating the sick? Why do you only know how to gnaw on the Han family's old capital and rely on your own wife? Well, isn't that how it is with men who are soft eaters? He doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth. Yi Chen didn't care if the others believed what he said or not. Looking at the current discussion, his own purpose was achieved. After what he had just said, he was sure that the vast majority of people were going to focus all of their attention on himself. As long as the more people wanted to see him fail, then in the end, the more attention he would get when he succeeded. What was missing between him and these geniuses now was really just fame and substance. That's it. After Yi Chen had spoken to himself, he handed the microphone back to the master of ceremonies, who looked at the field that was once again agitated, and the expression on his face could be said to be very wonderful. Chao Hai looked at Yi Chen and slowly nodded. This Yi Chen has some sense of urgency in this behavior. Now that the crowd is cursing at him, there is absolutely no way to stop it at this time. The only way to stop it is to put on an appearance of not caring, so that those who have cursed and not gotten feedback, they will most likely stop talking. Not only that, he's also borrowing these people who are looking for trouble off stage to deepen other people's impression of him. This kid's ambition isn't small. Flat Smokey took a sip of tea. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out. Now that he said so much, when the time comes for the competition, once he loses, it's going to be ugly in the end. Both men stopped talking, each thinking what was on their minds. The MC saw that there was finally no one on the floor who wanted to speak, so he didn't dare delay any longer and said directly, then next, guests, let's enjoy the battle between the four geniuses. According to the arrangement, the first round of the selection will be conducted in the form of a written test, and we will ask for several volunteers, and you will be the ones to make the judgment of injuries and illnesses. Of course, there is no limit to the form of diagnosis, but there is a time limit. When you have made your diagnosis, you write the volunteer's ailment on the board in front of you, and the more correct you are and the more you write, the higher the score. Among this written test, the one who wins will get 1 point, and the others will remain the same. This is followed by a second round of selection, where volunteers are given on-site treatment for various injuries and illnesses because they have different symptoms, so I won't go into much detail here. At the end of the day, the one who is able to restore the patient's condition to the best possible condition will be awarded a point, and the rest of you will remain the same. For the third and final round of selection, we will randomly seek out a guest from the field and ask the participating doctors to observe and say if the guest has any physical problems. The cause of the disease needs to be stated if there is one, and if there isn't one, The reason why there isn't one needs to be stated. The 3 rounds of selection likewise have a time limit, and within that time, the more people diagnosed and the more accurate they are, the higher the score, and the one who wins will receive only 1 more point. In the end, the first and second with the highest scores will be qualified to enter Tianji Hospital, while the rest of you will only be qualified to travel to Tianji Hospital for regular exchanges. Do you all hear me? The MC smiled and looked at the crowd. Ji Lingxiao smiled and nodded, but her eyes drifted towards Yi Chen. Previously, Yi Chen's backtracking, even though she didn't show it herself, made her very annoyed, and she wasn't going to let Yi Chen off the hook so easily. In her eyes, Yi Chen was a paper tiger, and the words he had said before in front of people were nothing more than a dead giveaway. The selection has begun, and I want to see how you will struggle. Chapter 52, the selection begins. Yi Chen heard the subject of the selection. On the surface he didn't move, but in the bottom of his heart he was already happy. Wasn't this God favoring him? With the heavenly green 9 yang scripture, not to mention diagnosis, he was able to tell what was wrong with the latter's body just by looking at it, because a person's life aura will tell them what the problem is. While there may not be a way for you to write out how you see it, the good thing is that you don't need to do that for a round of written exams. You just need to write out the illness. When Yi Chen thought that the selection would actually be so easy, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face as he stood and stretched. This time, the stage was again exploded. The few boys who had been scolding Yi Chen before wanted to open their mouths again, and Yi Chen looked over with a glance. If you've got something against me, let's wait until the end of the party to talk about it, and from now on, I don't want to hear from you. A ray of cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, causing goosebumps to rise all over the man's body at once, and the words that had reached his mouth were swallowed back by him. Seeing that person shut up, Yi Chen then resumed that indifferent look he had before and stood on the stage to watch those volunteers come up one by one. The staff quickly moved 4 tables, and each table was soon filled with a dozen volunteers. The MC stood to one side and glanced at his watch. The time limit is 10 minutes. Within this time limit, whoever diagnoses the fastest and most correctly will be the winner. So next, please take your seats. Xiang Shan walked over to Yi Chen's side and patted Yi Chen's shoulder with his big hand. Yi Chen, isn't it? You're very interesting. I hope you can stand out on this stage. Right now in Jiangfeng City, it's just too boring to compete with those few people every day. Jiangfeng, what's missing is men like you who have no way to be bound by rules. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, brother Xiang, I won't let you down. Xiang Shan grinned and was sitting back on top of his seat towards himself. His position was one apart from Yi Chen, which meant that on Yi Chen's left and right, there were 2 absolute beauties who were known as talented women in the entire Jiangfeng City. Yi Chen had just taken his seat when he felt the burning gaze from the stage. He let out a bitter laugh and scratched his face with his hand. Truly, a redhead. Kunin let out a laugh at his words. You've offended enough people already. Do you care so little? Yi Chen immediately straightened his chest. Men have nothing to be afraid of. I'm just worried that I'm too popular today, causing you all to fall in love with me, and then it will be difficult to explain to Ye when I get home. Kunin rolled her eyes and stopped paying attention to him, and Ji Lingxiao, who was on the side, glanced at him and stopped paying attention to him. Previously, Yi Chen's words had caused her to be unable to get off the stage for a while, coupled with the fact that there was originally a grudge between the Ji family and Yi Chen. She naturally would not give the latter a good face. After Yi Chen sat down, he took a deep breath and eased himself into a calm state. Too many things happened before, too many distractions, these things in the brain, until the time of diagnosis. It is very easy as to affect their own judgment. With regards to seeing a doctor, Yi Chen would never be the least bit ambiguous, nor would he allow himself to make the slightest mistake. All of these things are directly tied to a patient's life, and it is possible that a small misjudgment on your part can cause a family to fall apart. A healer, so to speak, must have a meticulous and huge heart. The 4 people on the stage had a very tacit understanding, and almost all of them all started to close their eyes to regulate their mood and state. The atmosphere on the field, under such a quiet environment, was unconsciously tense. The people under the stage also closed their mouths and focused on the people on the stage. Even the people who had just messed up and abused Yi Chen had become very quiet. In any case, to be able to come to this occasion, almost all of them were celebrities in Jiangfeng City, and this point of connotation was still there. If it wasn't because Yi Chen's previous behavior was just too arrogant, many of them wouldn't have even been so out of sorts as they were before. Phew! Yi Chen sighed. Kuning was the first to open his eyes, and then directly is standing in front of the patient to sit down, the slender jade finger outstretched, directly clasped on top of the patient's wrist. At the same time, her attention was focused on the latter's face. How's the quality of sleep these days? It's not very good, and I often have nightmares at night. Any sex in the near future? There is. This volunteer was a boy, and being held by the wrist of a beautiful woman like Kunin, and asking this kind of question, he immediately became a bit shy. Okay, you can go down now. Saying play, Kunin drew back his hand directly, then lifted his pen and wrote down the disease on the board. Next, the movement was clean and crisp, without a single pause. It's so handsome, worthy of being Miss Kuning. Such a quick diagnosis. Many veteran Chinese medicine practitioners can't even do it. Put. Miss Kunin is trying to compete for first place. Chow Hai chuckled and looked over at Ping Yanyu. Looking and sniffing, Miss Kunin's foundation is very solid. Flat Smoky nodded in agreement. After all, she was born in a medical family. These are practiced since childhood. For her, it's just like eating and drinking water. Nothing more. Chow Hai laughed. Old Ping, you're really tough on this disciple of yours. When Ping Yanyu heard this, the expression on her face froze slightly. Then she shook her head. Anan, she is not my disciple. Harm, you old man. She has listened to your teachings since she was a child, and has always regarded you as her teacher in her heart. Only you, who has never recognized her as your disciple. Why? Can it be that you don't think Kunin is talented enough to be your disciple? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind accepting one more. Hiranyu's backhand was a slap on the latter's leg, causing Chow Hai to draw a breath of cold air in pain. I don't recognize Kuning as my disciple. Naturally, I have my reasons. As for you, you don't even want to think about it. It's not your turn in any way. I've worked so hard to bring her up for 20 years, and as soon as you come here you want to snatch the credit away from me? You want to eat. You old thing. Chow Hai rubbed the spot where he had just been hit, and when he looked up, he saw that everyone else on the stage was moving as well. Xiang Shan is the same as the rumors. He not only used the traditional Chinese medicine, but also used a variety of instruments and equipment. The string of precise numbers on it would only make an ordinary person feel a dizzying sensation when they looked at it. As for Ji Lingxiao on the side, the latter even completely abandoned the diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine and directly used instruments to test the volunteers' illnesses. That skillful maneuvering technique, the speed was actually more than twice as fast as Xiang Shan next to him. Chapter 53, Strange to the Core. For a while, the stage seemed to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, but there was only one place, but it didn't feel like the match was hot in the slightest. The three people around them were all starting to carry out their diagnosis, and Yi Chen actually still had his eyes closed, and the whole person didn't move a bit, as if he was asleep. As time passed by, the MC's watch had gone almost halfway, and the latter was getting a little anxious, whispering, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen didn't have any reaction. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. It was only after that MC shouted 3 times that Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and stretched, then rubbed his eyes and looked at the MC. The race is on? The MC had his mouth open for a moment and didn't know what to say. Many of the famous families on the stage directly just stood up. Yi Chen, what kind of place do you think this is? If you want to play a trick on me, get your ass somewhere else. Shame on you. Get your ass down here. Yi Chen touched his ears, ignoring the voices, and turned his head to look at Kunin's board, where he had already written down 3 people's illnesses. Turning to the other side, above Ji Lingxiao's board, she had actually neatly written 5 diseases, and, at this moment, she was still writing the 6th. Yi Chen took a deep breath and glanced at his watch. There were still 5 minutes left. It seemed that time was a bit tight. He sat down in the chair right then, and the volunteers in front of him were relieved to see him awake, but still had odd expressions on their faces. All of Yi Chen's reactions just now really left them with no way to believe in Yi Chen's medical skills. Dr. Yi, I. Before the first volunteer could finish speaking, Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling him to keep quiet. Yi Chen's eyes slowly swept around the latter's body before waving his hand for him to leave. This, okay? Yi Chen nodded. There. This, Yi Chen said. If you have any questions, ask them afterward. Right now I have limited time. Next, the volunteer looked disgruntled, but walked to the end of the line. Similarly, the second and third volunteers, Yi Chen still only glanced at them before waving his hand for them to leave, and then lowered his head to directly write down the illness. The guests on stage looked dumbfounded, some of them frowning. This Yi Chen, what is he doing? He can tell the other person's illness just by looking at them? So powerful? As soon as the words left his mouth, a person next to him picked up. What's so great? I think he's just broken. Look at it for show and then just write something down on the board. Cut it out. Trapped. It's ugly. Not only were the guests unable to understand Yi Chen's actions, even Chow Hai was unable to understand what Yi Chen was doing. He turned his head to look at Ping Yanyu wanting to speak out and ask, but he saw the latter directly give him a shrug, which meant, don't ask me, I don't know anything. Chow Hai stroked his chin, a small smile on his face. Interesting. On the stage, Ji Lingxiao had just finished writing down a disease, so she glanced at Yi Chen at the side out of the corner of her eye, only to find that in the time it took her to diagnose a disease, the latter had actually written down 3. How is this possible? Ji Lingxiao's attention was instantly attracted by Yi Chen. But soon, she was just like the crowd underneath her, noticing Yi Chen's diagnostic style and shaking her head in disbelief. It's just nonsense. Ji Lingyao cursed her own stupidity in her heart. How could she really think that this soft-eating waste was capable, and actually develop a sense of jealousy? She took a long breath, then continued with her diagnosis. On the stage, apart from the sound of inquiries about illnesses, there was the rustle of pens rubbing on boards. Time passed bit by bit, and the atmosphere on the stage was getting more and more tense. The MC pinched his watch, then suddenly spoke. Time's up. Everyone stop. Kunin put the pen in her hand down, then took a long breath and wiped the fine fragrant sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief. The remaining two were in the same state. Xiang Shan was wearing a shirt that was soaked with sweat, while Ji Lingxiao's bangs were stuck above her forehead, looking very tired. How is Yi Chen doing? Kunin looked at Yi Chen on the side, only to see that the latter looked like nothing was wrong, and was there leaning back in his chair and picking his nails. There was not a single sweat stain on his body, as if he had not just made a diagnosis. Kunin's brow furrowed, then his eyes glanced above the latter's board and his eyes stared, only to see on that board, wrote a dense number of symptoms. Under the fine count actually have more than a dozen people. Kunin looked up at the volunteers standing in front of Yi Chen, 15 of them, and then looked down at the board, which actually had 14. You're all done diagnosing? Kunin had an incredulous look on his face. Weren't you almost 5 minutes behind us in your diagnosis? Yi Chen smiled. This diagnosis is nothing difficult for me. 5 minutes is more than enough. Next to Ji Lingxiao guffawed. Yi Gongzi is confident. 5 minutes. Diagnosed 14 people's diseases. If your correct rate can be 50%. No, 30%. What are you going to do? Yi Chen looked at her with interest. What do you want? Ji Lingxiao asked him back. Yi Chen stroked his chin and extended a finger. 100,000. 100,000? Ji Lingxiao's eyebrows frowned and opened to ask for 100,000. Although the Ji family is rich and powerful, but 100,000 is not a piece of money to say give. I'm not going to bully you. If I don't get more than 90% correct today, I don't want this money. Not only don't you want it, but how about I just quit the selection? After Yi Chen's words left his mouth, Xiao Ning at the side hurriedly tugged the latter's coat corner with his hand. What are you talking about? Yi Chen gave her a reassuring look. Well, dare you bet? Since Mr. Yi is so confident, then I'll bet with you. Yi Chen grinned at the corner of his mouth and resumed his seat on top of the chair, waiting for the referee to come and do the checking of the results. The MC stood to the side looking at the bet between the two men in front of him, his heart bitterly wondering how he had gotten himself into trouble again, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. It's really a duel between young people. Duke Yi just made a bet with Miss Ji Lingxiao. If he doesn't reach 90% correct, he will directly withdraw from the selection. On the contrary, if he reaches 90%, then he will win a considerable amount of prize money from Miss Ji. What? Some people were in disbelief, and some laughed directly after hearing the words of the MC. Is this Yi Chen's brain broken? He started his diagnosis nearly half a time later than the others, and hasn't even asked much questions at all. Just a quick glance, and it's already good enough for him to have a 50% diagnosis rate. Chapter 54, Talent and Beauty. The guts are too big. Daring to mouth off and challenge Ji Lingxiao on such an occasion. G, that's a beautiful person with excellent medical skills. How dare he, a little calf, be so confident? There was an instant flood of jeers in the scene. This was of no concern to Yi Chen at all. On the contrary, the more they hurled such abuse, the more attention they paid to him, listening to the tirades from the stage. Ji Lingxiao was also full of attentiveness, sitting back and waiting for him to withdraw from the competition. Accompanied by the announcement of this beautiful host on stage, Yi Chen got all the answers right. Ji Lingxiao 98%, Xiang Shan 90%, Key, $100,000. How do I transfer it? Yi Chen laughed lightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug smile. On the contrary, Ji Lingxiao was dumbfounded, his face blue and at a loss for words. How was this possible? A brat, with no prestige whatsoever, and with the contest starting 5 minutes later than they did, or with a glance, scribbling down the symptoms. This thesis no one can do. She Ji Lingxiao but grew up living in a medical doctor, did not even achieve this kind of point. The people under the stage were even more dumbfounded and shocked like Ji Lingxiao. Impossible. I'm absolutely mistaken. That kid is so crazy. It's impossible. The ancient Huatua wasn't even this amazing. Must be dreaming. Wake up. Jiangfeng City, Ji family Ji Lingxiao, the legendary medically brilliant great beauty, unrivaled, was hit in the face by a kid in public. Unbelievable. Even Ping Yuyan stayed in place. She also really didn't expect that Yi Chen was so powerful. Yi Chen said carelessly, G, wouldn't want to renege on the bill, would you? In public. Words don't count. Ji Lingxiao pinched the corner of his coat in death and gritted his teeth as he responded with a sentence. Ji Lingxiao, will do what I say. 100,000. 100,000 wasted. Who would have thought that this kid would be 100% correct? One had to admit that this Yi Chen was indeed an expert. Without saying a word, Ji Lingxiao shot down a check for $100,000. $100,000. You can have a good time tonight. Yi Chen laughed out loud and casually stuffed the check into his pocket. It really is a kid, Ji Lingxiao muttered. Thought he was really an expert and that he had misunderstood him. It also seems to be just a kid. A sparrow that can't turn into a phoenix after all. Yi Chen was too lazy to give her more explanations. The more explanations the more useless. Everything depends on the results. After a succession of contests, the flowers eventually blossomed and the champion fell into Yi Chen's hands. As for Ji Lingxiao, as soon as it was over, he left the scene in disgrace. Yi Chen, you're really something. You all beat me. Awesome. Kunin didn't mince words of praise. Isn't it more than enough for me to beat you? Kunin furrowed her brows and pouted, expressing her speechlessness. My strength is something you can't imagine. You'll see it later. Yi Chen helplessly waved his hand, indicating that the strength was just so powerful, there was no way around it. Xiao Ning was angry with him and chopped the ground. Ping Yuyan pulled her back and smiled. Alright, you two stop fighting. Today Yi Chen won the championship. I'll treat you to some dashing. It's better to be Dean. Kunin obediently jumped into Ping Yuyan's embrace. Smiling, a group of people followed together to the also home KTV. Kunin yelled and coaxed, insisting that Yi Chen sing. Today's big credit goes to Yi Chen. No matter how much it drops, let him take the lead. What Kunin said makes sense. Yi Chen might as well come to the head. A few people accompanied by coaxing. Yi Chen smiled. Also do not want to spoil the fun. Simply pick up the microphone to a most skillful Your Moon My Heart. I didn't expect Yi Chen to sing quite well. It's hardly different from the original song. Ping Yuyan couldn't help but praise it. These days, there really aren't many men who are both talented and affectionate. Really, favoring my favorite song. Kunin couldn't help but mutter a word. I was thinking of having him sing a song and taking the opportunity to shoot him in the foot, but I didn't realize that. Instead, I was touched by him. With that, halfway through the song, the door creaked and was pushed open. Hello, which one of you who just sang? Is it possible to have a drink with me? A sweet, meek voice rang out. One could only see a person wearing a long red dress, with long flowing hair, a small face the size of a palm, exquisite and incomparable, and not a single blemish could be found on her tender white skin. Wife. Yi Chen pounced on him, smiling. Han Yu furrowed her brows. Just now Yi Chen's face turned his back to her and didn't see clearly. Yi Chen? Honey, it's been so long I'm going to miss you. It's less than a day. As far as that goes, I don't care. Anyway, for me, not seeing my wife for a second is just hard. Yi Chen was mushy with a flurry. Han Yu shuddered and pushed him away. It was a little hard for her to accept a big, mushy man, who just sang. Honey, it was me just now. Wasn't that nice? Han Yu looked him up and down in disbelief. Although she and Yi Chen were a couple, they were also a couple with a name. Still don't know much about him, and naturally didn't know he had a talent for singing. Without saying a word, Han Yu picked up a wine glass and handed it over. Have a drink. She had just been playing Truth or Dare with her friends next door and chose Dare. Just as she heard someone singing, and she chose Dare, which was to have a drink with the guy who was singing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen drank a glass of wine, and then, took Han Yu's shoulders. Wife, the wine has been drunk. Come on, let's go home. I've got things to do. It was a dare just now. I lost the drink. Don't think about it. Han Yu still went along with the explanation. This kind of place was crowded with people and fish, so I was afraid that Yi Chen would misunderstand himself. Honey, I believe you. Yi Chen mini confidently replied, pulling Han Yu back. Behind him, Ping Yuyan scat her mouth. It's true that all men are wife slaves. I thought I was so powerful, but I'm still soft when I see my wife. Even though Kunin's few people were talking about it, their hearts were still envious. Who wouldn't want a man this handsome and smitten? Han Yu's face was grim as she was forcibly taken away. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Honey, a place like this is too crowded. Yi Chen, just now I didn't say anything because I saw that you had a co-worker there. Or else do you really think that I have any other thoughts about you? Han Yu's attitude shifted 36 degrees, crossing his arms and completely losing the feeling of being gentle and refined just now. Honey, you're still good to me and don't poke me in the backside in front of outsiders. Yi Chen didn't care about her attitude at all. Instead, it was even more pertinent. He also didn't expect Han Yu to be able to curb her temper in front of Ping Yuyan. It was also enough to show that what he had done before was still somewhat useful. Han Yu snorted coldly, stepped on her high-heeled boots, and then took a taxi to leave. Chapter 55, Vagrants. Really can't figure out how I got married to him in the first place. Back at Han's house, Han Donglu saw a steep smile on Han Yu's face. "So yeah, this is from young Master G." Han Donglu handed over an emerald bracelet that was, by the looks of it, worth its weight in gold. "Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, Korean restaurant. Make sure you get on good terms with young Master G," Han Donglu cheerfully reminded. "I know, Dad." For Ji Lingchen, she didn't hate it, but rather had some good feelings. After all, he was the young master of the Ji family, and his martial arts and medicine were all there for all to see. So if he was compared to Yi Chen, it was really a heaven and a earth. "Xiao Ye is my wife." "I don't agree." A voice came steeply from the doorway, and it was none other than Yi Chen. Han Donglu's smile froze on his face, and for a moment, a cold snort filled with disgust. "You still have the face to come back. It's really sinful for the Han family to have such a loser like you, taking advantage of the fact that I still have some compassion for you. You'll hurry up and go divorce Xiao Ye tomorrow. Don't delay." The love between our Xiao Yu and young Master Ji, this kid, at the Tianji hospital competition, had dared to speak out of turn, saying that he was a member of the Han family. Wasn't it just obvious that he was going to make a mockery of the words of divorce that he, Han Donglu, had said earlier? "Dad, this is my home. Why can't I come back? And my wife and I truly love each other. It is absolutely impossible to get a divorce," Yi Chen said, smiling face, swept up Han Yu's slender small waist. During the speech, also did not forget to kiss Han Yu. Han Yu bristled and subconsciously dodged. "Who is truly in love with you? Your husband me. What a narcissist." For Yi Chen, she didn't have much good feelings. On the contrary, she didn't have much antipathy. After all, it was also a legally protected marriage with her. In front of the wife, narcissistic point is nothing. As long as you are happy, it is on the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire. That's enough out of you. Look at you, you're just a trainee doctor in a hospital. That bit is comparable to the Qi family? Han Yu interrupted him impatiently. Sometimes, really cannot understand. Yi Chen in the end where the self-confidence can be so many years, so cheerful, if it is someone else, has long been inferior to the soil. Humph, what an insouciant guy. Xiao Ye will go and divorce him tomorrow. If he doesn't go, I'll go directly to denounce him. I don't believe that it's still impossible to divorce. Han Donglu looked at his own daughter, who was also a bit interested in Ji Lingsuan, and was instantly demoralized. At first, he was afraid that his own daughter would not agree to be with the Ji family's son, but now it seems that everything is under control. "Miss, there's someone on the phone for you." Without waiting for Han Yu to respond, the housekeeper, Uncle Wang, shouted. The caller was none other than Kiyoshi, asking for an appointment to see her. "Young Master Ji, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Don't worry." "Sure, sure." From a distance of 100 meters, Han Yu's laughter could be heard, so one could imagine how good she was in a good mood. "See, my daughter and the young master of the Ji family are in love with each other. You're a complete waste. Hurry up and get a divorce or don't force me to get you killed." Han Donglu roared in anger, and was nothing but disgusted with this so-called son-in-law. "Whatever, divorce is out of the question." Yi Chen dropped a sentence indifferently and went straight upstairs. It seemed like it was time to show his true strength. What Ji Lingchen? The Ji family? In front of him, they were still not hot chickens. Behind him, Han Donglu was furious. When did this wimpy waste dare to be so bold in our Han family? It is simply that there is no king's law. Gotta get a grip and get this guy out of here. The next day, early in the morning, Han Yu got up early and dressed up carefully, looking more beautiful and generous than usual. Yi Chen, who was sitting in the corner, looked at her and thought to himself, Han Yu is indeed beautiful and just matched him. "Honey, what's this going to be?" Yi Chen asked knowingly. Han Yu's face immediately grimaced and turned cold. "Why did this guy get up so early?" "Nothing to do with you." Too lazy to say more to him, Han Yu finished and left without looking back, all the way to the Korean restaurant, which is open 24 hours a day and specializes in serving some of the upper class. It was morning, but it was already full. "Ms. Han here." Ji Lingchen saw Han Yu at a glance and waved his hands. He and Han Yu had met pitifully few times and only once, and from then on, it was love at first sight. That's why I found Han Donglu and wanted to get Han Yu, where I had thought that there was a husband. The good thing is, none of the Han family likes him, and at the same time, it gives him a chance. Han Yu wore a smile. "Young Master Ji, long time no see." Ji Lingchen said in a gentlemanly tone. "Wait for a beautiful woman. You should, just call me Lingchen." Then, Ji Lingchen waved his hand and the waiter quickly came over and played a piece of music. You have to know that this is the restaurant of the notorious high-class people in Jianfei City. Playing a piece of music is to spend millions of dollars, so you can imagine the shock. So handsome, her wife is so happy. I'm not poor either, but a couple $1,000,000 to play music is a lot to part with, and I'm envious. If there was a man like that who would do such a thing for me, I would marry him. Some of the women at the scene were instantly flushed with nymphomania, lifting their chins to look blearily at Ji Lingchen, while also making the faces of the men present hang in the air. Millions, for them that's money piled up from drinking, playing 10 minutes of music, can't do it. Hanyu was subjected to a lot of envy, and her heart was in a state of spring. This was the kind of treatment she had never received when she was with Yi Chen, and all she had was blank stares. Yeah, I love you with all my heart. Jillian got down on one knee, holding the ring in her hand. WOC, romance, marry him, heartwarming, how such a nice man is not mine. Is it exciting to propose to someone else's wife? At that sound, a low voice came from none other than Yi Chen. Ji Lingchen, this kid, really took advantage of the fire and drafted such a thing. Yeah, doesn't have any feelings for you at all. You wimp, an intern doctor. Don't think that just because you won an award, you're bullish. You're nothing compared to me. Ji Lingchen got up and was a scolding. He took $100,000 from the Ji family. This gas, not yet out of Na. Hearing the word Ji family, there are many people are surprised. Jiangfeng City Ji family, they have heard of. The legend is that the Ji family is a generation of medical family, has saved many people, but also be called by them as Thunderbolt. But no one had ever really seen the Ji family's pair of sons and daughters, and I didn't expect to see them here. Simply, tramp, this kind of place, it's not for you, get the hell out of here. One of the bystanders, cracked. For the Ji family, she had always been respectful. You don't get to say whether there are feelings or not. And as for the prize, you didn't get the acid? Yi Chen obediently pulled up Han Yu's hand, seemingly playful tone with a strong eloquence. Chapter 56, The Madman. He didn't make a move to settle the Ji family, and he really took himself seriously, refusing to do so until he was forced to do so. Yi Chen, are you looking for death? Ji Lingchen was hit in the sore spot and directly stormed off. Tak indeed did not get the prize in Tianji Hospital, but also gave him $100,000 for nothing. Tak indeed let him feel the nest. Honey, if you want to come and eat next time, just yell at me. I have $100,000. When Yi Chen said 100,000, he purposely increased his tone and looked at Ji Lingchen with smug eyes. Han Yu nodded woodenly. For some reason, today's Yi Chen was different from previous days, more manly. Ji Lingchen couldn't bear it anymore completely, and angrily rushed up and punched over, pawing, only to see Yi Chen go up with a left hook, swelling Ji Lingchen's left cheek. Don't embarrass yourself. Yi Chen looked up at him from above, like an emperor looking down. Where had Ji Lingchen ever received this aggravation, let alone in front of so many people? Get up and be about to come sneaking past, looking for death you. I'm going to represent the Ji family today. Pawing, Yi Chen threw another punch. Just you brats, you can't represent. Let the old man of the Ji family meet me. Impossible. Yi Chen was obviously the son-in-law of the Han family's family, a proper wimp. How could he have so much strength, and so fast that he didn't even see his fist clearly when he hit him? Is it possible that Han Donglu lied to him? Thinking of this, Ji Lingxuan began to beat his head against the wall inwardly. You should be glad you didn't touch my wife, or it wouldn't be a two-fisted affair. When Yi Chen spoke, his eyes were low, filled with killing intent, as if he was going to kill him by 1,000 cuts in the next second. Ji Lingchen's mouth was full of teeth, half of which had fallen out, and at this moment, he had long since lost his arrogance. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When he goes back, he will investigate the background of this kid properly. Honey, don't ever do that again or I'll be unhappy. Yi Chen then turned his head and looked at Han Yu with a smile. Han Yu has long been scared silly. In her heart Yi Chen is nothing but a wimp. Cannot do anything, at best, is a person who knows a little medical skills. Unlike Ji Lingchen, who had been superior since childhood, not only was he skilled in medicine, but even in martial arts. But now, at a glance, Ji Lingchen was lying on the ground in a sorry state, while Yi Chen was looking down on him from above. All of this came so suddenly that it was like a dream. I couldn't believe that Yi Chen would be so capable. Why are you so good all of a sudden? I've always been good. You just don't know it. Wife. Yi Chen came close to her ear and let out a gangly laugh. The awesome he spoke of in his mouth was naturally very different from what Han Yu spoke of. Han Yu instantly flushed her small face and bowed her head. You have offended me, and my father will not spare you. Ji Lingchen looked at the two of them like that and was furious. I'll wait, Yi Chen said blandly. The surrounding onlookers, at this moment no one dared to say a word more. For Yi Chen they had no understanding, but for Ji Lingchen is enough to understand. To be able to beat the Ji family so easily, one could imagine what kind of character it was. They've all seen the world too, and some people are just not human. During the speaking period, a dozen big men with black cloth covering their heads, revealing a pair of eyes and holding electric shock batons in their hands walked in steeply outside the door. Robbery, nobody move or I'll kill you. One of them, a tall man, warned menacingly. Then he took out the hand cue that was pinned to his waist and shot at the table next to him. The scene is silent. No one dares to say more. The other side has a gun. Even if they are strong in martial arts, it is not as powerful as a bullet. The lead man, Da-hoo, waved his hand at the dozen or so brothers behind him, and soon the doors inside the restaurant were unlocked, and one by one, they searched their bodies, scavenging for finances. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi-chen grabbed Han Yu's hand and offered comfort. Han Yu's face was pale and her voice trembled. These are the kind of people she's seen on TV, the outlaws, the robbers and killers, scrounging on Yi-chen's body. They found a check for 100,000, which was more than what they had just scrounged, enough for them to dash around for a few days. Just as they were about to take possession, they were grabbed by a pair of large, strong hands. Yi-chen coldly said, "This is my money, you guys don't want to take it." WOC? This person is not crazy to dare to fight with this gang of outlaws. Thinking that he had just beaten the Keys family, he whimsically thought he was Superman. Big Tiger's round eyes looked at Yi-chen, and the hand cue in his hand was pressed against his brain temple as he said in a single word, "Let go." Yi-chen didn't show weakness either. Instead he grabbed it tighter. "Say it again, it's mine." Seeing that the situation was bad, Han Yu secretly pushed him, signaling Yi-chen to give them the check and save his life. That had thought that Yi-chen did not listen at all. Really angry, she had no choice, said, "Give them the check. I agree not to divorce." Although she didn't like Yi-chen, but after all, she was also a husband and wife. No matter what, she didn't want him to die here. When Yi-chen heard this, he immediately let go. 100,000 checks he is not rare, but belongs to him not a penny less, since his wife has asked. Cannot not give face. Who was unprepared, and since he had just grabbed him too tightly, Yi-chen violently let go of his hand, prompting him to take several large steps backward. "Your grandma's leg, Yakuza, looking for a fight." Da-hoo was furious and raised his hand to fight. "Big brother, we can't kill today or we'll be breaking a taboo." One of the minions, immediately stopping it, leaned over and muttered in his ear, "Damn it, count your kid's luck, and spare your dog's life for now. Today is the 16th, and it just so happens to be the day that he, Da-hoo, made the rule that he would not kill on this day. Honey, come sit down for a while." Yi-chen didn't even put Big Tiger in his eyes and pulled over a chair for Han Yu to sit. At this moment, Han Yu, where is the mood to sit down? Simply fidgety. She didn't know if Yi-chen was really crazy, favoring his waist to mess with this gang of outlaws and asking for death. "What the hell are you doing?" Han Yu was a bit exasperated, but these words were still heard by Da-hoo, who stopped his departure and turned his head to look. At first Han Yu's head had been lowered so that she did not see the appearance, and at this moment, when she spoke, she raised her head high, just so that the gang of outlaws could see it clearly. "It's such a beautiful face. I've only seen this little face in paintings, and it's wonderful." Da-hoo's lewd eyes were not restrained as he looked generously at Han Yu. "He's your husband?" Han Yu shook her head and nodded again. "Yes." Anyone with eyes could see that Da-hoo was plotting against Han Yu. Yi-chen was also forceful, pulling her behind himself to protect her. "Kid, you just pissed me off. Your wife lent me a hand and let you off the hook when she's happy." Da-hoo didn't hide anything and just feasted. "What are you still waiting for? Don't be quick to thank the boss for the reward. The fact that the boss spared your dog's life today is smoke from your ancestors' graves." Chapter 57, The Envy of All. During the time he was speaking, several large men surrounded Yi-chen on the left and right, and one of their hands had already pressed on his shoulder, pressing down hard in an attempt to get Yi-chen to kneel down on both knees. Nay, no matter how hard they pushed Yi-chen, he didn't move at all. "Egu, kid, you're still quite strong." A tall thin man Little Thin cursed. The stun baton in his hand hit Yi-chen's shoulder. Han Yu subconsciously shivered. The electric shock baton was a very powerful blow. If Yi-chen's small body was electrocuted, he would be disabled if he didn't die. "Honey." Next, no sounds of screaming were heard. Instead there was cursing and swearing. "Damn, what bad luck." This stun baton broke at the critical moment. What a bad thing. During his cursing, Skinny had grabbed his accomplice's taser. "Hey, don't be rude. We're all civilized people. The main thing is not to scare this pretty lady." Da-hoo's lewd eyes smirked as he paced towards Han Yu, staring up and down with his eyes back and forth as he sized her up. Han Yu withdrew a few steps backward, her pale little face buried in Yi-chen's arms, holding onto his arm for dear life, afraid that it would disappear if she let go. "Don't worry, hubby will protect you." Yi-chen's tone was firm. "It's time to protect her for the sake of that husband," she called out. "But you just called me a husband, which I love to hear, and I'd be even happier if you could do it again." Yi-chen couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds, looking at Han Yu with a gangly smile and deliberately teasing her. Unsurprisingly unexpected, Han Yu's face was scarlet and shy from her entirety, although usually she looks like a very open look. In fact, the lack is still a yellow flower girl. usually in addition to touching Yi Chen's hand. Other men's hands have not touched. Shout out to your husband. Yi Chen was very proud of her shy look, a look that was not usual. Any man would want such a thing. Moreover, he, Yi Chen, was still a man with square chi and blood. That was even more remarkable. Stop it. Han Yu all but made a little embarrassed, muttering shyly, are these two ing sick? They are going to get killed and still kissing here. True to form. What coloring goes with what coloring? The people around them took a few steps back, cursing them constantly in their hearts. Hey, you two don't get bored. Can't you see my big brother is here? Skinny went up to block them, then Big Tiger came up. Pretty girl, as long as you follow me, there will be no shortage of glory for you, Dahu said, his hand already searching up. You go away. You're an outlaw. Han Yu was terrified, her tone trembling. At this moment, how she wished that Yi Chen was really as capable of protecting herself as he said. Unfortunately, Yi Chen is a son-in-law, a small internship doctor in the city hospital, a thin and weak chicken power of a wimp. The reason why he had just knocked out Ji Lingchen was just a coincidence, not enough to prove that he was a formidable person. You've decided I'm an outlaw, so if I don't get my act together, ha. Through the black headcloth, one could feel his mouth full of harangues. Lumpy, a rogue gangster. A large, rough hand came up and grabbed hers. Next, pang, with a loud bang, Ji Lingsuan was seen holding a wooden stick that he didn't know where he got it from, and ruthlessly struck Big Tiger's wrist. Don't worry, with me here, they wouldn't dare hurt you. Ji Lingchen stood in front of Han Yu, gripping the wooden stick in his hand with a very firm tone. For a moment, Han Yu froze in place, not realizing that the one who would ultimately save her was Ji Lingchen, while her husband would do nothing. I knew that the young master of the Ji clan had nothing to chicken out about. Sure enough, it was all an illusion just now, and now is the real battle. I've known it for a long time. A wimp is always a wimp, and in the beginning young Master Ji must have done this on purpose. Support, young Master Ji, defeat them. With young Master Ji, the world is invincible. The sound of public opinion made Ji Lingsuan even more combative, and it also made Han Yu feel that what she had just thought was correct. Kid, being arrogant in front of my Big Tiger, you really are tired of living. Dahu pulls the trigger in his hand and lands a shot to the inside of Dahu's thigh. There was a loud bang from Pang, accompanied by a miserable sound. Ah, it hurts. Beads of soybean-sized sweat fell from Ji Lingchen's forehead in agony. The latter threw back his head and laughed as Dahu crossed his arms. That's who you're touting. Hot chickens. Impossible. Young Master Ji has a martial arts background. How could he have become like this? What's impossible? I thought that person was powerful from the start, and what young Master Ji is also a name. This time it was Yi Chen's turn to blow off steam on his side. Dahu is also a little impatient, looking at such a beautiful beauty in front of him. Cannot touch, sooner or later is suffocating hard. Send the man in. I want to be pampered. Little Thin carried a few people and went up with great fanfare, ready to pull Han Yu into the box next door. Don't touch me. Get off. Han Yu fluttered her hands and struggled. You can't beat them in a fight, so you can only watch them approach you step by step. Han Yu simply closed her eyes without a second thought. Out of sight, out of mind. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and still no one felt like grabbing themselves. Han Yu squinted a slit and peeked out, only to see Yi Chen picking up Dahu with one hand and beating his swollen nose and eyes. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up! Big Tiger roared. The dozen or so brothers under his command, holding electric shock batons in their hands, immediately rushed up, centered on Yi Chen, and gathered a shot to hit over. Yi Chen stood still and smiled lightly, not panicking in the slightest. I was worried about not having a place to practice, so now I can practice on these guys. Boom! With a shocking sound, only to see Yi Chen's speed was extremely fast. A flying leg immediately put the dozen or so minions, beating them to death, lying on the ground curled up, moaning in pain. With a few of you little rookies, you still want to touch my people, looking for death. Yi Chen slapped Big Tiger's face, and instantly several teeth fell out, spitting out mixed with blood. Will you take off the head cloth yourself, or shall I do it for you? I'll pick it myself. Daha had long ago don't scared silly, trembling hands trembling non-stop, immediately exposed his head, an ugly, scarred face exposed in the air. Warrior, you have a great deal of generosity. It's all because I have eyes and don't recognize them. Dahu, will be an ox and a horse to serve you. Just spare my life. Dahu's eyes were moist, with fear mixed in the bottom of his eyes, and he knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Yi Chen didn't even look at them, lightly gripping Han Yu's waist as he meekly said, Wife, what do you think we should do with her? Han Yu froze. Chapter 58. Ji Lingchen disfigured. Ask her what to do. It's the first time this has happened to her too. Beauty. No. sister-in-law blamed me for being blind. I didn't know that you were Big Brother's person. I, Dahu, am also a man of honor. As long as you let me off the hook, I will definitely die to you, and I promise not to let you get hurt. Dahu immediately thumped his head again toward Hanyu, then waved his hand, and the dozen or so little brothers behind him immediately endured the pain and got up, following the big tiger in unison, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Sister-in-law, you are generous, spare our little lives. The voice was simply so loud and resounding that the crowd couldn't help but envy it. Who wouldn't want to have a spectacle like this? It's just so cool. Or let them go. They're not hurting anyone anyway. Hanyu thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Listen to your wife. Whatever she says. Yi Chen responded with a smirk and looked at her with doting eyes. Too handsome. Never seen such a character before. I'm going to pass out from being handsome. I'll be damned if I was even blind enough to call him bad in the first place. It's just nuts. Who said the Han family's son-in-law is a waste of space? He's clearly a big brother. A sea of flamboyant women, holding their chins up, began to marvel. Those who hadn't had the time to spit on Yi Chen, at this moment, they were all very glad that they hadn't said anything bad about him, or else they really didn't know how they were going to whip their own rotten mouths like this. When Daho heard this, he was moved to tears and immediately slapped himself a few times to show that he had previously disrespected Hanyu, and then returned all of the money he had robbed to the people present as if it were his own. I, Dahu, will be a bull for my big brother from now on, without fail, and I hereby apologize to you all for my own behavior just now, Dahu said, bowing deeply to apologize. After it was over, Yi Chen told Dahu to go back first and not to do anything that would hurt the world, and then left the restaurant amidst a burst of cheers from the crowd. Thank you for saving me just now, and earning my face. Hanyu held back for half a day and muttered a quick sentence in a small voice when she was almost at Han's house. Today's Yi Chen had indeed made her earn enough face, and this was the first time since they got married that they had seen Yi Chen so powerful. Inexplicably, she felt that actually marrying Yi Chen was not a bad thing, but rather a good thing. What did you say you didn't hear? Yi Chen deliberately teased her, pretending not to hear. Nothing, but I clearly just heard you talking, and if you don't, I can. I said thank you, for saving me. Without waiting for Yi Chen to finish, Hanyu directly let interrupt him and exclaimed, damn, why was she even starting to shy away from this man now, when she had felt nothing for him just the night before? Even interrupting him so anxiously just now was because he was afraid that he would say something that would be hard for him to accept. You're my wife, what are you saying thank you for? It's only right for a husband to save his wife. Yi Chen quickly grabbed Hanyu's hand. Hanyu didn't refuse, lowered her head, and answered with a small voice, aha, back to the Han family villa. Han Donglu has been waiting in the living room for a long time. Today is the official date of her daughter and Ji Lingsuan can be sure to interrogate the situation. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Donglu couldn't wait to pounce on him and inquired with a smiling face. Xiao Ye, how was your chat with young Master Ji today? Is it much better than this wimp? Mentioning Yi Chen, Han Donglu's attitude made a 360-degree turn, and his originally happy face was instantly filled with dark clouds. Hurry up and divorce my daughter. Don't delay her happy life. Yi Chen was indifferent and casually said, divorce isn't my business alone. The implication is that he doesn't care about the divorce, but Hanyu doesn't agree with the meaning. Han Donglu heard a burst of anger. You mean or that my daughter is not divorced? Have to follow you, this accomplished guy? Dad, I won't get a divorce. You should leave Yi Chen and I alone. Besides I have nothing going on with Ji Lingchen. Without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, Hanyu's eyebrows twisted into a rope, and she said with dissatisfaction. For a moment, Han Donglu froze in place, slow to react. What's going on here? Obviously yesterday she agreed to join the Ji family and divorce this wimp. How come her attitude flipped just a few hours ago? It must be this guy, who had given his daughter some strange drug to be like this. Otherwise he really couldn't think of any other way to make his daughter, who was so outstanding, willingly follow a son of A. Son of A? What kind of drugs are you giving Xiaoyu? I'll get you killed. Han Donglu roared angrily and raised his hand to strike. Dad, what are you doing? Yi Chen is my husband. No matter what, we're still a legally protected couple. Hanyu stopped it just in time, hissing angrily. After saying that, he immediately pulled Yi Chen upstairs. Where did this daughter of his ever talk to him so much? And today, for the sake of such a person, she even quarreled with him. Han Donglu was trembling with anger, and inwardly he became even more determined to make them hurry up and get divorced. If they continued to get along, it was possible that that boy would do something to Xiaoye. Inside the room, Hanyu's tears snapped and fell. Don't worry, I am not going to divorce with. The reason why I went to see Ji Lingchen today is also to stimulate you. Of course there is also selfishness in it. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. He was most afraid of girls crying. Don't worry, I will never fail you in the future, and you will have what others have. Hanyu nodded and choked. I believe you. Yi Chen's hand holding her tightened even more, and at the same time, he secretly resolved inwardly to properly protect Hanyu with practical actions. Meanwhile, the Ji family. Ji Lingchen crawled home bruised and battered, and when Ji Lingxiao saw it, he was heartbroken and immediately got a private doctor to come. What's wrong with Dusty? If someone dared to blatantly hurt his Ji family members, they absolutely could not be lightly spared, or else they'll on their key family's heads later. It's Yi Chen. Ji Lingchen had tears in the corners of her eyes. Her mind was filled with Yi Chen's appearance, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Bastard. Blackmailing me for 100,000 even if it's not enough. Now he's even beating you. I was thinking of letting him go, but I didn't expect to find my own death. So don't blame me for not being polite. Ji Lingxiao was furious. His body exuded anger. He drew his sword and rushed out to find Yi Chen to fight to the death. Sis, don't go. Ji Lingchen pulled her back. His tone trembled, and as the words fell, he directly fainted. Dusty. Most of Kirito's body was fractured. A large portion of his teeth had fallen out of his mouth, and most of his face was contused, with not a single good spot. The doctor said, M.S.G., the young master's condition will require at least half a year of recuperation. Although there are no injuries to the vitals, there are too many fractures here, and the appearance will leave scars. Chapter 59, Not a Wimp. When Ji Lingxiao heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to tear Yi Chen apart on the spot. When Mr. and Mrs. Ji heard the news, they immediately came back and were very heartbroken to see Ji Lingsuan, who was beaten and bruised on the bed. This will go out a few days. How also out of such a thing? He Ji family in Jiangfeng City is also counted on the number 1. Any who want to look at his Ji Dong face, also want to give a few thin face. Whoever dares to hit my Ji Dong's son, I'll make him die in pieces. Ji Dong had focused on practicing medicine and martial arts since he was a child. So in his early 40s, he was still physically strong and could defeat 10 punks with his bare hands without a problem. Ji Lingxiao told the story from beginning to end. Asshole, a door-to-door son-in-law dares to be so arrogant. Once Ji Dong heard that his son was beaten like this by such a powerless person, his heart was even more angry. Ji Dong, don't be angry. Wait for tomorrow. I'll accompany you to teach him a lesson. The one who hurt Xiao Duan, we will not let him off easily. Wang Ying, as Ji Dong's wife, patiently calmed down, looked at lying in bed her son. She is also in the heart, but now directly go to find Yi Chen and inappropriate. After all, he is now still the Han family. Wait for tomorrow to wait for him to come out. Directly will be resolved. Disappear from this world forever. And if the Hans find out about them and die without admitting it, let's see what they can do. Send someone right away. Go keep an eye on that Han Donlu family and that son of a for me. Gideon almost hissed his voice in anger. In the Han family, Yi Chen was practicing the heavenly green Nine Yang Sutra when he couldn't help but sneeze. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Chen went out early to go to the hospital to work. Yesterday because the day before yesterday won the trophy. Rest day. Today just to go to the hospital to work. Just halfway there, he was surrounded by a group of people, which Yi Chen instantly recognized as another Ji Lingxiao. M.S.G., with so many people, came to ask for that $100,000? What 100,000? Gideon had a serious look on his face. Oh, won a bet in a contest at the Tenji hospital. Yi Chen looked at Ji Dong and said smugly, Dad, it's him who played a trick. Ji Lingxiao hurriedly explained. It was obvious that Ji Dong was convinced of Ji Lingxiao's words. Playing with my daughter and beating my son. Where do you put my Ji family? Ji Dong did not talk nonsense and directly unleashed the force and rushed up. A brat. He was going to give him a taste of the Ji family's power today. Yi Chen lightly dodged to the right, avoiding Ji Dong's attack. Elder Ji, at such a great age, don't fight with us youngsters. It's easy to hurt your body. Looking for death. Gideon was enraged. Not many had dared to say that about him so far. Pulling the long sword from his waist, he cleaved towards him. This long rainbow sword, the treasure of his Ji family, with its sharp blade and gathering of exquisite raw materials from all over the country, can be called a sheath that will kill. Yi Chen was also not willing to show weakness and utilized the heavenly green nine sun scripture in his body. Having just learned a page yesterday, it came in handy. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, Yi Chen flashed quickly like lightning, crackling in a burst, directly hitting Ji Dong on top of his various joints, which were points that made people want to stop, experience the rhythm of wanting to die but not being able to die, and wanting to live but not being able to live. Puff! Ji Dong's whole body is soft, his forehead is densely covered with beads of sweat falling, his shirt is all soaked, his face is as pale as paper, without a little bit of blood. Elder Ji, I've long said, a handful of years old, don't fight with us youngsters. Hey, you're non-obedient. This time it's good to get yourself in such a mess. Yi Chen showed a helpless face and innocently clapped his hands, showing the gesture that I am also a victim. What do you come from? Ji Dong asked with all his strength. He hadn't even seen the man's fists just now, and they were attacking head-on, all hitting him, at first just soreness, then severe pain. He, Ji Dong, was also considered to be a person with stronger martial arts, and the fight to take down this Ji family, which also included a number of scruples about his martial arts, and this young lad in front of him had actually defeated the kung fu he had practiced so hard all his life in just a few seconds. Yi Chen laughed lightly, the Han family's son-in-law who has joined the family. Oh yes, it's also the very same loser who has accomplished nothing that you people are talking about. If Ji Dong had believed those words at first, but now he didn't believe them at all. What Han's son-in-law is a loser. That's all a lie. It's not too much to say that he's a big shot. Ji Lingxiao immediately ran over when he saw Ji Dong on the ground from afar and was slow to move. Dad, how are you? Ji Dong was no longer able to do so at the moment. The immense pain in every bone crevice in his body caused him to almost faint. His face grew paler and paler. If it wasn't for his deep basic kung fu, I'm afraid that he would have already died from the pain. You son of a, what kind of underhanded tactics did you use? For a moment, Ji Lingxiao thought that Yi Chen had sneakily used some kind of evil magic to make his father, who had always been powerful. So, Yi Chen smiled lightly. I didn't do anything. It's him who is not skilled enough to compete with me, and now he's just knocked down by me. You're talking nonsense. My father is so powerful. Little spirit, go home. Ji Dong interrupted her and said with his last breath. As the words fell, Ji Dong had fainted. Dad. Ji Lingxiao was unsure. She didn't understand how her father, who was so powerful, could be made to feel this way by such a person who had accomplished nothing. I advise you to take him back quickly, or you'll be without a father. I'm afraid, Yi Chen reminded as he straightened his clothes that were just wrinkled from the fight. Ji Lingxiao hissed and roared, his pupils staring at Yi Chen with scarlet eyes. You bastard, if my father dies, I want you dead. Yi Chen didn't care about her roar. Instead he said confidently, to take my life, you won't be able to do it in your lifetime. Ji Lingxiao had never been angered by anything in his life, but only when he met Yi Chen was angered. Feeling Ji Dong's body getting colder and colder, his heart panicked, and he couldn't care about fighting with Yi Chen. He got up and put Ji Dong in the car. A couple of you finish him off, and if you can't, you don't have to come back. Ji Lingxiao gave a death order to the dozens of people he brought with him. These are all experts from Jiangfeng City, hired at a high price. Don't think that just because you used an evil spell and happened to hurt my father, you can once again succeed in dodging all of their poisonous hands. Today is the day you die. You are, as always, a wimp in my Ji Lingxiao's eyes. Ji Lingxiao let out a cold smile, and as the words fell, he left in a long flourish, and the latter Yi Chen was completely unconcerned about what she said, because each of these little chickens, each of them had a little bit of disease in them, and it was still a fatal disease, so as long as he struck them with a punch, they would surely die. A dozen or so experts, unanimously, attacked towards Yi Chen. Unsurprisingly, Yi Chen solved it with a flying kick, out of your depth. Incidentally, he also took a video and sent it to Ji Lingxiao to collect the body. Chapter 60. Tick-tock. Ji Lingxiao's brows instantly twisted into a rope, his body exuding a cold aura as his nails snapped dead into his flesh. Son of a, shall not die, killed my people, and blatantly sent photos up. It's just bullying. Looking at Ji Lingchen and Ji Dong on the bed, his heart itched with anger. Pine, if I don't break this guy into pieces, I, Ji Lingxiao, have wasted my life. Ji Lingxiao slapped the table, and the table instantly flipped over. Miss, why don't you leave this matter to me? I'll take care of it. I know some highly capable people, and there's no survivor in their hands. Uncle Wang, the housekeeper, came over with a cup of tea, smiling in an imperative manner. Uncle Wang has been working in the Ji family for decades, and he usually does all the unseemly things in the Ji family, so he knows some people who specialize in these things. Uncle Wang, this is supposed to be our Ji family's business. This is something that you don't need to bother about anymore. She was very pleased with Uncle Wang's kindness, but it was just that the Ji family's business should be handled by the Ji family. The old master and young master have become like this now, and the young lady grew up studying medicine, and doesn't have much of a taste for this aspect of kung fu, and I've been in the Ji family for so many years, having watched you siblings grow up together. I'm considered a member of the Ji family, unless it's because the young lady doesn't consider me family. Uncle Wang, don't say that. I've always treated you as family. In that case, I'll leave it to me, and it's a way for my old man to do what he can. The Ji family was also a lifesaver for him as well. Without the Ji family's help in the beginning, he wouldn't be here today. Now that this is happening, it's time to step up to the plate a bit. Ji Lingxiao let out a long breath and finally nodded in response. One uncle's ability, she has to be sure to believe. After all, Father, so many years, what big and small things are one uncle processing. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi Chen arrived at the hospital, he heard noisy voices. You black-hearted hospital that killed my son must pay. Blood pays for blood. Murder pays for murder. A gray-haired couple, dressed in rags, knelt on the floor, crying, holding a black and white photo. This matter is not our hospital's pot. Have you two got the wrong person? Ping Yuyan immediately got someone to call all the security guards and surrounded the two of them. In the hospital, the worst fear is that this will happen. It's just maddening. Our son died in your hospital and you still won't admit it. Shifting the blame for what happened to Tianji Hospital. Isn't that a proper shirking of responsibility? One of the gray-haired old men got up from the ground in anger and broke into a curse. Tianji Hospital? Isn't that the Ji family's hospital? What kind of standard is that at Tenji Hospital? It is impossible to do something like this. Don't say anything. I want to be discharged. This hospital is not responsible for accidents. In a moment, all the spearheads all point to the health hospital. Ping Yuyan is long 100 mouth. This thing is not clear. This person is lying right in front of their hospital and the family is crying and mourning. Not to mention the fact that it's still in trouble with Tianji Hospital then round. What proof do you have that this son of yours died in our hospital? Dragged in casually, and I can call the police on you for false accusations. At the sound, a low voice rang out abruptly, and Yi Chen walked forward in large strides, disgustedly stomping the stretcher on the ground with his foot. What bad luck! The old woman heard this, angry straight coughing, staggering up, angry straight hit the knees, bawling, sins my son died so tragic, but also by the hospital said that it is bad luck. There is no king's law under the sky. A hospital? I'm not from a hospital. Yi Chen asked a rhetorical question. When the old woman heard this, her crying immediately stopped, and her panicked eyes looked to the old man on the side, seemingly exchanging something. You're talking nonsense. I've seen you before. You showed up at the Tenji Hospital selection. Intern doctor at the health hospital. Stop pretending here. The old man reacted quickly, froze for a few seconds, and immediately burst into tears again. There was no way to fool him, and he was almost caught in the act. This old lady really doesn't have any brains at all. Luckily he reacted smartly. As soon as she heard the old man say that, the wife on the side also realized that she was bombed under how fast it would take to get more blocks, and immediately went back into a state of weeping and mourning. Ping Yuyan pulled Yi Chen and muttered in a small voice, "Don't act in vain before this is clarified. Medical malpractice happens every year, and it's not at all surprising that it happens, and it's the kind of people who come to hospitals and cause trouble that are feared." Yi Chen smiled blandly and said with a confident look, "Don't worry, there is a measure. Yi Chen, I know you are somewhat capable, but I'll handle this matter." Words did not finish. Yi Chen Diameter walked forward, squatted down, lifted the white cloth on the stretcher. A pale man in his early 20s lying flat on the bed motionless. Is this man seriously ill? Lifting the cloth when people are dead is a death wish. Discharged. Discharged. Black-hearted hospitals, treating people to death, putting the blame on TNG Hospital and insulting the dead and their families. The noise grew louder and louder, and more people gathered. Stop it all. This is a hospital, not a food market. Ping Yuyan angrily yelled out. You go ahead. I'll just take care of this. Then he turned his head and rebuked Yi Chen angrily. Originally a simple matter. The result was that he engaged in the whole hospital. Patients were once considered irresponsible hospital. This thing, if the word out, the hospital is still open not. Yi Chen was not angry, only to see him smoothly fishing for a wooden stick and ruthlessly smashing it on the young guy Xiaowei. Pang! With a loud noise, instantly everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Ping Yuyan did not expect Yi Chen to directly and violently beat the deceased. Yi Chen's demeanor instantly aroused the angry emotions of the crowd. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Qunan's brow furrowed and his face turned blue as he hurriedly snatched the wooden stick away from him so that he wouldn't have to carry it out a second time. I'm fine. I've never been more awake than at this time, Yi Chen said with a firm tone, not feeling anything at all. You're fired. Get out of here right now. The hospital will never have you again. Ping Yuyan was infuriated. His tone of voice angrily reprimanded, itching for him to get out immediately. You can't be so lawless as to be a lunatic with a little skill. Ping Yuyan mixed to this position now. What big storm has not seen? Just have not seen this kind of life-threatening people. Dean, Yi Chen might, not for any reason. Ping Yuyan interrupted Qunan. Chapter 61, You're fired. Ping Yuyan, who had always been pleasant, lashed out violently, which really startled Qunan. Who knows that Yi Chen did not feel the slightest bit flustered, but instead, he did not know where to get a few needles out, the diameter of which was stabbed into the inside of Xiaowei's body. 3 times twice to engage in this kind of thing. The patients present in the whole heart is afraid. The dead are treated like this. If the living, maybe they in the dark how to secretly screw them. The hospital was in an uproar and almost everyone was yelling to leave. Yi Chen, You need to stop messing around with these things. If this continues, I'm going to get angry too. It was only when Kunin saw this that he truly realized that Yi Chen was truly out of control. It's just unacceptable to take a swipe at a dead person. Yi Chen straightened the needle directly into their relative points to go, followed by the sound of grief and pain screams. Ah 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 ah. It hurts. The guy with 1,000 knives that once stabbed old me. Originally just pale, like a dead man like Xiao Wei. A crash 3 jumps cursing up. Blood and anger on the face is full of anger. Furious cursing. Turning his head, he saw Yi Chen holding a few needles in his hand, and in response, he roared, "Did you son of a stab me?" Yi Chen nodded his head with a smile on his face and said, "It is precisely me." Hearing this, Wei rolled up his sleeves and hit him. Paralyzed, the old man's bones are all painful. The old boy down really vicious. Snap, a slap across the face and Wei falls to the ground defenseless. It seems that I'm really good at this medical skill. Casually sticking in a few needles can bring a dead person back to life. Yi Chen proudly clapped his hands together, indicating that he was a little genius. Why did you get up? It's not revealing. The old man muttered and pulled Xiao Wei complaining. Am I mistaken? Wasn't he dead? How come he's still alive? I drop mama. Live half a life what thing have not seen. This back to life thing really have not seen. First time to see. Really rare. The divine doctor is so skillful that he can be called a reincarnated Hua Tuo. As soon as they heard about the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, the others all agreed. Nowadays, there are very few doctors with excellent medical skills, not to mention the ability to bring the dead back to life, which is definitely the most shocking in the world. Some of the people present, many of them took out their cell phones to click and record this great deed. Yi Chen, no wonder you were so calm at first. The feeling is that you have the skill of raising the dead. Kunin's bright eyes emitted a worshipful gaze at him, almost as if he had seen a warrior, including Ping Yuyan. They were all staring in disbelief, their eyes low and mixed with thick surprise. Her medical skills were also considered first class. This what brought the dead back to life was something recorded in a book. It was Hua Tuo who was really still alive and could not do such a thing. Bringing the dead back to life is a piece of cake. Not only can I bring him back to life, I can also make him die and live again. During Yi Chen's speech, his hand had grabbed Xiao Wei's arm and pulled him to force him to lie down. What are you doing? You haven't settled the score for that slap you gave me nah. What are you trying to do again? Xiao Wei struggled hard, but couldn't break free even with all his strength. My son. What a heavenly gift to bring my son back to life. Seeing this, the old woman obediently went up and pulled the man away, crying in a way that was even more tragic than that of the child who had just died. All of this and he can still act so calmly. I have to admire his ability to add to this performance. Don't act crazy here. Your so-called son is nothing more than a hired hand. You don't even know what his name is. Yi Chen really didn't have the extra patience to watch them continue to perform, and directly poked and prodded. If this wasn't pointed out, these three wouldn't know how to act again. The wife played dumb and said, "What are you talking about? My son has come back to life. Why do you still have such an attitude? Why does my son deserve to die? What raising the dead, that's all a front. It's nothing more than the fact that the so-called son in your mouth hasn't been dead since the beginning." Yi Chen said. Nonsense. The old man raged. Pulling Wei was about to leave the hospital with a generous look. My son has the power of good luck in heaven, and he came back from the dead, so we old folks won't bother much with your hospital. Ha, if I met someone else, I wouldn't know how to ooh and ah you guys. As soon as Yi Chen pulled his hand, he took out his cell phone directly from him and quickly flipped to the chat log. Find a way to defame Healthy Hospital and make Yi Chen lose his reputation. Next was a picture of Yi Chen attached. How much is the commission? Crowded 5 million. What the hell? Cheating on your feelings? All of it is fake. What with all the medical malpractice deaths and bringing the dead back to life? It's all fiction. WOJ, thanks for speaking up for him. Rub it in. Really, the world owes them a trophy. The world is a dangerous place, and that's all that's happening these days. The old woman and the others were ostracized by the crowd and were hell-bent on getting the hell out of there. Why are you leaving so soon? The police will be here in a moment. And according to the law, false accusation is a big offense. Ping Yuyan pulled their shoulders, then gave a look to the security guard and subdued the three. You're falsely accusing me. You're falsely accusing me. I'm going to turn you in. The old woman panicked and turned blue, her mouth still screaming that it was all their fault. You feel wronged, and just happened to go and say so. You sons of ES. Seeing that the matter was all but exposed, the three then tacitly agreed to shut up about it. It wasn't until the police came over that they showed that these three were the wanted criminals they had been catching all year round, and thanked Yi Chen greatly. Yi Chen, my tone was a bit heavy just now. I apologize. Inside the office, Ping Yuyan apologized guiltily. The thought that I had just taken such a mean tone and put out the word that I was going to fire him made me feel like such a bad person. And me, I didn't believe you either. Sorry. On the side, Kunin obediently echoed down to apologize. Yi Chen, however, did not care much about this matter in the slightest. Having been in the Han family for so long, he had long since gotten used to this feeling of being misunderstood. People are just looking at the results anyway, and in the end, if they handle themselves more perfectly, they'll turn around and worship them. It's like a hook and loop theory now, repeating back and forth. Yi Chen had a serious face and fake colorful eyes, looking them up and down. Verbal apologies won't help, unless, it's not supposed to make her sell her body, is it? She's still a virgin. Ping Yuyan's small face was scarlet. No, I'm still a big girl, and other than that, I'll agree to anything. Kunin was straight talking and didn't even think about it, rejecting it outright. Yi Chen looked at the two people, and his heart was greatly refreshed. I thought to myself, who let you do such a thing? Do not grow a memory without a good education. Chapter 62 Confident. Yi Chen simply continued his disguise, his face as ugly as it could be. I don't care. I'm fired anyway, so whatever. As soon as Ping Yuyan heard this, she immediately became anxious. Although Yi Chen had just come not long ago, and was still only a trainee doctor, his ability was still there for all to see. Today's matter, without Yi Chen's help, it was estimated that this Zhuangzi matter would be blamed on the health hospital. If we lose such a talent, it can be said that the loss is not worth the gain. Yi Chen, do whatever you want, this is my fault. As long as you can take the heat off, I'll do whatever you want. Ping Yuyan clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, letting this out. In fact, Yi Chen is not ugly. On the contrary, Long, quite handsome, is also more in line with the standard of her husband in her mind. It wouldn't be a loss if I did have sex with him. Yi Chen saw that she was so serious, so he knew that she had made up her mind. But it was a pity that he was already married. Otherwise he would have been really moved. Treating me to a meal. Why is it so hard for you guys to agree? Big deal. I'll just eat less. Dinner? The two women asked the question almost in unison. Or what? Yi Chen played dumb and inquired. Kunin was so embarrassed that he coughed a few times. No, it's nothing. Damn. She just willed herself to wind up saying that she was a yellow girl, dying to die. Her kind of broken mouth. Just fast. You don't have to eat less. You can pick any place you want. You can still pay for a meal. Flat Rain Smoke said. For some reason, hearing this request was a small disappointment within her. I can only have my wife Han Yu in my heart. That kind of scummy behavior. Yi Chen, won't do it. Yi Chen squinted and smiled, explaining what had just happened along with it in a single sentence. I have something to take care of, so I'll withdraw first, so you guys take your time. Kunin was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and left without waiting for a reply. The hall of the Qi family. Uncle Wang hung up the phone with a sad face. His two eyebrows twisted into a rope and his face was blue. Miss, things went wrong, but it's okay. This method doesn't work. Then I'll just give them a hard time. I don't believe that after living most of my life, I'm still inferior to a brat. He, Uncle Wang, was not a member of the upper class, but for all these things in the dark, it was all clear. If he says second, no one says first. Uncle Wang, this is not your fault. If you want to blame it on your opponent being too cunning. Ji Lingxiao said. Miss, I'll immediately put all the manpower of my men that I can use. All of them, for the sake of the Ji family. My Uncle Wang will do whatever it takes to get him killed. Bring all the bodyguards from the Qi family. At the sound of a familiar voice, it was none other than Ji Dong. The opponents were too powerful, and if they could be stowed away in their Ji family, it would be a perfect thing. Unfortunately, things had gotten to the point where stowage was out of the question, and the only way to fix things was to fix each other. Otherwise, if this incident spread out, there would be no place to put his Ji family's face. Master, there's no need to use the Ji family bodyguards for this. Just let me handle it. No, that kid isn't as easy as you think. Bring everyone you can. Ji Dong's mind instantly echoed the fight scene, and the joints on his body were aching. Needless to say, this is truly outrageous. Those people in the hands of Uncle Wang, terror against him is still a little difficult. Just in case must be allotted all the manpower. Must not be careless. Dad, you're not even well enough to come out. Why did you come out? Just leave this little matter to me and Uncle Wang. You and Dusty have a good rest. Ji Lingxiao greeted with worried concern. Yi Chen, this kid, made his favorite dad and brother look like this. It's just a goddamn thing. A hint of panic flashed at the bottom of Ji Dong's eyes. As long as he knew best how powerful the other party's abilities were, his longsword was also damaged. Something predictable. Little spirit, don't get involved. Go stay with your brother. He was already scared. His son had already been beaten like this. If this precious daughter of his was bullied again, his old bones didn't want to live. Dad, I'm old enough to handle these things on my own. No, whatever I say, get up there. Ji Dong's tone was serious and he kept urging. Ji Lingxiao was unsure why his father, who had always been pleasant to himself, was so fierce over this small matter. Do you have to make me do it myself, to take you there? Seeing that it didn't work, Ji Dong gave a direct death order. Ji Lingxiao had no choice but to agree for the time being. It was only when he saw Ji Lingxiao go up that Ji Dong inwardly breathed a deep sigh of relief. Master, is this kid really that powerful? Uncle Wang whispered a question. In his opinion, the people he had found to make trouble at the health hospital had been dismantled, and it was nothing more than a coincidence. Thinking that Yi Chen's blind cat had stumbled upon a dead rat, Gideon didn't say much, just silently stroked the injuries on his body. Earlier, he was also the same as Uncle Wang, thinking that it was just a small child not worth mentioning, but now he did not feel so. If he continued to be stubborn at that time, 9 times out of 10, he would have lost his life in this. Uncle Wang, just listen to me. If you can't fight, don't fight hard. The big deal is that our Ji family is a little less famous, but it's still better than. Gideon's words ended here. Sighing, the matter of Dust being beaten up in the restaurant had already been rumored, and if their Ji family didn't take the initiative, they were afraid that their name would be faded in Jiangfeng from now on. He held out hope this time and for the last time. Master, put 100 minds at ease. It's an absolute success, Uncle Wang confidently and firmly said. Looking at this appearance, Ji Dong also chose not to say anything. He understood that even if he said more words, it would not help. Only by letting him personally experience it, would he know the strength of the other party? Of course, maybe if Uncle Wang took care of these things, it would be considered a great thing for the Ji family. Uncle Wang went overnight to get some of the martial arts experts he knew, all of whom were highly paid, ready to give Yi Chen a headbutting kill. And at this moment, Yi Chen shivered as soon as he returned home. This day by day and who was cursing me? It's really no fun to curse behind my back is nothing. Have the ability to make things happen in person? Have to beat you to death. Yi Chen muttered a flurry of words. Humph, a wimp like you. I don't know how many people you've offended, not to mention scolding you. It's not too much to beat you. Han Donglu snorted coldly when he heard this. The thought of this thousand-dagger guy to his own daughter instilled soul soup. He was angry, obviously discussed things. The result is less than a few hours. Directly let her daughter backtrack, but also die to follow this son of a. Really nagging. Chapter 63 The best example. Father-in-law. What's so upsetting? Yi Chen poured a cup of water and drank it in his own hand, treating Han Donglu's attitude towards him as if it was all air. Is there a third person here worth talking to? Han Donglu said in an unpleasant tone with cold eyes. Why is this guy so thick-skinned? How can he say or scold? But he refuses to leave. Nah, and wife. Yi Chen pointed at Han Yu who just happened to come down from upstairs. Did you eat? Han Yu asked smoothly. Yi Chen shook his head, and Han Yu immediately went to the kitchen to cook herself when she heard. Seeing this situation, Han Donglu's lungs were blown up, and inwardly he was even more certain that it was this son of a who had fed his own daughter the drug. Humph, don't think you can pull some tricks and coax her now. I'm telling you sooner or later you'll be told to get lost. Han Donglu dropped his words angrily and turned his head away. Stopping it now would just make them better and better, rather than keep quiet. On the Ji family's side, he'd go find Ji Lingchen at that time, and ask him to put some effort into Xiaoyu, and he could always get her to come around and kick away this wimp. Father-in-law, don't lose yourself in time. Yi Chen smiled and shouted in his direction. Han Donglu's face turned green with anger, and he silently resolved in his heart to cut this guy into 1,000 pieces. Simply cooked something to make ends meet. Inside the kitchen Han Yu came out with a bowl of noodles and clear soup, a delicate face with a silky smile, a pale yellow apron covering the center of her upper body, hanging from a relocated thin waist, a high ponytail up no more or less presenting her small, palm-sized face. I have to say Tak is indeed a beauty embryo. Even vegetarian makeup are so beautiful, which any who do not love. What are you waiting for? Han Yu saw for a long time that he didn't move and shouted a few times. Yi Chen returned to his senses and said with a smile, Wife, you're so beautiful in this way, don't be ridiculous. Han Yu's small face reddened and she beamed, pretending to be angry. I'm telling the truth. During Yi Chen's speech, his palm had already touched Han Yu's waist. This is less than a foot of waist, surplus in the hands, waist without a trace of fat. This feeling is simply exquisite. In the entire Jiangfeng city, the Han family is also considered to have a face. Han Yu grew up in the Han family pampered growing up. It is no exaggeration to say that her face wash water is formed after repeated filtration. Skin tender white, glowing and breakable. It was the first time they'd seen it so close up since they'd been married for so long. Yi Chen couldn't help but look mesmerized. It was hard to believe that this kind of beauty could marry him during his initial low period. Hey, now that I think about it, I actually think that Han Yu is really a good wife. Wife, don't worry. From now on, I, Yi Chen, feel that I won't let you be wronged. I'll do what I say. Yi Chen's tone was firm. His eyes looked at her with deep emotion, and he said with unparalleled conviction, For a moment she felt that having Yi Chen around seemed like a pretty good thing. No, how could he have such a horrible idea? He was a trainee doctor. He could fight at best. Han Yu's face slashed. Don't just talk with your mouth. Prove it with practical actions. Honey, don't worry. It will be done. Han Yu skimmed him, a smile rising faintly at the corner of her mouth. Finish eating and rest early. You have to work tomorrow. Wife, cared for me. Love you. Yi Chen smiled playfully and made a gesture of comparing hearts out. Rounding up with my wife doesn't seem far off. How come he hadn't realized his wife was so beautiful and moving before? And messed up that he hadn't thought about it in that way. Luckily, I found it in time now, or I would have really missed out on such a great beauty. Yi Chen had already begun to calculate within himself how to carry out this series of things. Early the next morning, Han Donglu received a message from the company's end, and Xiao Zhang on the other end of the phone was anxious and panicked. Tianji Company withdrew its capital, but also put out the news that the Han family and the Ji family deep-sea hatred. Many had investors in order not to mess with the Ji family, but also 7 or 8 withdrew their capital. Like a bolt from the blue, Han Donglu sat paralyzed on the ground, the smile on his face frozen together. The Ji family is many times stronger than the Han family, and there are many groups of people in Jiangfeng City who are also jealous of the Tianji Company. This is good. The Ji family blatantly put out the word and they are incompatible. This time the Han family is difficult to support. Mr. Han, are you still there? Xiao Zhang's assistant, who hadn't heard any movement for a long time, shouted out a few words. How is this possible? Just a few days ago I was climbing into a conversation with Ji Lingchen about betrothing Xiaoyu to him. How is this possible? Han Donglu was shocked. He couldn't believe that the Ji family that was talking to him about his in-laws a few days ago, how could he outwardly say that he was a big enemy again in an instant? Mr. Han, don't you know? Mr. Yi Chen beat up the Ji family's old man and Ji family's young master, and I heard that they're still in bed now. Xiao Zhang's tone was constantly trembling when he reached the end of his words. Ji Dong was a practicing martial artist, and one person could beat 10 people. And what he had heard was that Yi Chen had beaten up both Ji Dong and Ji Lingchen by himself. When this news was heard, it was really a bit of a shock to some people, and it was no wonder that the Ji family would directly put out harsh words. What the hell is Chief Yi Chen? He's just a son of a... No, you're saying he's the one who beat up the Ji family's father and son? Han Dong recalled the highlights and was filled with consternation, even more surprised than at first when he heard Xiao Zhang say that the company had divested. What kind of operation is it when a wimp beats up a heckler? Can't even think of how the hell this thing works. Yes, got to be true that he beat up Ji's family, got reliable information. It's still very serious at the moment. It's said that Mr. Ji will have to be in a wheelchair for a while. Xiao Zhang let out a deep breath, beads of soybean-sized sweat falling from his forehead. When Han Dong heard this, his entire body was also like a walking corpse. Even though Chang repeatedly emphasized that it was the truth and repeated it 3 or 4 times, it was still unbelievable. The two were separated by the phone, and neither was silent. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that Han Dong was willing to accept this fact. Hanging up the phone, Han Dong rushed to Ji's house without stopping. It was so sudden, and it wasn't a small thing, that he wanted to make sure for himself that the wimp really did beat the Key's father and son into walking in a wheelchair. Meanwhile, Ji Dong was sitting in a wheelchair, his eyes dull and lifeless, his fingers deadlocked on the sides of the wheelchair, and he felt nothing even when his fingers were crimson and bleeding. Dad! Behind him, Ji Lingxiao brought a blanket and thoughtfully covered his legs. Dad! Don't worry, I've already withdrawn my funds, and also set up a blatant hatred with the Han family according to what you said, and now many of the Han family's investors have already begun to withdraw their funds, and it won't take long for the Han family to cease to exist within Jiangfeng City. It was only when Ji Dong heard this that his fingers loosened. Little spirit, that brat can't be hardened, or we'll be the ones to suffer, and he and Dusty are the best examples. Chapter 64 Anonymous Patience. He was afraid that Ji Lingxiao would be impulsive and go to settle the score with Yi Chen. Dad, I do everything you say. Ji Lingxiao took Ji Dong's hand and spoke in a serious manner. Key, a familiar voice came from the doorway, and it was Han Dong. A glance at Ji Dong sitting in a wheelchair, his face gloomy, completely without the usual spiritedness, and now there is also just pale and unimaginable. Ji Dong's face drooped as he roared in anger. What are you doing here? You are not welcome in the Ji family. If not for this guy, Nan said that his family has a wimpy son-in-law, froze to his daughter and dust together. If not to see his daughter looks beautiful, life is not bad. The most important thing is that the dust and very like, he will also agree by default. Who knows, out of such a mess of things, not only to the little dust beat, and even his own beat, Ji family's face is considered to lose all the face. Until he saw Ji Dong's appearance, Han Dong dared to be sure that what Xiao Zhang said was indeed the truth. Old Ji, I came here this time specifically to apologize for him. I didn't know he had such a great ability. The words were interrupted before they were finished. Get your ass out of here. Go! Ji Dong was trembling with anger. Seeing him made himself think of the image of that son of a. Seeing this, Ji Lingxiao immediately got up and shoved him to hurry away. Han Dong helplessly sighed a long sigh. It seems that this time the Ji family is considered to have torn the face with us, and there is no chance of salvaging it at all. Yi Chen, that son of a, really sinned in his previous life. How did he lure the wolf into the house and recruit such a person to his door? Meanwhile, the hospital. Yi Chen sneezed hard. Yi Chen, are you catching a cold? I have medicine for you to flush the bag. On the side, Kunin greeted with concern. There's nothing going on at the hospital for a few days, so take a few days off with pay. Ping Yuyan happened to walk in and heard the conversation between them. Yi Chen asked, paid vacation? Since when do hospitals have this kind of treatment? You're special, not just this paid vacation, but even the next time. Ping Yuyan's tone was firm, fearing that Yi Chen would not believe what he said. If it wasn't for Yi Chen solving the gang of troublemakers last time, I'm afraid that the hospital would really have to make a big fuss, or maybe its reputation would be swept away and the hospital would close down. Yi Chen was moved when he heard this. He was thinking of taking Han Yu out on a trip these days, just so he could utilize his abilities and enhance the relationship between the two of them along the way. Since the dean has said so, I'll go along with it. Respectfully. Yi Chen smiled bashfully, then took off the white coat on his body. Choose a date for an immediate commission. So soon? Figured out where to go? Ping Yuyan questioned the inquiry. Sweetly, with my beloved wife. Of course. During Yi Chen's speech, he had a wide smile on his face, just like a newly married couple who had just gotten married. Kunin skimmed his mouth, expressing a face of disgust. I'm afraid it's only wishful thinking on your part. I don't know why, but when I heard him say that, I always felt strange in my own heart, and I just felt very uncomfortable. Kunin is right. People are going to divorce you and get together with Ji Lingxuan, and here you are still being sweet. Ping Yuyan also echoed a sentence up. The two spoke one to the other, completely unwanted by their sweetness in general. However, Yi Chen did not care in the slightest. In his heart only is not divorced, that is a husband and wife. Himself at the same time have this obligation to be responsible. I'm not talking to you guys, I'm going back. Yi Chen couldn't wait to go back. Dropping that sentence, he couldn't even hear them say another word and turned his head away. Just as he walked to the hospital entrance, the phone burst into a ringing sound, an unfamiliar phone number. When he was puzzled, Yi Chen answered the phone. Mr. Yi, I'm Wang Weiwei. I've heard that you have excellent medical skills. Can I trouble you to come over? On the other end of the phone was a meek woman's voice, and just by listening to it, one was able to figure out that it was a petite, cute girl on the other side. This soft, sticky voice is hard to resist. Sorry, I'm in the middle of something. However, Yi Chen was no ordinary person, and without thinking, he balked at the past. The opposite party hesitated for a few seconds, apparently frozen in place. Mr. Yi, my father is dying. Please, really come and see. Wang Weiwei was so anxious that tears came out of his eyes and kept choking his tone. Her father, Wang Jun, has been critically ill for a long time, and after seeing many doctors to no avail, there was really no way out, and it was only some time ago that she went to participate in a selection contest at the Tianji hospital, only to learn that she won that contest. There's nothing to be done about it, and it's a dead horse now. Mr. Yi, I really can't help it. If you don't come, my father may. Speaking of this, Wang Weiwei cried even more, like a broken pearl constantly falling down. Yi Chen couldn't bear to see a woman cry and cry, so he finally agreed. You can go, but I don't know if you can. As long as Mr. Yi is willing to come, no matter if it can or can't, my father is good or not, I won't blame you. Wang Weiwei interrupted him in time to preempt him. Yi Chen couldn't say anything more when he saw this, so he could only go and check out the situation first. After hanging up the phone, Wang Weiwei had already set up all the medical stuff and was waiting for Yi Chen to come over. These are all kinds of advanced equipment that she got from abroad, just to facilitate the examination and treatment of disease. Weiwei, I know my illness in my heart, no need to spend any more effort. You take care of yourself, look at how thin you are these days. AI, it's all Dad's fault for dragging you down. Wang Jun's cheeks on both sides of the cheekbones sunken in part, loose sagging skin, sagging bags under the eyes, not a bit of living breath at all. Dad, I forbid you to say that. I found a very powerful divine doctor. He'll be here in a while, he'll surely be able to cure you. Don't worry about anything, with me here, I'll surely cure you. How many doctors have I seen over the years? And instead it's getting worse. Among them are many so-called doctors who know that their Wang family has money and come here to make money by posing as doctors. He knew all of these things by heart, but he just didn't say anything about it so that his daughter wouldn't be sad. After all, if there is expectation, there is hope. But in this recent period, He has clearly felt that his body is not working, and his own daughter is getting more and more tired. There was really no way out, and I didn't want to drag it out any further. Before I said this, Dad, this one is different. He is the winner of the Tianji hospital competition. His medical skills are so brilliant that he can tell what kind of disease it is just by looking at it, and he can also give the medicine in time, and it's still 100% able to get well. And I've also heard that this one is also able to bring the dead back to life. Wang Weiwei kept choking back, muttering in a choked tone, finishing in one breath. For her, if there was a glimmer of hope, she would try, even if it meant going up a mountain of knives or down a sea of fire. Chapter 65, A Good Man, A Good God. Wang Jun sighed and sighed together. The dead horse is a living horse. Whether it is dead or alive is just this time. Viv, promise Dad, for the last time. Yes, Wang Weiwei answered a sentence. Even with that promise on his lips, he was still wondering who he was going to get for the next doctor. As long as she had a breath in her body, she would heal her father, no matter what. During the speech, the butler's voice interrupted them. Miss, there's someone outside looking for you. When Wang Weiwei heard about it, she immediately went to greet them in person, and she treated every doctor who arrived with respect. However, what came into view was a young man. Wang Weiwei first time to measure a doctor. At the same time, the heart also instantly fell into the trough. The older you get in something like medicine, the more experience you have, and the one in front of you was just too young, indicating a less experienced one. During the selection contest at Tianji Hospital, she only watched half of it, and then had something to go back to. But didn't the friend who introduced her say that it was very powerful? At a glance, I know what the condition is, but also to treat the symptoms of the disease. How is this so young? Thought the least is to be 80 or 90 people. It's MS. Vivian Wang? Yi Chen inquired with some uncertainty. Mr. Yi? Exactly. Yi Chen's affirmative answer instantly cut off Wang Weiwei's originally joyful mood. I was actually looking for an older man, but aren't you too young? Wang Weiwei ultimately still a little unconvinced that this person can cure her father's difficult illnesses. If the headache and cold and so on, she believes that it can be cured. Yi Chen snorted and said in a low voice, I fully take it as a compliment. As the words fell, Yi Chen had already come in on his own. He had to hurry up and finish the matter, and then immediately go back to enjoy a two-person life with his wife. Wang Weiwei let out a bitter laugh. Oh, you are really humorous. This person can't listen to the good lazy words, let alone how good the medical skill is. Then it is estimated to be a little bit of three-legged kung fu, can follow the instructions to grab some medicine. I really don't know how he won the contest at the Tenji Hospital selection contest. The butler just happened to be standing at the stairway, and when he saw Yi Chen coming, he also enthusiastically led the way in front of him, and led the person to the room with a familiar hand. When Yi Chen saw Wang Jun on the bed, without saying anything, he directly went up and lifted the quilt away, and saw his expression at a glance. A large stone inside the lungs presses the heart to beat too slowly, and with a slow heart rate the natural person is sickly. These diseases hospitals those so-called instruments cannot be detected. Stones and tumors are not the same can be scanned. The stones are too small to scan. People will not think of a stone triggered by so many patients. Do you have an operating room at your house? I need an operation. Yi Chen turned his head to inquire. Wang Weiwei froze, then replied, there is no operating room, but things should have. The operating room can just vacate one. You feel that one is suitable to use that one. Yi Chen looked around for a moment and said, this is the room. Go get the tools. You operate it on yourself, without an assistant? Wang Weiwei slowed down to inquire at this moment. I've just been asked too many questions in a series of questions, and I've been in a state of total confusion. I'm not really sure what I've been told. I just know that I'm going to have surgery. Yi Chen nodded his head in a firm tone and replied, this minor surgery is more than enough for the matter. It's just a small stone. It's not a major surgery, and you need an assistant. Wang Weiwei this time cannot hold back. Come to all the doctors cannot say what the father is a specific condition. Just simply say some official patients. After that is to give some medicine to eat. And the joke's a little too big for this young guy to come up and ask for surgery right away. Mr. Yi, I respect you and won't say any more bad words. I don't need you to handle my father's condition. Wang Weiwei said, already giving orders for Uncle Wang to kick the people out. You begged for me to come and then you let me go. You're hilarious. Yi Chen's patience had its limits. He would have been sweet at home with his wife at this time. As a result, when I got here, I was kicked out instead. It's really bad luck for a good person. Who knew you were? The word quack didn't come out of his mouth, and the breathless voice of Wang Jun on the bed interrupted. I believe in this young man's medical skills. Just come on, Dad. What are you talking about? He's just enough Vivi. The condition is on me. I know what's going on. You don't need to be bothered. Wang Jun's tone was unpleasant. angrily interrupting her words with a firm attitude that he wanted Yi Chen to help treat his condition. Dad! Wang Weiwei really didn't figure out why his father had to insist that he be healed this time. Mr. Yi, is it? I heard Weiwei said some things about you. The child is young and unintelligent. Just spoke much conflict. Please also see. I'm somewhat in charge of my condition, so I'm counting on Mr. Yi. Wang Jun is still considered to have a polite attitude. Yi Chen is also too lazy to care about these things, and also anxious to go back to accompany his wife. Do not have that free time to waste here. All of you get out. No one is allowed to watch during the surgery, Yi Chen said in a flat tone. Wang Weiwei was a little reluctant. Already had no good impression of this person, and now let him alone with his father. If there is really any medical malpractice, want to save cannot be saved. Our Wang family is also a dignified person in Jiangfeng City. If my father has any long or short, I'll whip you. I'll whip your tendons and strip your skin. Wang Weiwei's tone was firm and vicious, and his eyes low exuded a grim expression, completely different from the person who spoke on the phone at the beginning. Yi Chen was indifferent, waving his hand. Whatever, he wasn't afraid anyway, and besides, how could he be a miracle doctor if he couldn't handle a small stone? Yi Chen body hand is very sharp and straight, directly to the Wang Jun anesthesia, skillfully holding the scalpel. These put the stones carefully removed. TCH, you're a real scourge, so there's a little thing to die and continue to stay in the body. I'm afraid it really can't live more than a week. Yi Chen looked at a small soybean-sized stone within his palm and shook his head helplessly. And at this moment, Wang Weiwei outside the door walked around anxiously, fearing that Yi Chen was inside and did something. Had I known to beat to death, also do not let that what Mr. Yi to the father to do surgery, and now it is completely and utterly. Do not know the father's situation is life or death. Don't worry too much, miss, perhaps, the master's people have heavenly signs and happen to be fine. The housekeeper brought a cup of chrysanthemum tea and said soothingly, if this were someone else I'd still put my heart at ease. This now goes in with a quack. This is clearly a dead end. Wang Weiwei once thought that Yi Chen is a quack. The heart regretted to death to invite him over. The thought of their own crying to invite him, and now think carefully again, is completely to lead the wolf into the house. Chapter 66. Just then, the house thumped loudly. Wang Weiwei could not care, other than to directly break the door. Dad, are you okay? It's my fault because I just hurt you. What came into view was Wang Jun lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. Wang Weiwei thought for a moment that her father had been medically killed by Yi Chen, and tears snapped down her face. You bastard! I said from the beginning that if you heal my father to death, I will burst your tendons and whip your skin. Now you should honor your promise. Wang Weiwei was so angry that he trembled, taking out one of the short daggers at his waist and stabbing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body shifted slightly to the left, dodging the dagger in time. Bastard! Today I'm going to make you come to our Wang family standing up and go out sideways. Wang Weiwei was very angry at the situation, and directly exerted his milk strength, repeatedly stabbing towards Yi Chen. However, after stabbing a dozen times, not a single knife grazed Yi Chen's body. After letting you go so many times, it's a sign of respect that you're a woman. Yi Chen's face was ironic, his two eyebrows tightly twisted into a rope, and his tone was firm. Do not fight back. Really think he is Yi Chen is a soft persimmon randomly pinch off. Good intentions, to help you save a life, in the end, but also to kill him. Really TMD sin. If I didn't think she was a woman, I would have finished her off long ago when I took the first cut. Make me with or without you. Stand there if you are still a man and let me kill you myself and go underground with my father. Wang Weiwei's eyes were scarlet and moist. Don't turn back and dare not look at Wang Jun more. If it wasn't for her, her father wouldn't have died, and she would make this quack pay with his life. Hearing this, Yi Chen realized why she reacted so much, daring to see people lying on the bed dying, thinking they were dead. You've got it all wrong. Yi Chen made a passing remark and proceeded to yell out Wang Jun's name. Go to hell. Obviously Wang Weiwei was not believing his words at all at the moment. Instead he felt like shirking his responsibility. Yi Chen also really didn't have any extra patience when he saw this, and stood in place, ready to strike and attack. Vivi! Wang Weiwei's dagger stopped in the air, turned his head solemnly, and lunged over. Dad! Thought you had. How could it be? Didn't you say that this doctor is very powerful? He can know the condition just by looking at it. So powerful. How could Dad die? Wang Jun said with a shallow smile. Wang Weiwei was already crying at this moment, constantly choking. Yi Chen expressed speechless. This point of common sense or not? People have no gas, do not know. There's nothing to do, I'm leaving. He couldn't wait to leave. I'm sorry, I was just so impulsive. I didn't hurt you. Hearing this, Wang Weiwei thought of what he had just done, almost about to kill someone, and felt very guilty. Here's your payment. There's $5 million in it. $5 million. This money is enough to take his wife this time to have fun, and incidentally can see if there is any entrepreneurial door or something. Yi Chen was not polite and took it directly. This was the payment he rightfully deserved. This kind of rich family, $5 million is really something not worth mentioning for them. I know I have just been much offended, but I was in too much of a hurry. But I'm still very grateful to you for saving my father. If there's anything in the future, just look for me, and I'll definitely do my best to help if I can. Wang Weiwei then took out another jade pendant and handed it over. I don't accept your apology. Besides Yi Chen, am not the kind of person who loves money. That 5 million is the medical expenses you gave me. As for favors, it's completely unnecessary. Goodbye. Oh no, never again. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he left without looking back. Staying one more second felt like a waste of time. Leaving the Wang family, Yi Chen that this money directly to the bank to put 4/5 of the deposit, leaving 1 million for traveling. The Han family living room. Han Dong walked around impatiently, sweating profusely in a hurry, and the phone kept ringing non-stop. Xiao Yu when dad begs you, go to Ji's house to accompany Ji Lingchen and divorce him. Han Yu sat on the sofa, wearing a plain dress, her face somber. Han was suppressed by the Ji family, and now it was a lot of investors withdrawing their money, and it was already in the middle of a crisis, facing bankruptcy at any time. Consider me as a father begging you to help me. Hans is something I built up with my own hands and spent a lot of effort on. If it's ruined like this, I don't want to live in this life. Han Dong took Han Yu's hand and prayed. It was the first time she had ever seen her father like this, and for a moment she couldn't bear it. I can call Jillian and ask, but I don't know if it'll work out. Thinking about it, Han Yu still softened her heart and let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Han Dong heard that there was a door, he immediately dialed over the phone without saying a word. In case Ki's family didn't answer their calls, they purposely called from a different number. Soon after, the phone was picked up and it was Ji Lingchen. Lingchen, it's me, Han Yu. I'm really sorry about last time. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Han Yu apologized in a gentle tone and with great guilt. Last time, it is true that she is not well thought out. At first she went to see Ji Lingchen is also out of helplessness. Do not want to make it difficult for his father. And secondly, it is also selfish. Firstly, want to understand the Ji family, and secondly, want to stimulate the next Yi Chen. The Han family will be overthrown soon. Right, otherwise why would you call here? I can tell you clearly that it's impossible to ask our Ji family to stop suppressing you. On the other end of the phone, Ji Lingchen refused without hesitation, his tone so firm that there was no room for negotiation. The phone is open to the speakerphone. Han Dong heard clearly. Heard this, the whole person is not good. This is his only way out. The Ji family does not stop the suppression of him. The next second the Han family will be collapsed, but also owe a butt of debt. Tell me, what do you say it will take to leave me alone? Han Dong pounced over and hopelessly shouted at the phone. What's it going to be? Unless you get your daughter to come stay with me and help me finish that son of a off. This is over. Ji Lingxuan teasingly flirted with him, his fingers constantly rubbing the walnut in his hand. This old thing, so in love with that daughter of his. He would like to see how the old thing chooses. I can solve, but I can't force my daughter's matter. After all, she has to agree. If she agrees I must be very supportive of you guys, but if she doesn't agree, I don't care if she agrees or not. I'm going to do this now. Do whatever you want. Anyway, there are plenty of women out there. I, Ji Lingchen, am not lacking. As for that son of a, I naturally have a way to rectify it. Ji Lingchen interrupted him with a cold tone, then directly cut off the phone without waiting for Han Dong to continue saying anything. Young Master Ji, have something to discuss, Han Dong shouted. However, the response was a beeping mechanical sound. Chapter 67 Favors. Then Han Dong turned his head and flung himself on his knees, his eyes moist. Xiao Yu when dad begs you, help me. Han Yu's heart softened and she immediately squatted to help him up. Dad, don't be like that. This is something to think about in the long run. Think about it again. Han Dong desperately refused to get up. Xiao Ye, if you don't get up, I will keep kneeling. And when you agree to this matter, I will get up. Han Yu was at a loss for words. With her father on one side and her dignity on the other, it really left her with no choice. Dad, Xiao Ya, Dad has been treating you well since you were a child. You also know that your mom was gone a long time ago. I was a father and a mother. I worked hard to pull you up. I haven't begged you for anything. This time I'm begging you. I'm begging you to help me. Han Dong was only left with prayers at the moment, completely losing his old demeanor. Honey, I'm home. A familiar voice came from the doorway, and it was none other than Yi Chen. When Han Dong heard the sound, he swished up and patted clean the dust on his knees as if nothing had happened just now. What are you doing back here? Immediately follow me to apologize to young Master Ji and kneel on the ground to pray for his forgiveness. Why? It's not like I did anything wrong. You bastard. How dare you say you didn't do anything wrong? You're so close to flipping out, beating up the G family, and now causing our Han to go bankrupt. You're simply a spoilsport. Han Dong was so angry that his body trembled, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered his body backward. Seeing this, Han Yu immediately went forward to hold on. Dad, don't be angry. I'll settle this with Yi Chen. Don't worry. Solve it. Is it not like you don't know the strength of the G family? Even our Han family at its most ascendant can't compare to the G family at its most downtrodden. He wanted to be relieved, but the facts were in front of him and he had to bow to reality. Han Yu don't head, sighing, and Yi Chen in a long and serious way to put things, from beginning to end to narrate. Just this little thing, why take it to heart? Yi Chen said in a flat tone. The more bland he was, the more Han Dong felt a wimpy feeling when he saw him like this. He should not have recruited Yi Chen to enter the door when he was killed, and the more Han Dong thought about it, the more he regretted it. Dad's still angry. Don't say those things. Han Yu pulled Yi Chen toward the upstairs. Now that his father was using it on top of his anger, Yi Chen was also a stubborn person, and if the two of them argued again, it would be even more unmanageable. Pang! Only Han Dong pushed everything on the table down, trembled, and then collapsed heavily on the floor. Han Yu was terrified. Tears kept falling down her face as she pounced over and desperately held Han Dong in her arms. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. She had only her father left in the world, and her mother had fallen ill and died when she was very young. There was no point in her living if her father was no more. He's having a myocardial infarction. Go to the kitchen and get a knife and dust cloth. Yi Chen's tone was cold and stern as he flattened Han Dong on the ground, his hands crossed and pressed on top of his chest without stopping. Stop it. This thing is still going on. If father, go on. If you don't cry and whine when you die. Yi Chen interrupted her with a serious tone. Saving a patient a second late will also send him to the hands of Hades. And Han Dong's myocardial infarction is so sudden that if he is not resuscitated in time, he will really die. Han Yu didn't dare hesitate much, and looking at how serious he was, she could only beat a dead horse and bring the stuff. In his heart, he kept comforting himself. Yi Chen was an intern doctor, still a bit strong. He could definitely save his father back. She didn't even dare to take an extra breath for fear of making a big mistake because of her mistake. And Yi Chen moved eloquently, quickly throwing his chest away with great agility. Han Yu grew up pampered. Where have I seen this scene? Scared to put his head away. Froze not to see a fork. Yi Chen also tacitly switched an angle, just enough to block the direction Han Yu saw. Time passed minute by minute, and more than an entire hour passed before Yi Chen clapped his hands. It's kind of done. Not to mention, it's a different feeling to do surgery in this kind of place for the first time. Honey, the surgery was a success. Yi Chen turned his head and said. Only Han Yu's eyes were closed tightly and she was already asleep. It seems that these days have to be indeed tired to the point that it's time for the Han family to take matters into their own hands. Yi Chen carefully picked up Han Yu and put her in the bedroom, then placed Han Dong and paced away from the Han family. The strength of the Ji family to suppress the Han family is not a matter of concern. And then such indifference. Minutes and minutes to kill the Han family. This time, the matter was also indirectly because of him, and it was imperative to make a trip to the Ji family to see the situation. Meanwhile, Ji Lingchen had almost recovered and was sitting in the back garden, checking out the Han family's recent situation with a smile on his face. Han Dong, I just don't believe that you can give up the Han family that you started from nothing. Within a few days, the Han family will be bankrupt. Ji Dong Dao. To be more specific, it would be a couple hours. Ji Lingxiao also cheerfully arrived to chime in with a comment. After a period of recuperation, the Ji family's father and son's bodies were no longer in any serious condition. Every one of them was looking forward to the fall of the Han family, and they could only blame it on having an indisputable door-to-door son-in-law. Dusty, you did very well this time. When this matter is over, you can directly inherit my position. Ji Dong was very pleased and patted Ji Lingchen's palm, smiling cheerfully. Dad, what are you talking about now? How could the company make it without you? And this time it's because you greeted us in advance that the Han family is now down and out. Hey, show dust your ability I can still see. Don't be modest. Besides in the future this whole Ji family is still not yours. It's good to get in touch earlier. That's what Dad said. So listen to Dad. Dusty. Ji Lingxiao's delicate face showed a shallow smile, appearing like a blooming hibiscus. It's really lively. It seems that you guys feel very happy after drying out the Han family. A cold man's voice came from behind, and it was none other than Yi Chen. Today, he was dressed very plainly, having just performed a myocardial infarction surgery on Han Dong at Han's house. Some blood on his body had erupted on top of his clothes, and with his grim expression, he looked even more terrifying. What are you doing here? When Geeton saw him, his brows furrowed and his tone was instantly unpleasant. Why do you see me and seem a little unwelcome? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up into a smile as he pulled out his own chair and sat down. What's the point of coming here when you know you're not welcome? Ji Lingxiao was not giving any face at all. She hadn't forgotten how her father and Xiao Duan were tortured by him. Then he called for the butler. Throw him out, strengthen the guards, and don't let such hot chickens in. Chapter 68, The 18th Circle of Hell. The hot chicken that Ji Lingxiao was talking about was naturally referring to Yi Chen. The butler held out his hand in a gesture of farewell. Please. Yi Chen, however, did not move in the slightest, as if this matter had nothing to do with me, and the unwelcome person was obviously not him. Mr. Yi, please leave. The butler's tone was aggravated, and this time he didn't send his guests off politely. He directly named them. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a guest, he would have just kicked them out. There's only one reason why I'm here this time, and that's to get you to stop suppressing the Han family, Yi Chen said slowly in a nonchalant attitude. Ji Lingxiao was like he had heard a heavenly joke and laughed a hearty laugh. It was hilarious. The first time someone had come up to their key family to talk them out of it, and it was a wimp who had accomplished nothing. It's not cold today. Why am I shivering? It's really too cold to tell this joke. I'm not telling jokes. I'm having a serious discussion with you guys right now. Yi Chen said he was very serious. What would you do if we didn't agree? Ji Lingxiao waved his hand proudly. If you come to their Ji family, do you still want to make a move? It really was unavoidable to think a little highly of himself, making a move in their Ji family and letting him come and standing up and go out sideways. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up into an evil smile, and his eyes blandly looked at Ji Dong. It was as if Ji Dong had seen the devil. His body trembled, as if a powerful force was attracting him, prompting him to move. In his mind, he instantly recalled that his long rainbow sword had been stopped and easily destroyed, and how he had finished himself off. All the details echoed in his mind for a long time. Ji Lingxiao saw that his father's face looked very bad and inquired with some concern. Dad, did you not rest well? Gideon shook his head. No, he was now just a peace of mind. This time, although because of Yi Chen's relationship, he had suppressed the Han family, and also suppressed the Han family to a certain extent, prompting him to go bankrupt. But seeing Yi Chen now was still hairy in his heart. This man's strength was just too powerful, not something he could control. If he really pissed him off, he might really beat himself up on the Ji family's own turf. And it didn't matter if he beat him up just because he was afraid of involving Xiao Duan and Xiao Ling. Ji Dong still chose to agree to this matter under the millions of tangles within his heart. I agree with you, Dad. What are you talking about? Dust has spent a lot of effort to suppress the Han family. What's wrong with you? How can you say stop? Ji Lingxiao simply had an unbelievable look of difference on his face. Don't you care? I'll make the call on this matter. In addition, in the future, no one can make a move against the Han family again, and temporarily retract the news that was released outside. Who knew that Ji Dong would just let them get back together with the Han family as if nothing had happened? Mr. Ji is just quick to do things. This is something we'll consider done, Yi Chen Weiwei said with a smile. Originally, on the way here he had already thought of the worst-case scenario. If the Ji family was dead set against stopping the suppression of the Han family, he would just come in hard. Anyway, with his own hand to deal with a Ji family that is still more than enough things, this saying is not a good thing. Soft not directly to the horizontal, horizontal if not directly whacked to death. Dad, Dusty won't agree if you do this. Ji Lingxiao directly moved out Ji Lingsuan, wanting to together convince Ji Dong to retract the decision he had just made. But who knew that Ji Lingchen was echoing Ji Dong's thoughts? I listened to Dad. Ji Lingxiao was now completely out of options. The two people at home who were managing the company's affairs already had no opinions, and she didn't have any say in the company, so there was no use in speaking. She grew up being proficient in the medical side of things, so she purposely drilled time into learning this. And as for the company's business, it was fully handed over to Ji Lingsuan and the others to deal with, and she herself had never interfered with these things. Dad, Dusty. Ji Lingxiao did not understand for a moment why their attitudes had changed so quickly, and Yi Chen didn't want to stay any longer. The matter had already been resolved. Let them resolve their internal conflicts within the Ji family. Nothing much is going on. I'm off. See you again. Yi Chen was all smiles and waved his hand. Ji Lingxiao went up to stop him, only to be stopped by Ji Lingsuan, signaling her not to be impulsive. It wasn't until Yi Chen left the Ji family that Ji Dong's face looked slightly better. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden when you had obviously decided on something? Ji Lingxiao hissed. It's all as if it's all self-serving in the end. Sister, this man is just too powerful. I originally thought that I could get Han Dong to get rid of the Han family by suppressing it, and in the meantime, ponder Han Yu in front of him, but who knows when I actually saw him. His compelling aura knocked me down at once. You don't know how powerful his kung fu is. It's practically invisible. You can't see or touch it. Ji Lingchen was very surprised when he talked about Yi Chen, but more than anything, he was afraid. I also have this feeling. When his eyes look at me, It's as if he's reached the 18 layers of hell. This feeling is really hard to tell. It's impossible to tell. All in all, Xiaoling, you mustn't mess with him. The big deal is that we're taking a step back. Anyway, the Han family will never be able to compare to the Ji family, Gideon persuaded bitterly. In his heart now, he didn't want to continue to take revenge at all, and only wanted to live his current life peacefully. Ji Lingxiao, however, felt that this person of theirs was exaggerating, and that it was nothing more than a brat who was a bit bolder and spoke arrogantly. Little spirit, listen to your father. It won't be wrong. You should never mess with him in a million years. Gideon sighs and repeats it over and over. Aha! Ji Lingxiao was a bit impatient with a casual perfunctory sentence. Despite what he said, there was still a breath in his heart that he couldn't get out. One day she would use her own way to make Yi Chen get the punishment he deserved. On the other end, Yi Chen, when he returned to the Han family, Han Dong had already woken up from the numbing potion. What have you been doing? Called you and couldn't get through. As soon as Han Yu saw Yi Chen, she asked with concern. My wife knows to care about me now, so it looks like she's impressed by me. Yi Chen playfully flirted a bit. Who cares about you? I'm just afraid something will happen to you. Han Yu looked away and muttered. I've gone to the Qi family to get a statement from them. How could you go to Ji's house alone? What if something happened? Did they do anything to you? Did you get hurt anywhere? Han Yu was very anxious. Ji family people she did not have much in-depth contact, but also know that this business relationship, evil words. Chapter 69 Legal Couples. Not to mention that the Ji family's people were ruthless. Yi Chen went alone and was lucky to come back unharmed. Yi Chen looked at her with a smile and cheerfully flirted. Wife, is this being nervous about me? Caring about me? Don't be poor. You work your shift. You don't have to worry about this. When Han Yu saw that he could still be poor, it seemed that the Ji family hadn't made things difficult for him, but the outside rumor of the Ji family's people had always been vindictive, and Yi Chen had gone to ask for a talk like this, and was 100% being targeted by the Ji family's people. Hey, it seems that I have to go to the Ji family to see Ji Lingchen in person. Wife, why does your attitude change so quickly? 1 minute you're concerned, the next you're mean. Yi Chen was aggrieved and covered his arm, showing his teeth in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Where does it hurt? Did the Ji family make a move? Who let you take it upon yourself to go to the Ji family? Really, is everything okay? I'll see what you do if you break your arm. Han Yu's spirits tightened and he went up to check his arm back and forth. This would be a big deal if my arm really fell off because of this. She's had a lifetime of guilt. Seeing how nervous she looked, Yi Chen's face was joyful. And you say you don't care about me nah? Women are just mouthy. Han Yu searched for half a day, but didn't feel any injuries on his arm anywhere, and only felt cheated when she saw the smile on Yi Chen's face. Shaking off Yi Chen's arm with force, she went upstairs without looking back. Honey, you're pushing so hard. My arm hurts. Ouch, ouch. Yi Chen narrowed a slit and shouted towards Han Yu in pain. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. I'm afraid I would have believed him if I hadn't seen that smile. Han Yu muttered a few words in her heart and went upstairs with a curse on her lips. Not good. It's been recognized. Yi Chen hurriedly followed. Han Yu sat in her room with a puff of air. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Thanks to the fact that she had just been so worried about him. Honey, don't be mad. I just wanted you to care more about me. I know it's wrong now. Yi Chen tilted his head and moved over, rubbing against it, just like a cat. Get out. I want to rest. Han Yu was displeased and gave a direct expulsion order. I've already solved the Ji family side, so don't worry about this. Wife, you rest first. Yi Chen scratched his cell phone, then left with a serious expression. He was about to flirt with his wife a little more when he got a notice from the tourism industry telling him to check it out right away. After going to the Wang family, he went directly to hold a foreign tour of England and France, leaving next Monday, and today he is going to hand over the identity news. Pang! The door slams. Han Yu looked back toward the door. It's so decisive to just say go. I don't know who sent him the message to go so soon. Han Yu was very unhappy inwardly, and didn't know why. Obviously she felt bad for him, but just seeing that he had just seen the news and immediately left, her mood was just greatly bad. Hyatt, are you okay? Downstairs, Han Dong came in a hurry and looked at Han Yu with a horrified face. Han Yu froze, never having seen her father so nervous. Dad, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. It's Dad's fault. I shouldn't have let you go to Ji Lingchen in order to get the Ji family to give up on dealing with the Han family in the first place. I had thought that if I hadn't said anything about it later, you wouldn't have gone to the Ji family. I didn't expect you to go for the sake of the Han family anyway. I'm sorry Xiaoye. It's all because of Dad's incompetence. Letting you suffer. Han Dong felt guilty and said. At first he had to be unable to accept this matter. The upper head to make that kind of thing. Even thought of letting his own daughter to exchange for benefits. Han Yu was confused by what she heard. It was true that she had refused to go see Ji Lingchen before, and then she had thought about going to meet him, but she hadn't made a move to go yet. Listening to my father, why did I feel as if I had been to the Key family? Dad, what do you mean by that? I've never felt aggravated. Is there some added pressure coming down from the Key family's side? Hanyu was unsure and could only suspect that the company was experiencing other problems. Han Dong shook his head. Instead, he cheerfully said, the Ji family has already recovered all the unfavorable news for the Han family, and also invested a large sum of money. The company is no longer a big deal. Wasn't it you who went to look for Ji Lingchen? The company is fine. The Ji family also invested a sum of money, but I haven't been to the Ji family, and I haven't seen Ji Lingchen. I've had this idea of wanting to go to Ji Lingchen before, but I haven't gone yet. Didn't go? What's the Ji family doing all of a sudden? It was really a bit strange. The Ji family was not a bit different compared to the Han family. Since they had already done it, there was absolutely no way they could stop, or they would be ridiculed by the rest of their peers. Hanyu's heart trembled as she thought back to what Yi Chen had said to her. Yi Chen did it. Xiao Yu, are you stupid? How is this possible? He's just a waste. Besides, the Ji family has a grudge against him and hates to mess with him. The Han family encountered a crisis this time and it's not because of him. It's good that they didn't screw him over. Han Dong laughed as if he had heard a great joke. There was no way in hell he could believe that this was the work of a wimp. Dad, you can't say that. Yi Chen, he's not the same as he used to be. Last time he even faced the thugs alone in the restaurant. Hanyu frowned in displeasure. That's just a coincidence. No, I trust him anyway. When did a wimp charm you? Then Dad will introduce you to another good one. Not as good as the Ji family, but much better than a wimp. Han Dong had a kind face and said that he was going to save the phone number inside Hanyu's cell phone. Anymore, he's my husband, and we're a legally protected couple, so can you stop being a wimp? Hanyu took away her cell phone and declined. I'm the one with a husband. Bigamy is a crime. Last time, he also met with Ji Lingchen and had to prepare for a divorce. This why all of a sudden he spoke for him so much. What kind of medicine did that wimpy bastard give you again? Dad, you need to stop talking about him like that. I'm really going to get mad if you do. Hanyu's tone was very firm, and her eyes lowered to give birth to a strong displeasure. It's a good day. Don't mention him. Dad's meeting some family and friends to celebrate. You go along and make contact. You're the only child I have, and you're still going to be in control of the group from now on. So it's just as well to take advantage of this opportunity to come along. Without waiting for Hanyu to speak, the Pole went straight to changing clothes. The reason for the change in attitude towards that wimp was because his daughter, hadn't had much exposure to people in that circle. This banquet, he has deliberately called some of Jiangfeng City's male brothers. Each of them is much better than that wimp. I don't believe that Xiaoye will still be so protective of him. Chapter 70, Flattery. Han Dong was very determined inwardly. Hanyu just hadn't seen the world and was mesmerized by Yi Chen's few heroic rescues. In Jiangfeng City, Jiangde Restaurant was the most famous, and most of the people who could come here were not simple characters. Han Dong waved his hand generously this time and directly wrapped up the entire restaurant. Tonight is destined to be a night of passion. Hanyu a blue-gray dress lace edge, V-shaped neckline. If there is a wrap reveals the collarbone, white skin blowing and broken. The waist that a circle of pale yellow encrusted with pearls, less than a palm of the waist, surplus to requirements. The center of attention in the room, Xiao Yu. This is the son of the Li family, this is the son of the Zhao family, and this is the son of the Bai family. See which one you like. Feel free to pick, as long as you find out a favorite. Leave the rest to Dad. One by one, Han Dong introduced them one by one. All present? Han Yu asked. Sure, as long as it's not messy. Different romances, whatever. Han Dong replied confidently. Those who can come here today that are all dignitaries, the least of which is a dozen companies, and each of these, he has full certainty to be able to return to their Han family. His daughter is so beautiful today, even if it is not $1,000 miss, just by virtue of this face is also extraordinarily outstanding. What's more, now, she was the Han family's daughter, his Han Dong's precious daughter. That was definitely one of the top candidates in Jiangfeng City. Hanyu smiled and said blandly, Dad, do the words count? Of course it counts, Han Dong replied with great certainty. Hanyu nodded her head, signaling that only you can say yes. When the words fell, Hanyu paced over, relocating her tiny hand to gently flick over the hair on her ear, and smiled blandly. Hello, handsome, I heard that your family is very rich. I wonder if you can share me a little bit. A sassy young man in front of him, with his back turned, subconsciously broke into a fit of rage when he heard such words. My house. After the man looked at Hanyu, words instantly jammed. This is not a fairy down to earth, simply too beautiful. Zhao Ernie was also a person who has seen the world. He was born with the Zhao family. From a young age, no worries about food and drink, wandering back and forth in this kind of circle, all kinds of flower farms, all kinds of women have not seen. long and beautiful body good, that is the type of everything. But never have I seen this kind of pure desire ceiling, not lacking in sexiness and not lacking in simplicity. This is definitely the favorite type among men. If you don't want to, forget it, I'll find someone else. Hanyu bristled and moved to prepare to go over. Miss, I'm willing. I'm Zhao Erniu, the only son of the Zhao family. From now on, the Zhao family is my inheritance. As long as Miss is willing, I'll agree, even if it means taking my life. Zhao Erniu immediately reached out and stopped it, smiling playfully. What a joke. It's against the law to kill someone. Hanyu's long, diagonally split skirt, lifted up with her hand, her white skin exposed, simply mesmerizing Zhao Erniu. Without saying a word, Zhao Erniu immediately pulled out a bank card out of his own pocket. Here's $100,000 for a date together tomorrow. Hanyu just smiled faintly, didn't reach out to pick it up, narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Dong in the corner without thinking, waving her hand in passing. Han Dong also nodded and waved his hand at Hanyu with a smile. It is? Zhao Erniu looked at the two people being so close and asked suspiciously. Han Dong, he is recognized. Today this field is also gathered by him. I heard that he also has a daughter. Long and beautiful, today also to come, just do not know is that. It couldn't be the woman he was looking at, could it? Maybe it was his mistress. He wasn't sure. My dad. Hanyu didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. Zhao Erniu froze upon hearing this, then quickly reacted and quietly retrieved his own piece of card. Today's inning alone has exceeded 100,000, and that 100,000 now seems so small. $100,000 would be a large amount for an ordinary person, but for the Han family's daughter, it was a drop in the bucket. Out of respect, Ms. Han, I have eyes but I don't know it's you. You should have a lot of this 100,000, so I'll take it back, but for the dinner, I still hope you'll give it some thought. 100,000 I don't really have. The dinner thing, since marrying Yi Chen, she also never used her family's money again, usually earning a penny and spending a penny. Han Dong doesn't like Yi Chen and tells the two of them to get a divorce, which he doesn't agree with, hence the big fight. And so it goes, the separation. Zhao Erniu took it on faith that she was joking. The only daughter of the Han family did not have 100,000 thoughts. Who would believe it when this was said? I'm afraid dinner is out of the question, as I've already made a reservation. Coldly, a voice came from the distance, and it was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wearing a black formal dress today, very spirited and completely different from his usual like that. Hanyu really didn't see that it was Yi Chen for a moment, and didn't react until his hand was across her waist. Honey, look at how you've grown. You're really worrying me. Yi Chen smiled and rushed Hanyu. Hanyu didn't refuse, indicating her acquiescence to what Yi Chen said, and Zhao Erniu on the side was dumbfounded. What was the situation? Married? With a husband? Ms. Han, who is this? My husband, Yi Chen. Hanyu smiled lightly and was completely unambiguous as well. Yi Chen also cooperated by kissing on Hanyu's forehead, swearing his sovereignty even more. You're the Han family's son-in-law. Yi Chen, the legendary soft eater and wimp? Zhao Erniu looked Yi Chen up and down inquiring. So mentioned, he really remembered. A long time ago, Han Dong recruited a door-to-door son-in-law because of various relationships. I heard that it was very wimpy, no family background whatsoever. He received a lot of blank stares in the Han family. Only he heard about the divorce and never cared about it. Who let this Han's daughter look bleached and born good na, who still remember her marriage and divorce? Exactly me, but wimpy, soft eating isn't. Yi Chen's tone was serious when he said the last sentence, and a grim smile was born low in his eyes. Phew, it seems to be really good guess. Just got to be indeed the legend is not quite the same. Seems to look not the kind of wimpy waste, but a smart person. What are you doing here? Get out of here. This is not a place you should be. Han Dong walked in large strides, his brows furrowed and his tone serious as he reprimanded. How does this security guard work? Letting people sneak in and stay in. This is one of my family's maids, usually a little more affectionate with Xiaoye. Don't mind ah calf. Then he cheerfully explained to Zhao Erniu. Zhao Erniu naturally believed what Han Dong said, even if it was false. It was because this Yi Chen was not well received. He was the only one who wasn't treated well in the Han family, and it didn't matter what his status was. Hello Uncle Han, before I came here I heard my dad talk about your history of starting a business from nothing. It's wonderful. Zhao Erniu flattered. Chapter 71 The Family. Han Dong was naturally subjected to hearing such words and his entire face was all smiles. In his heart of hearts, as long as it was not Yi Chen, that person was a good person, and he greeted them with a smile. Calf, you're here alone today. Your dad didn't come? My father's company recently had a signing cooperation with the Australian side. A little busy, so I personally come, but also please Uncle Han more tolerance. What other do not do the right place? Uncle Han despite say is. Zhao Erniu's tone was very stale, Han Dong listened to that, especially when he heard that he had signed a contract with the Australian company side. Then this meant that the Zhao family's items were going to be distributed out of the country. If the marriage with the Zhao family could be a happy one, their Han family's merchandise could also go abroad with them. What a child who understands. Xiao Yu ah. Learn more from others and get in touch more. Han Dong pulled over Han Yu and pushed her over to Zhao Erniu's side, trying to get the two to hold hands. Uncle Han, I'm actually quite satisfied with Xiao Ye. It's just that Xiao Ye is too good. I feel a bit inferior. Zhao Erniu bowed his head and muttered a sentence, looking constrained and aggrieved. Nonsense nah, your father also only have you a son. Chasing your girl or lined up a whole dragon. Really polite. And Xiao Ye together is the groom and daughter. Han Dong said with a smile. During the talk, a hard tug was given to the two men, hand in hand to set them together. Suddenly, a pair of large hands stopped them in the middle. Turning his head to look at was Yi Chen, who had a grinning face. Yi Chen pulled over Han Yu's hand and held her tightly with both hands, saying meekly, "Wife, don't hold hands for other men, or I'll get jealous." Got it. That's a good wife. I booked tickets to England and France for the next week. Enjoy our sweet life together as a couple. Anglo-French? A trip to England and France costs a lot of money, and the airfare alone is $10,000. And Yi Chen in the health hospital internship. A month's salary is only a few thousand. Not to mention the British and French travel. Is to buy a plane ticket is a reluctant thing. Apparently, she expressed her disbelief in the matter. Just you? Still go to England and France? What are you kidding? The ticket can afford it. Really do not mind the shame. And how did you come in? Hurry up and get out, or I'm going to call the security guards. Han Dong's brows were tightly locked, and he was angry at the sight of Yi Chen. In stark contrast to the 360-degree turn in his attitude towards Li Erniu, Yi Chen wasn't angry. Instead he smiled and said, "Dad, we are all family. I can't come to the family's party? Who is family with you? Don't talk nonsense here." Han Dong seriously chided. A wimp. Mentioning that he was a member of the Han family was a headache. And I don't know what's wrong with Xiao Yu lately that she had to gather with this wimp. Dad, Yi Chen and I are a legally protected couple. As long as we're not divorced, that's our Han family. Han Yu's tone was unpleasant, and she took the initiative to hold Yi Chen's arm, appearing to have a very close and amiable relationship. There was absolutely no outside legend of what relationship disharmony. To say disharmony is also Han Dong and Yi Chen disharmony, but this is not a big thing. Mainly lies in Han Yu's attitude. Sooner or later, it's going to be a divorce. Sooner or later, I am not getting a divorce, Han Yu said in a firm tone. Han Dong instantly froze in place. This daughter of his is not saved. Completely and utterly fascinated by this wimpy waste of heart. Get the hell out of here. Right now. Han Dong was instantly enraged and yelled at his throat for the security guards that. The dozen or so security guards were extremely efficient and quickly surrounded Yi Chen. Invite anyone who doesn't have an invitation out of here. And if I let any more of these unwanted guests in, I'll have you all killed. Han Dong's eyes were red and his tone was very angry. Security guards who do not dare to slack off. The small cannot fight the big. They are still very clear on this point. Dad, what are you doing? Yi Chen again how? Han Yu was jumped to speak. Shut the hell up. I didn't drag you up by the handful of. I didn't ask you to give me a hard time against me. Look at what you're looking for. Because of him we almost lost our Han family. Han Dong angrily interrupted Han Yu. Han Yu was also startled, never having seen her father lose his temper so much. Today was the first time. Uncle Han, forget about it. It's not good for others to see this situation today. And Xiao Ye was only confused by him, so she'll be fine later. Zhao Erniu acted as a good guy and went up to stop it. Look at the other calf. That's not better than him. I'm really confused. It was true that there was no harm without comparison. And the more he saw Zhao Erniu behaving well, the more he thought of all the bad things Yi Chen had done. Xiao Niu, come to the house for dinner some other day. Don't worry. As long as you are sincere to my family Xiao Ye, I will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Han Dong's tone was firm. Then his afterglow viciously gouged Yi Chen again. Uncle Han, then I'll be respectful. Zhao Erniu looked like a good boy. In his heart, he had long been happy. As long as it was Han Dong who was not happy, he still had a full grasp of the situation. Although not a complete woman, but this life can have such a beautiful woman. This life has no regrets. Instead, Yi Chen took out the invitation, and under the swaying back and forth, he blandly said, "There's no need for others to give me a favor. I have the qualifications to come in. It must have been stolen. I didn't even give it to you." Han Dong is incredulous. This banquet he is all secretly. The purpose is to specifically avoid Yi Chen. Who knows that this guy is still ing come? There are invitations in his hand. According to his own ability that is impossible to get this invitation unless. Then Han Dong's eyes went to Han Yu. Who told you to give him the invitation? Are you trying to piss me off? The tone of his voice was very unpleasant, and he yelled, This is from me. Mr. Han is so angry. What is this for? At the sound of the voice, a female voice came, only to see a 1'7" wearing a hateful white short skirt, high coiled hair tied at the back, appearing clean and sharp, and Han Yu compared to the same. Only Han Yu belongs to the pure desire, while she is high and cold. Zhao Ernia's eyes were full of vigor and stared at her unstintingly. This kind of immortal is just absolutely amazing. Under me, the Zhao family. Mr. Han, I gave the invitation. My father didn't send it, so I came over instead. It should be fine. Wang Weiwei interrupted Zhao Ernia's words, his cold tone inscrutable. Miss, Zhao Ernia didn't care at all, licking his face and balking again. Wang Weiwei was obviously a bit impatient, stepping on her hateful heights and walking to Yi Chen's side, and sat on his arm in a natural way. Dare I ask my father? Han Dong questioned. He knew almost all of the people who came, but this one came with a daughter he really didn't remember. Wang Jun, Chapter 72, A Scene of Harmony. Wang Jun from Jiangfeng City? Han Dong questioned the inquiry. He had to arrange to send out invitations to the major famous families in Jiangfeng City, but he had arranged for them to be distributed. But I did not expect the legendary Wang family also came. Their family's position in the heart of Jiangfeng City is a very important position. The Ji family was a family that couldn't even make it to the top compared to him, let alone their Han family, which was even less worth mentioning. Wang Weiwei nodded, giving a definite answer. Ms. Wang, I'm Zhao Erniu. Nice to meet you. Can I add a contact? Zhao Erniu was still dead set on it, happily licking his face to accost him. It's really shameless, not hitching a ride but also actively looking for a pain in the ass. I'm not interested in people like you. Stay away from me, dude. Wang Weiwei was also not the least bit polite, reprimanding him to get out immediately. She had seen a lot of this kind of rich kid guy, who went around attracting bees and butterflies on the basis of his family having a few stinking dollars, and thought that all the women in the world liked him. She, Wang Weiwei, didn't even bother to look at him. That's a hot enough temper. I'm not what you'd call a de facto son of a. I've created a company all by myself. Zhao Erniu directly ignored her own bad attitude and continued. Women with personality. He likes that. If I could marry it, I'd be rich. Not interested. Wang Weiwei said word for word, clearly not wanting to say another word to him. Ms. Wang, I didn't know you were coming. Come on, please take a seat. Han Dong reacted extremely quickly, fearing that the two would quarrel, and immediately interrupted. Neither of them can afford to be offended, and if they make a mess here, they might end up putting all their sins on the head of their Han family. Wang Weiwei pulled Yi Chen and followed him over. Han Yu's heart was very unpleasant. This was his husband. How could he be pestered by an inexplicable woman who jumped out at him, or on his own turf? Ms. Han, why don't we add a contact? Seeing that Wang Weiwei was out of luck, Zhao Ernia directly turned his target back on Han Yu. The two weren't on par anyway, and it would be a good thing to get Han Yu if you couldn't get Wang Weiwei. Off. This girl has a husband. Han Yu gouged him fiercely, her tone steeply serious. Good stuff. At first accosted himself, saw Wang Weiwei immediately licked up. Do not get and come back to himself. This is sick in the brain. Zhao Erniu ate 2 consecutive deflated. Mood angry. He has always been what he wants. Women are the same. In one day, was 2 women at the same time refused, but also are in public. This is to hit him Zhao Ernia face. On top of that, both of these women are still rejecting him for one stinking man who is inferior to him in everything. Oomph. Then he would let this stinking man kneel at his crotch, and let those 2 women watch with their own eyes, and then he would naturally change his mind about himself. Maybe, the 2 women will be scrambling to find themselves then. Just thinking about it, Zhao Ernia felt exhilarated. Yi Chen right. I remember you. If I don't get you killed, I'm not a person if I look for Erniu. Zhao Erniu gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Chen's background and said fiercely. At the same time, Yi Chen sneezed. That bastard cursed me and wanted me caught and beaten to death. During Yi Chen's speech, his eyes looked towards Han Dong. Han Dong old face instantly gloomy. He is not stupid. Know that he is beating around the bush about himself. Out of Wang Weiwei's presence, he deadened his breath. Yi Chen, how do you know Miss Wang? Han Dong cheerfully inquired, looking like a kind father. This was the first time he had called out Yi Chen's name so affectionately. Yi Hospital saved my father's life, counted as my savior. Met him halfway to see that he was fine, and brought him here by the way. Wang Weiwei let go of Yi Chen's hand and said with a high and cold face, Dr. Yi, this guy is really capable of so much that he can make the dignified Wang family give such a big name and call it a lifesaver. Thanks to the fact that he hadn't done anything else excessive just now, or else he would have designated to offend the Wang family. Offending the Zhao family is no big deal, but offending the Wang family is even more terrifying than the Ji family, and it will take minutes to get rid of the Han family. Yi Chen is my son-in-law. a member of the Han family, and it's an honor to be able to help Dong Wang. Han Dong's attitude shifted as he looked at Yi Chen with a smile and then attentively looked at Wang Weiwei. When another day comes, I'll bring Yi Chen to pay a personal visit to Wang Dong. Hooking up with the Wang family was definitely on the way to the top of life. Yi Chen laughed and said, but you just, Yi Chen in the past it was all my fault. As the saying goes, family scandal can't be spread outside. There is something we go back and talk slowly. Han Dong immediately interrupted him and said with a smile as he took Yi Chen's shoulder, honey, listen to you. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Hanyu. Hyatt, Han Dong shouted, reminding her not to talk nonsense. Hanyu froze for a dozen seconds before muttering and mumbling, listen to dad. Hearing these words, Han Dong instantly breathed a sigh of relief within his heart. Father will visit in person when he is fully recovered. Besides, there is nothing else to do, so I will leave now. Wang Weiwei said, and individually said goodbye to Yi Chen under. Han Dong has been sent to the gate. Wang Weiwei got on the car, and the stone pressed in his heart fell to the ground with peace of mind. It's a good thing that the wimp didn't say anything, or else it would have to be, Dad, can you stop shouting wimpy 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 wimpy? Yi Chen, he's not. Hanyu heard this as soon as she came out and disliked it on the spot. Hyatt, I'm just saying, and he's got to be sure. You just saw it. Yi Chen didn't say a single bad word about you. Don't think I don't know that you want to use him and hook up with the Wang family. If you keep this up, even if Yi Chen doesn't say anything, I'm going to say it. Every time you shout like that, you're actually looking down on me. He's my husband, not a wimp. Don't ever let me hear those 3 words again. Hanyu exerted all her strength and roared angrily with Han Dong. At first, she herself had to confirm the same view as her father, but then all the performance. Yi Chen is also getting better. If not for him, I guess I would have been killed by those thugs in the restaurant. Regardless, he is also his husband in his legal rights. Han Dong froze. It was the first time he had seen Xiaoya so serious. It seemed that she had really changed her mind about Yi Chen this time. Just as well, take a step and see what happens. It would be a good thing if he could really get involved with the Wang family. Xiaoya, don't be angry. Go back. It was Dad's fault before. Dad apologized. You go back and talk to Yi Chen properly. Ask the Wang family what kind of business they are planning recently. Han Dong said calmly as he saw the good things. Wang's business in general that are confidential behavior. Because they cast 100% earn. How many people want to know the secret of the Wang family? The result is empty-handed. Chapter 73, Jealousy. And now that this opportunity was in front of him, he couldn't just give it up so easily. Depends. Tatsu waved his hand and downplayed the situation. He was well aware of those flowery thoughts in Han Dong's stomach, but it won't be that easy to become. Yi Chen, I'm counting on you to help more with this. If this comes to fruition, our Han family will be able to flourish. As soon as Han Dong heard this, Kola, although he didn't like this nest of cowards, but now that he could get involved with the Wang family through him, he felt it was enough. The big deal is that when the time comes to work with the Wang family, we'll kick this son of a in the ass. When she returned home at night, Hanyu's heart had been clogged with panic. When did you and that Wang Weiwei meet? Hanyu eventually held her tongue for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask a question. It hasn't been long. People are nice. It hasn't been long. And she's still so close to you that those who don't know think she's some kind of close family member of yours. Hanyu's tone was full of displeasure. Jealous? Who's jealous? I'm not jealous. Wang Weiwei's background is not a simple background. I'm afraid that you'll suffer. Hanyu was a dead duck and refused to admit it. They are in some kind of real relationship. How can they be jealous? If he fell in love with another woman and divorced himself, he wouldn't feel guilty and would be happy. Yi Chen imprisoned Hanyu with both hands, a pair of straight eyes staring at her, one hand lifting his chin and directly coming over. Hanyu's small face was scarlet, heaving up and down at her chest as she breathed heavily. After so many years of marriage, it was the first time that she had such an intimate contact with Yi Chen, and the first time that she had seen what he looked like so clearly. Looking at it from such a close distance, Yi Chen seemed to be good looking as well, not lacking any manliness at all on his white and tender skin. Compared to the young masters of those powerful families in Jiangfeng City, I don't know how many times stronger they are. It was the first time she felt that having such a husband was a very good choice. Honey, lying is not a good boy, Yi Chen said, a smile skimming the corners of his mouth. Picking up Hanyu horizontally and rushing into the bedroom with large strides, Hanyu turned her head away, too shy to move her body. First time doing this kind of thing, a little nervous. I didn't. Before Hanyu finished her words, Yi Chen's huge body had already pressed down. The two went back and forth from 9 p.m. until 3 or 4 a.m. Hanyu's entire body fell apart and she slept until 12 noon, when she was awakened by a flash of sunlight. Subconsciously, he went to the side and came up empty. A note was placed on the bed. Wife, I go back to something. Remember to send a message when you wake up. Yi Chen. Hanyu smiled. engaging in quite a meticulous manner. I didn't expect a big rough Hanyu to understand this. Her cheeks were flushed again as she thought back to last night. Zhengfei City Tourism Association. Yi Chen took 2 tickets to England and France. That is, leaving tomorrow, which happens to be Monday. Mr. Yi, then I'll see you at the airport. Chen Longjun, as a tour guide, was beautiful and sweet-mouthed as she instructed. Yi Chen nodded in response. No problem. Leaving the travel agency, Yi Chen went to the store first and bought everything he needed to buy. It was about 5 or 6 p.m. before I got home, and as soon as I walked in the door, I smelled the aroma of a meal. Only Hanyu thoughtfully came to help him take off his jacket. Wash your hands and eat. Honey, why are you being so good today? Yi Chen smiled. It was the first time in all the years of their marriage that the two had been in such a harmonious scene. I've got nothing to do at home, so I'll just make something, so don't think about it too much. Hanyu served the last of the soup, with a flurry of mouthfuls. Yi Chen didn't care about this and feasted on a piece of meat. Then came the unstinting compliments, and Hanyu was obviously very taken with hearing them. Honey, it's been a long day, and I've got a present for you too. Yi Chen mysteriously pulled out 2 tickets to England and France. Hanyu looked at the airfare in disbelief and was slow to return to her senses. No way. Last time I thought it was just a joke, but it turned out to be true. It's only been a couple of days, and you've got airfare, or the best trip, which at the very least will cost you thousands of dollars. What? You don't like it? Yi Chen saw her freeze and deliberately joked with a cold face. Hanyu hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't dislike it. On the contrary, I love this gift. It's just that where did you get the money? And it's not always possible to buy this kind of ticket with money. Although she had never been to England and France, she had inquired about these. From Jiangfeng City arrived in England and France only 2 trips. A trip is an ordinary airliner. The other trip is SVIP treatment. The two just here. Know how big the gap is. Of course we earned it. Let's go have some fun this time. Yi Chen said. A $1 million check had been handed over. $1 million? You didn't do something bad, did you? Hanyu was terrified. According to Yi Chen's salary, to save up to $1 million that is not a momentary thing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a skill to be able to save up in a lifetime. With all his recent antics, and based on his skills, it would have to be an easy task to do something bad. Wife, this money is from Wang Weiwei. You forget, I cured his father's disease. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket in their eyes. Take it at ease. I, Yi Chen, am not the kind of person to do a sneaky thing. Yi Chen took Han Yu's hand and patiently explained. In the past it was all my fault. Let you follow me to suffer. In the future we are more than this $1 million, and more than going to England and France. If she had heard this before, she would have thought it was too ridiculous. After all, it was just a door-to-door son-in-law with an intern doctor's salary of a few thousand. But now, she was simply incredulous. Hanyu nodded silently, believing his words. The two spent the night and flipped some more. It wasn't until noon that I woke up in a daze, 3 hours before boarding time, and hurriedly packed my things for the airport. Along the way, Yi Chen was careful to take care of Hanyu, and the two looked like a young couple who had just fallen in love. Hello, Mr. Yi, come this way, I've sent the others up. Chen Longjun is wearing very cool today, almost a few pieces of rags to cover the 3 points. Usually see her in work clothes in the travel agency. The first time to see her wearing this, Yi Chen could not help but look at it more. It's in a man's nature to do so, and then politely avert his eyes. Guide Chen, sorry, there was a bit of unexpected traffic jam on the road. I'm his wife. Hello. Without waiting for Chen Longjun to reply, Hanyu had already taken the initiative to explain herself. Hello. Chen Longjun smiled faintly and didn't say much, leading the people inside. Hanyu pulled Yi Chen's hand to death and stared at her with eyes full of displeasure. Yi Chen also clearly felt the blazing eyes of the little woman beside him. Chapter 74, Who are you cursing? Couldn't help the sound of a handsome laugh. I'm sure I was right to bring it on the tour. It's not even there yet and it's already vinegary. Hanyu dead sat on Yi Chen's arm, raising her head high, not daring to slacken for a moment, with the intention of declaring her sovereignty. In the blink of an eye, it came to about 8 p.m. It was 8 o'clock or 9 a.m. In English France at the moment, and the sun was high in the sky. Chen Longjun one by one to arrange the people who traveled together, a total of 5 or 6, although it is a group tour, but the price is not lower than the self-driving tour. The service and accommodation are also should be complete. Today is free for the time being, and tomorrow we will start taking you on a formal tour. David Chen Longjun arranged to go inside a 5-star hotel, and then left with a few words of explanation. Pang! The sound of the door closing. Only then did Hanyu steeply let go of Yi Chen's arm, and her heart felt much more at ease. Wife, take a rest first. I'll go explore and come back to pick you up later. This time, I came to England and France to have a look at the program of entrepreneurship. Earlier, in Jiangfeng City, a company he had inadvertently discovered specialized in designing clothing, and Han Yu happened to be studying in this area, an Anglo-French couture design clothing studio. Sir, we have everything here. What kind do you need? An innocent-looking, about 1.6 meters tall, white waitress smiled and greeted politely. Bring me your latest designs to look at. Yi Chen scanned around and did not find any items that he was satisfied with. I'm sorry, we can't just show you our designs. Cut off a low man's voice and rejected outright. May, you go down first, I'll deal with him. Just a thin young man of about 25. Waving his hand at May. Xiao Mei froze. They here is a high-grade studio. Many big stars, major famous families come here to customize. The service attitude is naturally good. But why is the manager's attitude so strange today? Manager, actually I can. The word greeting was not uttered, but was interrupted by the manager's cold voice. Go. Yes, manager. The arm couldn't be bent, so May had to groggily leave first. Designs are available to look at if I remember correctly. Disgruntled, you said I'd been to a lot of studios, not just one of yours. Yi Chen said. The manager grinned, his tone firm. Sorry, we don't offer that here. During the time of speaking, the manager has already up and down a large number of him once. The whole body does not have a piece of serious clothes. All are tattered and torn stall goods. People like this usually just come to try on their clothes, take a picture and post it to their friends, and pretend to be a so-called celebrity on the internet to hook up with some rich women. He hated people like that. Sure you don't want to offer? Yi Chen asked again and again with a firm tone. The manager also replied with a very firm. No, it's prone to leakage. You're so poor, you can't show the design to people like you. You really don't know how much you weigh. Yi Chen waved his hand helplessly, turned around and paced towards the door. Walking up to the doorway he was greeted by a plump woman, a young lad at his side assisting him. Bring the design. As soon as the plump woman entered, she threatened to shout. Look at you, Sister Zhang. Why don't you call ahead when you're here so I can have someone prepare it? The manager nodded his head and hurriedly greeted him up, holding several design books in his hands. These are the recent new models. Sister Zhang, see on that. I immediately arrange, time or the old time, to ensure the quality and time price that are and it's favorable. Sister Zhang's rich neck was hung with a large, thick gold necklace, and each of her 10 fingers was covered with rings, a random one of which was worth $10 million. Rich women like them usually have millions, tens of millions of dollars at stake. This new model of yours is really substandard enough to not match my temperament. Sister Zhang skimmed her lips in disgust and closed the design on the table. The manager's smile stiffened on his face. This can be their store with the highest level of designers to design out. Not to mention the amount of money spent, just the energy that is spent for months. Sister Zhang, it's not that our stuff is subpar, it's that your vision improves. At this level, I won't be coming back in the future. Sister Zhang got up and was about to leave. Sister Zhang, don't. You like that type, tell little brother. I'll definitely find someone to get it on. The manager stopped Sister Zhang in a panic. This kind of customer that is a big Buddha in their store. Price is not even consider. Only consider whether they like it or not. It would definitely be the biggest loss to lose such a customer. Do you like this one? At the sound of a voice rang out, and it was none other than Yi Chen, who was holding a white piece of paper with a simple scribbled drawing on it. Oh, that's the one. It's beautiful. Ms. Zhang liked the design at first glance. This is the best design I've ever seen. Where is the designer? I'm going to hire him as my personal designer right away. Salary-wise it's not even a problem. This one was designed by my family, and as far as private designers go, I can't make the call. Before he came out, he deliberately looked at a few of the designs that Han Yu usually drew, and this one in his hand was also completely designed by Han Yu. Sister Zhang, he's just a poor guy. You want this type? We can do it too. The manager panicked. Then he turned his head to Yi Chen and called out to the security guards. Quickly get this poor guy out of here. Don't let this kind of person in the future. It's simply destroying the image of the store. Hurry up and get lost. Don't think that you're proud of yourself because you came up with a crappy design and got Sister Zhang's favorite. I'm warning you, our store is one of the best in England and France. Much better than you. In the future, if I see you again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The manager roared at him with fierce, serious anger. It's still too young to try to steal business from him. 5 or 6 security guards went up to grab Yi Chen, to play outside and pull him. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth pulled up into a smile, and his helpless eyes looked at the manager. Snappy, a punch to the manager's cheek. Pust, a mouthful of blood was spat out and 2 teeth came out of his mouth. A mere ordinary person, beating me to death. Yi Chen's tone was cold and stern, his eyes flashed low with bloodlust. The security guards were frozen. Obviously they had just grabbed him tightly. How come in the blink of an eye, they broke free? Even they didn't feel anything. They just saw the manager being beaten up. Your grandma's leg. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? The manager was so furious that he didn't care about losing face and growled at the top of his lungs. Snap! A slap across the face. Yi-Chen lightly clapped his hands. Cursing who na? Cursing you. WOC up. Look at your poor look. Top and bottom are ground up. Are you not even wearing a pair of pants? Chapter 75, A Rich Woman's Adoption. Snap. Cursing who? Snap. Who's poor like that? Word to the wise. Snap. You don't know you're the one until you're dead. Little man? Snap. Big brother. You're a big brother. It's my fault. Don't hit me again. If you do, my face will be disfigured. The manager plopped to his knees and begged for mercy. His whole face swollen like a pig's head. The key, he still didn't have a little bit of strength to fight back. The man's strength flickered. It was impossible to see the fist he threw. The security guards were too intimidated to go forward. And whoever did was the one who stood out. In a place like England and France, there are a lot of dignitaries, and they security guards can't afford to mess with the little people. Yi-Chen steeply clapped his hands and looked at the designs on the ground that had just fallen due to the fight. Are the designs unreadable? Yes. Big brother, you can watch whatever you want. I won't put a word in my ass. The manager prostrated himself and picked up the design on the floor, handing it over with both hands. Didn't you just say you'd leak some secrets? You've changed your mind so quickly, haven't you? Yi-Chen said, I'm not the kind of person who is unreasonable. Things have come to this point, where the manager dares to continue to pretend. Not to beat him to death is considered a good thing. I can't wait for him to hurry up and take away all the design drawings here. And it's not a matter of leaking or not leaking secrets. Big brother, you can really joke. I just said it casually. Don't take it to heart. My little brother has eyes and doesn't know that you are a big shot. Oh, no. I am not a great man. I am, as you say, a poor man. Big brother has lost his life. Don't call me like that. Little brother really can't afford it. The manager dropped to his knees and thumped. Of kowtowing. Yi-Chen never gave a damn about such things. Dog-eyed people who secretly do a lot of other things. Asterisk off. Yi-Chen roared. Too lazy to bother with people like that anymore. Brother, this is my position. Where do you want me to roll? I have no place to go here either. The manager laughed bitterly. Telling yourself to get lost in your own home. Who would dare to believe that? Yi-Chen looked over with a cold and stern look, and the manager instantly shrunk his neck and hid in a corner, manually closing his mouth and not squeaking. Seeing this, Yi-Chen didn't want to pursue the matter further, and he was just giving this guy a lesson to stop being dog-eyed. Young man, you can be good at this, and you look good. Do you want you to consider it as well? You can follow me, and I'll give you $100,000 in January. Sister Zhang's face is piled up with horizontal meat. Happy, with such a great body. Well, that aspect must be great as well. And, leading out, whenever someone disrespects her, they can ship him in minutes. Baby, I'm your favorite. In fact, if you like that kind of thing, I can go to the gym every day and work out and be brave enough to protect you. The young man pressed himself against Sister Zhang and daintily said. He followed Sister Zhang. Less than 50,000 a month. And this one mouth gave this little white boy $100,000. Shut up, you don't get to talk. Sister Zhang interrupted him with a sniff. The young man frowned and clenched his fists in death. White boy, asshole, just a little kung fu. What's the big deal? Young man, as you can see, I don't lack money. Follow me to eat and drink. 100,000 is just pocket money. Other daily life, luxury goods, another calculation. Sister Zhang smiled, moved her fat body, and stepped closer to Yi-Chen. Young man, my sister Zhang is in this area. It's all about the wind and the rain. Yi-Chen put his hands up and took a few steps back to indicate his refusal. I'm sorry, I wouldn't dare be interested in being there. Let's give that opportunity to that little lover of yours. You don't like the money. I'll double it for you. 200,000 in January. And if it doesn't work out 5 times that, 500,000. And as long as you follow me, you can talk about anything. Sister Zhang kept adding prices upwards and even offered exorbitant conditions. Yi-Chen smiled and helplessly shook his head. I refuse. Hearing this, the young man couldn't control himself and simply broke into cursing. F***ck. Brat. You're ing shameless. My baby favors you so much and you still dare to dislike him like this. Looking for death. $500,000 a month. Other things or another calculation. His whole year's salary. Whether there is $500,000 or still another story. And not counting the other to buy luxury goods. These are out of their own money. This kid, on the other hand, gets what he hasn't had in so many years. I've been following this Sister Zhang for 5 or 6 years, and I can't believe I'm still no better than a son of a who I've met for less than a few hours. And to top it all off, the son of a, outright refused. The young man's fist was already punching through as he spoke. The two fists were facing each other, suspended in midair. Kid, go to hell. The young man hit up hard. A bright smile surfaced on Yi Chen's face, and all of a sudden, with a single push, he directly pushed the young lad away. Pang! The young man hit the shelf directly behind him and fell on his back. That's weak enough. No wonder you had to be replaced. Yi Chen also hit the nail on the head without being polite at all. As soon as he started to see this guy, he had already seen clearly through the heavenly green 9 suns that this kid's that aspect was not working at all. The man cared about this the most. He hadn't wanted to mind his own business. Who knew that this guy had gotten the better of him? Then he didn't have to blame him for not being martial. The young lad blushed instantly. How did he know he couldn't? Damn! What kind of person is this son of a... Not only can he fight but he can also see that aspect of himself. Sister Zhang. Wang seems to be sick. His face is so red. The manager was afraid that something would happen to him and coyly called out to Sister Zhang. Shut up. The young lad chortled. Sister Zhang skimmed a glance, and then did not say anything more. He is good or not? His own heart is very clear. Must indeed not. The manager innocently lying shot. Received a scolding. The heart has long cursed and greeted the young lad old ancestors. A little white boy who got to the top with a woman. Really thinks he's somebody now. Usually in order to maintain Zhang's sister. He is also to warmly call him a Wang brother. Dare this little white boy. Which aspects cannot. Really do not know what Zhang's sister looks at him. Young man, reconsider. Look at me. Seeing that the money was useless, Sister Zhang directly used her own killer app to pamper herself. Yi Chen almost didn't throw up. Got to go. This kind of person. It's a bit up in the air to have Han Yu follow her and be a personal designer. Maybe she was in a bad mood that day and took it out on her. Still have to go back and open my own studio, which is also convenient and free. Sister Zhang went forward to stop. Yi Chen had already taken the lead and walked out, closing the door with a pang, almost all of which hit Sister Zhang's face. Young man, come see me when you think it over. I'll be right here waiting for you. Sister Zhang wasn't angry in the least and shouted cheerfully. Chapter 76 Insults. Baby, he doesn't like you. I like you, and I'll always be there for you from now on. Seeing the opportunity, the young lad immediately came over and sweetly ingratiated himself with Sister Zhang. Humph, so what if you're better than me? It's silly not to eat the meat that comes to your mouth. To be able to meet such a rich woman, and treat herself quite well. And the key is that there is also money. This is something that everyone can't envy. Asterisk 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 off. You're fired. Next. Sister Zhang's smiling face instantly grimaced and blanked him. Baby, I am doing something wrong. Well, do what wrong you just say. I 100% corrected. I heart only you. No one then I love you more. The young lad cried his eyes out and told of his love, which had thought that Sister Zhang would not eat this now, and directly told him to get lost. There's $100,000 on this card. Take it and get out. Baby, if you don't get the hell out of here and give me your card, you won't get a dime by then. Okay, I can go, but you must tell me why. Right, so you can kill me, because you're not good in bed. The manager didn't hold back his handsome laugh from the corner. The words the young lad wanted to say instantly choked in the middle of his throat, unable to speak. Horse currency. Originally this matter is fine, but the result is that the kid picks out. This time completely and utterly let him face swept away. Yi Chen left the studio and went to the other studios to look at them, and he had a rough idea in his heart. The entrance to a 5-star hotel. Several people surrounded Chen Longjun in the center, with an impish smile on their faces. If you guys keep this up, I'm just going to call the police. Chen Longjun was forced in the center, retreating backward step by step, his small palm-sized face filled with panic. Just hand it over to a friend. Beautiful. We're all good people. One of the bearded English-French men, his lewd eyes unapologetically surveyed Chen Longjun's face. That's right, we're all good people. Seeing as you're all alone in the field, taking care of you, pretty girl, do me the honor of going to dinner. The rest of the duo chattered chaotically. I didn't come alone. There's my husband. You guys always better stay away from me. He'll be back in a minute. Chen Longjun was afraid that the gang would make trouble and lied. As soon as she moved out of having the opposite sex alone, they were sure to be scornful. Beauty, so big malicious why? If you really have a husband, will I go shopping? Don't joke, bearded man cheerfully said. Chen Longjun's heart tightened. It seemed that these 3 people had long been eyeing themselves and had followed them all the way here. It's impossible to fight these 3 big men on your own. There's a lot of people here, and they wouldn't dare do anything as long as they were noticed. Help! Help! Chen Longjun shouted out. The people who passed by, no one dared to go up and intervene more. Beauty, don't yell. My big brother is at the head of this block. It's big brother. No one dares to ask for trouble. Our big brother, who has the looks, the power and the money. Following him is definitely a blessing. The 2 minions talk. The bearded men are also quite subject to listening to them. Sorry, I have a husband. Chen Longjun didn't want to stay for a minute, and after saying that, he turned his head and was about to leave. The bearded man immediately stopped it and kept prodding his hands. Even if you do have a husband, it's okay, I can get rid of him for you. When he finished, he started to go straight up and move his hands. Chen Longjun stared a jolt. She can still be a pure little girl. If these small flow spoiled cannot be. What are you doing? Stay away from me, don't touch me. Help, help, is there anyone to help me? Chen Longjun tearing open his voice hoarse shouting. Helplessly no one stopped. Beauty, don't yell. No one will come even if you yell your throat out today. Just die, the bearded man said cheerfully. Seeing him approaching step by step, Chen Longjun's entire body was trembling. Pang! A loud sound came from a flying leg kick, directly kicking the scruffy man over a dozen meters away, falling hard on top of the stone pier behind him. Asterisk. What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and get him for me, the bearded man shouted in exasperation. The remaining two juniors immediately pounced over, one after the other, and surrounded Yi Chen. Touch our boss, kid, screw you. Yi Chen stood still, motionless, with a faint smile on his handsome face, looking eerily terrifying. This guy isn't British or French, is he? So bold to go against these few of them. Really don't want to die. It's not good to offend anyone but these people. It can really be a bit of a problem if you're from out of town. A few of the onlookers muttered a bunch of things. He couldn't help but sympathize with Yi Chen a little more. You know that bearded men do whatever they want in this part of England and France based on their family's money, and no one is in charge at all. A couple of people called the police earlier, and they were all settled for money. Next, a kick went over and hit the duo directly in the abdomen. Then a slap dry over and over again. The opposite two people. A little bit of retortability is not completely is the sign of being beaten. Boom! Another punch goes over. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the two and they fell heavily to the ground. The two of you are still too weak. Don't come out and embarrass yourselves again. Yi Chen impatiently clapped his hands and sneered. Crazy man, bearded man who dares to fight, can fight for a while but not for a lifetime. It's a shame that this kid is so capable of just messing with people who don't dare to mess with him. Offended by the scruff. This man is definitely going to die. The crowd was talking. And Yi Chen didn't care at all. Even if there were thousands more, he would still fight. Chen Longjun's heart shuddered fiercely as he listened to the words of the people around him. Mr. Yi, it seems like this guy isn't a good person. I think we should forget about this. Already in another country, if they offended the local people with power, it would definitely be unpleasant for their trip. The scruffy man stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth with his left hand, pointing at Yi Chen with a threat, and letting out vicious words. Surname Yi, right? You wait for me. I'll have to beat you up and make you cry out. Yi Chen clenched his fist and swung his hand towards the bearded man to hit him. The bearded man shrunk his head in fear and subconsciously took a few steps back. With this much guts, and still dare to speak so wildly, you are afraid that you are not as cowardly as a mouse. Yi Chen snorted a sneer and spat in disgust along the way. A kid with nothing to offer, and still dares to be so arrogant and domineering. If it wasn't for so many people on the street, it definitely wasn't so easy to hit him with these punches. The bearded man clenched his fists in death, staring at Yi Chen in front of him. Bastard, daring to insult him like that in front of himself. Chapter 77, Money is Bull *******. After mixing in this area for so long, no one dared to treat him like this, and here comes an outsider, so arrogant to himself, causing him to lose face. He must not be spared. You wait for me. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The bearded man trembled and pointed at Yi Chen with a weak heart, and after saying this, he pulled out his legs and ran. Yi Chen helplessly waved his hand, seemingly signaling, wait for you. Looking at the back of the scruffy man and his two minions, who had fled, recalled a fierce applause and thumbs up. Tomo, you're an awesome character. I'm rooting for you. What a treat. First time I've seen someone who can subdue a bearded man. So powerful. Even if you are handsome, your kung fu is so powerful. It's my type. The surrounding public opinion instantly favored Yi Chen. The men enviously looked at Yi Chen praising him, while the women took Yi Chen for the Prince Charming in their hearts. Chen Longxian gently tugged on Yi Chen's sleeve, leaned into his ear, and muttered in a low voice, are you really not afraid that they'll come looking for trouble? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said with a fearless attitude, do you think I look like the kind of person who is afraid of looking for trouble? If he was afraid of trouble, he wouldn't have even cared in the first place. Chen Longjun shook his head. Then no. Anyway, thanks a lot for today. You know, without you, I'm afraid I would have. There are a lot of things in this world that don't have ifs. There's no need to bring up the past. Just live the present. Yi Chen interrupted Chen Longjun and said with an enlightened look. After saying that, Yi Chen walked towards the hotel without looking back. Chen Longjun froze and immediately followed. I didn't realize that the tour group had such characters. When Yi Chen returned to his room, it was already around 5 or 6 p.m. time. Honey, I'm home. When no one responded, Yi Chen looked along toward the bedroom, only to see that Han Yu had already fallen asleep in a naive manner. Wife, it's really different, so beautiful even when you're sleeping. It's really mesmerizing. Yi Chen looked at the little woman on the bed and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. How come I didn't realize my wife was so beautiful earlier? At night, Yi Chen couldn't help but have adult things with Han Yu. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, was awakened by a knock at the door. Mr. Yi, there's breakfast downstairs. After we eat we're going out at 8 to the Grand Madonna Court. The voice of Chen Longjun outside the door said. Good. Yi Chen responded with a sentence. The time came to 8:30 a.m. In the court of the Great Virgin Mary, as the tour guide for this occasion. Mr. Chen Longjun is leading the way. The court of Notre Dame is a marked place in English France, containing hundreds of rooms, large and small, and every aspect of which is said to have been inhabited in ancient times by emperors as well as various concubines. It's packed with people visiting every day. Chen Longjun introduced them one by one. Han Yu pulled Yi Chen tightly, her eyes full of curiosity for everything new. I wanted to come here a long time ago. I just never got the chance. Love it. I'll bring you back a few more times in the future. So line na. And airfare is going to be expensive. We can't afford it if we have to come more often. With me, there will be this. The two muttered. Noisy. Come to the British in French. See you fool. Do not know also thought to take a rocket to the moon skipped a trip na. Only to see a woman stepping on hate heights. Thick makeup. Big waves. A disdainful satchel of a beer belly man. High-minded sneer sentence. Baby, it's my fault. Should not come to take you to participate in what tour group. Next time must take you on a self-drive tour. Hey, all blame my work is too busy. Casually a project or if a few $1 million. Go back to buy you a bag. Don't be angry with this kind of unqualified people. The beer-bellied man rubbed his big belly and slapped his other free hand vigorously on the dainty woman's buttocks with a lewd look on his face. The dainty woman let out a dainty cry and zipped into the beer-bellied man's arms with a sheepish look on her face, her small fists punching gently past. Bummer. Baby. At night, the beer-bellied man laughed and moved his hand directly without regard for the eyes of the bystanders. The two of them let out bursts of panting sounds, causing Han Yu to be a bit displeased. What a black invisibility on your own face. Mr. Zheng, pay attention to your image. We are outside now. If you have something to do, you can go back first. At that sound, Chen Longjun said. Fatty Zhang instantly became furious and cursed. You're a ING tour guide. What are you pushing for here? You deserve it? That's right. We can do whatever we want. What's it got to do with you? Just make your little bit of money. Beauty Zhang also cursed and stood beside Fatty Zhang as he spoke. Chen Longjun frowned tightly. What had she not seen in her line of work? This kind of person who did this kind of thing in public was really disgusting. Don't let anyone think you're ashamed of yourselves. Chen Longjun was annoyed and went straight to war. Fatty Zhang also did not compromise at all. Took out a bunch of red bills from his bag and threw them at Chen Longjun's face. It's just money. Take it, bow and apologize, and this will be over. It's useless to be tough with these people, but rather, they are more aggressive. And using money to hit is the right way. Chen Longjun laughed, treating money like dirt. His sneakers stepped directly on the red bills. Don't disgrace us. Discipline has to be respected in England and France. And besides, I tell you, I didn't really do this job for the V-thin paycheck. I loved it. Beauty Zhang snorted out a laugh as if she had heard a heavenly joke. That's ridiculous. Working not for a paycheck. You're a real purist. That is, really think they are a big man nah. I Zhang fat man but in Jiangfeng City has this group. Investment of tens of millions of dollars. You that travel agency, I buy it in minutes. Fatty Zhang proudly said. Then he took out 3 piles of red banknotes from his bag and threw them at Chen Longjun's face. This money is always enough. A pile of more than 10,000. These 4 piles. But your salary for more than half a year. As long as you bow and apologize. If your attitude is sincere, I will also give you 2 more piles of banknotes. Enough for you to buy a few bags. In order to keep a low profile, Chen Longjun purposely got a canvas bag of $12 just to hold things. Pull back. This girl doesn't care. Chen Longjun was also completely intolerant of such people. Maybe how many women have been insulted behind the scenes, and how much blackness has been incurred to Jiangfeng City outside. Toast. Fatty Zhang see her also do not appreciate. Direct impatience, if not to see her long a little bit of posture. Long ago let the upper hand a slap in the past. Obviously seeing Fatty Zhang's mind, Beauty Zhang raised her hand high, swung her sleeve, and was about to hit towards Chen Longjun. As she watched the fight go by, a pair of large, strong hands gripped her wrists tightly and kept pushing. Chapter 78, a kind reminder. Beauty Zhang wrinkled her brow in pain and let out a pained cry. It hurts. Let go of me. Honey, help me. Seeing this, Fatty Zhang immediately went forward and broke Yi Chen's hand. But his strength was not as strong as Yi Chen's, so he couldn't break it with all his strength. You asshole, let go or I'll get someone to kill you. Yi Chen smiled and obviously didn't eat this. Instead, he pushed even harder, itching to break her wrists. Zhang Beauty's agonized features were hideous, and her entire body was flailing wherever she kept struggling. After about 10 seconds or so had passed, Yi Chen abruptly let go of Beauty Zhang's wrist. If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I'd just waste your hand. Yi Chen blandly clapped his hands together, his tone gloomy and cold. For a moment, Beauty Zhang's entire body trembled, and in her heart, she actually began to secretly be glad that she was really a woman. Kid, you is really arrogant. You give me to wait. In the British and French cannot pack you. And so back to Jiangfeng City lousy 100% get dead you. Fatty Zhang put out harsh words. The pace is never a step forward. Yi Chen is also lazy to take care of this group of people. There are a few stinking money. Do not know who is who. Soldiers come to water. As long as they dare to make a move, it's a trivial matter to deal with them. Mr. Yi, is everything okay? Chen Longjun asked worriedly. Every person who comes in a travel agency is required to investigate the individual's origins. And that Fatty Zhang is a thug. But now have to do in Jiangfeng City a little money. To screw an ordinary person. Easy thing. These days, people with a little bit of money and power are the meat and potatoes. And this Yi Chen is just the opposite. A trainee doctor at a health hospital. Fatty Zhang really took this to heart. And Yi Chen was really bad at messing with it. Yi Chen shook his head. Still smiling in the sunshine. Tour guide Chen. You see that I look like I have something to do. Don't worry, I'm powerful. This kind of small fish and shrimp can't move me yet. He was telling the truth. But in the eyes of the onlookers, it was bragging words. Even Chen Longjun thought so. What a great mindset. If anyone comes after you, come see me at the travel club. I'm far more powerful than you think I am. Chen Longjun said with a smile. Looking for trouble, come one and all. Mister, Yi really knows how to joke. I mean it seriously. Chen Longjun was afraid that he wouldn't believe his words, and his last sentence was purposely serious in tone. Nay, Yi Chen didn't even listen. I'm serious too. Looking at the two men one by one, Fatty Zhang's teeth itched with anger. This Chen Longjun, to be many times more beautiful than this woman beside himself. It can be said that that is simply not a grade of people. At first he hadn't thought anything about it until he smashed the money over later. And Chen Longjun's arrogant expression. That was just love. He Zhang Fatty what goods have not seen. The heart clear and Ming Jing are as greedy for money. This time, met a person who is not greedy for money. That feelings are good, grabbed not to let go, and also looks so beautiful. The body is also shapely. The heart is even more itchy. Chen Longjun then continued to visit inside, and Fatty Zhang and Beauty Zhang went back first. And Han Yu looked distracted, not going in for a word. Honey, in a bad mood? Is it your period? Yi Chen asked with careful observation. Han Yu's face pulled back, looking at Chen Longjun at the front. His mouth opened and closed, and then lowered his head, never knowing what to say. I don't know how long had passed, but Han Yu couldn't hold it in anymore, her eyes tackling tears. In a meek tone, he muttered a low voice. Do you like Guy Chen and dislike me? Yi Chen froze. What was the situation? How can this still cry and cry? He most cannot see women shed tears. A hand and foot do not know how to coax. And what the hell is this question? For a long time, Han Yu didn't listen to Yi Chen, and in her heart, she became even more certain of her thoughts. Tears instantly fell down desperately like pearls with broken lines. It's fine, if you have a girl of your choice, we'll get a divorce. I won't stop you. Guy Chen is indeed an excellent person. It was only when Yi Chen heard this that he could sort of understand what Han Yu was talking about. Wife, don't talk nonsense. Chen Longjun and I don't have anything. At most we are just helping each other when we see injustice. I've had you in my heart since the beginning, so don't get any ideas. Yi Chen coaxed based on those bridges on TV. Really? Han Yu's disbelieving, double-checking. Yi Chen also nodded his head very firmly to make sure. It was all my fault in the past, but what's in the past, is in the past. Now can we both have a good life? Han Yu's tone was choked, and she looked at Yi Chen with pleading eyes. I don't know since when I cared so much about Yi Chen. It was especially hard to see him say something affectionate to another woman. Not waiting for Yi Chen to respond back, Han Yu directly pounced on him, regardless of 3 or 7 pounced on him. Thanks to the intermission in the room now. Otherwise it would not be allowed. It had been an hour past, when a loud bang was heard outside the door from Pang, and every now and then there were pugnacious voices, swearing and cursing somewhere, as if they were looking for someone. The next thing that was heard was the sound of a woman crying out, and it was none other than Chen Longjun. Yi Chen's hearing was very mindful of his senses, and he immediately got up when he heard the sound. Knock knock, open the door, open the door. There was a fierce knocking at the door. Just as soon as he opened the door, a big man of 1 meter 9 held a big iron rod of 1 meter long in his hand and swung it up to dry towards Yi Chen. Kid, offend big brother and go to hell. In the nick of time, Yi Chen dodged out of the way in time, and the large iron rod smashed into the floor, smashing a large hole out. If this big iron rod smashed on a person, he would be a handicapped person if he didn't die. That's really something, but when it comes to me, Diao Zi, even if you're powerful, it's still 100 times better. Diao Zi once again discussed the past. The veins rippling in his hands were very obvious. The room was a mess. Han Yu hears the sound and runs out, just in time to see Biao Zi and Luan Yichen, frightened and panicked. That's quite an elegant thing to do. When Biao Zi saw Han Yu, his strength was greater, and he hit one stick after another, all of which were dodged by Yichen. Pio, smell the door came familiar voice. It is the scruffy man and his two little brother, the initial outside followed by more than 20 big men. Big brother. Diao Zi instantly stopped his hand movements and respectfully said. The scruffy man pinched a cigarette in his hand, squinted at Yi Chen, and said in a smug tone, Kid, last time you were lucky and let you run away. This time it won't be that easy. I wasn't the one who ran away last time. It was you, and it was a lousy escape, so you'll have to keep that in mind. Yi Chen clapped his hands in disgust and helped him recall the matter with a kindly look. Chapter 79, New Moves. The bearded man was poked and prodded, his face swished down across. Give it to me, him up on me. Kid makes you crazy. Next year today is the anniversary of your death. 20 big men took Yi Chen as the center point, and swung their hands to dry the past. Yi Chen did not move in the slightest, standing in place without a little expression on his handsome face. Yi Chen with a glance with the heavenly green 9 suns could see that a large part of what was wrong with these 24 people was that their kidneys had problems. What a talent! The corners of Yi Chen's mouth sketched out a smile. All of this seemed to outsiders that he had been completely stunned and could only giggle. Next, the whole hotel resounded with miserable sounds, and 20 or so big men were holding at their waists, their faces pale and constantly wailing. Seeing that the situation was not right, the bearded man grabbed the knife at his waist and held it in his hand for defense. What did you do with them all? Didn't even see the opposite side throw a punch? How this is inexplicably lying on the ground. You poisoned them? Yi Chen shook his head, the smile still hanging on his face. They are just in bad health. Poisoning me is not this kind of person. To fight is also open and above board. That kind of insidious and cunning things are done by people like you who are not capable. Are you saying we're not capable? You heard me. Yi Chen didn't want to talk to him much at all. Such people talk out of their asses. Chen Longjun heard the commotion and immediately came out. Seeing the corridor where more than 20 big men were swimming around in pain, was really shocked. Just went to take a shower. How did this happen? The bearded man recognized Chen Longjun at a glance and turned his head to look at Yi Chen again. The play is kinda flowery. There's one in the room and one outside. Everyone take a look. This guy has one thing behind his back and one thing in the dark. He's totally a womanizer. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. The bearded man knew he couldn't fight and started threatening directly. He couldn't do it. So let these 2 personal women tear it up and absolutely stir the son of a into a frenzy. Snap. Hanyu slapped him across the face and crossed her arms, cursing him directly. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a local. You can eat without talking. Snap. Another slap came, this time from Chen Longjun. I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. I didn't make a move in the beginning because I didn't think it was necessary, but I didn't think that you wouldn't give up and come back. So don't blame me for being merciless. If a tiger is not powerful, it really thinks it's a sick cat. You've been messing with her over and over again. You're asking for it. The scruffy man was completely baffled. How could he be beaten when he had told them in good faith? It was this man who lied to you. He slept with one and ambushed the other. And you're not angry? Snap. Snap. The 2 women came together, each taking a side and hitting it at the same time. Asterisk 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 you. I'm his wife. I'm her tour guide. As the words fell, another kick went up, titled at the vitals. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Women really couldn't be messed with, especially not 2 women. With this kick, I'm afraid I'll be cut off in this life. Stinking woman, dare to touch my old man. The bearded man covered his baby, beads of sweat falling down from his soybean-sized forehead, and grimaced. What's wrong with moving you? Hit me if you can. And we're not smelly women. We're beautiful women, the 2 said in unison. People around him snorted out loud. Got to be a beautiful woman and an interesting one. Bastard. Wait for me. Next time, it won't be a broken son. It'll be a life. Yi Chen walked up and coldly said. The bearded man held back the pain and froze without a fart, leaving the hotel. Watching them leave in a sorry state, Han Yu and Chen Longjun were in a much better mood. That was awesome. Beating up bad guys turned out to be so good. If I'd known, I'd have made a move to him up in the first place. Chen Longjun clenched his fists and said, Beauty, you just said you don't have a boyfriend. Do you think I'm okay? Can I? A local, tall-looking man shyly said to Chen Longjun. I'm sorry, that speech just came out of nowhere. without waiting for Chen Longjun to refuse. Yi Chen was the first to respond. Chen Longjun also nodded along, signaling that what he said was indeed the truth. The tall man had no choice but to reluctantly leave. Mr. Yi, thank you for saving me so many times and helping me out. Chen Longjun took out a round jade pendant and handed it over, saying that it was to thank Yi Chen. No need for gifts, it's all a show of hands. Yi Chen refused without hesitation. It was supposed to be a roadkill, but if you collected something, it would have a different meaning. Chen Longjun smiled faintly, his eyes looking towards Hanyu. Mrs. Yi, this jade pendant must be taken as a token of my appreciation. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me. Guide Chen, you're just being too polite, and it's just a matter of lifting a finger. There's no need. Mrs. Yip? It was the first time someone had called her that, and it seemed to be a pretty good title, even sounding a little unusually happy. No, I must take this jade pendant. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, I'm afraid I would have been long gone. After repeated excuses, Hanyu still accepted the jade pendant. The two talked and chattered almost from morning to afternoon, going from hostile to best friends in a matter of hours. Yi Chen was completely left out to the side, and just so happened to take the opportunity to wander down the tour by himself as well. When he was in Zhangfeng City, he had already checked that there was a Qiankuan Sutra here about a book recorded in the Heavenly Green Nine Sun Sutra, which was said to contain various martial arts secrets of many supreme masters. Although he is now already much stronger than before, he can fight 10 in 1, but those are to see the obstacles in their bodies and break them down in one blow. If they really meet that kind of martial arts master, I'm afraid that they really can't resist. According to the records in the Tianqing Nine Sun Sutra, Yi Chen came all the way to a remote nursing home, surrounded by deserted and unsmoked surroundings, but the inside of the nursing home was still full of people, come to visit Master Wang, the uncle he is, Yi Chen said with a smile on his brow. The head nurse glanced at him, her eyebrows narrowed as she looked him up and down for a long time before she opened her mouth and asked, that Elder Wang? We have a lot of people with the surname Wang here. Elder Wang Qisheng. My name is Wang Weapon. Weapon of where? It was a good thing that he was well prepared before he came, or else he would have really been recognized. On the third floor, 301. On the third floor, ward 301. A gray-haired old man was sitting in a wheelchair, his hands constantly gesturing somewhere. Qiankuan de Nuai, flying hair Qiankuan leg, muttering and shouting the whole time. Elder Wang, practicing Qiankuan again. Come and drink your medicine. A young nurse came in pushing a small cart and patiently adjusted the water temperature and handed it over. Chapter 80, Exaggeration. Wang Qisheng also cooperated and took it, continuing to mutter and practicing his punches. Old master, you still have perseverance. You're so old and still practicing your punches here every day. Over 80 years old, just the right age to rest. This old man is good. The body accompanied by a stick. Do not know that they thought it was more than 60 years old. That kind of fitness has to be really good. She, a young person, was envious. You don't understand, Wang Qisheng cheerfully said. I understand. At that sound, a voice came from none other than Yi Chen. Wang Qisheng didn't lift his head and continued practicing his punches. Over the years, he'd seen nothing but people, especially in nursing homes, where some old people with dementia heard them talking and were prone to cozying up to get a word in edgewise. He'd gotten used to those words a long time ago. The Qiankuan de Nuai recorded in the Qiankuan Sutra. Yi Chen paced over and said in a calm tone. Hearing this, Wang Qisheng instantly raised his head. The whole person was shocked, only to see a young lad in front of him, tall and thin. His body was surrounded by a flash of light, flashing gold and silver. He had only seen this kind of light in his dreams. How could anyone actually have had such a glow in reality? It's just godlike. Elder Wang, myself, Yi Chen, excuse me, I wonder if I'm right. Yi Chen smiled, pulled out a jar of guanyin tea leaves from his arms, and brewed the tea step by step. Wang Qisheng paddled his wheelchair and looked Yi Chen up and down. It was only after a long time that he slowly spoke. Yi Chen, how did you know what this punch I practiced is called, and that you've learned some others? Definitely not ordinary people. And ordinary people would just be like the little nurse who thought it was just the old man punching and kicking. This man, on the other hand, didn't think so, and was accurate about his practiced punches, and thus judged to be no ordinary man. Yi Chen clapped his hands and sat down on the chair with a bland smile on his face, and was in no hurry to respond. When Wang Qisheng saw that he was hesitant to speak, he was a little anxious and uneasy in his heart and couldn't wait to know. Where the hell are you from? How do you know these things? A series of questions followed, all of which were then asked. Yi Chen poured tea without panic, handed tea, a series of skillful heartbeats. After about a minute, it was only then that Yi Chen said without panicking, Elder Wang, I'm Yi Chen. I have a copy of the Heavenly Green Nine Yang scripture, Heavenly Green Nine Sun scripture, so it's where you are. No wonder you were able to find me and know the origins of this. Young man, oh no, Xiao Chen, come and sit here, let's have a good talk. Wang Qisheng laughed cheerfully, his hand already patting the chair next to him, prompting him to hurry over and sit here. Yi Chen also sat over along with him, and saw at a glance that the joints on Wang Qisheng's legs were a bit misaligned, and it was because of this misalignment that his legs were unable to get up and walk. Then he picked up the 2 dinner plates on the table, left and right, and wrenched them hard. The sound of agonizing screams rang out in the ward. Outside, the nurse heard Look immediately ran in, anxious and uneasy. Here are all the old people. Just a fall, a bump is a big problem, not to mention making such a violent screaming sound, not to mention. What's wrong with Master Wang? Is the old man alright? Dean followed close behind, beads of sweat falling from his forehead in soybean-sized drops. Elder Wang Qisheng is here. That's a VIP level. Can't have an accident. Nothing is wrong. Xiao Zhang, don't be in such a hurry for everything. How old is he? Not steady at all. Wang Qisheng frowned, his elder's appearance reprimanding a sentence. Zhang Wei, the director of this nursing home, usually often come to see Wang Qisheng. The relationship between the two is also the same as father and son. Have something to say. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, but soon realized the problem. Elder Wang was not sitting in a wheelchair, but rather was standing on the ground at this moment, talking to himself with all eyes. At first, he hadn't realized what the problem was, and was only concerned about the old man. Gramps, hurry up and sit down. How can you stand this leg? Zhang Wei was worried sick and immediately urged the old man to sit down. Plenipotentiary took it as if the old man was trying to get up and move around, only to be in too much pain and let out a scream. As soon as Wang Qisheng pushed his hand away, he took a few steps back and forth with his legs in his stride, put his hands behind his back, and cheerfully said, legs are fine, no more problems. Master, don't joke. How long have you had this leg? How many doctors said there was no cure? How come this is suddenly better? Zhang Wei obviously did not believe it, but also made a wink for the little nurse to hurry to help the old man sit down. Elder, you old man, sit down first, take your time to say what's going on. The little nurse was also quick on her feet and hurriedly helped Wang Qisheng to sit down. Unable to argue, Wang Qisheng had to obey them. Xiao Yi, tell them, they don't believe me as an old man. They all think I'm old and whimsical. Wang Qisheng pulled Yi Chen and pinned his hopes on him. Yi Chen couldn't even help but smile when he saw how cute the old man was. I testify that the old man's leg is perfectly fine. You who? Zhang Wei questioned. He didn't even notice the man at first, not until he spoke. Yi Chen, Master Wang's friend. Friend? Zhang Wei's questioning gaze looked to Wang Qisheng for an answer. The old man is so old. To say that friends are at least similar in age. Where did such a young man come from? For fear that the old man will be deceived, Wang Qisheng nodded affirmatively. Incidentally, he stood up and walked around hard to prove that his leg was fine. This leg of mine is still cured by Xiao Ye. Although my old man is old, but his brain is still good. Not the kind of muddle-headed person who can distinguish between right and wrong, good and bad. Zhang Wei froze. This old man's speech was really clear. It doesn't look like a scam, and the leg does look like it's healed. Dean Zhang, do I look like a bad guy? Yi Chen revealed a pitiful gaze, indicating that he was aggrieved. Zhang Wei coughed a few times in embarrassment and changed the topic. Are you a doctor from that hospital with such great medical skills? An intern at a healthy hospital. A show of hands is nothing impressive. That's not a modest statement. It's the truth. This is something that has to be a very simple thing for him to do, and is not worthy of praise. A trainee doctor, to be this good at medicine, has to be recognized as awesome. Healthy hospitals should be awesome. After all, the interns are so good. I'll have to check it out and experience it when I'm out and about. The latter little nurse was so full of anticipation that she couldn't wait to get on a plane. Yi Chen smiled helplessly, thinking that it was so exaggerated. Chapter 81. Interns are so powerful too. Nay, the little nurse, whose heart had long since flown away, continued to inquire. Oh, by the way, where are you from? Almost forgot such an important one. There are still healthy hospitals with the same name, and going wrong is a big loss. Jiangfeng City, health hospitals, it is best not to go sick but very difficult. Yi Chen's face sank slightly when he said the last sentence, kindly lifting his heart. Other people don't want to go to the hospital, but the English and French are oddly eager to go. Is this a cultural difference? The little nurse couldn't listen to a single word, and her mind was already calculating when she was going to be ready to go to Jiangfeng City. Wang Qisheng was obviously a bit impatient, urging Dean Zhang to hurry up and leave. Xiao Zhang, we still have some things to do, so you guys go ahead and get busy without me. He hadn't asked about the matter with Yi Chen. Gramps, call out to us in time for anything. Zhang Wei patiently instructed a passel of instructions. Even though this young man had healed the old man's leg, he could not be taken lightly. The scam is getting deeper and deeper in this day and age. and it's still out of town, so when the time comes, you can't even find someone if you're crying for them. Hurry up, hurry up. Wang Qixing pushed and shoved them to hurry up and leave. Zhang Wei had no choice but to leave first. Yi Chen was rendered speechless by this operation of his. He thought to himself, if he hadn't really seen him practicing the Qin Kuan Sutra with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that he was the one who possessed such a Qin Kuan Sutra. Little Yi, quickly tell me about the heavenly green nine suns scripture and some of the things you know. Nursing home for a long time, plus no one understands him and has long been depressed. It's so hard to meet someone who understands you, and you can't wait to connect. It's amazing to say that it has to start with. Yi Chen patiently spoke. The two men narrated the whole day. It wasn't until about 5 in the afternoon that noisy voices came from outside, and at first they still didn't care until the voices got louder and louder behind them. Dean, Nurse Wang can't make it. What's going to happen? Nurse Wang, wake up. The ambulance will be here soon. Don't sleep. Prepare to defibrillate immediately. Zhang Wei held a defibrillation tool in his hand and pressed it against Nurse Wang's chest. 200 watts, 500 watts, one after the other. The wattage kept increasing, and the man lying on the ground remained unresponsive. Some of the old people who had gathered around couldn't help but tremble. For them life and death was the closest thing. Seeing this little young man lying on the ground, the heart is inevitably a little upset. Some even cannot help but shed tears of sadness. After a few long minutes, Zhang Wei let out a long sigh. Go contact Nurse Wang's family. Myocardial infarction resuscitation failed. Dean, Nurse Wang is still so young, only just in her early 20s. So, the little nurse said, tears falling down her face in large chunks. Zhang Wei is the director of the downtown hospital in Young France. Usually have no time to take care of his parents. Because his parents had an illness, the director of the downtown hospital resigned, and therefore opened this nursing home. His medical skills, but also exceptionally high, had in his hands of the patient 10 will have 9 people cured, and therefore was called the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, and that's exactly why this nursing home is so isolated. The more it's filled with people, no one wants to be taken care of by a famous doctor in their old age. AI, what a pity. Dean Zhang has said it's hopeless. That has to be indeed hopeless. It's a shame. Such a young lass. Just like that. Little Wang Rui is usually so patient in caring for me, so there's no chance of that happening now. A few old people hugged together, burying their heads and crying endlessly. The scene was a scene of grief. Up came a few security guards, a white cloth in their hands. Lifting Nurse Wang ready to walk out, was blocked by a man in front. The person is still alive, and now if they're sent to the morgue, they'll be really dead. The one who spoke was none other than Yi Chen, his tall body looking extraordinarily large in front of the security guards. Nursing homes are inhabited by elderly people, and the security guards are naturally the kind who come back from the military and are strong and powerful, and Yi Chen's height was also a cut above them out. The so-called man is tall. Get out of the way, please, we're going to the morgue. The security guard clearly took what Yi Chen said as air. Big Dean Zhang has already given a death notice. That's dead on arrival. An inexplicable young lad ran out and said something about him being able to save the day, and the devil didn't believe it. Yi Chen laughed dryly, not moving the slightest bit. Whether it can be saved or not, just let me try. The security guards were a bit impatient. They still had a lot of things to do. Where did they have this free time to chat with him here? Wanted to go around him in diameter and leave. Who knew that Yi Chen directly blocked the way again and refused to give way? This can cause dissatisfaction among bystanders. People are dead, and it's sinful of you to stop them from resting in peace. You're that guy again. Nurse Wang's family? It doesn't look much like it. It doesn't matter who it is. The dead are dead, and when people are gone, they have to be respected. Young man, give the grandpa and grandma a face and let Nurse Wang rest in peace. She was usually a good kid, and we can't afford to lose her in death. The Moncler outlet UK bitterly appeased. As if Yi Chen is young and still small, do not understand things. Nay, Yi Chen didn't even listen to their words inside his ears. Instead he felt like stalling for time. With a pull of the hand, directly lifted the white cloth. Nurse Wang's lips are white, her face is not half blood, and she is motionless, which is a sign of death. Before the security guard could react, Yi Chen turned around and laid Nurse Wang flat on the ground, crossing his arms and continuously pressing at his chest. According to Tianqing Zhouyanxi is an acute myocardial infarction. All of a sudden the heart is stuck, breathing cannot come up, causing a short shock state. What a sin! Psycho broke into the hospital and moved on the dead. A proper lunatic. A condition that even Dean Zhang has not cured. You're mouthing off here. You really think you're God. Nurse Wang usually leaves a good impression here with these old people, and seeing that she has no peace even after her death, that's not agreeable. There was a flurry of cursing and swearing on the scene. The little nurse was also frowning tightly, and all the half-good feelings she originally had for Yi Chen were gone. It was even thought that he had healed Master Wang's leg, and that was all false. Dean, should we have someone get him out of here? He's not a local anyway. Upon hearing that they were not locals, those old men were even more reckless, and some of those whose legs were not very sharp had already gone up with their walking sticks in their hands to fight and kill. Jiang Wei was thinking of nodding his head, only to see that in the next second, Yi Chen took out acupuncture and stabbed it into Nurse Wang's corresponding acupoints to go. This is the long-lost, magical green jade needle that disappeared as early as the Qin dynasty. He still saw it in the library by accident. Chapter 82 The money tree is gone. Only to understand the green jade needle. According to the records obtained, this acupuncture is very dangerous, but also has a powerful offense. A needle down, the dead become alive. Jiang Wei took a deep breath, his forehead densely beaded with sweat, not daring to breathe a single breath. It's remarkable that you know this kind of acupuncture at such a young age. Dean, if you dawdle any longer, Nurse Wang is going to be an hourglass with his needle. The little nurse didn't see a response from him for a long time, and reminded him somewhat pressingly. Jiang Wei took a deep breath, shook his hand at the old man behind him, and then said, "Everyone, stay calm and see what he gets up to. This uninformed young man is stupid, and along with him, the dean? The crowd is another meal again and again mess non-stop." Jiang Wei's meaning is very clear. That is, allowed the young man, on the body of Nurse Wang hands and feet. Truly unable to understand the origin of this, Jiang Wei frowned and pulled away the little nurse. Let her not delay Yi Chen from exercising his skills. The acupuncture in Yi Chen's hands was very smooth, completely unperturbed by the cursing sounds around him. Mojo a few minutes later, Nurse Wang, who was lying on the ground, coughed and coughed for a while. There was more redness on his pale face, and Yi Chen did not panic as he drew out the acupuncture. Dean, Nurse Wang saw Jiang Wei at a glance and shouted. The people present were instantly silent, their huge pupils looking at Yi Chen and Nurse Wang at the same time. Even Jiang Wei rubbed his eyes incredulously, afraid that he had misread the situation. Nurse Wang literally came back from the dead, just died, and was brought back to life by a young lad. Someone as powerful as Dean Zhang was unable to do anything about it and declared a death notice, and a young boy was saved. What kind of divine method was this? He had lived most of his life, but he had never thought that there was this kind of medical skill. Stay in this nursing home and you can rise from the dead later when you die. Everyone has a little plan in mind. Nurse Wang, are you really okay? The little nurse was a bit confused, shaking Nurse Wang to ask for confirmation over and over again. Nurse Wang was shaken dizzily and froze, holding her tongue for half a day without saying a word. It wasn't a big deal, but if you shake her anymore, she'll be 100% dead, and there's nothing God can do to save her. Yi Chen expressed his speechlessness. As soon as the little nurse heard this, she immediately withdrew her hand. Dr. Yi, you're really an awesome person. Now I'm even more determined to visit the health hospital. Little Yi, to be able to heal my old man's legs that have been there for years. That must be powerful. It's just that you guys don't believe it. At the sound, Wang Qixing walked out with his hands behind his back. Throughout the nursing home, everyone knows that Wang Qixing has been in a wheelchair since he came in. Master, this leg of yours, was it also cured by this young man? A mention of this Wang Qixing cheerfully, very proudly said, natural, true to form little nurse. I didn't think you had it in you. Hey, people are getting old and blurry-eyed, and teachers mix good guys with bad guys and can't tell them apart. Alas, old age has taken its toll and almost made a big mistake. Young man, my wife here apologizes for what she just did. Nurse Wang is a good girl who almost cut short a young girl's life because of us wives. They are all in a state of mind when it comes to this. If they really cut off Nurse Wang's life because of a few of their old things, she would never be able to live in peace in this life. Yi Chen patted their shoulders, amiably, and smiled faintly. Don't say that. Grandpa, Grandma, you're older than me and can see people more accurately. We can't think of you as a bad person if we're accurate readers. It's not surprising that I do look a bit like a bad guy. In order to not let these people old man have any psychological burden. Yi Chen smiled and joked. People are prone to rambling in their old age, so don't get depressed because of this about yourself. Boy, you're a good man. The old masters were opinionated and gave their thumbs up in praise of Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled the entire time, no longer feeling much about the appreciation. It was natural for people to receive too many compliments when they were good, yet he was already blasé about it and used to it. Jiang Wei left the matter to the little nurse and dragged Yi Chen and Wang Qixing inside the office. He had just watched half a day. This Yi Chen was indeed a bit of a skill, and had now gained the trust of all the old ladies and old men, and had just performed a show to bring the dead back to life, which was even more convincing. If you can keep him in the nursing home, in fact, the nursing home is even more remote. That is hot. Maybe you can put all around this into the setup as a nursing home. Then this is a big fortune. Just thinking about it is beautiful. Mr. Yi, just now 1,000 mistakes were all my fault. You are generous. Don't bother with me. Zhang Wei took out the top-quality tea he had treasured for a long time and said attentively, Dean Zhang has something to say directly. I don't like to beat around the bush. Yi Chen's tone was serious. He hated this kind of official buttoned-up relationship. Zhang Wei obeyed, and did not hide, cheerfully said, I want Mr. Yi to stay in our nursing home. Rest assured that the wages are absolutely in place. It's going to be a few times higher than the wages outside, plus whatever other conditions can be discussed, as long as Mr. Yi stays here. If Yi Chen stayed here, it would definitely be a good thing for the nursing home, a proper fortune tree. Yi Chen's brows tightened and he refused without hesitation. I'm not interested in employment in England and France, and I'm just traveling on this visit. Mr. Yi, I know you're not a local, but even if you return to Jiangfeng City, you won't be able to make much money. But if you stay with me, not only will you be able to utilize your strengths, but you'll be able to enrich your family. So why not? Sorry, I'm not interested. Yi Chen once again refused. He also came here for the Qiankuan scripture, and even if he was given a few $100 million, he would not stay. Zhang Wei's entire body stiffened when he saw him with such a hardened attitude. He couldn't do that, just throw away a talent for nothing. Suddenly, he saw Wang Qixing on the side, and a thought came out of his head in oil. Master Wang, look at your persuasion. Xiao Zhang, you know me. I don't care about this, not to mention that people have already given their answers. You, don't take the bull by the horns, which never thought that the last straw did not save him. This is kind of the end of the line. Xiao Ye, come down with me. Wang Qixing got up and said. Yi Chen followed him out, while Zhang Wei could only watch Yi Chen leave, unable to do anything. This is the Qiankuan Sutra. Take it. I have collected it for so many years and practiced it every day, and now that I have met a person of destiny, it dares to go to its right place. A thin book handed over. Some of the color on it has fallen off a little, but the handwriting is still clear. Can confirm that this is indeed a book through the ages, but also at that time with the best materials made. Chapter 83 Poverty Slums. Master, you can actually lend me a few days to look at it. There's absolutely no need to give it to me. He had searched for this book entirely and only to combine the kung fu he had gained from practicing the Qiankuan Sutra with the Heavenly Green Nine Suns. The books really weren't much use yet, not to mention the fact that the old man loved the book so much that he really couldn't bear to take it away. Wang Qixing looked like a kind father patting Yi Chen's shoulder, said in a serious tone, I give you, just take it. Put it here in my place is useless. Give it to a useful person. I feel relieved. He was a man who had lived most of his life and still had some experience in reading people. This young man is young but capable and a triple threat. Unlike some people who have a little bit of skill, they don't know who they are and are arrogant as hell. Yi Chen carefully placed the book in his jacket pocket and said in a firm tone, Master, you can rest assured that this book is here with me. I will keep it. Wang Qixing nodded. Trust you. Go. This world needs people like Yi Chen, who roars at the sight of the road and does things without leaving a name. Like Thunderbolt. After nagging Wang Qixing for a few hours, Yi Chen returned to the hotel. While on the road, he couldn't wait to open that book and read it, and it was a real treat. The next day, around 5 in the morning, Yi Chen got up early and sat on the sofa, practicing the various moves in the Qiankuan Sutra over and over again. It lasted until about 7 o'clock, when the voice of Chen Longjun outside the door steeply broke his silence. It's the last day of the week, so Hyatt, get up. County, wait for me for 10 minutes. Han Yu responded. Xiao Ye? Xiao Shan? When did the two become so close? Hey, relationships between women are so complicated and confusing. A blink of an eye of time to the poor slums of England and France. Today is the last day for everyone to come and experience life in the poverty slums for themselves. Chen Longjun walked in the forefront and kept explaining. Really? We're all rich. What's the point of coming to a place like this? We might as well go shopping on the designer streets if we have this time. Zhang Beauty spat a mouthful of water in disgust and tugged at her dress for fear of getting it dirty. You can go by yourself. Han Yu didn't hesitate to dislike it. Really thick-skinned enough. Thought that yesterday did not come. Is back to Jiangfeng City. Did not expect to follow today. See her to be angry. I wasn't talking to you. What a nosy dog. Last time he was aggrieved and not yet clean. Beauty Zhang was not willing to show weakness and ate over nonchalantly. Han Yu wasn't a good person either, and a harmless smile still appeared on his face. Or the dog is better at killing rats. The accidental meaning was that she could Beauty Zhang to death, and incidentally, she was called a rat in a roundabout way. Little, don't think your man is arrogant because he has some martial arts skills. I'll scratch you to death. Beauty Zhang struggled, ready to rush up and tickle her to death. Fatty Zhang immediately stopped it. Having suffered a loss last time, he would not be stupid enough to suffer again. Baby, be patient. The purpose of their visit this time was to get a clear understanding of all of Yi Chen's information in order to go back and find someone to him up. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Beauty Zhang stopped her movements and smiled smugly, no longer continuing to flail about. Han Yu was puzzled. These two are so peaceful today. What are they up to again? Have fun. Whatever they get up to, I'll clean it up plain as day, Yi Chen said in a serious tone. Han Yu's small face red. For the first time I feel that the man beside himself, long not only handsome, and so secure. This is not properly as their childhood dream of Prince Charming, and it's such a great feeling to know what's on your mind. Aha! Pang! A loud noise rang out. Not far away a large hole was blown open. Blood flowed from the ground, and some individuals had been blown out of shape. Save me! Save the baby in my belly! Save the baby! A woman with a big belly flopped on the ground, her hair disheveled, a rough hand rubbing her stomach. None of the people passing by went up to offer a word of condolence. Only helplessness and helplessness, with sympathy in their eyes. Wife, I'm coming. Just a dark, skinny man with a snotty nose and a tear in his eye, rushing into the bomb enclosure. Don't come in. Coming in will only lead to death. The pregnant woman did her best to roar with vocal fury. The people around them also commented on stopping the men, and the bomb was ready to go off a second time. That position of hers happens to be the location of the bomb's second outbreak. Absolutely can't go there. Going there will only lead to death. Calm down. Don't go and die for nothing. Not even if the King of Heaven comes. The people were trying to discourage them, and the men were crying their hearts out, watching their wives and unborn children waiting to die. Take care of yourself. The pregnant woman cried out in desperation, closed her eyes tightly and sat down to die. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Sparks flew between the thunder and lightning. Sparks surrounded the pregnant woman and engulfed her at once. The people present, all wrapped in a sorry, certain death attitude, folded their hands and prayed silently. Next, honey, a familiar voice came from none other than the pregnant woman. Yi Chen picked up the pregnant woman and placed her safely on the ground, supporting one hand on the ground like a hero in a movie or TV movie. For a moment everyone froze. It was hard to imagine how someone who had just been engulfed in such a huge explosion and seen the fire engulfing them could appear alive and well again, still unharmed. Honey, you're okay? That's really good. I was scared to death. The man was pleasantly surprised. Somebody's hurt. Somebody help. A shout came from the side. Yi Chen couldn't care about anything else and immediately went over. A man in his 50s was lying on the ground dying. His body was injured and exhausted. According to the Tianqing 9 Sons, there were multiple fractures and blood stasis in the body, and if he didn't receive timely treatment, he would only die. Get up. I'll do it. Yi Chen took out the green jade needles and inserted them in diameter at the top of his head as well as on top of the acupoints of his body. Snappy. Pust. A mouthful of black blood spurted out. What have you done? You're killing my dad. Seeing the situation, the lad panicked and pushed away Yi Chen. Others vomit blood is red color. This are vomiting black blood. As the saying goes, black blood is bound to be pre-death. Snap. Yi Chen slapped dry. Get in the way. Don't know. Talking here. The boy was beaten without any resistance and fell head over heels, fainting. Yi Chen also did not stop his hand movements. Directly with his bare hands, the fracture has section by section of the plate right. Honey, he's the one who saved me and the baby. When I was thinking I was going to die, and then all of a sudden a man picked me up and in the blink of an eye I was leaping into the air. The feeling was simply amazing. As mystical as the anime I watched as a child. The pregnant woman was full of excitement and incredible eyes. Yi Chen, telling it all. Chapter 84. What she couldn't believe in her life was happening here. And to say it, she probably couldn't believe it herself. Until the middle-aged man on the ground slowly opened his eyes and his arms trembled slightly. There was fierce applause and chatter of compliments pouring in, each giving a thumbs up. Big hero, saved 3 lives. Thunderbolt revisited. Can the hero leave a name? And after 1,000 years, it will be good for future generations to have a remembrance. Yi Chen thought to himself, this is to make a haul for him. An offering? It's not necessary, is it? You're deliberately going to all this trouble for something that's just a show of hands. But how can there be bombs here for good reason? Although it is a poor slum, but it is not out of order. At most it is a little poorer than those rich people. What's with the bomb? Yi Chen asked. At the mention of this, there was not a single person in the room who did not look sad. It's a long story, but these were put there by the thug. And every now and then one of them comes along and messes with people's minds. The police don't care? What do the people in the poverty slums care? They are just pretending. Who cares? Yi Chen frowned, very unhappy. Are the people in the slums not human beings? These guys are such dogs. They better not let him catch them or disturb them. Hey, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Spread out. Speak of the devil. 5 or 6 men in police attire approached and immediately evacuated the crowd. It's really just a lot of things on your side of the fence. And all day long there's either an accident here or here. A fat policeman, very impatient, said, Captain, the thugs were caught, or are we still playing by the old rules? Nonsense about asking. Hurry up and put someone in. What a nag. There's no point in locking them up for a few days and releasing them again, so why can't they? One of the people who poked his head out, one of the people muttered. Shut up you. Why do you have to teach me how to do things? Before the words were finished, the sniffing was interrupted by the diameter of the fat policeman's cold voice. Anyone who knows this matter by heart, arresting thugs is just a walk in the park for them. In fact, these police officers are too lazy to manage. No one dared to say another word as their arms could not be bent. What happened to teaching you how to do things? Are you interesting? Are you a cop in that department? At that sound, Yi Chen stood up and said in a firm tone. Han Yu pulled on his arm, signaling him not to say anything. The locals don't dare to say anything. They are a foreigner. Go against the police. If they are not happy to arrest them, it's over. Nay, Yi Chen didn't listen at all and was bent on having his way. Han Yu also knew his character and had to leave it at that, silently praying for peace in her heart. The two fat men behind him were completely gloating. Their smiles were pulled behind their ears, sitting and waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. You that? The fat cop glanced back and forth questioningly. This place he is familiar with the road and familiar. This kid has not seen it is difficult to not a new arrival. Yi Chen, newcomer, you have quite a temper. It's okay, just came like this. After a few days we'll adapt. Remembering that you just came, I do not bother with you. The fat policeman, with a generous look, said without calculation. Seeing this, the pregnant woman and the middle-aged man began to pull Yi Chen, signaling him to stop talking and see the extent of the good. But what they didn't know was that Yi Chen wasn't the kind of person who cowered. Instead he was the hand that pulled out the sword when he saw the road, and would get through whatever difficulties he encountered. You all treat thugs with indifference, letting them go, and then letting them run wild because this is a poverty slum? No money to bribe you? Yi Chen said in a cold and loud tone. The fat cop stared, then reacted with a thumping laugh. Interesting, but it's not good for people to be so smart. Then he waved his hand and told the few policemen behind him to grab Yi Chen. You are suspected of violating the law, threatening and intimidating a police officer. Detention. Pang. Yi Chen dries out with a jab. Asterisk 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 you. What right does a fake cop have to talk about me here? If you want to say crime, it's you who commit crime. Saying that, Yi Chen held up a police document in his hand, on which he could clearly see that there was no seal at all, which was enough to show that they were not really police. Bastard, how dare you question us? Looking for a fight. The fat cop was furious and swung his fist to hit him. Pang! A fist landed on his face, which was already chubby, but now it was a pig's head. Kid, I think you're tired of living. I've notified the police to come. Yi Chen shook off his hand and said in a bland tone. You don't have to kill them outright when dealing with this kind of person. You have to take your time and figure it out. Good thing that yesterday in Wang Qixing chatting about the local police things. Not like the poor slum people say that irresponsible. On the contrary is very responsible. Only thing is, these little buggers came up under false pretenses and are naturally bullies. As soon as he heard this, the fat man panicked a bit. They had enough crime to sit on for several lifetimes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kid, your ing mean enough to give me that. The fat man was furious. And anyway, he had already been poked and prodded for his true colors, so it didn't matter. He broke the can. Straight away, he pulled up the nearest person and clamped the knife to her neck. Kid, get out of my way or my knife won't be long for me. Yi Chen frowned and stared at the fat man dead in the face. Mr. Yi, don't listen to him. I, Chen Longjun, am not scared. Chen Longjun shouted loudly. She was the very person who was taken hostage by Fatty. The fat man's blade shrunk inward and said in a cold tone. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. Rabbits will bite when they're cornered. Nah. This little girl, she's pretty damn bloody. My favorite type. But unfortunately, bad fate. Chen Longjun's neck reflected a bit of blood out, scaring the crowd into panic. Yi Chen retreated a few steps back, and the people around him followed suit and retreated a few steps away to make a long path out. The corner of Fatty's mouth hooked up into a smug smile and said, what's the use of being able to fight, but still obediently give way to my old man? He, Fatty, had been in the jungle for so many years and was no joke. It was impossible for him to be tripped up by such a brat. Yi Chen cursed in his heart and had already cursed the Fatty's 18 generations of ancestors. If he caught the kid, he'd have to skin him. Threatened him. It's, Mr. Yi, don't mind me. Bring him to justice so that it's worth it even if I die. Chen Longjun kept on speaking, looking at Yi Chen with firm conviction in his eyes, and firmly said, she hated this kind of person the most, doing so much evil that it would be hard to relieve her hatred by 1,000 cuts. When the bomb exploded just now, she had seen it clearly, and if it wasn't for Yi Chen, how many people might have died? It's creepy to think about it. This kind of person lets him run away today. He might go somewhere to be arrogant again. Chapter 85. The fat man deadlocked his dagger against Chen Longjun's neck, and if he went any deeper, the blood vessels were going to rupture. Give me any more pussyfooting around and I'll get you killed right away. Whatever, kill or die in a hurry, Chen Longjun said unforgivingly. Little, then I'll fulfill you and get you killed. Completely enraged, the fat man grimaced and pressed down hard. In the nick of time, a stone came flying towards him. It made a clicking sound and smashed directly into the fat man's wrist. As soon as the fat man let go of his hand, Chen Longjun involuntarily fell to the ground. Next, a pair of strong hands pressed down at her waist to steady her. So handsome. No, Mr. Yi has a wife. You can't think like this from a distance. Chen Longjun's small face flushed red as she stared at Yi Chen. Then, a pair of warm hands stroked at Chen Longjun's neck and carefully put a band-aid on it. Guide Chen, you're really heroic. Very few people do that nowadays, preferring to sacrifice themselves and make a contribution, Yi Chen said with a smile on his face. Asterisk. It hurts like hell. You brat looking for death. Get on me and him up. The fat man's hand was in pain and he roared loudly and angrily. The few people who had just suffered a loss were also hesitant and did not dare to go forward for fear that they would suffer a loss. You bunch of fools, don't you have any idea how I usually treat you? Hurry up and get on with it. Fatty lands a leg kick. The dagger held in his hand followed at the same time and several people quickly surrounded Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, be careful. Chen Longjun was on edge and shouted. Just as the dagger stabbed at them, Yi Chen instantly flickered like lightning, weaving in and out of the middle of several people. Pumba, a few punches to their bodies, followed by a kick a dozen meters past. Several people instantly fell to the ground without any rebuttal, not a single good place on their whole body, and they didn't even see the other party's striking speed clearly. These few people, not enough to worry about. I thought I didn't want to come down hard. Who knows that they don't know the sky, they have to leap up here. Yi Chen helplessly patted his hands, indicating that he was completely helpful. Good boy, I've been looking for you guys for a long time, but I can't believe you're here. Where did you get the clothes on you? At the sound of a police car stopped, dozens of police came down and saw the fat man's few people at a glance. Fatty a few people saw also a backed up. This kid really called the police. Damn, where are you boys headed? I've been looking for you for so long, you won't be able to run away today. The cop grabbed the fat guy, and a few other cops followed suit and grabbed the rest of the minions. Kid, you wait for me, one day I'll get you killed. Fatty let out a harsh word. Cut the crap, you've got enough to do for the rest of your life for the offense of impersonating a police officer. The policeman warned him, grabbing all the men in the car. The police captain leading the way returned back. Which one is Mr. Yi? Me? Something? Yi Chen said. Thanks for your timely information. Let us catch this gang in time. They are the same gang as that gang of thugs, just a different division of labor. We have long been staring at them for a long time, just have not been able to catch them. This time to catch it is also relieved. The police captain said very patiently. Little things, the bomb thing in the slums still needs to be addressed, and this place needs to be better protected. When Yi Chen said this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Although it was said that it was a real police officer and before that it was a fake. But no matter what, you can't say that. In case if people get angry, it's not good. Not to mention the fact that poor slums are supposed to be for poor people, and not many people care about them. There were even a few people pulling on Yi Chen's sleeves, trying to organize his words. I'm sorry, it was all our negligence before, letting this group of outlaws be arrogant. Don't worry now that we've already got them to the law. In the future, we'll specially send people to stand guard here, completely sweeping clean the undesirable people here, the police captain said in a stale manner. Yi Chen nodded. Hard work. Then the two of them chattered for most of the day before the police captain was able to leave, praising Yi Chen's unparalleled bravery before he left. It wasn't until after the police captain had left that the crowd came back to their senses and a steep wave of applause resounded once again. Mr. Yi, thanks to you this time, helping us solve these troubles. This is some vegetables my family grew themselves. Take it. This is my house planting is. This is my family's. My family's. One by one, the people around them took out all their belongings and offered them with both hands. Within a few seconds, Yi Chen's hands had run out of room, and the high out of the food had covered him up. Keep these things for yourselves, people. I'm just doing what I can, and I'd do the same for anyone else. Yi Chen was a bit speechless. So much, how was he going to bring it back? Mr. Yi, could it be that you don't think these things of ours are good? Why yes, I couldn't be happier. It's just that I'd prefer that you guys don't feel pressured to give me these things. Do you have enough? Don't worry about this, Mr. Yi, these are green plants. Healthy, good ones we don't have here. Only these things, be sure to accept. The crowd spoke in firm tones. Yi Chen smiled faintly and readily accepted. Thank you all. Then, that was really the first time I felt like it was fun to help people and have a response. In France of these foods, have to be really Jiangfeng City does not have things. bring back can be sold. Certainly sell a good price, but if you eat, should also be good. Mr. Yi, put the stuff in. It's tiring to hold it like this. Chen Longjun brought a large burlap sack. Luckily, before she left the house, she had brought a large bag with her just in time to use it. Yi Chen also went along and put it in. There were too many things. Holding it like this was indeed not a good way. It's getting late. The plane leaves at 8 p.m. Let's go. Chen Longjun glanced at the clock and then said, I didn't get to play anything good today for the day, but it was a memorable significance to be able to help these poor people before I left. Really, I told you not to come here, causing us to waste a day and almost die here. When you go back, you have to give us a refund, or else you can't open your travel agency if you are disturbed. It's just exasperating. Beauty Zhang said in exasperation. Don't worry, when we get back, I'll naturally refund you, on my own salary, not the travel agency. After finishing his speech, Chen Longjun then looked at the other travelers and asked, anyone else who wants a refund? I can oblige. If you feel that helping people is a waste of time, I have nothing to say. Chapter 86, Deception. We all look at each other. This time to come to the British and French money to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Indeed, is also a lot of money. I don't need it. This kind of money, I don't need it. This tour was the most rewarding thing I've ever felt. Strolling around England and France. And it took less than a day to make the people here remember us and help them. It was enough. Hanyu said loudly with a firm tone. I don't want it either. Me too. The rest of the group shouted along with them. For a moment, the two of them, Fatty Zhang and Beauty Zhang, became the bad guys. Of course they didn't care about this matter, and in their hearts, they had already planned out how they would screw Yi Chen. It's not too bad to get back to Jiangfeng City. As soon as she returned to the Han family compound, Hanyu couldn't wait to upload all the photos she had taken during the past few days of amusement to her circle of friends. Jingle, jingle. Yi Chen's phone voice rang. Mr. Yi, hello, you booked in the travel agency to go to England and France. The raffle won the grand prize, 5 million. Please have time to come to collect it? On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. Yi Chen didn't think much about it and casually agreed. Maybe his luck was that good. $5 million is enough to create a studio just right for your wife. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8. The two made an appointment and hung up. Who is Yi Chen? Hanyu in the room asked in a very happy mood, as the friend circle she had just posted had gotten a lot of favorable comments. This was also the first time in so many years of being married to Yi Chen that she felt so praised. Nothing wifey. Yi Chen moved over and carefully squeezed her shoulders. It's a little too early to tell my wife, so when I get it tomorrow and surprise her, I'm sure she'll be very happy. Hanyu didn't have too many doubts, and was satisfied to have a good night's sleep. The day of choice, 8 a.m. An old newspaper society in the city of Gangfeng. Yi Chen arrived early and waited for half an hour, but no one showed up. What's going on? Getting screwed? The phone went back on the line and it was completely dead. The facts are plain to see that Tak is indeed screwed, and thanks to the fact that he didn't give his wife a heads up last night, or he would have been disappointed. He can only return the same way and take Hanyu forward to see the rented studio house. Just walked to halfway. A 2 Mercedes-Benz directly stopped in front of him. Then the car down dozens of 3 big 5 thick 1 meter 8 weight 500 pounds of men, each hand are holding a stun baton, quickly walking over. They surrounded Yi Chen. You're Yi Chen? One of the leaders, the fattest one, the 600-pound man with his hands behind his back. His huge body stood in front of Yi Chen, his tone cold and stern as he asked, I am. Something wrong? Yi Chen sized them up before confirming that he didn't recognize them at all. The last time I was at the studio in England and France. You're the reason I can't stay anywhere now and have to come to this little hole. At the sound of the voice, a lad from a year ago appeared, looking at Yi Chen with a gaze full of resentment, itching to eat him alive. I don't know. I've fought so many bad guys I can't remember which one it was. Yi Chen said helplessly. He really couldn't remember which one it was. Who could remember that well when there were so many people to fight in the Anglo-French country? The year-old lad was instantly on fire when he heard this. That obese woman. I'm his little white girl La. And said that he wants $500,000 to support you. Wang Hao, you bastard. You don't even recognize me, but it doesn't matter. Today is the day of your death. Wang Hao, you said, backed up a few steps, and did not bother to talk nonsense, directly waved his hand to let the dozen big men fight over. Knowing that this guy had a bit of a martial arts base, he had purposely spent the money he had saved over the past few years to hire these dozen or so people to get rid of this guy. Since leaving Sister Zhang, his entire body had no income, and it was impossible to live in a high-consumption city like England and France. It was just hard to move an inch. Good thing, he through inquiries, learned that this son of the city, he is not good. Also absolutely not let this son of a good, to die together. Yi Chen laughed coldly and stood still and did not move at all, as if this matter had nothing to do with himself. and you finally admit that you're a gigolo, following a rich woman. But it's not very nice of you to call him an obese woman. After all, the two of you are in a nameless, real relationship. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kid looking for death. Fight me. Get him double the price for you guys. Wang Haoyu's eyebrows twisted into twists. Angry feet straight chopping the ground, pulling his neck to do his best to roar. Dead to the end. Still ing so arrogant. Kid, a moment let you cry begging old me. A dozen or so big men instantly pounced on them, raised the electric shock batons in their hands, and directly ate over. Pumba. The sound with crackling lightning. Instantly the scene of lightning and thunder state. Wang Haoyu stood at the end, looking at such a situation is very excited. This guy is dead, so big and so many people. Against one person, it's definitely a more than enough thing. Next, Yi Chen crackled and punched, and a dozen people flopped to the ground as if they were a puddle of mud. Suddenly, Wang Haoyu's collar was steeply grabbed by a pair of big powerful hands and ruthlessly led him up. Kid, how come you're not dead? Wang Haoyu stayed stunned and looked at Yi Chen incredulously. Yi Chen pointed to the dozen or so big men on the ground, revealing an evil smile. Those people you found, they are simply too trashy. I didn't even use all my strength before I fell to the ground. Next time, remember to look for powerful people. At least let me move my muscles. As Yi Chen spoke, his expression looked very disgusted. You son of a, I'll stab you. Feeling unprecedentedly insulted, Wang Haoyu directly touched the dagger at his waist, preparing for a sneak attack. Yi Chen ducked and dodged. Snap! A big slap on Wang Haoyu's face. Little brat, don't think that you have a little bit of stinking money, so you can fix me up. I'm still telling you, I'm not someone who can die so easily. If you want me to die, unless the sky falls down. Yi Chen's tone was firm and contained a bit of smugness as he rushed Wang Haoyu. This kid didn't lay a hand on him when he was in England and France, and as a result, he chased after him and came to Jiangfeng City, which is simply asking for death. If I can't get you dead, then you'll end up getting me dead, or I'll just die and get you dead. Wang Haoyu was so angry that his cheeks were bulging, and his body was trembling constantly struggling to get Yi Chen dead. Unfortunately, the strength was not as great as Yi Chen's, and he was never able to struggle away. Yi Chen looked at him with a smirk, seemingly provoking him. Chapter 87, Rather die than submit. It's kinda tough, but it's a shame that the toughness is being used in the wrong place. Snap, a slap in the face. Whenever a kid changes his mind, answer the question, and if he doesn't change his mind, it won't bother him. Snap. Yi Chen slapped one after another, and Wang Haoyu's teeth were knocked out a few times, and he froze without squeaking a word. Looks like the beating wasn't strong enough. Had to use other means to convince the kid. Yi Chen had a thought in his head and let go of his hand as Wang Haoyu fell heavily to the ground. Son of a, me if you can. I still say if you can't me, I'll you. Wang Haoyu gritted his teeth in a flurry. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up in a smile. For this kind of hardcore person, you have to slowly grind him to death. Perhaps it would be better to subject him to the whipping of society than to beat him to death. Yi Chen clapped his hands and directly called the emergency center. Need an ambulance by the bridge at 582 North Road in Gangfeng. Wang Haoyu is full of doubts. How does this also give him an ambulance over? Must be afraid of the police, or else afraid of his own rise again in the future. Get him dead. Son of a, you know you're scared. Wang Haoyu wiped the blood stain at the corner of his mouth and said cheerfully, fear your grandmother's leg. This kid, it seems that he really wants to find death, and don't wait for the social whip, just go straight to it now. Pumba pumba. Yi Chen tucked in a few feet and glared over, beating the hell out of him. Wang Haoyu really couldn't bear it anymore. This kid was really laying down a hard hand. Big brother, don't fight. If you fight again you'll die. Spare me. I'll work as a cow or a horse in this life. Seeing the good. Wang Haoyu could not top it and cried so much that he begged for mercy. I regret it in my heart. Now I have lost money and people. It's really not worth it. Yi Chen stopped his hand movements, stroked his hair, took a deep breath, and looked down at Wang Haoyu. What's the matter? Didn't you say you'd kill me if I didn't kill you? Then I'll get killed first. Big brother, it's me who deserved to die. My mouth is cheap. I'm just going through the motions. Now I already know it's wrong. Let me go. Wang Haoyu's eyes were all narrowed to a slit by the beating, and there was not a single good place on his body. Kneeling on the ground, thumping his head and begging for forgiveness. Better to die than to live lazily. I'll see you once, get you once. Yi Chen dropped his words and left without looking back. His purpose had also been achieved, and drying that kid wouldn't dare to come back for trouble in the future. This injury was enough for him to recuperate for a few months and half a year. Wang Haoyu watched Yi Chen's figure walk away before he breathed a sigh of relief and lay flat on the ground wailing. What a sin he has created. What's that sound? It's the same as a wild animal growling, the ambulance nurse said. Until they saw the appearance of Wang Haoyu and the dozen or so big men on the ground, they were all stunned. No wonder. It's pathetic to be beaten up like that. The point is that the hits are in the places that hurt the most, not enough to be fatal. After Yi Chen left, he received a call from Chen Longjun. Mr. Yi, is something the matter? I would like to invite you to a casual dinner to thank you for stepping in to help me in England and France. Chen Longjun on the other end of the phone asked in an expectant tone, fearing that Yi Chen would refuse. Good. Then I'll text message the time and place. It was a great joy to hear that David Chen Longjun was very happy. I wanted to say it verbally, but I was afraid that Yi Chen would forget, or remember it wrongly, so I thought of this departure text message in the past. Hanging up the phone, Chen Longjun deliberately cleaned up a bit. This is the first time not to use the work relationship to go out. A Western restaurant that combines East and West. Chen Longjun waited early and waited for the appointed time before Yi Chen realized it. Guide Chen has been waiting for a long time. Right, there was a bit of traffic on the road, sorry. Yi Chen raised his hand and called for the waiter, then ordered the food. Whatever you want to eat, it's on me today, just to make up for it. Chen Longjun smiled and joked, then I'll be polite. A medium rare big Hildy steak, please. Feel free to order. It would be my honor to treat a beautiful guide to dinner. Yi Chen joked along. Do not say. Before the British and French see Chen Longjun most of the work clothes, to say casual clothes is also biased towards the kind of work clothes. Never seen her dress up. It's the first time that I've ever seen a beauty, and I have to say, it's a beauty, and it's really not comparable to Han Yu. There was not a single blemish on her exquisite little face. You could tell that today she had deliberately dressed up exquisitely, a long white dress fluttering and clinging to her body, presenting a concave and convex figure, definitely a goddess in the minds of most men. Mr. Yi, it's better to call me by my name. Besides, now that the tour is over, there's no need to call me Guide Chen. It seems extraordinarily unfamiliar, Chen Longjun said. Longjun? Yi Chen? The two men smiled at each other. Yi Chen, thank you for saving me many times in England and France, but that fatty Zhang asked me about you when he came to me today for the refund. But don't worry, I didn't tell them, but they went straight to my boss and asked him, and they didn't agree at first, and then that fat guy Chang gave him a sum of money. So, just showed him your message. I'm afraid he'll turn on you, so I came to tell you. Mentioning this, Chen Longjun's heart felt a pang of guilt. If it wasn't for her, she wouldn't have known to invite so much trouble. Yi Chen didn't care about this matter at all. Instead, he smiled and said, it's fine, soldiers will come to the rescue. They are just looking for someone to come. They will end up the same way. This is the truth, pure and simple, with no hint of untruth mixed in. He was now the one who possessed the Qian Kuan Sutra and the Heavenly Green Nine Sun Sutra, casually knocking people down. Yi Chen, you're really good at telling jokes. Oh yeah, you came out like this. Xiaoye won't be angry, right? Chen Longjun took it solely as if he was joking and changed the topic along the way. She was just telling the next so that Yi Chen could be prepared. After all, the enemy was in the dark and they were in the light. No, aren't you two besties? Besides, it's not like you're doing anything. That's what happened too. Well, eat it. It won't be good if it doesn't get cold, Chen Longjun said. She was only simply grateful to Yi Chen, and the relationship between Han Yu and Yi Chen was subtle, not exactly a good one. Of course, all of this had been told to her by Han Yu herself earlier in England and France. The two were on their way to eat when the sound of a telephone interrupted their conversation. I know, I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, Chen Longjun's face was gloomy and his expression was anxious. My dad called and said there's something going on at home, so I'm afraid I won't be able to finish this meal today. Sorry. Chen Longjun didn't have time to explain more, picked up his bag and headed out. I'll go with you, maybe I can help. Yi Chen quickly settled the bill and immediately followed him over. I'll drive. You're not in shape. Yi Chen saw that she was in an anxious mood and took the initiative to say, Chapter 88, there's still a way out. Chen Longjun also did not refuse. Now this state really is not suitable for driving, easy to get into an accident. Meanwhile, the Chen family courtyard. Old master, you must hold on. Longjun is already on his way and will be back soon. With a haggard look on his face, Chen Junxing held the old man's hand tightly and kept talking soothingly. The old man lay in bed, bone thin, his mouth opening and closing, muttering a lot. Longjun, Longjun. Chen Junxing's heart was filled with pain, and his eyes tacked with tears. The old master's most painful is Longjun, after the seriousness of the condition, for fear of worrying, has not told her. Until now the old master has been prevented from letting it be said. Dad, I've already notified Longjun. He'll be back soon, so hang in there. He's already on his way. Smelling a decently dressed woman in her 50s, she had long since burst into tears. Wang Yinghua is none other than Chen Junxing's wife, the mistress of the house, followed by a large wave of 7 aunts and aunts crying with snot and tears. Today this is the day of the death of the Chen family old man, they are also more or less related to the relationship. The Chen family property so much, casually give them a cent, are enough for them to live 8 lifetimes. After today, I just have the money to go to the flagship store and buy those heels for sure. Beauty, I'm coming to the nightclub. Wait for me. Tonight, 10 people or 10 little counts. Elder brother-in-law, you mustn't go. What can I do if you go? Big old cousin, my ass. One by one, they pounced on each other. And the crying was so miserable that those who didn't know thought there was a funeral in situ. What are you guys doing? Hurry up, the old man is going to die before you do. Zhang Juanxing's face drooped and he reprimanded angrily. What a bunch of relatives. Just distant relatives who hadn't been in touch for hundreds of years, some of whom he didn't even recognize, several generations removed. I don't know where I got the news, knowing that the old man is not going to make it, and came here to add to the chaos. Jun Sheng, I'm a big brother your father knew in the countryside when he was young. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to make it to this point. What do you mean by that? That's right, I'm the grandson of your grandfather's grandfather. Then we have the blood of the Chen family in our blood. And me, your aunt and uncle's grandson. We're related as direct relatives. We all bustle a big pass. The mother-in-law has a mother-in-law reason. The public has a public reason. Each said each. The noise of the head are too big. The old man raised his dry hand, tried to say something, and his mouth closed again. Dad. Wang Yinghua pulled the old man's hand tightly and tightly, her tone trembling. The old man is only 70 years old this year. Usually the body is not good, but also not serious to such a point, and do not know how it is now all of a sudden serious to such a point. It is reasonable to say that more than 70 years old, the old man usually also pay attention to health. Get up at 5 o'clock to go for a morning run. The diet is also very strict, should not be something. The more Wang Yinghua thought about it, the more she felt that there was something strange going on in her heart. Get out of here, all of you, and I'll call the police for trespassing if anyone dares to make any more noise in my house. Wang Yinghua was so angry that she got up and crossed her arms and just hissed at the gang. A tiger is really a sick cat if it doesn't act like a tiger. They can't be blamed for the old man's condition being so serious. Who are you to tell us to get lost? This is the Chen family and we believe in Chen. We have the right to be here, and call the police to arrest us. Whatever. That's right, even if the police come, they can't do anything. The old man's death has been attributed to us, and we must be given a share as well. Obviously, the gang obviously didn't eat this up, and instead, they still think there's nothing wrong with it at all. You guys are nothing. Where are your shares in the Chen family? You don't even have a name. At the sound of the voice, a cold and stern voice to a woman rang out, and it was none other than Chen Longjun. Longjun, you're finally back. Wang Yinghua immediately went up and grabbed Chen Longjun's hand, pulling it towards the bed. Looking at the old man on the bed, Chen Longjun's eyes instantly cried. The heart of my grandfather, who loved me since I was a child, was dripping blood as he lay dying in bed. Grandpa, I'm back. June is back. You must hold on. Haven't you always wanted to meet your granddaughter-in-law? I brought it today, specially for you, so you can see if it's okay. Chen Longjun got up and pulled Yi Chen up, taking his hand and continuously choking on the introduction in a choked tone. Yi Chen, he's nice, handsome, good figure, and very capable. What do you think, Grandpa? The old man reached out his hand and wiggled it to touch something. Yi Chen immediately reached over and held his hand with the old man's. Suddenly, a wave of evil qi attacked within his body, instantly toppling with the Qiankuan Sutra within his body. Strange, what's going on here? The Qiankuan Sutra has only just begun practicing and it's met its match? No, the presence of several poisons swimming around in this old man's body had been eroded by a large portion of his lungs. No wonder the old man is dying now. This is the medicine. Chemotherapy is useless. The only way is to remove that half of that lung. Longjun, I have a way to cure Grandpa's body. It's just that this matter has to be done in secret and no one else should know about it. Yi Chen came over and muttered in a low voice. The old man's body so many kinds of toxins. Lungs have been eroded a large part. Without a year and a half of work that is impossible. This kind of situation, only those close to the side can do. Now so many people are here. Maybe that one is not favorable to the old man. If he said it now, and the old man had to be saved, wouldn't that be an opportunity for that person to take advantage of it? So it would be better to take advantage of it. Chen Longjun understood what he meant, and then reacted by sneaking Yi Chen to the old man's side so that he could contain his condition first. Then he got up himself, crossed his arms, and, with great vigor, roared at the gang of so-called 7 ants. All of you, get out of here. Security, get on me and drive them away. Chen Longjun knew that they would definitely not listen to this, and had long called for security to come over. It was a good thing that before he came, Yi Chen reminded himself in advance and brought 24 security guards to wait at the entrance, which happened to be used. The 24 security guards quickly formed a formation and surrounded those people, constantly waving their sticks in their hands to drive them away. Yuchen family people are ungrateful species. If it wasn't for my help back then, that old man would have died long ago, and it would still be possible to get to this point now. You wait for me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. One day you will pay. Don't move me. It's dirty. Old me. I'm also a member of the Chen family. Believe it or not, I'll open you up. A whole lot of people catching on to something. Don't worry about them. Just blast your way out, and I'll take care of it if anything happens. Tran Longjun put out the word. Chapter 89 Panic. The security guards were also paid to do their job, and they didn't care what the gang said. They just drove them out. In less than a minute, those people were all cleared away and the scene returned to its former quiet. Dad, Mom, that please call Dr. Chen and get ready to arrange a private room and operating room for Grandpa. Chen Longjun turned around and explained to Chen Junsheng and Wang Yinghua. Yi Chen didn't want others to know, and definitely had to prepare a private ward and surgery. June, are you okay? Wang Yinghua reached out and put her hand on Chen Longjun's forehead with a questioning greeting. That's no fever either. Why are you still babbling? Could it be that you saw Dad's body and were stimulated? The thought of it really freaked her out. She only had one precious daughter. She couldn't afford to have anything happen to her. June, Dad also knows that you're sad and can't let go of Grandpa, but you have to hold on. Let's do it this way. You quit your job as a tour guide, and Dad and Mom will take you on a trip to take a break. Jun Chen chimed in. The two men said one to the other. Chen Longjun listened to half a day to be able to hear out a because so, dare to say that the old couple is to think that the grandfather of this disease will die, but also afraid of their own sadness and grief excessive. I almost forgot. This is my friend Yi Chen. He said that Grandpa is still saved. He just has to do it in secret. Alas and alack. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly when the time comes. Chen Junsheng and the two of them froze for most of the day and were slow to return to their senses. Anyway, that's the way it is, and I'm in my right mind. So hurry up and go get ready for what I just said, or you'll be late and really hopeless. Ah, good. Junxing Chen returned to his senses and immediately went to call to make arrangements. Yi Chen's celestial green needle had temporarily relieved the old man's pain and the rate of expansion of the toxin, but it was still necessary to deal with the eroded lungs as soon as possible, or else this celestial green needle wouldn't have been able to suppress it. Long June, we're running out of time, so go see if you have a scalpel and start directly here. Too sick to wait to go to the hospital. What? Isn't surgery always sterile? How can this be done at home? Chen Longjun was stunned. She didn't know anything about these things, but she had heard that this operating room was all about the level of sterility needed to get it done, and it wouldn't be good if it got infected. We can make a sterile environment ourselves, Yi Chen said. Then it was straight to rummaging through the box to find white tissue paper and some wooden planks, which were quickly wrapped around the planks and placed the old man on them, followed by creating a 10-square-foot spot with the tissue paper. Nah, make do. It's still okay for surgery. Yi Chen clapped his hands, and by this time, Chen Junsheng had also gotten the scalpel. Scalpels, it's all here. A full set, Chen Junsheng said. Without saying a word, Yi Chen directly took the surgical toolbox in. If you want the old man to be safe, don't come in. Yi Chen dropped a sentence, said nothing, and went straight in, leaving Wang Yinghua and Chen Junsheng wide-eyed. Their hearts were in their throats as they looked at this humble little area. June, what's this friend of yours for? Why is this still such a mess? But you can send Grandpa away early. Wang Yinghua inquired worriedly, fearing that something would happen. That's right. How many famous professors and doctors have I hired? And I've even tried all kinds of prescriptions, and they didn't help at all. Can he do it? Chen Junsheng pulled Chen Longjun and muttered. The old man can live for a few days in this state, and if this kid screws up again, he'll go straight to Densi. That's what he's most afraid of, and it's killing him. Chen Longjun heard the heart is also a thump. Words over her understanding of Yi Chen less at least. To say the specific really can not say what. All she had learned was his name and the fact that he was a doctor's duty and a nice guy. Nothing else. Shouldn't it really be just? Chen Longjun didn't even dare to imagine the outcome of this matter. The moment he thought about it, his entire body was constantly trembling. If Grandpa was really given by Yi Chen, then she had lost two people she trusted at once, and the blow was just too heavy to bear. I think we'd better hurry up and stop it. Maybe we can end this, Wang Yinghua said. Chen Junsheng also strongly agreed with her idea. June, you go call him out. Don't let Grandpa suffer. Chen Longjun was torn up inside and didn't know what to do. In case Yi Chen could really save his grandfather and was destroyed by himself, wouldn't it be a sin? But on the flip side, it's even more acceptable if it's true what Mom and Dad say. Mom and Dad, I think that when it comes down to it, sooner or later, Grandpa's going to go, so I might as well put up a fight, Chen Longjun said in a firm tone. Ms. Chen, something big has happened. A man has fainted. At the sound of a security guard running over from outside in a hurry, panting, choke on it and take it to the hospital. Chen Longjun coldly said, just now was so little arrogant and bossy. This just went out for a long time and fainted. Lie to the ghost. Little tricks. I've seen this kind of trick a lot. The man pinched, but I don't think it's a fake when I look at it, and my lips are purple, so I'm afraid of making a scene at the hospital. If this is sent to the hospital, people died, blackmailed themselves, shall not be. Mom and Dad, you guys stay here, I'm going out to check, Chen Longjun said and followed the security guard out, only to see a group of people surrounded by the entrance of the Chen family, in the middle of which lay a woman was exactly the one who had just said something about the granddaughter of her aunt's family inside. No way, this guy's lips are so purple. Is this for real? Chen Longjun immediately went up to pinch, and again crossed his hands to press the mouth of the heart, all completely unresponsive. Murder, murder, murder in the Chen family. Call the police. It's really not a person. A tiger is not a good person. Even his own family members have made a move. It's not a good thing. If it was a good guy, would we still be standing here? Disgusting person. When the police come, let her go to squat for the rest of her life. The surrounding people pointed at Chen Longjun and kept spitting and poking their spines and talking. What can we do about this? MS. Chen, this is not my business. I just did what you said. I didn't even move her and she just collapsed. The security guard was so scared that beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. This death was a big deal. The Chen family is a dignified figure. He is not the same as a small security guard. The whole family depends on him to eat. Go, and that would be the end. I know. Shut up. Chen Longjun's heart was also twisted like a numbness at the moment and he didn't know what to do. Did something happen to Junjun? Wang Yinghua stepped out to look and was startled when she saw the woman on the ground at a glance. What's going on here? Is she dead? Bye you guys. You're going to be broken in jail for the rest of your lives. One of the voices said. There were too many people to see who said it, only that it was a man. Mom, don't worry, they're just playing tricks, Chen Longjun pacified, but in fact, his heart was panicked. Chapter 90, Joining the Chen family. Wang Yinghua wasn't stupid, and seeing the situation, she naturally knew what was going on. Chen family, the family is big. How many reporters and media are squatting every day? If it is found out about this matter, it is absolutely necessary to suffer a big impact. I know that you guys want the Chen family's fortune. I can share a little of it with you. It's just that you have to keep today's matter a secret, Wang Yinghua said in a serious tone. The crowd looked at each other and after a few seconds, said in unison, nothing happened today. Did anything else happen today? Don't remember. Hey, I don't know. Master Chen's family are good people. The crowd instantly changed their arguments, each with a smile on their face. Wang Yinghua was very satisfied with their argument. This gang is such people. Whoever gives more money, they will turn to whoever they want. Mom, you. Chen Longjun was puzzled. June, you go in first. Don't worry about this. I'll handle it. But aren't we taking her to the hospital now? Get inside. I'll take care of things, Wang Yinghua said in a reprimanding tone. Why is Mom so mean today? It's nothing like usual. Even she wanted to keep this under wraps. It was a living human life. I'll take care of things. At the sound, Yi Chen walked out from inside and said, only to see him pacing over, using the heavenly green nine suns to see the woman on the ground with a tiny silver needle at her neck. She's poisoned, Yi Chen said and directly plucked out the fine needle from her neck. The tip of the fine needle had something black and dark. It was obviously poison. Then it was just a matter of directly sticking the green jade needles into the corresponding acupoints and spinning them back and forth without stopping. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person lay limply on the ground. The crowd all froze in place. Is this guy the one? Why did you throw up blood when you inserted the needle? Yi Chen, is it okay? Chen Longjun's heart was in his throat and his tone stammered. Yi Chen got up and clapped his hands, putting the silver needles in a small bag. It's okay, the person is healthy. The rest will be taken to the hospital. You're bragging. Just now people are dead. You a needle down, spit a mouthful of blood and come back to life. I think you purely don't want to pay. Why? As the mistress of the Chen family, you don't count your words, and to save money you even purposely look for someone to put on a show. That's it. Don't say anything. Wait for the police. As soon as they heard that there was no more money, they instantly surrounded Wang Yinghua with non-stop duties. Auntie, the person has to be fine indeed, and the fact that she was poisoned has nothing to do with you, but rather with the gang. Yi Chen clapped his hands helplessly and looked at the crowd with a weird look. The crowd froze, their faces hardened, and they were slow to speak. His lordship is awake. The servant rushed out, panting heavily. As soon as Chen Longjun and Wang Yinghua heard this, they couldn't care less about anything and immediately rushed in. Hey, your Chen family killed someone and you're just leaving? Pay out, nah? The crowd frantically lunged inside. and the security guards immediately stopped them. Yi Chen patted the security guard's shoulder and gave confidence. Don't worry, nothing's wrong, remember to send him to the hospital. The guard nodded. Good. Strange. Inexplicably strange, there is a sense of security. He is a man with a normal orientation. How can he feel secure with a man? In the Chen family's bedroom. Only then did the old man's face gain some blood color. Jun, be good with Yi Chen. He's a very talented person. You'll definitely be happy following him as well. The old man took the two men's hands and overlapped them together, saying cheerfully, that's right, Jun. Dad thinks it's good too. Just listen to Grandpa. Jun Xingchen cheerfully chimed in with a comment. He had just seen Yi Chen pull the old man back from hell with his own eyes, and in just a short time, the old man had awakened and was looking very good, so he really couldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Such a person is usually in Jiangfeng City, casually has a great status, is simply talented. If Jun had followed him, even if he was already broke, he would definitely be able to live a good life. And the main thing was that he was quite nice. Chen Longjun froze. She just went out for a while. Grandfather and father, how the attitude of 360 degrees big change. Grandpa, I'm actually married. Yi Chen smiled bashfully. Married? That girl must be very good. Right. Hey, it's exactly a pity that such a good person got married. The old man was very sorry. Han Yu, that old man Han Dong's daughter? Exactly. For some special reason. So I'm inducted into the family. Into the family? Such a good person. Even into the family. Matching his Han family more than enough things. That old man, Han Dong, is simply taking advantage of the situation. Yi Chen, you don't want to join the family, directly come to our family, as long as in Jun good. Other things are not matter. Chen family also only Jun a baby daughter. In the future all the property of the Chen family is also Jun. The old master directly sent Yi Chen over with the Chen family. The temptation was also big enough that any other normal person would have agreed to it 100% of the time. The Chen family was bigger than the Han family, a big family, so he didn't believe that Yi Chen would turn it down. I'm sorry, we don't have much money, but I feel content. Yi Chen didn't even think about it and directly rejected it. The old man froze for most of the day. Want to join their Chen family? Countless, as long as they casually a word. Those people will come to the Chen family regardless of everything. Just Jun has always refused, otherwise it would have been together. But he didn't expect that Yi Chen was so different that he had offered to give him the Chen family, and he had refused without hesitation. Chen Junchang laughed out loud. Dad, Yi Chen is not such a person, so don't make things difficult for him. Hey, Yi Chen, if you change your mind, come over anytime. The old man was very sorry and said with a long sigh, Grandpa, don't be like this. Yi Chen and I are just friends. It's not what you think. Chen Longjun forced a smile and said. She didn't know why when her grandfather asked the words. She was somehow looking forward to it, and even her mind had already echoed back to the days of living happily with both Yi Chen. Yes, Longjun is indeed an excellent person. Yi Chen said that his hand was on Chen Longjun's shoulder, and he put his face over and smiled. It wasn't a bad thing to have a relationship with the Chen family, just as it was now that he was going to prepare for a studio, and it was fine to greet the Chen family with questions. Chen Longjun's small face was flushed, and his heart was pounding. The second time to be so close. The first time or in the British and French was caught by the gang of punks. Yi Chen appeared in time to save her life. And now, he has saved his grandfather without selflessness, and as the saying goes, a drop of kindness must be repaid by a spring of water. Not to mention 2 lives, and so many favors, it's not too much to ask for a favor. Chapter 91, Severance. Grandpa will recover with a few days of rest and a light diet, but he won't be able to do that favorite aerobic exercise of yours. Yi Chen patiently instructed. Yi Chen, how do you know that Grandpa loves to run, but he hasn't run for a long time, and he can't run anymore after he got sick? Chen Longjun said with a puzzled expression. She hadn't said anything about Grandpa and he knew all about it. Look out. People who exercise have different hearts. Yi Chen really is a very powerful character. The old man was surprised. Yi Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, and then looked at Chen Longjun, coming together to mutter something in his ear, and the two of them proceeded to walk out one after the other. Yi Chen, what is it that you have to tell me? It must be something very important to purposely sidetrack Grandpa and Mom and Dad. Grandpa Zhang Shijian was given a chronic poison that eroded half of his abdomen, and now we don't know who poisoned him, but we can be sure that a very close person did it. You mean Mom and Dad are suspects? Don't rule it out. It could be anyone until we find the real killer. Regardless, it's definitely not Mom and Dad anyway. They're usually very dutiful to Grandpa. Chen Longjun denied this in a firm tone. I didn't say it was the aunts and uncles, just that anyone is a suspect. So what are you so mindful of? Yi Chen was speechless and spoke in a serious tone. The family was really close. which made him even more worried that if it really was one of the people in their family, it would be a real blow. Seeing Yi Chen suddenly so serious, Chen Longjun also violently recognized his mistake. That's what he's saying, including himself in the bit. Find your own way through your chores, I've done what I had to do. Yi Chen left the Chen family directly after saying that, returning to Han's house. As soon as he entered the door, Han Dong had a smelly face and looked over with two evil eyes. Aren't you on good terms with the Wang family? How come it's useless to mention you? A few days ago, there was a project, specially went to the Wang family, but the result was that they didn't recognize it at all, and even got someone to kick him out. The guy had obviously cheated himself, and mentioning his name didn't even work. When did I say that? Yi Chen did not know look responded with a sentence. You punk, you didn't say so earlier, causing me to be so meek to you the other day. Han Dong was furious when he heard this. This guy is still acting like it's none of my business. Isn't that dumping him? Dad, haven't I told you many times? Don't call me that, don't call me that. Han Yu heard their voices of opinion and corrected them again and again in a serious tone. What secret medicine has he poured into you that you are so dead set on following him? Look at you like this. Where do you look like my Han Dong's daughter? Han Dong was also unforgiving and furious. Gu, husband, don't be so angry. Xiaoya is only temporarily mesmerized by him. Sooner or later she will come to her senses. At the sound of the voice, a flirtatious middle-aged man with heavy makeup and a big wave on her head, stepped on high heels and walked over daintily, reaching out to take Han Dong's hand. Who's this? Han Yu looked skeptical. What husband? Her mom had an accident a long time ago, and all that time later her father never sought out her stepmother. It's so displeasing to have a woman appear out of nowhere and show up at the house now. Xiaoya haven't even met me yet, right? I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Han Xier. I'm in the nursing profession, and I've already known Han Dong for a week. Han Xier smiled brightly during her speech and put her mouth together to kiss Han Dong's face, overflowing with a feeling of happiness. Xier, it's still you who knows me best. It would have been good if I had met you earlier. Han Dong's face instantly looked much better, and his large hands covered above Han Xier's buttocks as he rubbed them around. Han Xier also responded by daintily letting out a few grunts, making the air seem extraordinarily ambiguous. Han Yu's face turned blue as she watched the two's intimate movements, instantly thinking of her deceased mother. This woman was obviously a money grubber, and who in their right mind would do such a thing in public? You guys have simply had enough. Get the hell out of here. This is our Han house, not your Thai house. Get out immediately. Han Yu shoved Han Xier to get her to hurry up and leave. Annoyed. Puff. Han Xier fell to the ground, her eyes tacked full of tears, aggrieved and choked her tone. I'm also surnamed Han, and I'm sincere to your father. Xiaoya, why are you like this? I've just spoken for you. The more Han Xier spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and her tears directly snapped down in big drops. Fake heart. My dad eats this, but I don't. Han Yu didn't move at all, but instead felt even more annoyed by her, and the aside Han Dong see his heart is broken. Heartbroken, pick up the ground. Han Xier, tone meek said. Xier, all blame me bad. Let you suffer. You don't worry, have me in. There will be a place for you to live. Hubby, don't fight with Xiaoya for me, or I'll feel even worse inside. Han Ziel don't turn her head, looking like a good person who was going to leave Han Dong for the sake of their father-daughter relationship. Xier, don't worry, I'll handle this. Han Dong patiently pacified. Then he got up, his face turning blue, and roared at Han Yu. Get the hell out of here. Follow that punk of a husband of yours out of here. It's so hard for me to find someone who understands me, and you're going to treat her like this. I really regret dragging and pulling you up in a handful of s and pisses. Dad. Han Yu froze in place. Choose between me and that loser husband of yours. If you divorce him, I'll say it for the last time. There's no way I'm divorcing Yi Chen. Not even for whatever reason. Han Yu said in a serious and firm tone. Fine. For the sake of a man, then I will fulfill you, and from now on you and I will sever our father-daughter relationship. Han Dong said in a firm tone. Honey, Xiaoya Shi. The corners of Han Xier's mouth quietly hooked into a smug smile. Her mouth was still aggravatingly persuasive. Shut up. My name is not yours to shout. I'm too dirty. Han Yu directly interrupted her words and slammed the door directly after the words fell and left. Xiaoya, she's still young. We can actually train her slowly. And husband, you're too impatient. Han Xier pressed into Han Dong's embrace. Daintily. It caused Han Dong to become even more determined inwardly to choose Han Xier's person. Leave the Han family. Yi Chen took Han Yu to a room. Wife, there's actually no need to break off the relationship for my sake, Yi Chen said with a guilty conscience. He did not expect Han Yu to have such a firm attitude today, and when Han Dong proposed two choices, he actually thought that Han Yu would choose to stay in the Han family, but never thought that she would prefer to sever her relationship with the Han family to be with herself. Will you always be good to me? Han Yu hung her head, tears snapping down her face. Chapter 92. Yi Chen heartily hugged her, and in his tone, firmly said, "Will." He wouldn't be a person if he didn't treat Han Yu well. Han Yu's head was buried in his embrace, crying, and Yi Chen was at a loss for words, so he could only give her his chest to lean on. At noon the next day, Han Yu woke up in a daze, both eyes swollen like a light bulb. "Wife, have some porridge, and later we'll take you to see the house." Yi Chen thoughtfully brought a bowl of porridge. "House? You can't stay in a hotel all the time. You chose to follow me, so naturally I can't let you suffer. But where will the money come from? A house costs a lot of money." Only a few days ago, he had just spent $1 million to go to England and France, and now he wanted to buy a house. Yi Chen was just an ordinary intern doctor. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that he really did something illegal? Han Yu's entire body tightened at the thought. "Don't worry, this money is absolutely regular," Yi Chen said cheerfully as if he had read his mind. "No way. I'm not going until you make it clear." Han Yu refused in a firm tone. It was before in the Wang family. Seeing this, Yi Chen had no choice but to tell it all. If he didn't speak up, I'm afraid he'd really be misunderstood. After explaining clearly, Han Yu was relieved that, in the afternoon, he went directly to a villa area in Jiangfeng City, which was the most luxurious place in all of Jiangfeng. The magnificent family. "Do we have enough money to buy it? The houses here are very expensive," Han Yu asked with some concern. A house in a magnificent home casually starts at tens of millions, or at the very least, $50 million, while they only have a few million. "Don't worry, wife, I'm here." Yi Chen pulled Han Yu and went straight in. As soon as the salesman saw the visitors, he immediately went forward to greet them, smiling and bowing 90 degrees. "What house do you two want? I see that the floor of your 3 buildings and 1 unit here is not bad," Yi Chen said blandly. "Block 3, Unit 1 is the best house we have here, and we happen to have a few for sale. Just a little pricey," the salesman asked with an awkwardly forced smile. "Look at them talking about ordinary, who do not know if they can afford it. After all, the richer the more low-key. Some even wear slippers to buy a house. Before that they will patiently name the price. Price is not an issue. This way, sir." As soon as the salesman heard this, he immediately led to the 3rd building. The 3 buildings are magnificent and the best, and in general, 100% of those who offer to go there buy it. It's a big list, and opening such a list would definitely keep her from having to work for a year. Han Yu has always had something in her heart that she couldn't put down, and when she saw the salesperson looking forward to it so much, she really couldn't bear to tell her that there were only a few $1 million in her pocket. "This is the master bedroom and you can." When the time comes, the salesman introduced each one of them, even the style of decoration, and I must say it was very tempting indeed. Han Yu listened to the head. "Really not bad for the best villa area. Really is not the same. Do you like it?" Yi Chen's doting gaze looked at her inquiringly. Han Yu nodded, then shook her head. "It's okay, go back and discuss it. Actually like to die. Dare to ask that do not like villa, and still high-class villa, helpless to have no money." She couldn't let Yi Chen lose face outside, so she could only deal with it for the time being. "Egu, Yi Chen?" Without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, a staggering voice interrupted him. "I haven't seen you for so long. I didn't expect to see you in a place like this. What's up? You've been doing well lately. I haven't seen you since graduation. You're still so handsome." Wang Wenjie patted Yi Chen's shoulder cheerfully. Yi Chen didn't have an expression on his face the entire time and responded perfunctorily. "You're still so greasy. Oh, coming here to buy a house. You're making a lot of money, aren't you?" It was only then that Wang Wen noticed Han Yu on the side and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. "What are you looking at now?" He didn't come back to his senses until he was nudged by the woman beside him. "Zhang Reality." "Oh, it's okay, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Realistic." Wang Wen was clearly arrogant at the mention of her name. "Zhang Reality?" Han Yu asked questioningly. "Precisely, the only daughter of the Zhang family." Wang Wen's hand pressed on her Zhang Realistically's waist, full of complacency. "Zhang Reality is the only daughter of the Zhang family. That is the role of people love flowers. Climb her, the Zhang family is all yours." Although Yi Chen, this kid has a beautiful wife, but the background is not as good as Zhang Reality, compared to his more fragrant point, because as soon as he came in, he noticed the clothes on Yi Chen's 2 men. They were completely ordinary to the point where they couldn't be any more ordinary. It was obvious that this was no money. "Yi Chen, can you afford to buy a house here? We just looked at the house here and it's very expensive." "Hey, if it wasn't for my family's reality, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to afford it in this lifetime." Wang Wen continued to look for the previous topic to inquire about. Just now he wanted to despise this brat, but he didn't expect to be attracted by the woman beside him, and looked at her a few more times, and was interrupted by the realization of the reality that he had interrupted the conversation. He wouldn't so much as give up this opportunity where he could taunt Yi-chen. When he was in school, this guy stole his thunder at every turn and always pressed him. The heavens had allowed him to meet Yi-chen here, definitely to give himself a chance to break back into the game. Just look around, Yi-chen said. He didn't have much of an impression of Wang Wen, almost in a small transparent state, coming out of nowhere, cold. He felt nothing, and dropping a glance he felt that this man was not a good old boy, but on the contrary a cunning man. Yi-chen, I'll treat you to a French dinner tonight. A French dinner? You definitely haven't had one before, Wang Wen said. Catching a chance, Yi-chen ranted and started sneering at him. Good. Yi-chen didn't even think about it and agreed quickly. It's not worth not eating, and he really hasn't had a French meal, so it's good to take his wife for a free meal. Mr. Yi, this house, do you still want it? The salesman smiled bitterly and asked. What do you want? Yi-chen is just here to take a look, but I'll take one of the rooms over in the 4th building. Wang Wen's tone was unpleasant as he falsely reprimanded the salesman, and then smilingly and generously said to the salesman who let him. Upon hearing this, the salesman was overjoyed. Get it ready right away. Although he ended up with 4, which wasn't as good as 3, it was enough for a few months' salary, which was better than nothing. Mr. Yi, you watch. The salesman was helpless, and his expectant eyes had to look at Yi-chen blearily. 2, Yi-chen directly answered down. Wang Wen's smile stiffened on his face, then quickly stretched out. Yi-chen, don't try to be brave. 3 buildings require a lot of money. If you want to stay here, you can go and stay for a few days when my house is done. He must have been so good-natured that he was afraid of being broken by himself that he pretended to agree to it. Oh, unfortunately, Wang Wen is not the kind of person who is good at fooling around. Want to muddle through in front of him? The door is not even there. Chapter 93, Deposit. Without saying anything, Yi-chen directly took out a check with 4 million written on it. Deposit. Understood, Mr. Yi, I will definitely keep this sweet. The salesman couldn't close his mouth with a smile and nodded his head. Wang Wen's entire body froze for most of the day. Was he dreaming? Yi-chen directly took out $4 million, set as a deposit. 4 but the best villa, unless it is the kind of thief a few rich can afford to buy. In this piece of what he knows only a Ma Yin bought a piece here. No, Yi-chen, this house of yours. Sir, your bank card shows frozen. Are there any other cards left? At this point the salesman handed over the bank card with both hands and said. Wang Wen immediately handed over all the cards he had on him, and they were still all frozen. This is the end of the line. How did it get frozen for a good reason? What the hell? Mr. Wang Wen's ironic face twisted over and he scowled at Zhang Realism, clearly begging her. And Zhang Reality is also very generous. Fling out his card and swipe a few million. Just write my name, Zhang Zhanyuan said. Wang Wen muttered with an unsightly face. The truth. Well, I'm hungry, so let's go ahead and eat. Zhang Shui interrupted him. Wang Wen smiled awkwardly, coughed softly a few times, and immediately changed the topic. Walk. Yi-chen is taking your little petite wife to dinner. This factual reality is really the key moment to make him lose face. Was going to make Yi-chen lose face, but the result is that he did not lose face, but instead, he himself was made gray. Hanyu hugged Ye's arm tightly, her heart heavy, and muttered in a low voice. Yi-chen, this house is too expensive, and with the deposit, there's no way to pay up the full amount. She didn't feel there was no need to fight with others for a breath of fresh air and put herself under pressure she shouldn't have to, and you can only pay full price for a house here, not installments. Yi-chen smiled dotingly and thoughtfully pacified her. Wife, don't worry, your husband I'm so powerful, I still can't get money? Before he came, he had already inquired about the house for $10 million, because of the previous accident, except that no one knew about it, plus Hongwei side blocked the news in time. So naturally no one knew about it. This was also what he saw through the celestial green 9 suns when he arrived. It's also the only way to pull from over 100 million to 10 million all at once. But where are you going to get that kind of money? It's all a matter of minutes. Seeing how certain he sounded, Hanyu didn't ask any more questions. As Yi-chen said, he could go from earning a few thousand a month to sitting there with 5 million and traveling to England and France. That was definitely not an ordinary person. Nor did she know why. But she was also more grounded inwardly in every word Yi-chen said. Wang Wen's face was blue the entire time, and the more he saw Yi-chen and Han Yu getting all mushy together, the harder it was for his entire being. Zhang Reality, this bastard, cut back after how to clean up her. On the basis of his own is the only son of the Zhang family, temper so big. After dinner, Yi-chen directly sent Han Yu back first and came out again by himself. The villa was bought, still short of the next $6 million. Take this opportunity to go to make this money back. He'd gone out of his way to get a part-time job running extra drops, and with some extra part-time healing, he'd be able to almost make it work. Outside the 100 Stars Bar, 38, Youth Road, Jiangfeng City, Mayor Jiang, Do you think this land issue will be implemented this time? A tall, thin man, assisting Jiang Zicount, cheerfully said. Jiang Zicount's face was scarlet, and he drunkenly shouted at the top of his voice, "Don't worry, this is 100% yours." White lords once heard the words of the music, more attentive, along to open the door of the car, which is placed in a large box. "This is a special product specially brought from my hometown. Mayor Jiang, you taste it. If you like it, I'll give it to you next time." After the white curl finished, a little brother beside him immediately opened the box, which was full of a layer of money. Jiang Zi Calculus was satisfied and patted by Rui's shoulder. Sitting in the front, Yi Chen saw it all clearly, and now these people are really officials who have figured it out. Go to the magnificent house. Building 2, Unit 2. Jiang Zi Calculated drunkenly sat in the back seat, shouted, and then went to his head to fall asleep. Good. Yi Chen responded with a sentence. Dry so a single. At least to have a few thousand oceans. Maybe then reward yourself. A night of tens of thousands can be expected. Once he thought this way, Yi Chen was instantly energized, and he felt like he was full of strength. The car was halfway down a long hill until the brakes went straight out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the head? That ate up the brakes. Yi Chen brakes to the bottom are indifferent, cursing and swearing. What? The brakes are broken. Stop the car. I want to get off. Jiang Zicount in the back snapped out of it, looking outside in a hurry, desperately tugging at the car door to go down. Going down now is not dying. You stay in the car at ease and don't move. Yi Chen locked the car door with a quick eye. If you don't open the door, I'll file a complaint against you and get someone to beat you to death. Make you lose your reputation. Jiang Zicheng was so angry that he put out a threat. Yi Chen, is this person's brain water? The brakes are broken. He still want to jump the door. The car speed is at 60 yards. Go down is also dead. Lazily, he squeezed the steering wheel in a death grip and tried to stop the car, just ahead of a utility pole. Jiang Zicount's entire heart was in his throat. Ram it through and your brain is flattened for you. Aha! I won't let you go even as a ghost. Jiang Zicount's face was pale, and he closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. Pang! The car crashed through. Get off! A cold and stern voice steeply said. Jiang Zicong trembled unceasingly and flopped down on his knees, not daring to raise his head for a moment. Big brother, I died so unjustly. Please spare my life. Don't let go to hell. I've never done anything bad in my life. I just simply love money, and I've used this position privately to covet a little money, but I haven't sought to kill anyone. If the big man wants it, I'll give you the money right away. Jiang Zicheng's trembling tone kept choking. I don't think he's going to hell. I've seen a lot of these 18 layers of hell on TV and in books before, and it's just scary as hell. You're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital if you keep yammering on. Yi Chen kindly reminded. This guy's brain is really watered down. Confirmation. Again. Jumping out of a car. Again. 18 layers of hell. No, how did this IQ get to be mayor? It's not like he's colluding to buy and sell. No, I definitely didn't. Oh, no. A mental hospital? Is there such a hospital underground? And why does that sound so familiar? Jiang Zi calculated to raise his head to look along. It was Yi Chen who looked at him from above, and then looked sideways to see that the front end of the car had hit the pole. I'm not dead? Chapter 94 Egg Brothers. Jiang Zicount panicked and felt his whole body back and forth. Not a single point was injured. Strange, the car was going so fast, and nothing happened to him when he hit the pole. You have a grudge against someone else. The brakes have been done. It's a good thing I'm here, or else you would have died prematurely here today. Yi Chen clapped his hands and looked at Jiang Zicheng with meaningful eyes. Jiang Zicong returned to his senses and looked at Yi Chen with an incredulous expression. This guy is a god. This didn't even hit. Have to admit a bit of skill. It's none of my business if your car breaks down. Take it and fix it yourself. Yi Chen said. If it wasn't for him, he'd be dead too. And he didn't mess up the car, so he had nothing to do with it. Yi Chen right. I will repair this car myself. It has nothing to do with you. But I have a request, I don't know if you can agree. Jiang Zicheng said at the end of the sentence, obviously cut off and lived. What? Be my personal chauffeur. That's not going to happen. Yi Chen didn't even think about directly refusing. $1 million a month. No, not even $1 million? How much do you want? I'll try to fulfill it if you ask. Jiang Zicong said in a firm tone. This man was so capable that if he were to leave him behind, he would not only have an extra skilled driver, but also a bodyguard. Anyone who can pull off something so beautifully must have a brush too. And that's impossible without a foundation of merit. Yi Chen laughed and clapped his hands with an indifferent face, indicating that he wasn't interested at all. Just settle the valet fee for this one. The chauffeur driver, he was only part-time, and he didn't want to be an official company and have to stay up late every day with a headache. Sitting comfortably in his doctor's chair is more powerful than all of them. Once Jiang Zicheng heard this, He immediately took out a large red bill and handed it over. This is the only cash I have on me. The rest will be considered consumption. A bunch of them, a whole bunch of about $20,000 to $30,000. Yi Chen wasn't polite. This small amount of money was a drop in the bucket for them. Not to mention it was what he deserved. Bye. Without waiting for Zhang Ziqian to say anything else, Yi Chen had long since disappeared without a trace. He had other orders to take and no time to waste here. Almost $30,000 or $40,000 a night was something, but nowhere near enough to make up for the magnificent villa. I had just wrapped up my car and was ready to go home when the phone rang. Yi Chen, back huh? Now that the hospital is short of manpower, do you think you can finish your vacation early? On the other end of the phone was Ping Yanyu, inquiring in a sincere tone. Go in the afternoon. I'm on duty at night. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've worked a shift myself, and now that it's almost the end of the year, it's naturally crowded and busy. Ping Yanyu immediately nodded her head ecstatically. Tough job Yi Chen. Two simple pleasantries hang up the phone. Yi Chen directly back to rest for the morning, running a night car, but also a little tired. Health Hospital, Jiangfeng City. Ping Yanyu followed behind Kunin, checking the rooms one by one. Kunin has a surgery later, you go and get ready. Ping Yanyu said as she took her daily notes. Dean, I'm having surgery? Kunin questioned. At best, she had watched the surgery, passed the scalpel before the surgery. The surgery had never really been done in person. Not to mention the patient was still cervical cancer plus a late pregnancy, which would have killed both of them if the slightest mistake had been made. This type of medical malpractice has a relatively high rate. You'll be the assistant, and Yi Chen will be the main blade in a while. Good. Hearing this, Kunin let out a deep breath, and his heart settled down a lot. Yi Chen stepped in to do the surgery, and it was almost no worse. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since I had seen Yi Chen, and I really missed him a bit. These days are not in. The size of the hospital. All feel uneasy in the heart. There is a stone hanging in the air cannot be put. This is good. The heart is also at ease. For the rest of the morning, Kunin's restless heart beat back and forth. Kunin, what are you doing there? At the sound of a voice, it was none other than Yi Chen. Kunin sat on the stairway, her little face scarlet, unable to stop her giggling, and those who didn't know thought that she had a brain problem. Thinking blind, Kunin squirmed and said casually, think what? Ah, think, Yi Chen, why did you come so soon? Didn't you say you'd come in the afternoon during office hours? Kunin got up violently and looked at Yi Chen with his hands and feet. It's a good thing I didn't say it out loud just now, or else I would have designated a misunderstanding. It's okay, just come early, it's not that far off anyway, Yi Chen said and glanced at the time. There was only a difference of 1 or 2 hours. Sleeping for a few hours was completely enough for him. Kunin, why is your face so flushed? What's this for? It can't be because you've remembered something nasty, right? Yi Chen said jokingly. Kunin swished and her face turned even redder. He can read minds? He shouldn't. This kind of thing only happens in dramas. Thinking carefully, Yi Chen had to be no ordinary person, and mind-reading skills might really be there. I didn't. I'm just blushing because it's too hot. I'm still a yellow girl. Don't talk nonsense. Kunin looked away and muttered a bunch of mutterings in a dead duck's mouth denial. Little girl, quite cute, usually staggering, is a yellow flower girl. He really did not think about this matter. Yi Chen walked over and put his head over, deliberately flirting at Kunin. Kunin, Yi Chen, you, help, is there any help for her? If she keeps this up, her whole body will fall. It's so deadly, having such an awesome, good-looking co-worker of the opposite sex. It's like a facetious, Kunin shouldn't be liking me, right? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth sketched up a smile and gave a gangly laugh. No, I didn't. I just watched a Korean drama recently and just thought back to it and thought it was sweet. That's why I'm smiling. Kunin gabbled, finished his sentence, and did not wait for Yi Chen to reply, pulled his leg and ran. If she doesn't run, her whole body will fold here today. Yi Chen snorted and looked at his back as he left in a panic. That's how long it's been since I've seen you. You're all shy. Looks like you're in love. Thanks to the fact that he'd read the occasional thing about women before, he knew more or less. Puff. Kunin crashed into an embrace at once. I'm sorry. Is everything okay? Are you hurt? Just a tall man with a thoughtful greeting. Kunin looked up and instantly froze. This was Yi Chen's spawn brother? Growing so similar. It was simply absolute. It was hard to believe that it was one of the angels sent by heaven to save her when they saw her pitiful. Miss? I'm fine, Kunin said back. Chapter 95, Cheating Beauty. I'm sorry, it's all because I didn't see clearly just now and accidentally bumped into you. Or how about this? I'll buy you lunch as your compensation, the man said with an eyebrow raised. No need. I was the one who accidentally bumped into you. I'm the one who should say sorry. Kunin was embarrassed. My name is Zhang Qian. I almost forgot to introduce myself. Zhang Qian automatically ignored Qunan's apology and introduced himself. Qunan scratched his head awkwardly and also went along with the introductory sentence. Qunan, the doctors at the health hospital. Ha, how do you know? Qunan tried desperately to recall what she had said, and if she remembered correctly, she hadn't said anything about her occupation. Zhang Qian gave a sunny smile and pointed his finger at the hang tag on her clothes. It's on here CDR, show at noon. The words fell, and without waiting for Qunan to speak, he turned his head and left. What a strange person, but it still looks like a good-looking person. Qunan looked away, then back to his senses. Qunan, let's eat together at noon. A voice came from behind. Qunan subconsciously responded with a sentence. There's really no need to. Well, you can. It was a really bad day for everything, but it was a good thing I stopped in time and didn't say anything. She thought it was Zhang Qian at first, so she subconsciously refused. No matter how good it was, after all, it was still unfamiliar, and girls should be reserved. I'll meet you at a fast food place near the hospital. Oh yeah, and Dean Ping is coming along too. It's a time to take a paid vacation, and no matter what, you have to take a dinner and show your appreciation. It's just a shame that you have to settle for fast food in order to buy a villa from a magnificent family. Yeah, it just so happens that I've been craving some fast food lately, Qunan said. As for that Zhang Qian, she wasn't familiar with him anyway. It just so happened that she went to lunch at noon and could avoid him. The time came to noon to open the restaurant store. The two of them, Ping Yanyu and Kuning, had changed into casual clothes, and their palm-sized cheeks were painted with delicate makeup, making them look very temperamental. Most of the people who came to the fast food restaurant were some construction site people. Dusty. Women came here as a minority. Suddenly came two such exquisite women. Instantly exploded. Such a beautiful beauty has only been seen on TV. I didn't expect to see it here with my own eyes. Are you stupid? Maybe it's a star, filming some variety show, coming to this fast food restaurant. I've seen a star today. Maybe we can be on TV too. Pretty girl, are you guys shooting a TV show? What kind of drama? Or is it a variety show? One of the growing men, with his head baked in oil, wearing a suit on top and casual pants underneath, stood out amongst the group. We are even opposite. Qunan smiled faintly, and in the middle of his sentence, he was interrupted by Ping Yanyu. We're just ordinary people who come here to eat, not celebrities. Ping Yanyu gave Qunan's arm a gentle tug to stop him from shutting up. Then the two found a quiet corner. Why don't you tell the truth? Qunan questioned. Maybe the kid can advertise for the hospital. Shouldn't Flat Smokey be happy about this? Prove with strength that the hospital is a good hospital, not by appearance. Haven't you ever seen those dogma plots in TV dramas? Aren't they all like that? Ping Yanyu combined these episodes inside the TV series and told them one by one. Qunan nodded in a non-intelligent manner. Hello, I'm late. Long time waiting, right? Yi Chen led 2 thermos cups in his hand, and distributed one to each of the two of them. There's no hot water here, but drinks, it's cold, and it's not good for a girl to drink cold. Yi Chen, you're still so sweet. Ping Yanyu smiled faintly. It made her, a strong woman bucket, feel moved. Not only was her medical skills superior, but even her person was so handsome and sweet. Unfortunately, with a wife, you can only be a good friend, serving a beautiful woman, happy to oblige. Yi Chen laughed and joked. Smooth talker like. Qunan let out a laugh. The three of them chatted happily and harmoniously, with Yi Chen sitting in the center, and Kuning and Ping Yanyu each sitting on one side. The surrounding people looked at Yi Chen with envious gazes. Ugh, I'm so envious. With such a beautiful amount of beautiful women accompanying me, when will I be able to do the same? So it's not like money and beauty have much to do with it. It's mostly skill. Instantly felt like I could do it again on my own. Dozens of people were murmuring enviously. However, they don't know that Yi Chen's heart has no ripples. For him this thing is just a common thing. To say that they know that they still have a beautiful wife, I'm afraid that they all have to die of jealousy. Since they had a surgery in the afternoon, the three of them quickly finished their meal and prepared to go back to the hospital. The surgery in the afternoon. It's a bit difficult. Kuning, you assist Yi Chen well. If the surgery is successful, I'll treat you two to a big meal. Flat Smokey said. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best. Qunan looked towards Yi Chen and firmly said. Learn more from Yi Chen and try to do the surgery alone earlier. Dean, you're favoring Yi Chen again. Xiaoning's mouth pouted. Although she admitted that Yi Chen had to be excellent, it was something that had to be recognized. You don't know Dean yet. Just kidding. Yi Chen patted the shoulders of the two men cheerfully. The two of them, Ping Yanyu and Qunan, tossed each other around a bit and laughed heartily. And Zhang Ziqian, who was on the side, saw all this clearly, and clenched his fists in death, his face turning blue. It was really a narrow road. Encountering Yi Chen here, last time in Hongwei's house, did not get his way, but instead, it was bound to backfire. causing him to go back and have a cold war with Zhang Reality for a few days. If it wasn't for that background of Zhang Reality, he was still forced to bow down, and it was all ruined by this bastard Ji Chen. From being in school until now, he had been oppressed and he was not convinced. Gu, Yi Chen, how is this still cheating na? And bringing two big beauties to this kind of low-class place to eat? Zhang Ziqian sneered coldly, his disgusted eyes full of disdain. Now let's see how he's going to swing back for a hit. Cheating was enough to kill him and break his career and family. Who are you? Kunin looked confused, crossed her arms and, as soon as he came up, he was spitting and talking with his mouth full. Zhang Zi calculated without stinting up and down. It stared at Kuning. The little girl looks quite beautiful. Yi Chen, this kid is also good luck, cheating on two beautiful women. Zhang Zi calculated. Yi Chen's college classmate. Beautiful girl, you know he has a wife? Zhang Ziqian smiled smugly and looked at Yi Chen with a look of watching a good show. No. Kunin and Ping Smoky almost spoke in unison. Yi Chen, you're really good. You can make two women treat you so willingly. How do you do it? Teach me how to capture a woman's heart. Zhang Ziqian said the last sentence and purposely came close to Yi Chen's ear and muttered in a low voice. Yi Chen's face was cold, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps backward, distancing himself from Zhang Ziqian, and coldly said, by merit. Chapter 96. Ping Yanyu and Kuning subconsciously cooperated by taking the initiative to take up Yi Chen's arm and smiled at each other. It looks like this is meeting someone looking for demolition. Zhang Ziqian laughed, his face grim as he watched the two women being so considerate to Yi Chen. The jealousy bug in his head went to his head. Zhang Zicheng is not bad. Where is he not better than him? Yi Chen? How can he be better than him? Grabbing his cell phone, he quickly took a picture of this appearance of Yi Chen. What happens when you show this to your wife? Yi Chen smiled faintly, completely ignoring what he said. Zhang Zitsong fully assumed that Yi Chen was scared and didn't dare to speak, feeling even more that he had one. Yi Chen, there are some words I've been holding back for a long time, and now that you finally landed in my hands, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Zhang Zikount said triumphantly. Baby, what are you doing in the bathroom here? Only to see a woman wearing hate heights and a big makeup, pacing over and taking the initiative to go up and pull Zhang Ziqian's arm. People have been waiting a long time, the woman said daintily. Goosebumps rose, and Yi Chen's entire body shook. Dealing with some personal matters. I came across a classmate who was playing Triple P. I purposely educated him. Zhang Zikount's tone was meek. Wu Fan scanned Yi Chen several people in a circle with his contemptuous eyes and deliberately spat. Baby, how did you get such a trashy classmate? Alas, in this society nowadays, women are lonely and looking for anyone. As Wu Fan spoke, his eyes drifted to the two women beside him, and the implication was naturally that he was talking about the Qiu Ning duo. Ugh, no way. Zhang Zitsong pretended to look sad. Wu Fan is much better than Zhang Reality. At least he will stand by his side and speak for himself. Although he is not as rich as Zhang family, but he is not bad. He is a thug, and it is enough. He has a wife and a threesome. It's a shame to have a classmate like that. Zhang Ziqian deliberately increased the volume of his voice when he said this, prompting some people passing by to hear him. Men who have wives and cheat on their wives openly and honestly. It's disgusting. My old lady hates this kind of person the most. Wu Fan also chimed in with a curse. Ping Yanyu and Kuning both instantly atmospheric. Hands crossed over and rushed over, with an imposing manner. Are you sick? I'll kill you. Kuning cursed and reached over to scratch. Not to be outdone, Flat Smoky followed suit and wheeled her arms. Come and see. The cheating partner and the two mistresses beat up the people. Is there any law in this world? Wu Fan yelled at the surroundings at the top of his voice. It quickly attracted over the surrounding people, surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. What do you mean 2 juniors? A curious voice inquired, resounding from the crowd. Look, it's the 2 of them. Shameless, knowing that people have husbands, they still take the initiative to mess with them. And the man is also dead serious. My husband kindly reminded him, but instead, he was still being threatened by them, and even reached out to hit us, so let's all help to comment on this. As Wu Fan spoke, tears snapped down his face and his tone choked as he looked very pitiful. Little, I'll tear your stinking mouth off. Kunin, a grumpy man, immediately couldn't take it and tore up the stairs. Snap, a slap dry. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** warned viciously, Qiao Ning, don't bother with this kind of person in general. Things come in groups. Ping Yanyu swept a glance at the Wu Fan duo. Wu Fan cried even more aggrieved. The whole person was trembling continuously, already growing smaller. This time it looked even more pitiful. Honey, they hit me. It was so bullying. These two people, dead women, didn't just curse at him, they hit her. Death will not spare these two women. There were too many people bullying her. She couldn't do it, so she could only sell her misery and gain sympathy. Yi Chen, these two lovers of yours are going too far. Apologize immediately and I'll pretend it never happened. Jiang Zitsong said with a self-generous attitude. Yi Chen gave him a blank look and said in a cold tone, screw you, do what you like, I'm not afraid of you. Acting to play mind games, it went to his head, so let's continue, just to see what he's going to act. Jiang Ziqian froze in place again, his entire being dumbfounded. It was too faceless. He had thought that this guy, more or less, said something soft. What a man this is. It's outrageous. It's about not just hitting but cursing. There's really no law of the land. Sisters, let's teach this scummy guy a lesson today. This practice he did today, this is an insult to us girls. Son of a, I'll kill you. Get this son of a son. Many of the women around them all cursed and raised their hands to hit Yi Chen. Yi Chen wasn't moved in the slightest. To him, he was already used to these little crap. But the Kuning and Ping Yanyu on the side cannot be calm at all. So many people if really dry up. Even if Yi Chen is more powerful, but also cannot hit the woman. Yi Chen, this is big trouble. The opposite side is really insidious and cunning. Coming up with such a method. Flat Smoky muttered worriedly. They're the ones in big trouble, not us. Besides, the more people pay attention to us, the more we're hot. And what's wrong with fame? Yi Chen helplessly waved his hand and inquired. Flat Smoke and Rain, churn in. How dare you think that this is the time for such international jokes? It's a slap in the face that doesn't hurt. Wu Fan watched as the crowd stood in support of them, the corner of his mouth raised in a smug smile. It was worth it to receive a slap on the wrist. The purpose had been achieved. Baby, you did a really good job today. Go back at night and reward you properly. What position you want? I'll satisfy you. Jiang Ziqian laughed gangly and moved to her ear, muttering in a low voice. Wu Fan sheepishly shoved him. Screw you. I was slapped. Don't think that this favor will satisfy me. She wasn't someone who could be bought off so easily. Don't worry, I won't let you get a slap for nothing, and find someone to wheel them two women to death afterwards. Jiang Zitsong said, when the time comes, by the way, he will also get on himself and taste what Yi Chen's woman is really good at. Wu Fan was only satisfied when he heard this. If I find out that you lied to me, I won't be able to spare you. And of course if you cheat on me like that guy, I won't let you off the hook so easily and directly. Baby, you're the only one in my heart that would ever do such a thing. Jiang Ziqian immediately interrupted her and playfully coaxed. This woman is much more hateful than Zhang reality. She is really able to do what she says. It's clear to you if you would do such a thing. At the sound of the voice, a cold voice said that it was none other than Yi Chen. Jiang Zitsong's face swished down cold, almost forgetting about this guy. You're so resilient. You're crushed like this and you're still in the mood to mind my business. Chapter 97, Nothing. How else are you going to get ed up without some resistance? Yi Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's so arrogant and bossy. It's no different than when I was in school. It was just a pity that he, Jiang Zi calculus, wasn't the same as before, and this time it was his turn to crush Yi Chen. So arrogant. This man thinks he's narcissistic because he has two women. These two women are also a little out of their minds. How do they like this kind of cheating man? I've called the police, and I've also filmed the evidence of the beating they just did. Well done. These three just need to be taught a lesson before they know how to remember. The crowd spat with gnashing teeth and anger. Every bucket hates to break them into pieces. Yi Chen smiled lightly, completely ignoring their feelings. His hand high purposely rested on Kuning and Ping Smoky's shoulders respectively. This move did nothing but exasperate the crowd even more. Jiang Zi count. At the sound of the voice, a woman's voice rang out. Her face was gloomy and imposing, followed by two or three big and five thick men with sunglasses, appearing extraordinarily powerful. Jiang Ziqian's brain buzzed, his body stiffened in place, and his entire being was bad. This familiar voice, could it be? It's Mr. Zhang. No way. Why is she here? She's not going to the dance competition today? Jiang Zitsong, explain to me. This is the one? Is it your mistress? Zhang Zhenyuan's tone was cold, and her cold eyes looked at Jiang Ziqian, then turned to Wu Fan. Wu Fan was also stunned. It looked like this woman had a close relationship with Ziki. Was she not a mistress? She felt instantly exasperated at the thought. I'm his girlfriend. Who are you? Oh, I'm his girlfriend too, Zhang Shanzhan said with a contemptuous smile. Jiang Zi, can't you give me a clear explanation? What's going on? Why do you have two girlfriends? Wu Fan instantly stormed out, tugging on Jiang Ziqian's ear and inquiring furiously. That son of a, cheating on her behind her back, dying. He, Wu Fan, was at least a woman who was loved by all, but now that he was being played by such a man and had a cuckold, he was simply dying. Dense beads of sweat dripped down from Jiang Ziqian's forehead. Truth is, I don't know her. Jiang Zitsong shook off Wu Fan fiercely and apologized attentively to Zhang Zhenyuan. Do you want to die? You were unlocking new positions with Lao Zi last night, and now you don't recognize Lao Zi. Are you a bit sick? Wu Fan was so angry that he said, How dare you talk about yourself like that? You're tired of living. Shut up, or else I would look at you if you hooked up in front of me? A thug and not as good looking as reality. I really don't know where you get your confidence. Jiang Ziqian's tone was serious, and he disliked her unceremoniously. Wu Fan is not a vegetarian. Opening his mouth as the Jiang Zi calculated that little to say all over the place. Embezzling money from the company. Being looked down upon since college. And you treating this one like this. I'm sure you're out of breath. This one that Wu Fan was talking about was naturally Yichen. Bitch, shut up. Snap. A slap in the face. One of Wu Fan's teeth was slapped out and a mouthful of blood was spat out. It was conceivable that Jiang Zicheng was using all of his strength. Wu Fan was not relenting either, and went up to struggle and wrestle with Jiang Ziqian. But unfortunately, her strength was not as strong as Jiang Ziqian's in the end. Jiang Zicheng was also ruthless and vicious, pulling Wu Fan's hair and beating him desperately. In less than a moment's time, Wu Fan's originally neat and beautiful appearance had turned into a wretched mess with disheveled hair. The scene resounded with piercing cries. God, this man hits hard. 1 second he's talking about love, the next he's violently beating. It's so true that you don't know what you're doing. It's pathetic to be about to get killed. No one dared to go up and stop him, fearing that he would fight red-handed and even beat himself up too. Help! Help! Jiang Zi counts, you son of a son. Better beat me to death or I will get you killed. Wu Fan cried and choked continuously. Then I'll beat you to death today. Jiang Zicheng's strength increased up along with his voice as he spoke. One after another, bludgeoning blows passed, and Wu Fan's entire face was bruised. Not a single good spot. Then, only to see Jiang Zi calculated to pick up a bench next to the hand, to be swung over. I'm afraid Wu Fan is going to die after this swing. Pang! Next, the bench hit the top of Jiang Zikengdu's head, and Yichen casually dropped the bench and stood in front of Wu Fan. A man who hits a woman is no good. He hadn't stepped in to stop it in the beginning, just to let Wu Fan learn a lesson, which once thought that Jiang Zi calculated to be completely crazy and wanted to kill people to death. Yichen, this didn't even start because of you. You forced me into this place now. I'm not having a good time, and I won't let you have a good time either. Jiang Zicheng said, his brows tightening, his fists clenching as he struck towards Yichen. The two fists were in the air opposite each other. Aha! Then rang out the sound of aching grief, only to see Wu Fan kick Jiang Ziqi's baby. Go to hell, scumbag. If she goes against Wu Fan, she will die. The males around them also subconsciously looked at their babies as if it was their own that had broken off. It hurts to look at it, let alone experience it in person. This man is a scumbag, embezzling public funds for food and drink. Wu Fan said all those bad things about him in one breath. I said recently how the company inexplicably lost money. Dares to say that you embezzled public funds. Boy, this time finally let me catch. Let you spend the rest of your life in jail. A middle-aged man said. Chairman, Jiang Zitsong was surprised. It's really unlucky today, when such unlucky things happen one after another. Boy, your good days are over. The chairman was furious. He looked at the side for a long time, felt curious, and looked at it more, not realizing that Jiang Zi calculated that this guy had so much courage and misappropriated public funds. Chairman, why are you here? Things aren't like this. Listen to my explanation. Jiang Zi calculus, the money you borrowed from me, when will you pay it back? Zhang Shanyuan looked at him condescendingly and inquired. Reality, you've always been in my heart. My money is yours. What little you have isn't enough for me to buy up a treasure. So pull yourself together. Zhang realistically interrupted him with contempt. In all the time they'd been dating, she'd never spent a dime on him. And not just that, but even spent a lot of money on him herself. I didn't realize that this dead man, still cheating on his back. Jiang Zitsong's entire body was like a bolt from the blue, and for a moment there was nothing left. Who called the police? What's wrong? At the sound, the police also arrived. That's him. The crowd pointed at Jiang Zitsong. The police froze. What is this? So many witnesses. Chapter 98 50-50. Misappropriation of public funds. The evidence is overwhelming. Wu Fan said. Assault and battery. The evidence is overwhelming. There were individual female friends in the crowd who took out the video taken of Jiang Zi counting the beating of Wu Fan. Scum. Slandering people. There are all kinds of crimes. Everything. The policeman was instantly stunned. It was the first time since he had been engaged that he had solved a case so easily. This gentleman, come back to the police station with us. The police took out handcuffs and put them on Jiang Ziqi's hands. That's not what happened. It's all just them talking. It's not like that. Jiang Zi calculated a dumbfounded explanation. Now no matter how much more he explained it would be a waste of words. Looking at Jiang Zikount's back as he left, a round of applause ensued. It's great to finally get this scumbag out of the way. This is still all thanks to Mr. Yi. Speaking of which, that's really what happened. Thanks to the fact that I just spoke so favorably for that scumbag. Luckily, It didn't do anything outrageous, or I would have regretted it. Some of them who had just not gotten involved were now glad they hadn't said anything. Mr. Yi, thanks to you for this today. Otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't know the real face of this scummy guy even until I die. Zhang Shanjian thanked him in a meek tone. Small things. My favorite thing to do is to be happy to help. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Oh, by the way these two young ladies are? Since these two young ladies also helped out quite a bit, I wanted to thank them. Zhang realistically asked as she noticed the Kuning duo next to her. Kuning, Ping Yanyu, a colleague of Yi Chen, a quiet lunchtime, was made to have a real headache. Kuning complained with a long sigh. Colleague? Wu Fan questioned. Of course, otherwise you wouldn't really think that the two of us are mistresses, right? That said, the moment you guys came up here, you called us mistresses. This kind of behavior is really quite speechless. Oh, Wu Fan was all embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm sorry, I'm not really sure, since it was that guy Jiang Zitsong who said it, so now that I think about that son of a, what a dog, humiliating her at every turn. Forget about the past. Looking at her bruised face, Kunin sighed. I'm sorry that you were almost misunderstood because of me. Wu Fan apologized very sincerely. Hurry back or you won't make it to the afternoon surgery. Yi Chen urged. Indeed it is, and it's getting late. Flat Smoky Rain looked at the time of a word and said. During the time they were speaking, the three men had already left the spot. Looking at the trio's backs, the crowd was dumbfounded, feeling very guilty about the kind of behavior he had just engaged in. Back at the hospital, Yi Chen and Kuning went into the operating room between the two of them and stayed for the rest of the afternoon. While the surgery was completed very successfully before the end of the shift, Kunin stretched and let out a long breath. The surgery was done so perfectly. It's kind of a beautiful day. Which one is Dr. Yi? At the sound of a voice came. Kunin turned his head to look. It was a middle-aged man, a bit older but with an extraordinary temperament. Miss, do you know that's Dr. Yi? The man inquired. Ah, he went to the restroom. What do you want with him? Nothing much, just thanking Dr. Yi for working so hard today and for the surgery being so successful, the middle-aged man said. Ah, in that case, I'm also the assistant for this surgery, so if you have any questions, you can also talk to me directly, and I'll definitely do my best if I can help. Kuning said. Thanks, the middle-aged man said and turned his head to leave. Kunin wanted to say something else about things, but all that was left for her was a backstory. It's the end of the day. I'm going to go home first. Oh, I'll leave the hospital to you. Yi Chen walked out and said. Been out all day and really missed my wife a bit. Good. Inside the hotel, Hanyu was sitting alone on the sofa with a large drawing on the table, all of which were some various designs. Hearing the door creak, Hanyu flew up and ran over. Honey, I'm home. Did you have a good day at work? Smooth as can be. On my Yi Chen side, even things that don't go well will be completely turned into smooth things by me. Yi Chen said with a smile. Hanyu looked at him like this, and it seemed like it was a relatively smooth day after all. Two people at night, going to sleep very early. Early the next morning, Yi Chen's sleep was interrupted by the sound of an alarm clock. As soon as they had just reached the hospital entrance, they were stopped by a man. Dr. Yi, hello, I went to look for you yesterday, but I didn't meet you. Yi Chen looked it up and down. He didn't seem to recognize this person in his memory. I'm the husband of whichever pregnant woman was there yesterday. Nana Kakoso. Nanako Kisei politely introduced himself. Nana Kimiko sang. That's not quite a local name. It's really a personalized name. Yi Chen, the patient's body is no longer in any serious condition. As long as he rests well, there is no problem. There is absolutely no need to worry. Yi Chen said politely. Thank you, Yi Hospital. I wonder if there's time to have a cup of coffee at the cafe across the street. Good. Yi Chen looked at the time. There was still half an hour before work time, and there was still time for his coffee. At the cafe, Nana Kitsune ordered a cappuccino, then took out a stack of contracts and handed them over. I brought my wife here just for the sake of healing, and now she has also gotten well, and won't come back to Jiangfeng City in the future. Oh yes, I almost forgot to mention that I'm not a local. I'm from Ganali country, but after coming here, there is a shopping mall building. I'm afraid that after leaving there will be no one to manage it seriously, so I decided to transfer this to Dr. Yi. Transfer it to me? I'm afraid that this salary of mine, a mall building, is a lot of money. Where is the extra money for a shopping mall when the current grandiose people are not paid up? Nanemo Zishan let out a light laugh. Dr. Yi, you've got it wrong. There's no need for a transfer fee. It's something I'm giving you for free in return for saving my wife. Free? The mall? It was indeed a great temptation for him, but after all, this matter, for him, was a simple matter. It was not good to be subjected to such an expensive gift. Yi Chen thought about it, but still did not hesitate to reject this matter directly. I'm afraid this won't work. Treating the sick and saving people is a doctor's business. Dr. Yi, this is my personal intention, and I've seen it before in front of the fast food restaurant near the hospital. Dr. Yi is a smart person. I'm relieved to leave them all to you. That's exactly the kind of smart, gutsy person he needs right now, and at the same time not a fraud. And Yi Chen was exactly that kind of person. Or how about this? The benefits are split 50-50. 5 for me, 5 for you. Nana Kimiko-san said. Chapter 99, Private Visit. To his surprise, Yi Chen could be so fair. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have agreed to do it long ago. As it turned out, his choice was not wrong, and often such people had a lot of potential. Wouldn't it be too good for Nisan? After all, I'm the one who didn't put in any effort. Yi Chen still said with some hesitation. It's a little uncomfortable to do something like this without having to do anything. Dr. Yi, it's really not easy to meet a capable person in a foreign country. I've been here for almost 2 years now, and originally I thought at the beginning that if I couldn't find someone as good as you, this shopping mall wouldn't be a good idea. But Kung Fu has led me to someone like Dr. Yi. That means God still wants us to work together. I'm afraid I'd be, well, guilty if you didn't say yes. Nanako Kisei's eyes dimmed as she spoke, her tone lost. People had said so. Wasn't it a bit bad if he refused again? And he does need the money now. And if he gets this mall down, even if it's a 50-50 split, he can get a lot of pure profit. Dr. Yi, consider it your great mercy to do me a favor. 50-50 is a little bit not very good. Otherwise, let's do this. The transfer fee is still normal. Let's say it's what I borrowed from you, and I'll return it to you when the time comes. Yi Chen said. Thinking about it, he felt better this way. Save yourself the trouble of splitting it up, and it wouldn't be a good idea for the team to lose money. If you just wrap it up like that, there's not a lot of pressure to make or lose money. Nana Kitsune agreed without hesitation. Okay, then, Nana Kitsune has signed. Yi Chen asked, doesn't the contract need to be changed? After all, it was filled out at the beginning to be given free of charge, and now it's equivalent to say it's a transfer. Dr. Yi, I believe in you. This small amount of money is not a big deal to me. Originally I wanted to give it to you in the beginning, only that you didn't want it. Besides, Dr. Yi definitely won't renege on his debt. Nanako Kisei's tone was firm and trusting. Rushing these words, and trust, Yi Chen inwardly all the more determined to give him money. You're still a heartless man, Yi Chen joked. Then the two added to each other to give contact information. Getting the mall. Yi Chen resigned directly from the hospital and went to the mall to organize. The mall is just located near the Magnificent People are a shopping mall. Shopping malls are crowded, cannot be counted on Zhongfeng City, one of the best building, but and the ordinary are not too much. Get him out of here. Having people like that around is just polluting the air, the gruff voice shouted. Then a couple of security guards stepped forward, pinned up a gray-haired old man, and threw him outside. The old man, dressed in rags, shouted, "What are you doing? It's outrageous. Is there such a thing as doing business like this? Throwing guests out. Are you a guest? Stealing a gold. Not sending you to the police station is good. Old man, you should feel lucky," the security chief said impatiently. Stealing and having the audacity to say it with such a straight face. What an old man. The old man's angry beard stared straight up and exclaimed, "I didn't steal. A gold I'm not so bad as to steal. I also have a lot at home. Instead, it's you guys. In the end, how do you do things? Indiscriminately arresting people." The head of security simply wouldn't listen, pulling to head out the door, with full authority to treat it as if he was being sophomoric. If you're so rich, why are you dressed so shabbily? This situation is like a beggar saying he is a billionaire. I am not the one who stole. You are not working responsibly. I am going to file a complaint against you. Shut up, old man. The security chief was really annoyed to hear that. Wait. Yi Chen stopped them in their tracks. Although this old man was dressed in shabby clothes, his cheeks were smooth and he didn't look too much like the kind of person from a poor family. Maybe, the gold he's talking about is a possibility. In general, to get the situation right. Something wrong? This Ren stole from us, and we are now at work. Which one are you? Yi Chen, you said you guys were working, but just now he said he didn't steal anything. Do you guys have definitive proof of stealing? Yi Chen's powerful aura suppressed them and asked in a serious tone. Evidence? Someone saw it with their own eyes, and gold was found on him. He's talking nonsense. The one who said I stole the gold is the real thief, and he's the one who put the gold on me. It's got nothing to do with me anyway. Young man, I don't see that you're not still a sensible person. Unlike these people of theirs, who do things blindly. The old man patted himself on the back and said in a high-strung manner, "Old man, that person is our employee. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll get you killed," the security chief said, falsely swinging his arm to strike. Hey, that's not how things are done. Don't you have surveillance here? Look at the surveillance and things will naturally become clear. Yi-chen blocked in front of the old man and said in a firm tone, "What's with the surveillance? Who has that kind of free time to look at the surveillance? The witnesses and material evidence are all there. The nail in the coffin," the security chief said and waved his hand at the people behind him. "Invite the person out of here. Besides, I suspect he's in cahoots with this old man. Yi-chen, the mall will close down sooner or later with this kind of security." It just so happened that the contract had just been signed down, and other than a few people at the top who knew he was from this mall, none of them knew. It's a good opportunity to micro-aggressively drive down all these maladies at the bottom. Get your manager. The manager isn't someone you can just see and look for. Besides, the manager's gone to a meeting right now. This guy really thinks he's an onion. He's going to ask for the manager. Then I'll make a call and call him myself, Yi-chen said as the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. The security chief let out a loud laugh as if he had heard a great joke, and the several small security guards behind him simultaneously laughed with their bellies. "Laughing my ass off. If you get the manager on the phone, I'll call your dad." Who does not know that the manager is the most grumpy, and this time period, should be in the head office, maybe meeting again. This guy a phone call over, disturbing the grumpy maniac. See how he ends up. Besides, how can this guy not have a manager or phone number? Everyone in the room was waiting for a good show to see how Yi-chen would be hung around for a round, only to see Yi-chen turn around and mutter something. Just less than a minute after the phone hung up, he came back. "How's it going? Did you get through?" The security chief sneered. "Captain, how can you fight without even a number? It's pretentious at best. Hey, it's not easy for people to be so tired of acting." Chapter 100. A new official cracks the whip 3 times. A few people laughed out loud, completely feeling that Yi-chen was pretending to be a pussy, and ended up being the type to fail at pretending to be a pussy. Yi-chen simply ignored what they did. Anything could happen until the last moment. The old man, on the other hand, let out a long sigh. "Young man, I'm grateful that you're willing to help me. These people are too stubborn. Forget it." Yi-chen's face was handsome and his tone was bland. "This mall is mine. Respecting you is respecting me. Yours? WOC? Young man, you, this joke is not the more you say the more excessive. From the beginning to know the manager, to now directly said that this mall is his. The TV drama do not dare to sew out of the role," the head of security shouted. During the conversation, a man in a suit approached, and the head of security instantly recognized that it was the manager. "Hello manager, this kid is lucky." Just after bragging about getting the manager to come, the manager comes over. The manager nodded, inquiring, "What's going on?" "It was this old man who stole our gold, and we were about to get the man out of there when we were stopped again by this chap, with a load of nonsense about trying to clear the old man of suspicion that they were in cahoots." The security chief rattled off a whole bunch of things, telling the story of what had just happened from beginning to end. According to the manager's violent temper, he will definitely reprimand people severely, and may even make a fool of them on the spot, much more ruthlessly than himself in comparison. In time they will know how amiable they are. The manager looked along and his brows tightened steeply as he grimaced. Pissed off. Watch the show," the security chief said with a smug smile in his heart. Next, snap, a slap in the face. "Asshole, who are you calling an accomplice?" the manager inquired in a cold tone. That's him." The security chief only thought that the manager did not hear him clearly, and this time he purposely came to Yi-chen's side and pointed at him with a strong will. That should make it clear enough now that there's no more for him. Snap, another slap in the face. The security chief was even more puzzled. Obviously he had already said it more clearly. Why was the manager still like this? "Manager, what are you doing hitting me? You say our bosses are in cahoots and steal gold. Do you think I believe you when you say that?" The manager's tone was cold, then turned around. 360 degrees big change. The tone of the meek said, "Yi-dong, he just came do not know how to do things. You have a large amount of adults, do not get involved with him. Let's see how he behaves," Yi-chen coldly said. The security chief and the few small security guards behind him instantly froze in place. "Boss? Yi-dong? Could it be that he really owns this mall as he just said? But now look at this situation. 100% is the case. The manager of such brutal people can be subdued, not many, and in favor of this person attentive, but also with a smile. This was bad for a few of them. They had offended the big man. Puff. A few people doubled up on their knees and prayed. "Boss, it's all because a few of us have eyes and don't know what's going on. Don't fire us. If we don't have this job, the whole family will have to go and drink the northwest wind." Yes, with an 80-year-old mother on top and a 5-year-old child underneath. There's just no way to live without this job. What would it take for you to forgive us? "Boss, whatever we can do, we will do." Their bawling eyes looked toward Yi-chen. Doing things at this mall is easy work and pays well. Leaving here and going back to this job like this is not going to be found in this lifetime. "Yi-dong, these few people, got to be indeed in the company for a long time. The family is still relatively difficult, and work quite hard, the manager said. It's a waste of time to fire them and have to find new people to train again. Didn't you just say they were new? Yi Chen said in a cold and stern tone. Aha! Now that's lifting a rock and stoning yourself. It's the gang's fault for causing all this and causing them to come panting. I don't know. How is the temper of this newly appointed boss? After all, as the saying goes, a new official has 3 fires. Yi Dong, that, just said it wrong. The manager's forehead heard dense beads of sweat dripping down. Stammered. Yi Chen crossed his arms and looked at them all from above. It was only after a long time that he spoke blandly. Go check the surveillance and give the guests an explanation. Fine. I'll be right there. Where did the security chief dare to say no at this moment, hating to turn himself into a surveillance record and then square it to him? Inside the surveillance room, the surveillance video was very clear in documenting that the person who stole was not the old man, but a man, and even the gold on the old man was put there by the same person. That's him, the reported theft. The security chief was dumbfounded. Damn, it almost made him cast a big mistake. It's my fault for not checking things out at the time and almost wrongly accusing old grandpa. The head of security was very guilty, then turned his head and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, old man, it's because I didn't do my job properly. The old man patted the dust on his body and said graciously, forget it, this matter, it's not your fault. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on that thief. It's really too cunning. Young man, today this thing thanks to you. If not for you, my old man, a lifetime of bright, this is going to be covered with the crime of thievery. Yi Chen said, I treat every guest equally, and I would do the same today even if it was someone else. What they do in this business is nothing but honesty. If honesty is gone, they won't be able to do it for long. The old man laughed, very much agreeing with what Yi Chen had said. Young man, you are a talented man, bound to do great things. The old man finished and turned his head to leave. Seeing the old man leave, Yi Chen's eyes, once again, gathered on the manager and the security guard. This scared a few of them so much that they fell to their knees, thumping their heads and praying continuously. Boss, it's all in our eyes. And again we say to shave as you wish. Several people said in unison. If time were to start over again, it would never be done so stupidly. Yi Chen put his hands behind his back and looked down on them like an emperor. These guys, though but fuzzy, are good and honest, not the wobbly, ungrounded kind. Why don't I just leave them here and keep them on? And if they do this again after the fact, it's not too late to just fire them. All go down to work. Yi Chen waved his hand and said to them. For a moment, none of them reacted. They all go down to work? Does that mean that they should stay on and work here? No way. Don't they say a new officer has 3 fires in his office? Why isn't there any fire here? Or is it that he has a problem with his ears and misheard? What? Want to get fired? Yi Chen saw that they didn't move and asked in a serious tone. Chapter 101, Self-Supporting. Ha, it's not like that. We'll be right there. The manager was the first to react and left in a huff. Any more hesitation and I'm afraid I'll be fired immediately. Several small security guards also followed along and went out together. No one dared to stay longer. Yi Chen exhaled deeply. A helpless face. All hurriedly left. Hey, it seems like it is really time to fix the mall. For the whole day today, Yi Chen thoroughly memorized all the details of the faults in the mall, all in one book, until the sun went down and the ringing of the phone interrupted him before he could sort of put the book away. Yi Chen, heard you say you resigned? Is it true or not? On the other end of the phone was Kooning, busy all day without stopping, embarrassed to stop guessing to hear that Yi Chen resigned. Yes, because of other things, the hospital may not be able to take into account that much. He had called over and resigned to ping Smokey 10 minutes before the first 10 minutes. Through the screen, one could feel Kunin's loss. Hello? Hello? Anyone else? No one was talking on the other end of the phone for a long time. Yi Chen questioned questioningly. Yi Chen, have you thought about it? Actually, working in a hospital is quite good. Kunin's eyes dimmed and his tone was low. Without Yi Chen in the hospital, the whole thing felt bad. He used to be there and still always felt solid in his heart, but now it felt like a piece of him was missing. Sure, and there's already a new job, Paragon Mall, so come hang out here sometime. Okay, but what were you doing at the Paragon Mall? Shopping malls generally do is also sell things, and then there are cleaners. The largest is also the manager level, but according to her sources know that the general manager either has connections or has a high degree of education and rich experience. The most stupid way is also from the salesman step-by-step climb up. Yi Chen study medicine of a person, to come here, and time in short, and is not a big degree, at most should be only salesman, really can't figure out. His medical skills are so brilliant, work well in the hospital, Ping Yanyu will surely reuse him. When the time comes there will be no less benefits. Yi Chen laughed lightly and replied with a vague two-pronged secret. Speaking of which, he's going to have to come up with some money ahead of time. 2. To pay for the villa at Hongwei's place. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Kunin stopped and didn't pursue the matter any further. Looks like you'll have to see for yourself to find out what's going on. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen messed up the accounts and took some money ahead of time to pay for Hongwei's house. Next, it was left to find a remodeling company to renovate the house, and everything was done in a big way. It's still early, so why don't we just call Han Yu over now and go look at it together? True to his word, Yi Chen quickly dialed over the phone. Honey, I'll wait for you downstairs and give you a big surprise. Yi Chen laughed. Good. Han Yu also made a point of dressing herself up for a series. Next, the two went to a remodeling company together. Yi Chen, did Hongwei pay up clearly? Han Yu questioned. Only a deposit was delivered, and I'm afraid the salesman wouldn't have let it in if I had gone straight to the renovation. Yi Chening held Han Yu's waist, and said in a gentle tone, Don't worry, everything is ready. Wife, what style do you like? Next we have to work hard for you, to help decorate. He had more important things to do, and the renovation would take a while, so he was afraid he wouldn't be able to take care of it. Han Yu nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep a good eye on it. Honey, the house is in both of our names, so don't worry, there's a piece of you in there too. It also has her name. Han Yu's heart thumped, although she also cared about this matter, but she hadn't contributed a single penny, so it was reasonable to say that it was normal to not have her name. But Yi Chen didn't care about this point in the slightest. It was really too touching. Honey, thank you. Han Yu burst into tears and jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Thank me for what? Thank you for being so kind to me, for not forgetting your past and being so good to me as always. Han Yu's tone kept choking too. After she got married, she was all about looking down on Yi Chen and treating him with cold eyes everywhere, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to be so nice to her. Hubby, from now on, the two of us will stay together properly, and neither of us will leave the other. Okay, Han Yu said imploringly. Yi Chen nodded his head and thoughtfully wiped away her tears. Silly, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Oh, yeah, it worked. His wife called him her husband. The family problems have been solved. Now the next step is to get the studio and the mall up and running. Han Yu inwardly became even more determined that choosing Yi Chen was the most correct thing she had done in the last half of her life. In the next few days, Han Yu was all buried in the decoration, while Yi Chen was running business outside every day. Inside the mall, Yi Chen came to the mall to observe as he always did, and just walked to the elevator door. Hear the noisy sounds of hee-haw. Everyone, don't panic and never go back and forth. The manager was holding a tuba in his hand, and beads of sweat kept pouring down his forehead. What the hell is wrong with you guys? How did the mall get this stuff? And how are we supposed to come back here again? That's it, no safety concerns at all. Next time everyone stay away. Trashy mall. The crowd protested. The security guard stopped at the front, his face serious. Shut up, all of you. And if you make any more noise, watch out for the python to swallow you. The manager heard his brain buzzing and shouted towards them. I'm sick of these guys, making loud noises only ushers in the boa constrictor. Who knows how the mall got this thing? It's so sad. What happened? Yi Chen walked in smoothly and said, There's a thick-mouthed, 10-meter-long boa constrictor in the living room of the hall, and I don't know how it got where it is. I presume someone must have gotten it up there. The manager pointed to the ceiling not far away and gave a rundown of the sort of events leading up to the incident, and he had already notified the fire department. It had been 10 minutes and it hadn't come yet. Really? And he didn't know what had happened and was more than sure that this snake was not simple here. Go get me a shovel, Yi Chen said in a serious tone. A snake this big could never be here. It's normal to have snakes, but not this big. The mall has been known to have the occasional creature come in and out of it, but one of this size would only be found in a wilderness forest. The manager immediately brought the shovel from the warehouse. Yi Dong, I'm afraid that the shovel will not work for this snake. After all, it's too thick. If it's an ordinary snake, it's still okay. If it had been a normal snake, he would have dealt with it long ago and wouldn't have had to cause so much panic. This, of course, he did not say out loud, but secretly muttered in his mind. Without saying a word, Yi Chen lifted the shovel and viciously bucketed it towards the ceiling. With a crash, a large hole was broken open and the creature was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 102 Prototypal. Yi Dong, it's better not to get it. The fireman will be here soon. The manager was so scared that beads of sweat dripped down from his soybean-sized forehead. A 10-meter-long python that can eat people. If this gets down, won't they all be cold? The python on the ceiling snapped, startling the crowd into another commotion. Scrambling out the door, the murmur of voices caused a great commotion, causing the python to move impatiently. Lock the door, no one can go out, and keep them all quiet, Yi Chen shouted at the security guard. The security guards froze at first, then stopped the crowd. I'm going to report that you are privately disturbing the freedom of life. That's right, and we're not allowed to talk. It's a naked restriction of freedom. Whistle blowing. Report. Report. Shady Mall. The crowd, even more dissatisfied with this practice, protested en masse, and unusually loud, and the python became even more frightened. It's going to be dangerous if we keep this up. Yi Chen turned his head, exuding a cold aura all over his body, and yelled in a cold and stern tone, "All shut up, or suffer the consequences." Instantly, the entire surrounding was silent, startled by Yi Chen's aura. Then Yi Chen gave another hard pounding, and the python fell down with it. Click! Straight away it bleeds from its half, then picks up the black bag in his hand and puts it over the python's head, which sack comes over. The manager has been completely confused at this moment. The hand movements immediately bring the supermarket's largest sacks, not more not less, just can be loaded in. Get someone to drop it off somewhere safe. Yi Chen immediately tied the sack and threw it to the manager. He just looked at it. The python is not poisonous, vegetarian, and still eating the kind of information that is bred. No need to guess that someone is deliberately messing things up. Better not let him catch it, or he'll never be spared. The manager froze for a long time, his hand trembling, and he didn't dare to pick it up. Goodness gracious, somebody help him. Don't dare take the python. Take it. What are you waiting for? I've taken care of it. It doesn't hurt anyone. Yi Chen saw that he was afraid and explained. Yi Dong, snakes are spiritual. Did you kill them? The manager inquired uncertainly. He didn't dare take it though, especially with a snake as big as this one, and feared retaliation if it died. Not dare to take, is also one of the reasons why called the fireman to come, because, know that the fireman will put this snake back to nature. But he did not expect Yi Chen, directly a pincer down. Don't worry, it's fine, I'm just keeping him in a temporary coma, and the blood is just the equivalent of a broken human finger. I'm not, well, that heartless. Yi Chen saw the doubts in the manager's heart and said in a serious tone, does he look that unreliable? The manager was relieved to hear this, and silently took the burlap bag. Right away, he said, opening the mall door and darting out. For a moment, the crowd didn't react. The speed was just too fast. They didn't even have time to see how the massive thing was taken care of. I'm sorry, today's events have caused you all to be shocked. Let's do this. In order to express our apologies, we are sending a coupon of $300 minus wanting $100 as a compensatory gift. Yi Chen apologized with a very sincere bow. With such a big thing happening at the mall, if word gets out by people with ulterior motives, the damage will be huge. Now he has solved it in this way, not only increase the sales of the mall, but also at the same time to apologize to the guests. Too perfect. And even if the word gets out, after all, there are still a lot of people, but also to him, to tell the truth. The chairman is the chairman. This pattern is all different, and it's generous. Although there was a little accident, but at the same time, it also made us feel that the owner of this mall is a great person, and we won't be afraid to come back here in the future, no matter what happens. Agree with what the last one said. Very sensible. A lot of the big bosses don't come down to patrol these days, let alone have such great skills. Respect for the owner's attitude. We'll come back next time. The crowd had praised Yi Chen. Most of the people who came here to shop were female friends, one to Sprinkle seeing such a big coupon, and the other to Yi Chen's sincere attitude as well as his awesome hands, which of course actually included his handsome appearance. Yi Chen smiled lightly and said, thank you all for your understanding. I didn't expect it to be so popular, which was quite unexpected. After that, he didn't know how much time had passed before Yi Chen was told by the manager that the firefighters hadn't received any signals that they were in danger at all, which made it even more certain that this time, it was artificially made. Yi Dong, it seems that someone is looking for our trouble. I remember also did not offend anyone. This why still make such a big thing? The manager interrogated somewhat strangely. Just of course did not offend anyone. Such a big battle. He should have thought that it is related to himself. Just at present cannot figure out who in the end is screwing him. The number of people he had offended was too many to count, and it would be a bit troublesome for him to count them one by one. Well, remember to get someone to fix this down. Yi Chen changed the topic. The manager sighed a sigh of relief and finally held his doubts. The good thing about the mall is that the ceiling is only cracked a little, not enough to close the door. Just isolate the broken area and repair it individually. After the explanation, Yi Chen didn't stop at all and immediately went back. It's been out almost a week or so, and I'm not sure how the wife has done with the house. Magnificent people's villa. Just walked to the corridor, heard the sound of hee-haw noise. At the end of the corridor was a small garden of the owners, used for events, usually not much frequented, and at the moment it was piled with crowds. Gentlemen, who's the doctor? Save my grandfather and I'll be grateful. A young lad was seen, with a choked tone of supplication, while an old man of advanced years lay dying in his arms. Most of the people who live here are businessmen. Who knows these medical skills? Since no one went up and said a word, until a young lass popped her head up and volunteered. I'll do it. Young lady, this is no joke. Can you do it? The young man was clearly incredulous. Don't treat his grandfather worse and worse. At his young age, he didn't even believe it was possible to be much better. If he can't, I'll do it. Wang Shizhong is always qualified. Then a low voice interrupted him and an old man in his 50s walked out. Wang Shizhong? Is that the legendary Hua Tuo in the world? The divine Dr. Wang Shizhong? It looks like it should be, though I haven't seen it. The legends say it's an old man in his 50s and there's a young female disciple. Then which little girl just now? Could it be that she is not his own disciple? Chapter 103, is it a wasted name? The crowd of onlookers were talking. Although Yichen said that he came over to see the decoration of the house, but he was not in a hurry, and when he saw a patient in the neighborhood, he stopped. His thoughts were simple, a healer's heart. In case this Wang Shizhong couldn't cure the old man, he himself was ready to step in. With just a sweeping glance, he had already seen the old man's condition. Although he had heard the crowd's comments that this Wang Shizhong was some kind of Hua Tuo in the world, Yichen didn't really believe it. He knew that some people's reputation was actually difficult to match. To put it bluntly, it was a blown fame. So that's why he stopped and looked over. Are you really Hua Tuo in the world, Mr. Wang Divine Dr. Wang? That young man couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the old man register himself as Wang Shizhong. The 50-something-year-old man's face sank. What? Could it be that the old immortal would still lie to you? No, I don't mean that. It's so exciting. Divine Dr. Wang, you're here. Then my grandfather is saved. Divine Dr. Wang, please. The young man was filled with excitement. Divine Dr. Wang nodded. Irrelevant personnel, get out of the way first. Don't delay the old man's treatment. As soon as the old man's words fell, the young woman, who had just been there, had already begun to drive away the crowd. Everyone move back a bit. Can't you hear my master? Don't delay his treatment. Realize that saving lives is like putting out fires. Hearing the young woman say that, the crowd backed up in surprise while talking. It seems that this young woman is really Divine Dr. Wang's young disciple. Yes. I've also heard that this Divine Dr. Wang is late in life and is hooked up with this disciple. A tall and a short two people watching the scene lowered their voices and muttered, not daring to be loud for fear of being heard by this woman. Yichen also leaned back a little and looked towards the front. Wang Shizhong quickly arrived in front of the fallen old man. Young man, what's your grandfather's condition? Hearing Divine Dr. Wang inquire about himself, the young man rubbed his hands together and frowned. Mr. Wang, what exactly is the situation? I don't know. We just moved over not long ago. My grandfather just came out for a walk. Who would have thought that something like this would have happened? So, you don't know what ails your grandfather either? Yeah, I'm a little confused right now too. So what are your grandfather's underlying illnesses in his normal life? Foundation disease? The young man scratched his scalp. No, my grandfather's body is usually strong, and he's never been in a coma or fainted to the ground like this. Oh, Divine Dr. Wang nodded. That's how it is anyway. Divine Dr. Wang, hurry up and do something to save my grandfather. Seeing that Divine Dr. Wang hadn't made a move to save his grandfather, the young man was a bit anxious. Yichen, who was standing next to him at this time, also felt a little strange, since this Wang Shizhong, known as the current Hua Tuo, then for the art of Chinese medicine, looking, sniffing and cutting, should be very skillful only right, but why did he ask one after another, but not to the old man's pulse? Chinese medicine treats illnesses by looking, sniffing and examining. To look is to look at the patient's qi. Generally speaking, as long as a person has a disease, it can be presented on the face, and Chinese medicine practitioners can make a preliminary judgment by observing the patient's face. Smell is the odor of the patient's body. To ask is to ascertain one's judgment by questioning the patient. Just now this Divine Dr. Wang, there was no mistake in asking the young man. After all, the person in question was already unconscious. As his relative, this young man should know the relevant situation of his grandfather, but he shouldn't ask endlessly. As for cutting, it means checking the patient's pulse and eventually making a correct judgment through the operation of the patient's pulse, which is the basic treatment process of Chinese medicine. This Divine Dr. Wang, on the other hand, just kept asking. Now, Yichen also felt that this Divine Dr. Wang was somewhat abnormal. Seeing that Divine Dr. Wang hesitated to say anything, the young man became a bit anxious. Divine Dr. Wang, what exactly is the situation? My grandfather is in a coma now. You hurry to save him. At this moment, the onlookers, too, were anxious for the old man. A straight-talking old lady directly shouted at Divine Dr. Wang. Saving lives is like putting out fires. Divine Dr. Wang, why don't you do it yet? Seeing the young man and the crowd urging anxiously, this Divine Dr. Wang then said, Young man, my medical center is not far away in the vicinity, so hurry up and carry your grandpa and go to my medical center, and after you get there, I'll treat your grandpa. Hearing Divine Dr. Wang say this, the young man was surprised. Divine Dr. Wang, can't you just stay here and treat my grandfather in a hurry? Now that his old man is unconscious, he won't have any accidents if he ventures to move, right? Divine Dr. Wang directly waved his hand. Don't worry, I've treated many patients like this, and now that the patient is unconscious, it's only because of the lack of oxygen to the brain that caused this condition. Moving him nowadays, there will be no accidents or risks, so feel free to hurry up and carry him on your back to my medical center. Hearing Divine Dr. Wang make this assurance, Yi Chen could not help but stare in shock. Just now, he had already checked that this old man who had fallen unconscious was unconscious because of a sudden rupture of a cerebral blood vessel, and this Divine Dr. Wang, in this situation, even let the old man's grandson carry the old man to his own medical center to have such a tawdry operation. Yi Chen was very surprised. Since the situation of the elderly is already very serious, it is best to take certain remedial measures under such circumstances to avoid further aggravation of the condition. But now this Wangshan doctor even let the patient's family carrying the patient to his clinic. This venture to move is bound to the old man's condition, causing a great impact, maybe life-threatening. After such a thought, Yi Chen's brows were furrowed. Could it be that this divine physician Wang, too, was not just a name for nothing? Otherwise, why not treat the unconscious old man on the spot, but ask the patient's family, instead, to get the patient to his clinic? Could it be that this Dr. Wang is not really proficient in Chinese medicine theory? Is it only through the assistance of the so-called medical equipment that he can make the correct judgment on the patient? Truly, one must stop them, because the patient's situation at the moment, very serious, is a cerebral hemorrhage. Really, if you listen to the words of Dr. Wangshan, then after the patient was carried to his medical center, the situation will be completely troublesome. Maybe the old man will become a vegetable, can only lie on the bed in a coma. After seeing that young man hesitate for a moment, he bent down and lowered his head to try to carry the old man. Yi Chen directly stopped him. Don't move. Your grandfather's condition is so serious today that if he ventures to move, he'll become a vegetable 100% of the time. Yi Chen's words directly shocked the young man. Chapter 104, You shouldn't take the wrong way. Just look at his outstretched hand. As if he had been electrocuted, he hurriedly retracted it, and at the same time, his gaze, he also looked at Yi Chen. It was estimated that he was also very strange as to who was stopping him, and also said something like this, wasn't this a slap in the face of Divine Dr. Wang? Originally, Dr. Wang had already made the judgment to let himself carry his grandfather directly to his clinic, and said that in the process, the patient will not have any accidents. But this young man, now, is coming out to discourage it, saying that if he moves his grandfather, he risks becoming a vegetable. The young man, after being stopped, was very surprised and looked at Yi Chen with a shocked gaze. When he saw that Yi Chen was about the same age as himself, the young man became more and more surprised. Were you the one who just stopped me from carrying Grandpa to the medical center? The young man had a puzzled look on his face. Yi Chen nodded. That's right. Nowadays, your grandfather's situation is very serious. He simply cannot move around recklessly. Once he does, the bruises in his cerebral blood vessels will expand, ultimately causing the patient to become a vegetable. Yi Chen's words directly shocked the young man, who looked at Yi Chen with a face full of shock. Ha, how were you able to tell what my grandfather had? Are you a doctor too? Yi Chen nodded. Not bad, I am indeed a doctor. You're a doctor too. Looking at this young man again, at this time, his face was full of difficulties, and for a while he didn't know who to listen to. Just now, Dr. Wang's statement, let himself hurriedly take his grandfather to his clinic to receive treatment. He said that mobile grandfather is fine. The young man in front of him, who also said he was a doctor, would not allow himself to move his grandfather, saying that if he did, he would be in danger of becoming a vegetable. So the young man at this moment was a little bewildered. The patients who had gathered around to watch the scene were also very surprised after seeing this scene. I'll go. There's such a thing. I didn't realize we had two doctors inside this neighborhood. Yeah, this is hilarious. It looks like the next two doctors are going to PK. The people watching the scene were talking a lot. This scene, but the young woman on the side of the angry, her eyes glared, her pink face swelled red. How dare you? You dare to question the judgment made by my master. Divine Dr. Wang, hurry up where you came from and go back to where you came from. Don't meddle here, or else, if you delay the patient's treatment, can you afford to pay this responsibility? Li Nan forced down the fire in her heart and said so to Yi Chen. Originally, she wanted to say just now that she would tell this young man who didn't know the heights of heaven to get out of the way, but in the end, she suppressed the fire in her heart. Hearing this woman in front of him say these words to himself in exasperation, Yi Chen faintly shook his head. Ignorant people have no fear. How dare you say that I am blindly involved? Let me ask you, once the patient's body develops a condition after the move, if the situation I mentioned eventually occurs, can you afford to pay the responsibility? Hearing Yi Chen righteously say these words, Li Nan Nan couldn't help but be startled. The main thing is that I did not expect the young man in front of me. So ungrateful. His own master Wang Divine Doctor has already made a judgment. This young man, but also dared to walk up. Really big guts. It had to be said that this moment was very shocking and unexpected for Li Nan Nan. She carefully observed Yi Chen's face and found that the young man in front of her was calm and relaxed. It was that he himself had said those words just now, and there was not a trace of panic on his face. And anyway, he did not see the slightest bit of fear from the other party's face. This couldn't help but make the strong Li Nan Nan also suck in a breath of cold air. After seeing Yi Chen look like this, Li Nan Nan's heart began to feel apprehensive. After sucking in a mouthful of cold air, Li Nan Nan secretly said in her heart, strange, this young man's aura, why is it so powerful? According to this guy, even if he is a doctor, after hearing his master's name, he should also retreat 3 times. Even more so, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to walk up and provoke the master's authority. Did he have some kind of card and backbone that emboldened him? But it's not right. The other party is so young. What kind of cards can he have? Could it be that this young man doesn't know who he's provoking? On second thought, it wasn't right. This young man, with his air of dignity and a very calm look on his face, since the other side was like this, could there be some kind of conspiracy or trickery? After a quick brainstorm, Li Nan Nan instantly understood. Needless to say, this young man was very cunning, so maybe this was a ploy or a way of hype for the other side. In front of the crowd, he called out his own master, Divine Dr. Wang, so that even if his rescue failed, this young man, too, had a certain popularity. After all, daring to provoke Divine Dr. Wang, it was this boldness that made the general public admire him. Yeah, that's what this young man must be thinking. After figuring out what was going on, Li Nan Nan couldn't help but skim her lips. Are there so many young people who don't know the sky and the earth in this world now? And it's like your brain is in the water. It's really ruining people's outlook. Alas, the world is going downhill and people's hearts are not in the right place. Thinking clearly about all this, Li Nan Nan skimmed her lips. Young man, since you're also a doctor, you should follow the right path. Don't think about some crooked ways all day long, trying to get yourself fired up through hype like this. I'm going to tell you clearly today that this path is not going to work. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't speak, she snorted coldly. Humph, trying to gain popularity by provoking my master. Just die. I will definitely not let your treacherous plan succeed. This Li Nan Nan, although she was about the same age as Yi Chen, was a tone of a person who had been there before. Hearing her say this, the young man on the side is stunned. Yes, just now how they did not think of this, almost on the guy's big mistake. And at this moment, the crowd of onlookers beside them began to come back to their senses. Just now, Yi Chen stood out like this, startling the crowd. Although everyone was shocked, they were puzzled inside their brains, not understanding why this young man, so bold, dared to stand out and provoke the authority of Hua Tuo's living Wang Xinshu. Now that his beautiful disciple had explained it, everyone realized what was going on. I really didn't expect that this young man was actually playing with such an idea. Told you, I wasn't expecting that. Alas, what's wrong with young people nowadays? Letting go of the good and righteous path and favoring the crooked path. Is this the legendary sword going off the beaten path? I have to say, this young man is very brainy to think of using this way to hype up his fame. Yes, this brain circuit, it's not exactly a novelty. Chapter 105, What diagnoses have been made? That Wang Shizhong, who called himself Dr. Wang Xin, was also very angry. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that someone would jump out and provoke his authority, and that it would be a young man who was too young for his own good. Wang Shizhong said in his heart, could it be that this young man's brain, which was kicked by a donkey, really hadn't heard of his name? According to his own speculation, this young man, if he is studying medicine, he should have heard of his great name, not so much as a two-eyed, just jumped out waiting for his disciple Li Nan Nan to make a speculation. He then realized that he was so confused by his anger just now that he didn't think of this. Yes, the young man in front of me must have had such a devilish idea. If he stood out to provoke himself, invariably, he increased his popularity, and regardless of whether the other party lost or won, he would be able to attract everyone's attention. This young man was so smart that he wanted to hype up his fame in such a way, but if this young man really thought so, he was very wrong. Thinking of this, Divine Dr. Wang's eyes glared at the patient's family member, that is, the young man, and huffed. I said, what's your situation? Did you not hear what I just said? The patient's condition, today, is already very serious. and any further delay will definitely affect the effectiveness of the treatment. The patient has a golden slot from the moment of onset of the disease, after which treatment is much less effective. Young man, what I said to you just now is not a joke. If you take it as a whisper, there is nothing I can do. What to do next? Use your own brain and think about it. The divine Dr. Wang at this moment, although he was very angry in his heart, he did not take the initiative to call out Yi Chen. The reason for this was that divine Dr. Wang had already considered clearly that by not taking the initiative to call the shots, he could firmly grasp the initiative. The matter of dealing with this young man who didn't know any better was best left to his beautiful protege and the patient's family. One was not going to get into any kind of verbal fight with this young man. There was no need for that. After all, he had already made a name for himself, and divine Dr. Wang especially loved his feathers. Hearing him say these words, the patient's family, that is, the young man Wang Chang, completely panicked. In the next instant, he was on his hands and knees, continuing to reach for his grandfather, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this Wang Chang, treating his words as if they fell on deaf ears, Yi Chen shouted, "Stop! What a nonsense! Did you not hear what I just said? Nowadays, your grandfather's condition is a cerebral hemorrhage, and in such a situation, you simply can't move around recklessly, so hurry up and stop. At this point, if you move the patient, you're killing someone." With these words, Yi Chen's tone was harsh, directly scaring Wang Chang to the point where his body trembled. He raised his head in shock and looked at Yi Chen. This moment Wang Chang also did not expect that the young man in front of him would once again stop his actions. At this moment, he couldn't help but be a little confused. Who should he listen to now? Hearing Yi Chen say these words, Li Nan Nan couldn't help but be completely furious. She pointed at Yi Chen's nose and said angrily, "Young man, if you do that, you're being too unkind, aren't you? Do you really want to sing against my master? I pooh. You're also worthy. I've just said that you're doing this to simply hype yourself up." Hearing this woman in front of him, even saying that she was hype, Yi Chen was also convinced. He looked coldly at the woman in front of him. Ignorant people have no fear. That's you, right? Don't pretend to understand. Don't disgrace yourself here. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't delay the patient's treatment. At this moment, Yi Chen, because he was a bit angry, did not have a good voice and directly rebuked the woman in front of him. Hearing Yi Chen tell himself to get out of the way, Li Nan Nan couldn't help but be completely furious. Since he had been worshipping the Reverend Hua Tuo, no one had spoken to him in such a tone of voice, and now in front of the crowd, this young man told him to get out of the way. Where could the high-minded and proud Li Nan stand such a wimpy anger? Her eyes glared, and she said furiously to Yi Chen, "I think you have a lot of guts. Now that my master has spoken, you still dare to speak up and block our treatment. I think you are blatantly harming people." With that, her gaze went to the crowd. Let's judge and hear if that's what I'm saying. The crowd watching also felt that Yi Chen, at this moment, was a bit excessive. At this moment, an old man said, "Young man, don't be so persistent. If you want to speculate, it's not impossible. But in this situation nowadays, you'd better hurry and get out of the way, so as not to delay divine Dr. Wang's treatment." Just now he did not say it. The patient has a golden salvage slot. Really, if you delay the salvage time, that is a great sin. At that time, you are afraid that you will not be able to eat and go. Yes, young people, hype is fine, but without a bottom line it's hopeless. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, shaking his head with disdain as he spoke. Apparently, he also took Yi Chen as a speculative speculator. Seeing that everyone viewed themselves in this way, Yi Chen shook his head breathlessly. He wondered in his mind why everyone was in such a state of mind that they thought they were hype. At this moment, Yi Chen was still unwise to quickly retreat. Wang Shizhong, who was on the side, was very angry. "You young man, you're also too uneducated. Now in this situation, don't hurry to get out of the way." With this anger, he had actually forgotten his own principle just now, which was to try not to fight with Yi Chen. In anger, divine Dr. Wang snorted coldly, "Young man, I would advise you to get out of here. Just now my disciple has already explained the situation. If it's really because of your fooling around, thus delaying the patient's golden slot for treatment, then you're in for a big treat." Only when he heard this divine Dr. Wang speak did Yi Chen turn back to look at him. Yi Chen said coldly, "Are you the legendary Hua Tuo in the world Wang Shenhe?" Wang Shizhong's face sank as he snorted coldly. "Since you've heard of my name, young man, you should know very well what to do next. At this point, there is no need for me to say more. If you keep messing around, the next thing that happens can be greatly unpleasant." Seeing this Wang Shizhong threatening himself, Yi Chen's face immediately sank. He was also very angry at this moment. "What do you mean by nonsense? What exactly are the diagnoses you just made regarding the patient's condition? Can you say that to all of you?" Seeing the young man in front of him, not being shocked by his own words, but actually calling out to himself, Divine Dr. Wang felt very shocked. Chapter 106 Apprehension. Seeing the young man in front of him, not being shocked by his own words, and even calling out to himself, Divine Dr. Wang felt very shocked. In his heart, he said, "Is this young man, is eaten ambition and leopard gall? He has already said the words so clear. Why is the other party still so uninterested?" Therefore at this moment, a dark cloud hung over Divine Dr. Wang's face. He coldly said to Yi Chen, "As for how I judge, that's my business, and it doesn't have a single cent to do with you. He is a famous divine doctor. What kind of thing is this young man? How dare he speak out and accuse himself? What a big dog's guts." At this moment, Divine Dr. Wang could no longer hold back the fire in his heart. Hearing the other party say these words, Yi Chen was also very angry. "It has nothing to do with me. That's not true at all, but it has a great deal to do with the patient, whose life may be cut short because of this judgment on your part. With the presence of quacks like you, there is a huge threat to patients." Hearing the young man call Divine Dr. Wang a quack, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Crap! This young man is so raw. He even called the famous Dr. Wang a quack. How dare he? I go. Really convinced this young man. This is the brain into the water. Right. Or it is the cerebritis patients. The brain is a little abnormal. Right. Yes. We must know that Divine Dr. Wang, but in Shiwachuo, a doctor with such a reputation is by no means vain, much less this young man in front of us, who was able to challenge him. That's what I said. But the odd thing is that this young man, now, is provoking the renowned Divine Dr. Wang. Yi Chen's words almost made Li Nan furious. She pointed at Yi Chen's nose and said angrily, "Kid, do you know what you're saying? Do you know who you are facing? I think you're crazy without any boundaries." Seeing his disciple's exasperated appearance, Wang Shizhong waved his hand at her. Nan, don't be in a hurry. Let's speak slowly if we have something to say. Since this young man is unconvinced, I'll let him be convinced." Hearing her master say this, Li Nan then nodded. "Okay, master. Next, you have to teach him a good lesson, or else this young man, who knows too little about the sky and the earth, and really takes himself as a dish, who pinches him." Only after pacifying his disciple did Wang Shizhong turn back, his gaze continuing to look at Yi Chen to the side. "Young man, you have just made a presumptuous assertion that I did not check on the patient's condition. You are libeling and slandering when you say that. How do you know that I did not observe the patient's condition?" Hearing Wang Shizhong asking himself this question, Yi Chen faintly smiled. Just now he has observed very clearly. This Wang Shizhong, just frequently asked the young man, simply did not use the method of judgment of Chinese medicine, looking, sniffing, and diagnosing the old man on the ground. Since the other party had raised such a query, Yi Chen nodded. "Okay, since you said you've seen it, let me ask you, this old man at the moment, what exactly is his situation?" This. When Yi Chen questioned this, Wang Shizhong could not help but open his mouth. It was true that he had not just looked and smelled himself, which was one of the means of his own treatment, questioning the patient's family or the patient himself before making a subsequent diagnosis. His so-called follow-up diagnosis is to rely on his own medical center, sophisticated medical equipment, to finally make a diagnosis. It was not through the Chinese medicine practitioner's look and smell to diagnose the patient. So just now, he initially judged that the old man who had fainted on the ground was due to insufficient supply of oxygen, which led to fainting on the ground. I made this judgment because I heard the young man say that his grandfather was in great health and ate well. The likelihood of a cerebrovascular condition in such a patient is not to say that it is absent, but it is not great. Seeing the other party stammering, Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer. "Just now I seem to remember you saying something about a patient fainting because of a lack of oxygen to the brain. If you really make that kind of judgment, then you're an unquestionable quack." Hearing the young man say that he was a quack again, Wang Shizhong, no matter how good-tempered he was, couldn't help but feel anger in his heart at this moment. To know that now he has become famous, is the famous Hua Tuo in the world Wangshan doctor, but the young man under the eyes, what kind of thing, even dared to accuse himself in public, saying that he is a quack, sure cannot tolerate, what cannot be tolerated. In the next second, this Wang Shizhong's eyes glared and completely flipped out. "Young man, you even said that I Wang Shizhong is a quack. Really a big joke. Think I Wang Shizhong, no matter how to say, is also inside the eyes of the crowd, is also recognized in the world of Hua Tuo. You even say that I am a quack?" Seeing that this old fellow was furious, Yi Chen nodded with a bland expression. "Good, you're not only a quack, you're an unmitigated quack. What? This young man is crazy, to say that Divine Dr. Wang is a great quack. This young man, too mouthy, and too arrogant. To know, the dog is crazy to get bricks, people are arrogant, to plant a heel. Watch, this young man, soon to be unlucky. I think so, let's see what happens next." The crowd's eyes widened in shock. No one had ever thought that it was the inside of the neighborhood. Fainted an old man, actually appeared in front of this situation. However, those who watch the fun are not afraid of the big things, so more and more mobilized their interest in watching the fun and bustle. The crowd was shocked, and Wang Shizhong and his beautiful disciple, Li Nan Nan, were also shocked for a moment and somewhat at a loss for words. This master and disciple were usually praised like flowers by others. Where did they receive such cold treatment and slander? Especially this young man, who also mouthed that he was some kind of great quack. A big word that deeply pierced Wang Shizhong's sensitive heart, and at this moment he was so angry that he jumped up. What, kid, you even called old me a big quack? What a big dog's guts. Yi Chen wasn't intimidated by the other party's exasperation, and with a faint smile, he said to Wang Shizhong, since you're unconvinced, then I'll state my judgment. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Wang Shizhong couldn't help but take a step back in shock. He instantly widened his eyes. At this moment Wang Shizhong felt full of incredulity. He said in his heart, could it be that the young man in front of him was really something? With 2 brushes. Just now, his own beautiful disciple said that he was using the opportunity to speculate and wanted to increase his popularity. Could it be that this speculation was not correct? Anyway, after hearing Yi Chen say such words, Wang Shizhong's heart was a little apprehensive. Chapter 107 Basis of Judgment. Just now, he had already observed that the young man in front of him didn't have the slightest intention of fearing himself. It was the name of the famous Dr. Wang, the divine doctor. That didn't scare the young man in front of him. That being said, how did he do all this? If he didn't really have the courage in his heart, the young man dared to make such a move. Wasn't this looking for death? After thinking like this, Wang Shizhong's heart became more and more apprehensive. Crap, could it be that the young man in front of him really had some skills? Just now, he just casually said that the elderly fell to the ground because of the lack of oxygen in the brain. But if the young man had judged correctly, then today, wouldn't he have planted a big head? Originally, I had come to the neighborhood myself today to take a look around and see how my house renovation was going. After this Wang Shizhong got rich, he also bought a house in this villa area. And today he specially and his beautiful little disciple came over to check. Of course this was something he kept from his wife and children. The house in this villa area was bought by him for Li Nan Nan, and this beautiful disciple of his had long since become his secret lover. In order to compensate her and completely possess her, Wang Shizhong then decided that he would buy a house here and let this Li Nan Nan give birth to children for himself, to be adopted. It was also something that deserved to happen. They had just arrived here shortly before they saw an old man exercising in the neighborhood fall to the ground. After seeing this situation, Li Nan Nan wanted to show off her skills, so came over. Did not expect to come over, was questioned by everyone, the patient's family, but also did not agree with her hand to save. Wang Shizhong had no choice but to stand up for his young lover. Originally, he did not want to be involved in such a thing, because in the future, he would have to live in this neighborhood, and also secretly keep a lover. Such a thing, it is best not to attract the attention of other people in the neighborhood. But his beautiful disciple had already come forward and was still being accused. No matter what, he could not embarrass her, so he had no choice but to come forward and make a rescue. I had intended to let the young man, carrying his grandfather to his own medical center, so that I could use the sophisticated medical instruments to diagnose the whole body of the patient, because, in this way, he has always healed his patients. As for the pretense of Chinese medicine, it is nothing more than a gimmick. After all, Chinese medicine is a national treasure, and that is why this is done under the banner of Chinese medicine to treat patients. And now, hearing Yi Chen say such words, Wang Shizhong put away the thoughts in his mind and nodded with clenched teeth. Okay, only then did Yi Chen say, the situation just now, I've already checked. This old man was just exercising when he had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, thus collapsing on the ground. It wasn't any cerebral hypoxia at all. Hearing Yi Chen utter these words, Li Nan Nan, who was on the side, couldn't help but skim her lips. Humph, talking is better than singing, swearing about brain hemorrhage. How do you know that the other party is suffering from brain hemorrhage and not unconsciousness and collapse caused by lack of oxygen in the brain? Hearing this woman accuse herself, Yi Chen nodded at her. Since you ask, I'll explain it to you. I based my judgment on the fact that the patient's face was waxy, his palms were sweating profusely, and a faint red filament appeared under his nose. The appearance of red threads is a sign that the other person is bleeding in the brain. Since your master is the contemporary Hua Tuo in the world, couldn't he have seen some of this? This is what shocked me just now, and the reason for saying that he is a quack. I guess your master's name is just Hype, isn't it? Just now, as soon as I stood out, you said something about hype, and I didn't understand what you meant, but now it seems that that's what you're well versed in, and that's why you're mouthing off about others being hype. After hearing Yi Chen's impassioned words, the two masters and disciples, Wang Shizhong, immediately became red in the face. Looking at this Wang Shizhong again, the muscles on his cheeks had twitched. He really didn't see any of what Yi Chen said just now. Is it not a joke to let him view it with the naked eye when he himself is treating a patient, relying mainly on sophisticated medical equipment? Now that he heard the young man say these words, he couldn't help but directly shock Wang Shizhong. Then he looked at that beautiful disciple of his, Li Nan Nan, who was also filled with a horrified and shocked look. You actually saw all that? At this moment, Li Nanan's tone of voice all stuttered a little. As soon as the words left her mouth, she sensed something was wrong. After all, after this statement she was admitting that the other party was right and that her master had made an error in judgment. After figuring this out, she immediately changed her mind. Li Nan Nan's mouth twitched as she yelled, "Young man, I didn't expect you to have grown a pair of fiery eyes to see this. It's quite rare. But who told you that these are the symptoms of a cerebral hemorrhage? Make something up. You have to find a source for it too." Seeing that this Li Nan Nan was dead set on stirring up trouble and looked incomprehensible, Yi Chen didn't spoil her and directly counterattacked. Such a profound medical healing art. It's just like talking to a cow to you. You don't understand. What? You're actually saying I don't understand? At this moment Li Nan Nan cannot help but be furious. Has always been high-minded and proud of her. How can tolerate others so accusing themselves? She jumped up in anger, pointing at Yi Chen's nose, and said angrily, "If you don't say a word today, it's just nonsense. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander." Hearing the other party say such words, and jumping up and down like a shrew, Yi Chen's cold gaze looked towards Wang Shizhong on the side. "Discipline your female disciple. Don't blame me for being rude to her if she keeps jumping up and down like a shrew." Just now, Wang Shizhong had been completely shocked by Yi Chen's words. He never dreamed that this young man was so powerful. After just sweeping a glance at the old man on the ground, he could see so many details, and also judged from this that this old man who had fallen to the ground was suffering from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Grandma, how did he do that? After thinking this way, Divine Dr. Wang couldn't help but have his pupils tighten, and his gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with shock and incredulity. Returning to his senses, he waved his hand at his beautiful disciple, "Little lover," and at this moment, it was obvious that his bottom was not enough to get up. "Li Nan Nan, stop it for now. Wait until I ask the original reason." Only then did Li Nan Nan suppress her fire when she heard her master speak. She pouted at Wang Shizhong. "Master, you have to take this out for me. Otherwise, my heart will not be in the right place, and after a while, I'll find you to settle the score." Hearing this Li Nan Nan speaking to her own master in this tone, the crowd couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Chapter 108, should be sent to the hospital. It seems that the rumor, not an empty cave, that the flirtatious Li Nan Nan in front of her is Wang Shizhong's secret lover. Otherwise, the other party certainly wouldn't have used such a tone and spoken to him as if he was pampered. At this moment, Wang Shizhong also sensed that something was wrong, and after he viciously glared at Li Nan Nan, he then turned his gaze to Yi Chen. "Young man, I didn't expect you to look quite closely, but some of what you're saying, I've already seen it just now. I just didn't say it." Hearing Wang Shizhong say these words, Yi Chen felt extremely surprised, not realizing that this Wang Shizhong was really shameless. He didn't say he'd seen it when he hadn't just said it himself. The crowd that was watching were not fools. When they heard Wang Shizhong say this, everyone couldn't help but skim their mouths. A middle-aged man said so with a cold smile. "I've seen thick-skinned ones, but I've never seen such thick-skinned ones. That's right, it's really shameless." Now that this young man has told the original reason, he is also playing the snake with the stick. What kind of thing? Why didn't he say so earlier if he really saw it? "Aya, what are you doing? Don't be in a hurry to get angry. The other side said so, must also want to get back some face. Otherwise, one's own old face, where to put it?" After hearing the crowd's comments, Wang Shizhong couldn't help but blush in his old face. Just now he did think this way, that is to say that he also see. Anyway, this matter, dead, but I did not expect that the mouth of the crowd is not forgiving, but even accused himself to his face. After seeing the other party being so shameless, Yi Chen also felt very speechless. After a faint smile, Yi Chen asked him, "Since you also said that you had already seen it earlier, then you tell me where the basis for this judgment came from. Which medical book talked about this point that I just said?" Hearing Yi Chen ask himself this question, Wang Shizhong couldn't help but be startled. This young man in front of him even asked himself such a question. He hadn't read many Chinese medicine books at all, so how could he know where this kind of problem appeared? "I'm trying to get myself to answer this question, but my mind is blank." It would be a great shame to really be asked by him in front of the crowd with his mouth hanging open. What's going on here? In the blink of an eye, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Wang Shizhong's forehead. However, this guy wasn't a saving grace, and after a roll of his eyes, he immediately had an idea. Wang Shizhong also smiled. "Young man, truth be told, I've read a lot of medical books before, but I've forgotten if you want me to say exactly which medical book these judgments are based on. After all the knowledge on top of these books that you've read will already be transformed into something of your own, all in your own mind. How could I think of it right away with this cold inquiry of yours? And besides, it's not a big enough deal to affect a comprehensive judgment. Wang Shizhong's words is to give himself a step down, so that his face looks good. Otherwise, today's disgrace, lost big, being accused of being speechless by a young man whose name was unknown. If this was spread out, it would directly affect his own reputation, and this was something that he was most unwilling to see. After all, now that he had tasted the great benefits of fame, it was a benefit that rolled in. If he lost his fame, it would be difficult to get it back. It was out of this scrupulous concern that he chose to lie further. After hearing the other party say this, Yi Chen faintly smiled. If you've already seen that, then why did you just say that the patient was suffering from a lack of oxygen and that's why he collapsed on the floor? Hearing Yi Chen ask himself this question, Wang Shizhong once again opened his mouth. The question just now, he could still muddle through, but now that Yi Chen was asking this question, it was really hard to answer. But nowadays, the situation, that answer also have to say. He clenched his teeth, hard across, said to Yi Chen, just now well, I'm just a slip of the tongue. What? A slip of the tongue? Yi Chen never expected that this Wang Shizhong's face skin actually had such a thick skin. With a slight frown, he continued to question this Wang Shizhong. So, you now admit that the patient who fell to the ground was due to a cerebral hemorrhage outbreak? Now being forced to this point, Wang Shizhong also has no way out. In fact, up to now, he cannot be sure. The patient who fell to the ground, in the end is not a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, but the other party had already pressed the question, and if he didn't answer, the situation he faced would be even more passive. After thinking this through, Wang Shizhong nodded his head anxiously. Yes, today the patient, indeed, has a cerebral hemorrhage. Yi Chen was waiting for these words from him. Seeing that Wang Shizhong had finally admitted it himself, he turned to him and said, since Mr. Wang made a slip of the tongue just now, I ask you to hurry up and treat the patient. Generally speaking, the best time to resuscitate a patient with this kind of cerebral hemorrhage is within 3 to 5 hours, during which time, if the patient can be effectively treated, he or she may not be left with any after effects, and if he or she misses this valuable time period, the consequences are unimaginable. Hearing Yi Chen say those words, that young man, Wang Chang, couldn't help but get anxious. That's right, you guys hurry up and save my grandfather. I was so confused just now that I didn't even think to hurry up and call the ambulance. Hearing Yi Chen give the word to save the fallen patient, Wang Shizhong became more and more anxious. He said urgently to Yi Chen, young man, you're really making it difficult for me. For this kind of patient with brain hemorrhage, the best way is to hurry to a big hospital, repair and remove those bruises, and treat the patient with thrombolysis. And now, you're actually asking me to perform a rescue on a patient. You're imposing. A skillful woman can't cook without rice. And in such a situation, forgive me for not being able to do anything about it. Despite the nickname others have given me, some kind of hua tua in the world, there's nothing I can do about it now that there's no equipment here to open up the wound. The best way to deal with this situation right now is to rush the patient to a major hospital, and maybe even resuscitate him. When Wang Chang, who was next to him, heard this, he couldn't help but get anxious. What? It took until now for you guys to let me take Grandpa to the hospital. What did you guys do just now? It took so long to resuscitate him. What a hell! How did I meet people like you? Wang Chang at this moment could be described as furious. Just now, he was so shocked by the unexpected situation his grandfather appeared in, that he directly got up in 6s and 7s. Now, just after coming back from the shock, he heard this Wang Shizhong asking himself to send his grandfather to the hospital, which could no longer hold back the complete outburst. Chapter 109, Fixing Points in Space. Seeing that the young man was angry at himself, Wang Shizhong also felt a little short of reason and stammered for words. Seeing such an attitude from the other side, Wang Chang wanted to bend down and carry his grandfather to the gate. Just then, a silhouette, lightning-like, arrived in front of him. You stop first. Hearing another person telling him to stop, Wang Chang couldn't help but be a bit furious. In his mind, he said, who the is this? Surprisingly, he blocked himself. There had just been a long delay, and now he himself had to race against the clock. His idea was to hurry up and carry his grandfather, go to the gate of the neighborhood and wait, and in the meantime, call an ambulance himself, so that there would be no delay between the two. But who knows, at such a critical moment, there was someone blocking himself. Thus Wang Chang couldn't help but be furious and angrily raised his head to look in front of him. Wang Chang saw that the one who was now blocking him was actually the young man who had just fought with divine Dr. Wang. Get out of my way and get out of the way, or else don't blame me for being rude to you. At this moment, Wang Chang, who was not at all kind, said so, and wanted to reach out and peel away Yi Chen in front of him, but after so much picking and pulling, he realized that Yi Chen's body was motionless, as if it was an iron tower. Seeing that he was unable to pick and pull Yi Chen, Wang Chang's fire grew bigger and bigger. What the hell is wrong with you? Hurry up and get out of the way. If you really delay my grandfather's treatment, I'll be rude to you. Hearing that the other party's expression was grim as if they had eaten gunpowder, Yi Chen understood very well. After all, he had been delayed for such a long time by that living Hua Tuadiar. Wang, caring is messy, and who isn't anxious when their people look like this? But the situation at hand, if he really let him go to the hospital, then this old man, it would be a complete game over. With this thought in his mind, Yi Chen said to Wang Chang, "Don't worry, I can directly remove the bruises in your grandfather's able brain, and moreover, I can also repair his damaged blood vessels." What? Hearing Yi Chen say this, Wang Chang stared in shock. The look was as if he had coldly seen a ghost. The next second, he snapped back to his senses. Wang Chang directly snorted coldly, "You are really bragging without paying taxes. Really, if my grandfather has a brain hemorrhage, even the big hospitals are not good at treating it. What makes you say such big words?" Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Yi Chen explained, "Because I have such a skill. If you believe it, hurry up and let me treat your grandfather. Your grandfather had a brain hemorrhage, and there is indeed a golden period, within 3 to 5 hours, where if you can't remove the brain bruises, then those bruises, which are within the brain, can squeeze and affect other blood vessels, with very serious consequences." After hearing Yi Chen say this, Wang Chang couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. However, in the twinkling of an eye, his eyes glazed over. "Why should I trust you? Who knows if you're a liar?" Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Yi Chen took out a key from his pocket and threw it directly to Wang Chang. "I'm also the owner of this neighborhood. If you don't believe that I can cure your grandfather, then you can take this key, and once I can't cure your grandfather, this house in the neighborhood will be yours. What do you think?" Yi Chen's appearance directly shocked Wang Chang, and the corner of his mouth twitched, but he still caught the string of keys. You can really cure my grandfather?" At this moment, Wang Chang was no longer so insistent, and his tone had a hint of looseness. Yi Chen nodded at him. "If I say so, I have such confidence, otherwise, what would I seek, but to give you a house?" Hearing Yi Chen say this, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but murmur in shock. This young man, why is he so big-hearted, placing such a big bet? What does he really want? Told you, I suspected that too. Crap, does he really have a way to cure the old man? Otherwise, why does he have such a strong backbone? Seeing Yi Chen like this, after a brief hesitation, Wang Chang still did not dare to take such a risk. "What exactly are your credentials when you say you're a doctor?" He now wanted to ask again, preferably to verify the young man's identity. "You still want credentials?" After Yi Chen froze, he pulled out in his pocket, and this time, he really pulled out something. A document. This was the same work permit that the hospital had issued to himself when he was in the health hospital, and he waved this work permit towards the other side. "Take a look. I'm a doctor at health hospital." Even though he resigned from his job nowadays, Yi Chen has to say so in order to save people now. Wang Chang saw Yi Chen's work permit. "Since you're a doctor, I'll choose to believe your words, so hurry up and save my grandfather." Wang Chang's face was full of anxiousness. "Brag about it. It's the doctor from the health hospital. There are no instruments here now. How is he going to remove the bruises from the patient's brain?" At this point, an onlooker raised this question. Just now, Wang Chang did not think of this, and now that he heard someone raise such a query, Wang Chang also immediately came back to his senses. "Let's just say, you're the doctor from the health hospital, and you can't remove the bruises from my grandfather's brain with your hands empty now, can you?" Wang Shizhong and Li Nan Nan, who were on the side, couldn't help but clench their teeth in their hearts after seeing this scene. They had already hated Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts just now, and now that they saw everyone questioning him, they couldn't help but be very happy in their hearts. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd all fell on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen calmly said, "Don't worry, in this case, there's no need to go to a big hospital, I can handle it directly." Saying that, Yi Chen took out a sandalwood wooden box from his body. The box wasn't big, it was just the size of a palm. After snapping it open, Yi Chen took out a dozen silver needles from the box. Wang Chang could not help but be startled at the sight. "I say Dr. Yi, you're not using these silver needles to remove the bruises in my grandfather's brain, are you?" Yi Chen nodded. "What? You actually really want to stab my grandfather in the head with these silver needles that are more than a finger long?" Seeing that the other party was worried, Yi Chen patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Just rest assured, I will definitely be able to cure your grandfather." Originally, He was full of misgivings about Yi Chen, but after seeing the look on Yi Chen's face, Wang Cheng didn't know why, but suddenly had a feeling of putting his heart in his stomach. It's a strange feeling. Therefore, he opened his mouth but failed to utter a word. With a swish, Yi Chen took these silver needles and threw them towards the old man's ceiling on the ground. The next second, only to see these silver needles have been evenly distributed in the patient's major vital points. Ah! Spacing out? Wang Shizhong, who was next to him, couldn't help but let out a shriek. This Wang Shizhong, although he is not very proficient in that set of Chinese medicine, but he understands that this kind of spatial fixing of acupoints is very much a test of one's strength. To put it mildly, this skill is very human.